A Matla check-in and pick-up area. The 51st year of Konoha. Uchiha clan territory. Ahem, a young child was awakened by the thick smoke, and his 2.5-year-old body curled up behind the beams and pillars of the clan's ancestral hall. Through the carved wooden window, he vaguely saw 9 scarlet tails dancing wildly in the night sky. Boom! In the distance, rubble and debris fell like rain, causing the earth to shake. At the same time, screams were heard one after another, and the moonlight seemed to be dyed dark red by the blood mist. The next second, memories flooded back like a tide. In his previous life, he was treated like a slave. After working overtime all night, he went to the toilet and died suddenly. In this life, he traveled to the Uchiha clan and became the second son of the Uchiha clan leader. That is the younger brother who was fighting against 7 people at the same time, and the elder brother of Uchiha Jin. He took a few deep breaths to regain his confused consciousness, looked at the 9 crimson tails in the distance and murmured, "This is the 9-tailed fox rebellion, right? As far as I can remember, 7 years after the 9 tails rebellion, that was the night the Uchiha clan was exterminated, right?" Thinking of the night of genocide, a sense of urgency suddenly came over me. There is still time. In 7 years, even a love as strong as gold can be broken up, let alone a mere crisis of genocide? Boom! The ancestral hall shook violently again, and a wooden beam on the roof collapsed. At the critical moment, his body rolled over instinctively. Click! Splinters of wood brushed past the tip of my ear. The physical fitness of this 2.5-year-old exceeded his imagination, and it was obvious that he exercised regularly. But what really stunned him was the light blue screen that suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding! The host is detected to be smiling in the face of death crisis. The God-level entry system is activated, and the novice gift package is obtained. Note, the entries from lowest to highest are white common, green excellent, blue rare, purple epic, gold legendary, color godly, and black special. God-level entry. Then as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, my entry should be pretty good, right? Not too much, just 2 golden legendary entries will be enough. His face lit up with joy and he quickly looked down at his hands. But as soon as I lowered my head, I saw a ball of black light, which was purple in color. 7-year itch. Black as a member of the Manic tribe, you only have 7 years to live. Agile, white you are a bit faster than ordinary people. Fire style affinity, blue when practicing fire style ninjutsu, your comprehension will be faster. Important background, purple as the son of the head of a powerful clan in the ninja world, he held a very high status before his clan was exterminated. A decent talent, except for the 7-year itch. He took a deep breath and said, "Open the novice gift pack." The novice gift pack has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the old novice 2-piece set, with god-level items such as golden body of light and weak presence. God-level entry. Why does it sound a bit like Lao Liu's entry? Uchiha Jin frowned slightly and focused his attention on the 2 entries. Golden body of light, color as long as there is light, the golden body can be activated, avoiding damage, and absorbing sunlight can gain chakra. Weak presence, color when you remain silent, your presence is even weaker than a pebble on the roadside. Just getting some sun every day will make me stronger, and with that, my golden body. Doesn't that mean I'm invincible from the start? After seeing the explanation of the entry, the smile on his little face completely faded. What does the Uchiha clan lack the most? Growth. As the gathering place of the old 6, almost all the Uchiha clan members who could not hide died, and he now has 7 years to develop. Every day I just need to chat with my clansmen, talk about family affection with them, and educate Urjuzi. It shouldn't be a big problem to open a kaleidoscope in 7 years, right? But Jin Shen and Fu Di are still missing a flash. It's a pity that if Tangze had given him a little more strength, he would have fallen flat on his back. At this time, the village was in chaos. The exclamations of the Umbu could be heard almost everywhere. Not good, barrier team, hold on, don't let the 9 tails chakra leak into the village. Evacuate, evacuate, all civilians, hide in the house, don't move. The Uchiha clan is forbidden from leaving. All kinds of noises came flooding in. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Jin's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly turned his head to look outside the village. 9 scarlet tails were wreaking havoc outside the village, covering the sky and the sun, but it has become a little dim. It's like a trapped beast fighting hard. His body was also tightly bound by a layer of glowing chains. According to the plot, the 9-tailed fox is going to be torn into pieces. And Yang brought his sister and also died with her. System, if I touch Minato's body now. He leaned against the doorway, looking out towards the village, a look of incongruous cunning adorning his chubby cheeks. What are the chances of it dropping the flying thunder god jutsu? As if responding to his guess. More system instructions unfolded before his eyes. Touching a corpse for 30 seconds will guarantee you a random item. If you talk to someone for more than 10 minutes every day, there is a small chance of copying an entry. If you defeat the opponent, there is a high chance of copying an entry. Note, entries can be fused and upgraded. So, I have to wait at least until Minato dies and touch for 30 seconds before I have a chance to get it. Looking at the detailed instructions, Uchiha Jin did not hesitate. After glancing at the two people wearing green animal masks at the door, he swung his short legs and ran out through the side door. Time is a bit urgent. Rustle. Short footsteps, stepping on the soft ground. With a faint sound. In the tree in front of the Uchiha clan side gate, two root ninjas were closely watching the battle outside the village. A look of worry flashed between his brows. But thinking of the adults' order, the two of them could only stay on the big tree with lush branches and leaves and guard Uchiha. Be ready to record at any time. Call a hurricane hit, and the two subconsciously raised their hands to block it. The nine-tailed fox's destructive power is still too strong. Yes, I can actually feel it here. Amidst the conversation, neither of them noticed that a small figure hidden in the shadows below was disappearing along the wall. It's not just these two roots. The villagers fleeing along the way seemed to be unable to see the small figure. Even the Umbu ninjas who passed by subconsciously ignored him. When the weak presence entry takes effect, it seems that even the violent hurricane formed by the Nine Tails chakra will automatically bypass his location. Is this the weak presence entry? What's the difference between me like this and being invisible? Uchiha Jin looked down at his body, and suddenly a light appeared in his eyes that was seriously inconsistent with his childish face. Who can tell the difference between him and Lao Lu? Thinking of this, his pace quickened again. The two short legs were almost flying sparks. 10 minutes later. Finally getting closer. Uchiha Jin pounded his small waist and gasped with exhaustion. But when he looked up and was about to continue looking, but all I saw was a fiery red. The Nine Tails went on a rampage due to the Shiki fusion, and one of its tails. It's falling towards me. It was carrying rubble and smashing towards the child. At the moment of life and death, the moonlight shines through the broken woods onto Jin's body. Buzz 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 buzz, pale golden light particles seeped out from every pore, interweaving into a honeycomb-like film on the surface of the body. Boom! At the same time, the nine-tailed tail, which was powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, hit the light curtain. Crash! But unlike the imagined scene of smashing eggs, the crimson tail was like hitting the dust scattered by the sun, passing through the body. Didn't touch him at all. The child hiding under the golden light was unharmed. There is even enough time to observe the body. No wonder it said to avoid harm. Isn't this the transformation into sunlight? He lowered his head, looked at his palms which were somewhat transparent in the moonlight, and the corners of his mouth slowly stretched back into a grin. Finally, it turned into a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. The four Uchiha, starting with Jin, on the banks of Nanhi River. Naruto, remember that your mother will always love you. After whispering, when Minato Namikaze turned around and looked at the fox behind him, only determination remained in his eyes. Nine-tailed fox, Shiki Fusion. He was extremely determined to leave a way out for his children. Seal this old man again. But Julama was very angry, very angry. Decades ago, that man lifted it up and sealed it with one hand while saying that it was too powerful. Later, he was sealed into the red-haired woman's body again without doing anything. Now that I have finally escaped, I am going to be pushed back again? Then this chaos was not in vain? Its mood is a bit irritable. The nine scarlet tails also began to smash around aimlessly. Vent your inner emotions. Boom! Rumble! The ground suddenly cracked, and strange fiery red chakra flew everywhere like flames. The huge fox tail fell down without any warning, but with the appearance of a shadowy figure holding a sharp blade in his mouth, all the chaos was split in two. The nine-tailed fox was very unwilling, but could only be pulled away helplessly. Half of it entered the body of young Naruto. When the battle ended, Minato Namikaze was bent and Kushina fell on both sides. In their arms, they held a naked, blonde-haired child. On the side of the face, 3 light whiskers are faintly visible. Looking at his child, Minato finally smiled. It is joy, gratitude, expectation, regret and heartache. He exerted all his strength and whispered in the baby's ear, actually. Daddy loves you very much too, Naruto. With the 9 tails in Naruto's body, even without the protection of his parents, other people in the village wouldn't dare to do anything wrong, right? Add the 3rd Hokage, Master Jiraiya, and that brat from the Hatake family, and it should be enough to protect you. Naruto, don't blame mom and dad. Beneath the burning chakra cloud, the 4 red yang formation was emitting a dying hum. The blood-colored barrier directly covered the entire depression and turned it into a hemispherical cage. Looking closely, countless fine sealing spells were moving on the surface of the barrier. Occasionally a few sparks would fly out. Phew! It can easily melt honeycomb-shaped holes in rocks. The power is terrifying. The 3rd master has issued an order, no one is allowed to approach. Outside the formation, an Umbu Jonin wearing a dog-faced mask stood with his sword across his shoulders. Where the tip of the knife pointed, the 3 members of the Genma team stopped abruptly. Shiranui Genma spat out the senbon in his mouth, frowned, and asked, "Look carefully, the three of us are the guards of the fourth Hokage." In response, the Umbu just shook their heads silently and stood in front. The fourth generation is dead, and the third generation Hokage is the greatest. Whoosh! 50 meters behind them, the hem of a white robe with the name fourth Hokage printed on it rustled in the night wind. But that dazzling golden hair had long since faded. Click! Uchiha Jin huddled behind a charred tree stump. The nine-tailed fox was too strong, and it was only now that it was completely sealed. Then he turned to look at the team of three, his gaze gradually fixed. Before his eyes, there were floating colorful spots that only he could see entries on other people. A rare purple halo was flickering above the head of the guard captain, Genji and Shiranui. Flying Thunder Formation, incomplete. Gather 3 people to form a formation. After using it, you can move to the marked location. Limited to 3 times per day. This is a neutered version of the Flying Thunder God technique. Behind the tree stump, Jin's baby fat cheeks puffed out slightly. He moved quietly in the shadows like a cautious night cat. Along the way, 7 Umbu corpses were killed by the rioting foxtails and lay on the cracked ground. Among them, a deceased person wearing the same respirator as Hanzo of the Salamander was very close to him. Above the shoulder armor, there was still some lingering demon fox chakra. Is this a corpse? Uchiha Jin's heart moved. Turning around to look at the formation, the 4 Umbu were not paying attention here. He slightly extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, pondered for 3 breaths, and then stopped decisively. After all, I have never touched a corpse before, so I still need to practice first. The next second, he lay down in the shadow of the tree stump and stretched out his hand. When my fingertips touched the first corpse, a cold system prompt sounded in my head. Contact the corpse of an elite Chunin. Plunder. Common item: agility. White slightly improves limb coordination, can be stacked. Overlaying. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Green light as a swallow. Light as a swallow. Limb flexibility increased by 50%, speed increased by 50%. Instantly, a tingling sensation ran up the spine to the back of the neck. Then it spreads from the back of the neck to the limbs. He felt that the muscles in his legs seemed to become stronger. My arms also felt much lighter, and in a trance I actually had the illusion of being as light as a swallow. Upgraded. 2 identical white entries were upgraded. Is this what looting is? No wonder people are addicted. He licked the dry corners of his mouth with his tongue and continued to touch the other corpse. And this corpse actually revealed a green entry. Contact the corpse of an elite Chunin. Plunder. Elite item: dynamic vision. Green. Your eyesight can follow flies, can be stacked. At the moment when the green light penetrated into the body, Uchiha Jin is obvious. I felt my eyes were a little hot. Soon, the surrounding scenery in the dark night suddenly slowed down in the field of vision. One could even see the Hokage's guard team cursing in the distance. This is good. He took a deep breath, looked at the other corpses at a distance, bent his body and kicked the ground tentatively. Call out. Click. The 2.5-year-old body actually jumped 2 meters in one step, and even the dust was not raised when it landed. The Umbu were still outside the barrier, staring at the 3 guard teams in vain. No one noticed that in the corner, a young Uchiha child was quietly touching the corpse. Sizzle. When Uchiha Jin touched the 5th charred corpse wearing a mask, something strange happened. The deceased suddenly grabbed his wrist. A strange ho-ho sound came from the beaten throat. Hiss, is there a zombie in Naruto? Without hesitation, he reached out and broke the piece of bone. Only then did they realize that it was the lightning chakra left in the corpse that was causing the problem. Then he crouched down and curled himself up in the dark shadows, motionless. At the same time, several members of the Umbu also heard the noise. However, a few people just glanced at it casually, and after discovering that it was a dead colleague, they no longer paid attention to it. Only Genma Shiranui frowned and looked over carefully. Some doubts. What's wrong, Captain? Jingzalaitong scratched his head and asked, holding down his long sword. Oh, no, it's okay, maybe I misheard. Shiranui Genma shook his head and spat out the senbon. Call out. Phew. The 1,000 books disappeared over there, but there was no movement. He shook his head and stopped paying attention. After another 3 breaths, Jin heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes filled with wonder. What's the difference between this entry and turning on invisibility? You can't even see it right in front of you. What's the difference between this and the J10C? However, this change also made him give up the urge to continue touching. He turned around and looked at the 4 red yang formation, which was becoming increasingly dim, then walked around to the other end. It's getting late. If we don't go in now, the barrier will be broken. 10 seconds later, on the other side of the formation, Jin activated his golden body in the moonlight. The faint golden fluorescence made his entire body slightly transparent. Then, he walked into the formation openly and without disturbing anyone. Crash! The water of Nanhe River flows into the distance, carrying with it the turbid and broken water inside the barrier. But when Uchiha Jin saw the scene in front of him, he stopped dead in his tracks. The scene before my eyes was far more cruel than what was shown in the original book. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning. 10 meters away, Minato Namikaze was lying on his side. A huge wound appeared in the abdomen. The cross-section is not flesh and blood, but some kind of crystallized chakra. Next to her, a huge hole was pierced on Kushina's chest by the sharp claws of the nine-tailed fox, and a sticky red light mist was oozing out. These red light mists condensed in the air, covering the area like a thin veil. Under the gauze tent, Naruto, who should have been howling, was sleeping wrapped in a light golden chakra swaddling cloth. Whether it is father or mother, they all love Naruto in their own way. Uchiha Jin suddenly understood why Naruto was treated like that in the original work but did not turn evil. Instead, he became a hero of the village. Perhaps, genetics is something that really cannot be changed. Change him? The height was enough to tear Konoha into pieces. Otherwise, how can you say that you are not the protagonist? He shook his head, turned and walked forward. Minato Namikaze is the god of ordinary people's hard work. He is also one of the few Super Cage level fighters in Naruto who grew up without relying on bloodline. When he approached the still warm collar of Minato Namikaze's clothes, his eyes were instantly filled with the dazzling brilliance of the entries. Contact target Minato Namikaze, death, lootable items, Flying Thunder God Technique, gold, Spiral Flash Ultra Rondo Roar 3, gold, Shiki Fusion, black, Sealing Technique, purple, Sage Mode, gold, dot. Various golden entries were like solar flares, especially the Flying Thunder God Technique, which dyed the surrounding blood mist into golden color. The black entry Shiki Fusion floating next to it exuded a heart-pounding purple-black mist. It seems that just one look at it will suck your soul away. This is the ultimate space-time ninjutsu in the original novel, he murmured, feeling somewhat entangled. Tonzi, what if you touch something you don't want? Cooling down period for looting corpse items, 365 days. Cooling period for copying living person entries, 7 days. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin's face darkened and he asked, 1 year, how is this different from permanent cooling? This is my new account, don't bet on me, Tonzi. He wanted all of these entries except the Shiki Fusion. As for the Shikigami seal, if you touch the Shiki Fusion and activate the golden body at the same time, after turning into light, can the god of death still suck the soul? Seeing that the system did not respond, he no longer hesitated that he touched the Flying Thunder God Sorcerer's Kuna with his left hand and Minato Namikaze with his right hand. The corpse touching Naruto begins. Tick, tick. Soon, 30 seconds passed. Plunder legendary item, Flying Thunder God Technique, gold, level 1, can teleport between objects planted with the technique, 30 meters, consuming 100 chakras per teleport. Feeding ninjutsu can increase the level of Flying Thunder God, increase the teleportation distance, and reduce chakra consumption. Surprisingly, space ninjutsu is something that can be developed. Seeing the introduction of Flying Thunder God Technique was unexpected, but it seems reasonable. After all, Minato is better at using Flying Thunder God than his creator, Tobirama. Immediately, without changing his body shape, he raised his hand and reached towards Kushina. Crash! But just as he put his hand on it, something strange happened. The diamond chain on Kushina's abdomen suddenly exploded. It looked like some kind of technique to prevent the corpse from being violated. Bang! She's really a little pepper. Even after she's dead, she won't allow anyone to touch her. Jin shook his little head, his 2.5-year-old body showing great stability. He turned his hand to face the moonlight and said directly, golden body, open. Buzz! The next second, the golden aura enveloped his entire body under the moonlight. The body becomes sunny again, and the chains of the diamond seal fell into nothingness. After waiting for a while to make sure there was no movement, he actually touched it. Contact target Uzumaki Kushina, death, lootable items, Chukden, gold, for red yang formation, purple, sealing affinity, blue, nine-tailed power fake, purple, great strength, white, dot. Compared with Minato Namikaze, Kushina's entries are slightly worse, but each one is also top-notch, especially the amount of chakra. As one of the few remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, their chakra volume is the highest in the entire ninja world. No one is not jealous, especially the player Ryukai who was dragged down by the Sharingan. Naturally, Jin was also jealous. He also coveted the power of the nine-tailed fox behind him, although it's not as good as the original version, but its entries can be upgraded. After feeding it for a few years, maybe it will be stronger than the original one? Tick. 30 seconds passed quickly. Gain the legendary entry Diamond Seal Remnant. Purple can summon 3 chakra chains to wrap around the opponent, doubling the effect against tailed beasts. Vidra Blockade, that's a pretty good skill too. Uchiha Jin was not lost either. Although it is not the power of Chukden and Nine-Tailed Fox, it has invincibility, invisibility, and flash, and now there is an additional blue-silver diamond chain entanglement. The means are already rich enough. It also exceeded my expected purpose. He took a deep breath and turned to look at the yellow-haired boy in the middle. Oh, it's your turn next, Naruto. Click. But when he tried to touch Naruto, the four red yang formation above him was suddenly opened with great force. Tap tap tap. Amid the sound of footsteps, a pipe slowly appeared in the center of sight. Naruto.is still alive, but we can't touch his body. Then if I slap him twice now, does that count as defeating him? In this case, is there a chance of duplicating entries? On the banks of the Nanhi River, the 2.5-year-old boy's eyes were twinkling. He seemed to have found a system bug. It seems like the 12 young heroes of the wood industry will all be born this year? What if he comes to them one by one and pats their butts and pinches their faces? Hiss. Thinking of this, Uchiha Jin grinned. Put one hand on your forehead and bend over. Ha 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 ha, I really am a genius. System. Snap. At this moment, the four red yang formation above was suddenly opened. The laughter stopped abruptly. As he turned around, he happened to see a pipe flickering in the moonlight. 3 generations. Ha, there's a survivor, a child. When he saw that there was still someone inside the barrier, Sarutobi Hiruzen subconsciously tensed up. He clenched the wooden stick tightly in his hand. Anyone who can survive the nine-tailed fox rebellion must be extraordinary. Children? This fan-shaped suit. Are you from the Uchiha family? However, when he saw the man's appearance and clothes clearly, doubts flashed in his deep eyes. Aren't the Uchiha family under house arrest? Where did this baby, who looks only 2 or 3 years old, come from? Behind him, the Hokage guard team followed immediately. When he saw that it was Uchiha Jin, Shiranui Genma spat out the senbon in his mouth and said in disbelief, "Oi, could it be that the Yandame-sama's son has grown this big?" Other members of the Genma team, the Umbu ninja who followed, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Jin. I almost thought I turned into Neza. He complained in his heart, but his face showed innocence and ignorance. Holding the token timidly, he said in a childish voice, "Grandpa, my name is Jin. I'm an uncle wearing a mask made of oil paint." He said that there's candy here. He deliberately repeated the oil paint mask. At the same time, the token in his hand just revealed the rune on top. And this intentional action indeed caught everyone's attention. Of course, after saying that, his 2 big watery eyes stared at Sunday. As long as this old dang does anything bad, he was about to activate his golden body and escape under the cover of a weak presence. As for Flying Thunder God, he hasn't started training yet, so there's really no chakra in his body. Of course, he also believed that the 3rd generation would not do anything to him, although old dang is sometimes a little cruel. But he always showed his loving side to the children in the village. No matter who it is, no matter what he does behind the scenes, he always appears to be friendly and affable on the surface. By the way, he was talking about the inheritance of fire, oil paint mask, and this token. On the right side, after hearing these words, Genma Shiranui and the other 2 immediately guessed the meaning and turned away. Since it involves the game between the big families in the village, they can no longer stay. Just do your own job quietly. Call out. Sudden. Behind the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, an Umbu ninja appeared instantly. The scroll in his hand glowed red, and he said in a deep voice, "Token number B74, affiliated with the Root's 3rd Reconnaissance Squad." Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkles became deeper, almost enough to crush 2 flies. This is indeed the squad number of Root, and that person's body was outside. Obviously, the little Uchiha Jin did not lie. How could a 2.5-year-old child who hasn't yet started practicing have the ability to appear here alone? So, you want to put the blame on the Uchiha clan, but blaming an Uchiha child, Danzo, where's your brain? A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3rd generation. When he lowered his head even lower, only kindness remained in his eyes. It's okay, you have to go home soon. He patted Yin's little shoulder. Into the palm of his hand, strands of perceptive chakra penetrated. Turned around. The body feels empty. Although his body has dense muscles and bones, there is no trace of chakra. That's normal. In the Uchiha clan, normal children seem to refine chakra only when they are 4 or 5 years old, right? After confirming that there was no chakra in this body, he finally relaxed his frown and said with relief, "Good boy, where the leaves dance, the fire will never die. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will never cease." Jin raised his fist and made a gesture of encouragement. Then he turned and ran away. What an honest child. Looking at his back, the 3rd Hokage couldn't help but show a trace of emotion in his eyes. But his heart sank when he thought that Danzo hadn't even spared this child. He took the pipe from his mouth and banged it on the tree stump next to him. "Danzo, you're reaching too far. Achoo." At the same time, in the Hokage building, Danzo, who was giving a passionate speech, suddenly sneezed. "Danzo, are you okay?" On the opposite side, Utain Koharu looked at her old friend with concern. "It's okay, I'm incredibly strong now." Danzo tapped his cane. "The 4th Hokage died in battle. What do you think is the most urgent matter?" "Yes, to stabilize the village," Utain Koharu asked subconsciously. That's right, we need to stabilize the village. Now that the fourth Hokage has died in battle, the village is leaderless, so I think it's necessary to elect the fifth Hokage to take charge of the situation. And currently, the only ones capable of running for Hokage in the village are the heads of the major clans, but they are not as good as me, Danzo. I love this village so deeply. It is the tree roots buried deep in the soil that support the village. Danzo spoke out his thoughts in one breath. He outlasted 3 generations, outlasted the deaths of 4 generations, and even put the village and the Uchiha on opposite sides. Now it's finally his time. Thinking of this, brilliant wind-style chakra burst out from his entire body. The momentum is unparalleled. Even the 2 consultants couldn't help but nod in admiration. This old friend is indeed in high spirits. So after hesitating for a moment, Utane Kohara nodded and said, "Indeed, you are more suitable for the 5th generation, but..." Hearing his old friend's hesitation, Danzo smiled slightly and said, "But I will leave the financial power of the village to you two to distribute. But there's no one more suitable than you." The two looked at each other and agreed decisively. Bang! But at this moment, the tightly closed door of the Hokage's office was suddenly pushed open. Click! When they saw the visitor's iconic pipe, the 3 of them immediately fell silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked in slowly. His vicissitudes eyes seemed to have seen nothing. He walked step by step to the back of the Hokage's desk. "Pull out a chair and sit down." "You!" Danzo was so angry that his teeth were itching. This position will be his soon. But the 3rd Hokage ignored him and just leaned his hands on the Hokage's desk. Looking at the people in the room, he said in a deep voice, "The Hokage's authority will be temporarily taken over by me. Who among you agrees and who disagrees?" "Agree." "I agree." The village is in turmoil, and Sarutobi's presence here is a real relief. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at each other and nodded directly. Without any hesitation, Danzo next to him slowly typed a question mark. "Not a buddy?" Bang! Danzo Shinura was very angry and slammed his crutch to the ground. His face was terribly gloomy. He turned and looked at his old friend, the 3rd Hokage. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Hiruzen, Konoha needs a new atmosphere. Why did you frame the Uchiha child in this chaos?" But before he could finish his words, he was pointed at by the 3rd generation and questioned. "Frame Uchiha." Upon hearing this, Shinura Danzo's breathing stopped. He subconsciously ignored the word child and focused on Uchiha and the frame up. He frames Uchiha almost every day. Otherwise, how could the reputation of the great Konoha clan deteriorate so quickly? But what was Hiruzen talking about? Never mind, it doesn't matter, I did it anyway. Prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. But what if people themselves accept this mountain? Hiruzen, why are you bringing this up now? Danzo's voice was a little softer, but he still explained stubbornly, "Those Uchiha brats who were born evil, are you going to let them destroy the village?" Bang bang bang. Seeing that his friend remained true to his original intention, Hiruzen grew tired. He took out his pipe and knocked on the table to stop her. "Enough. What the village needs most right now is harmony, not infighting. But don't forget, Kuwabai's eyes today, they clearly are," Danzo retorted with a look of surprise. But before he could finish, he was interrupted. "I've said enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up and looked directly at Danzo. "You have to know that I am the Hokage." The aura of the Hokage that he had accumulated over the years was completely suppressed at this moment. The last sentence was like the straw that broke the camel's back. This completely ignited the dissatisfaction in Danzo's heart. He swung his cane coldly and spoke forcefully, "You'll regret this, Hiruzen." Bang! After saying that, he turned around and ran out. Only 3 people were left in the room. After a moment of silence, Kohara Tsunyan tried to ask Hiruzen, "Will there be any problems with framing the Uchiha?" Although Danzo has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he still cares about the village. Besides Danzo, who else has such a strong hostility towards the Uchiha? The 3rd generation slapped the table and asked, "Are you telling me that a 2-year-old child ran into the barrier by himself?" Click! At this moment, the two fell completely silent. The Uchiha clan, in front of the clan territory. Uchiha Jin's 2 legs were swinging very fast. With the help of the light as a swallow entry, the coordination of his limbs reached a new level. You can even break away from the fixed posture of the ninja in Naruto, arms straight and diagonally stretched backwards to maintain stability, and legs taking small steps. And he, swinging arms and legs vigorously, cross swing, perfect posture and agile steps. The speed is almost as fast as that of an adult male. Of course, it would be perfect if we could ignore the height. Tread. 1 step down. When he saw the iconic round fan of the Uchiha family, his step stopped instantly. The whole person returned to his previous appearance, slipping silently into the clan. After the Nine Tails rebellion ended, the Umbu ninjas who had stayed here to guard had retreated. Those tribesmen who came to cause trouble also left. Those who want to drink, and those who want to sleep. Faintly, there was a voice that made people blush. There was only one person standing at the door. Uchiha Fugaku. The patriarch's eyes were very deep, and he looked outside silently. His eyes gradually turned scarlet, and 3 megatama were slowly rotating in them. The thick smell of gunpowder and war came into my nose. The Uchiha clan. Are you no longer so fearful? The situation is obviously so serious, but the village can still allocate some strength to control the Uchiha. He sighed and turned away. But just as he turned around, he suddenly noticed a small figure in the 3 megatama. He was tiptoeing and walking stealthily inside. Jin, how did this kid sneak out? When he saw the man's appearance, he was stunned. His youngest son, now his second son, has always been taciturn. I like to be alone when I have nothing to do. Therefore, he was also considered an autistic person by other people in the tribe. Don't like to socialize. But today, why did it suddenly leak out? With doubts, he followed directly. In the corner, Jin's heart moved. Sure enough, he followed. Then he just stood in the shadow by the wall, waiting for his father, the mysterious owner of the kaleidoscope. As the clan leader, he clearly possessed the Mangekyo, but he sat back and watched his own son slaughter his entire clan. He couldn't comment on whether this was a good or bad thing. After all, only when you become a father can you understand the heaviness and difficulty of making a decision. As the distance got closer, he could clearly feel a sense of oppression coming towards him. Jin, why did you run out? Can't you sleep late at night? Perhaps because he had been the clan leader for too long. Fugaku was still a little serious when he spoke. There is less tenderness between father and son. No wonder your 2 sons are more rebellious than each other. Uchiha Jin shook his head and explained, mine. The house collapsed. Fugaku's eyes jumped and he quickly looked towards the clan. Only then did they realize that the beams of Jin's house had fallen down at some point. And I, the patriarch and father, didn't even notice it. Even the tribesmen didn't notice it. He sighed, a trace of apology on his face. Sorry, Xiao Jin, I will help you fix it tomorrow. Okay, now go to your father's room and sleep. As he said this, he was about to carry Uchiha Jin away. But can Jin agree to it? The communication hasn't even lasted 10 minutes. He twitched, trying to break free from Fugaku's grip. But as a little boy, without chakra, he could do nothing. I could only watch as I was picked up, put into the house, and turned away. Looking at Fugaku's back, Uchiha Jin had no choice but to use his trump card and shouted, under the table in the ancestral hall, above the legs. Click! Fugaku's movement of closing the door paused slightly. Inside the floorbead by mother's window tread. Fugaku turned around, his eyes dark. And in the lower right corner of the cabinet in this room, stop. Fugaku rushed over, cautiously turned his head to glance at the bedroom next door, and whispered, how do you think you know this, kid? The voice was not loud, but the speaking speed was very fast. Even, with some anger. I completely forgot about the patriarch's seriousness just now. Look, isn't this just staying to communicate? Jin smiled slyly, patted the bedside, and said in a baby voice, come, sit down. You better take these. Uchiha Jin waved his hand, interrupting his father and saying, Father, you don't want mother to know about your private money, do you? After saying that, he patted the bed again. The meaning is self-evident. You kid. Uchiha Fuyu's 3 magatama blood-red eyes slowly turned. Gritting his teeth, he finally sat down obediently. At this moment, he looked as immature as a child in front of Uchiha Jin. At this time, Yin finally saw the entry on Fugaku. Conversation target Uchiha Fugaku. The copyable entry is being parsed. 2 big prompts appeared before my eyes. Uchiha Jin blinked and understood a little. You have to touch the entry for the dead to see it. But the entries about living people require communication before they can be seen? He nodded and continued to talk with Uchiha Fugaku about all sorts of things. The first entry gradually appeared in front of me. The delicate blue halo blooms brightly. Excellent item, Clan Leader's Majesty. Blue increases persuasiveness by 30% during clan meetings. The Majesty of the Patriarch? Uchiha Jin shook his head and looked down quickly. This thing is useless to him. Could he possibly rise up in the tavern and overthrow Konoha? Don't say. You're right. His little eyes blinked, and he suddenly felt that this seemed not bad. From now on, call him Uchiha Dovuan. Soon, as the communication deepened, more and more entries were found. Firestyle Mastery, blue, Firestyle, Phoenix Fire, green, Sherinan, blue, Malice Perception, green, Mangekyo Sherinan, purple, Glimpse of Fate, gold, dot. A glimpse of fate? Golden. Jin's voice, which was speaking, suddenly rose by 3 decibels. This should be the power of Fugaku's Mangekyo. Uchiha Jin took a deep breath and sighed. It really has something to do with fate. Although I had guessed it a long time ago, it was still shocking when I actually saw it. I have to sigh again, the Uchiha clan is indeed the son of version. The ability of these eyes is indeed a bug. If the prince didn't cheat, it would be really difficult for him to defeat Urjuze. Talking with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent Sherinan. Blue possesses extraordinary insight, can observe chakra flow, can cast and see through illusions, and copy taijutsu and non-bloodline limit ninjutsu. Copied too? Uchiha Jin was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, just an attempt, he actually copied the Sharingan from his father Fugaku. Although this thing is very popular in the clan, he is only 2.5 years old after all. Soon, a feeling of joy came from within. When the brain is stimulated, it secretes dopamine crazily. Then, he covered his eyes and couldn't help laughing again. Ha 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 ha. Fugaku next to him. He was speechless, with a hint of worry in his eyes. Oh no, will the kid's brain be damaged by that beam? If Mikado knew about this, I'm afraid, huh? Just as he was racking his brains over how to explain this to his wife, his peripheral vision suddenly flashed. He quickly turned around and looked at his second son, his gaze fixed on Yin's eyes. Even though he was the head of the Uchiha clan, his breathing became rapid. Red? His eyes are bloodshot. This kid must have hit his head. He was a little panicked, but when he caught a glimpse of the Megatama in the red eyes, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. This made his originally flustered body stop abruptly. No, that's not right, it's not congestion, but open your eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his son, who had stopped laughing. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. On the one hand, I feel relieved and proud. My 2.5-year-old son has opened his eyes just like that? This is very abnormal. You should know that in the past, the first children in the tribe to open their eyes were also around 10 years old. After experiencing life and death, their emotions changed drastically and they opened their eyes. And his genius eldest son, at only 5 years old, Itaki was hailed as the hope of the Uchiha clan. There was no sign of opening the eyes at this time. But now, in front of yourself. Just because his father said a few perfunctory words, his second son started laughing. Did your eyes open after you finished laughing? Yes. This child must not only have an extreme personality, but also really values family affection. However, as a father, he neglected too much family affection because of clan affairs. He also ignored Yin's feelings. This made Jin, who had just been ignored, excited and open his eyes. Thinking of this, his eyes revealed guilt and self-blame, and he said softly, "I'm sorry, Jin, it's my father who usually neglects you." He made up his mind to pay more attention to his child in the future. But you can't tell anyone that you've opened your eyes, right? Besides, Uchiha Jin, why is the patriarch suddenly so long-winded? But after the joy of opening his eyes, he quickly calmed down and looked down at his hands in confusion. I murmured in my heart, third time. From the time he traveled through time to now, in just less than a day, he has already laughed wildly 3 times. This is wrong. Could it be that laughter is really in the Uchiha family's genes? He took a deep breath and made up his mind to stay calm in the future. Then he waved to Uchiha Fugaku, "Goodbye, old father, I'm going to sleep." Then, while Fugaku was still a little confused, he simply pushed him out. Pop closed the door, get on the bed, the floor, and sleep. Outside the door, Fugaku's guilty look suddenly stopped. A face is more complicated. There was also a hint of grievance mixed in. No, so this kid pulled me over here just to open my eyes, and then he'll throw me away after opening my eyes? He felt like the women in the red light district. It was thrown away after being used. After a long moment, he sighed and turned to walk next door. Fortunately, I have my youngest son and Itake. These 2 guys will definitely love me as their father. With that, he turned and walked towards Uchiha Mikato's room. 2 weak breathing sounds, one big and one small, could be heard from inside. Happiness is embodied at this moment. The next day, early in the morning. Crash. I have a training appointment with Shisui today, so I can't be late. Itaki opened the bedroom door and was about to go out for training. But as soon as I opened the door, I was shocked. In front of the door, a pair of big faces were looking straight at him. When he saw clearly that it was his brother's soft and tender little face, he breathed a sigh of relief. There are only 2 reasons why this brother woke up so early. Either go to the toilet or go to the kitchen. Thinking of this, his eyes softened and he asked with concern, "Did Jin wake up from hunger? What do you want to eat? My brother is about to cook." Finally woke up, 1 against 7. Uchiha Jin licked the corners of his mouth, which were a little dry from standing for too long, and there was a strange light in his eyes. I finally met the man who was hailed as my own son. Of course, it's not because of worship. His feelings towards Itaki were complicated. On the one hand, this guy turned around and took away the entire family. He is an absolute paranoid. On the other hand, in order to protect his brother, he even threatened the village. All these complex and contradictory emotions can only make people love and hate. Of course, now, he has mainly 4 entries. I don't know what entry there is for Itaki at his current age. Don't copy Amaterasu later. He murmured in his heart, feeling a little bit expectant. There are quite a few entries, as long as they are not the ones that can't burn people to death. That's right, I'm talking about it, Amaterasu. Although a mattress sounds powerful, it is also good to use. But In Naruto, it made the same mistake as 99% of fire escape techniques. It can't burn people to death. It's quite powerful, but it won't kill people. What is it used for? Give others a fireworks show? Or let's perform a flower-making show at night. Uchiha Jin cleared his throat and asked, 1 against 7, now I have a question for you. 1 against 7? Uchiha Itachi repeated it and immediately understood the homonym. He actually gave himself a nickname as his brother. He frowned. But when his eyes fell on his brother's smooth little face, his brows relaxed again. As expected of Yin, he can come up with such an interesting nickname. Ask whatever you want. As he said this, he reached out his hand to rub Jin's little face. It's so smooth and tender, I want to rub it. Hey, be serious. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin turned his head away and asked with a stern face like an adult, if one day, the village and the family stand on opposite sides, who will you help? Click. Itachi Uchiha's outstretched little hand stopped in midair. A little dazed. Although he was still a child, his eyes revealed surprise and melancholy that were inconsistent with his age. Has Jin also sensed this? No, that's not right. Could it be that's right, father must have been overheard while he was chatting. Father is becoming more and more careless, he doesn't even pay attention to things like this. It seems that there are more troublemakers in the family. His brows furrowed suddenly. The tear marks and nasolabial folds on the small, tender face are already very obvious. Obviously, this is because he has liked frowning and looking sad since he was a child. Seeing this, Jin shook his head and sighed. Sure enough, Itachi already felt something was wrong at this time. But even though they had sensed something was wrong so early on, they still ended up being exterminated. Shouldn't. It's really wrong to fight 7 people alone. 7 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Of course, the Uchiha clan's paranoid laughter cannot be changed. Jin, why would you ask such a question? Do you really think that the family and the village will become enemies? After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Itachi did not answer directly, but put down his arms and spoke softly. He didn't know what to do. But, I also want to see what my younger brother thinks. You just have to answer me. I don't know. Then let's ask it another way. Jin shook his head, feeling confused about the situation of being outnumbered 1 against 7. Even when Beizai was later exterminated and had to fight 7 people alone, they were all confused. He could only ask a more pointed question to wake up this stupid Oni-san. What do you think? If the village wants to kill me and Suzuki, which side will you be on when it's 1 against 7? Snap! Yo's little face tensed instantly and his body straightened up. Is this a question that needs to be asked? There was no hesitation at all. He clenched his fist and said directly, don't worry, I won't let that day come. Still running away. It is impossible to look back directly, which is a form of escape. Jin shook his head and didn't ask any further questions. But in order to make up the time, I can only ask other questions. By the way, 1 against 7, you said before that father's private money was hidden in the lower right corner of the cabinet in the 3rd room? Uchiha Itachi? Fugaku, who was eavesdropping next door. Damn Itachi, how could he say such things to Jin? My secret money was exposed. No wonder little Yin knows so much. For a moment, Fugaku even put the blame on Itachi for last night's incident. His face darkened, and when he found a rope and was about to pull open the door and rush out, a faint cold light suddenly came from behind him. Dear Patriarch, where are you going? Tick, tick. It was a cool morning, but the chill was very strong. Sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. It slides onto my eyelids and stings painfully. Fugaku turned around and saw Mikoto smiling. Spicy meatballs. He gritted his teeth fiercely, but in the end he could only smile awkwardly and said, I'll go get you some food. Okay, Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto smiled and did not expose the man's embarrassment. Just looking at the 2 small figures outside the door, his whole body exuded a strong sense of happiness. This is all her lovely child. Living room. Crash. Just as the 2 of them finished speaking, the side door was suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, Uchiha Fugaku walked out with a sullen face. Father. The 2 were both startled when they saw Fugaku suddenly appear. Especially Yin. He was asking some very sensitive questions. Fortunately, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have only heard the last few sentences. After glaring at the 2 of them, he ran towards the 3rd room without looking back. The private money needs to be moved to another place. Father's expression seems a little complicated? Itachi was startled, but also a little confused. He always felt that there was something else in his father's eyes. On the other side, after Fugaku leaves, Yin's eyes suddenly lit up. Tips, here it comes. Conversation target Uchiha Itachi. Copyable entries are being parsed. Fire style affinity, green, chakra refinement, white, brother control, black, too smart and premature death, black, illness ridden, black, dot. But when he saw Itachi's current entry, his face fell. The ones in the front are okay, but the 3 in the back are almost black and purple. It almost made his eyes black. but thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Uchiha Itaki is still young now, and there is no such thing as those later entries. And because I opened the kaleidoscope too early, I've been sick ever since. He couldn't help but look again at this nominal brother who was outnumbered. Then he shook his head slightly and stood on tiptoe to pat his shoulder. But because he was not tall enough, he could only take pictures of his chest from the front. Seeing this, Uchiha Itaka squatted down with some confusion, and asked puzzledly, Jin, do you want a hug? No, I just want to say that even if you're fighting 7 people at once, you won't have any issues with turning evil at all. Yin sighed. Talking with Uchiha Itake for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. Failed. That's normal. After all, the chance of copying entries during conversation is not high. For a moment, Yin waved his hands somewhat listlessly and turned to walk out. Only Uchiha Itake was left behind, looking at his back, feeling entangled. What exactly does Yin mean? And the look in my father's eyes. But I seem to have forgotten something. At this time, in the woods behind the Uchiha clan's territory, a short-haired boy was standing in the cold wind, shivering. Shisui, listen to my explanation. I don't want to listen. No, I was really delayed because of something this morning. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Noon. When Uchiha Jin dragged his short legs to the forest behind the clan's territory, he heard 2 childish voices. This is Itake and Shisui? Good buddy. His little eyes lit up instantly. I originally just wanted to find a sunny place, but I didn't expect to see 2 good friends fighting. He quickly put on the weak presence clause and stuck his head out to look over. I saw it about 10 meters ahead. A little boy with a ball-shaped nose, wearing a black turtleneck short-sleeved shirt and black trousers, had his back to Uchiha Itake. Although he is a head taller than Itake, it is obvious that the little boy is the one who is in a bad mood at this moment. Behind. Itake tried to explain, but each time it ended in failure. But he was not angry, he just explained again and again. Jin looked at it with an ant's smile on his face. So good. It's so good. Sure enough, it's more interesting to see a real CP on the spot. But Itake, if you're like this, what will happen to that girl Izumi? Suddenly, Jin thought of the girl who loved to prepare tricolor meatballs. Simple, kind, and gentle. The teardrop mole under her left eye seemed to have determined her fate. In a daze, he subconsciously stepped on a branch and broke it. This movement instantly attracted the attention of the 2 people in front. Who? Uchiha Shisui stood up straight in an instant, holding a small kunao in his hand. Then his little face turned and he looked over carefully. But when he saw that person's figure, he was stunned. Hey, Jin, why are you here? Then, was his embarrassed look just now seen by someone? Thinking of this, he ignored Itake and trotted over. He reached out and picked her up, chuckling, Jin, are you lost? At this time, Shisui, who was 7 or 8 years old, was 1.4 meters tall, which was considered a tall boy in Konoha. Jin nodded with the corner of his lips, not puncturing the young boy's blush. It just reveals the innocence that is unique to children. Serious communication, times. Work hard, square root. The 2 of them chatted about all sorts of things. Until one moment. Conversation target Uchiha Shisui. Copyable entries are being parsed. Fire style affinity, blue, illusion affinity, green, instant body affinity, green, chakra control, green, simple temperament, green, dot. All green. In Jin's eyes, Shisui looked green at this moment. Green from head to toe. I believe every man will feel nervous when seeing this. Talking with Uchiha Shisui for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed, Ember. Failed again. Perhaps it was because of yesterday's successes and today's failure that made him a little unhappy. The little face that was originally still in business fell in an instant. Well, then he sighed deeply and staggered towards the family. Seeing the scene, Uchiha Itake frowned slightly and looked at Shisui in confusion. Shisui, what did you do to Jin? Shisui? I didn't. He was a little confused. What had he done? In the afternoon, the sun gradually faded. Within the Uchiha clan, a little boy was lying on his side against the wall of the yard. Rest your left elbow on the wall and support your cheek with your palm. Her lifeless eyes fell in front of her, and her little lips were covered with blisters. He murmured, 60 people, Tangze. Not a single copy was successful? What's the success rate of copying entries? As soon as he came out from the back mountain, he started chatting with his tribesmen. Everyone chatted for 10 minutes at a time. Just chat for the whole afternoon. But after chatting with 60 people, the system seemed to have passed the new account protection period. No more replication was successful. This not only made him begin to doubt the success rate of copying entries. Ding, based on the host's current strength, the success rate of copying entries through conversation is 5%. Well, my heart is completely at peace. A 5% chance, what's the difference between that and 0? Especially for someone like him who had bad luck in his previous life, the probability is extremely low. So after hesitating for a while, he decided to just give up and enjoy life. Wow! The wind blew over from the mountains. The fragrance is soft and carries the fragrance of branches and leaves. The sunlight above is no longer as scorching as it was during the day, somewhat soft. But just when he was about to give up, a warm feeling suddenly appeared in his body. It's an extremely weak warm current, but it reveals a pleasant feeling for both body and mind. What is this, chakra? He was stunned for a moment. Because of his age and bones not yet fully formed, he has not yet started to refine chakra. But in the world of Naruto, the only heat flow similar to the inner heat is chakra, right? He narrowed his eyes and realized that a new clue appeared before his eyes. Ding, congratulations to the host for basking in the sun for 1 minute, chakra +1. Chakra +1. Is that the passive ability of the golden body of light? Seeing this, he remembered the golden body of light also has a passive ability, it can gain chakra by absorbing sunlight. I didn't think about it carefully at the time. Now it seems that absorbing sunlight means basking in the sun. So if we add 1 chakra per minute, that's 60 chakras per hour. According to the weather right now, the maximum amount of sun exposure per day is 14 hours, which is 840 chakras. There are still 7 years until the night of genocide. If we assume 6 years, 11 months, and 29 days, that would be 2,145,360 chakras. Seeing this number, Jin smacked his lips slightly. Over 2 million. Is this considered chuk tons? He didn't know how other ninjas calculated. But this amount is enough to support dozens of Kakashis, so it should be no problem. The most important thing it seems that the Flying Thunder God project can be launched ahead of schedule. He changed his position to make himself more comfortable. All the limbs and body were bathed in sunlight. If you want to use Flying Thunder God, you need to consume 100 each time. Since he originally had no chakra, he put it aside for the time being. But now, only 2 hours of sun exposure is needed. He has to try it today, otherwise he won't be able to sleep. An hour and a half later, he slowly stood up, his mind pondering how to use Flying Thunder God, and said thoughtfully, "System, how do I use it?" As long as it is the coordinates planted by the host, it can be directly teleported. Planted coordinates, but I didn't plant any. Can I borrow the 4th Hokage's coordinates? Plant coordinates, 100 chakra/time ember. Hey man, are you playing with Russian dolls here? He rolled his eyes, turned over and lay down again to sleep. It was not until the sun went down that he rubbed his sleepy eyes through his pajamas and got up. There seemed to be some changes in the fundus. Name Uchiha Jin. Spirit 20, Adult 10. Physical Strength 12, Adult 10. Chakra 149. Entries 7-year itch, black, golden body of light, colorful, weak presence, colorful, Flying Thunder God technique, gold, level 1, distinguished family background, purple, Sharinan, purple, fire style affinity, blue, Sharinan, blue, light as a swallow, green, dynamic vision, green. So it's my own attribute. Yin shook his head. There are a lot of entries, but most of them are from yesterday. That is, it was obtained on the first day of the server opening. Sure enough, on the first day, the European emperor tricked people into coming in and killing them. After that, you can only endure it. He narrowed his eyes and stood up to leave. It is worth mentioning that even if I lay on the wall for an entire afternoon, no one would pay attention. No one remembered. The tribesmen seemed to have forgotten that there was a second young master. Even no one called him for dinner. He saw with his own eyes Uchiha Itake carrying the bowl and chopsticks and walking around the yard twice. Seems to be looking for something. After walking around twice, he went back quietly without doing anything. The value of entries with weak presence is still rising. Autumn of the 54th year of Konoha. The breeze is constant and the sunshine is gentle. In the backyard of the Uchiha clan, the maple leaves were as red as if on fire, swaying in the wind. At that time, 3.5-year-old Suzuki was imitating his brother's movements and throwing the shuriken with great force. Call out. Click. The shuriken hit the bull's eye, but it fell out before it was inserted. The accuracy is there, but the power is insufficient. Tick, tick. Sweat flowed down the sides of his cheeks, slid to his chin, and finally dripped onto the collar with the Uchiha clan emblem printed on it. Phew, so tired. He slowed down, turned around and prepared to wash his face. But when he saw the lazy figure on the courtyard wall, his brows couldn't help but frown. Hey! Suzuki shook his sore wrist and said in disgust, "The sun is about to set, how long do you plan to lie down?" "Until the sun sets or until the 7 of them bring back 3 colored meatballs." Hearing this, Uchiha Jin turned over and half of his face popped out from under the blanket. The sunlight filtered through the maple leaves outside the wall, casting mottled spots of light on his face. 4 years passed, and the little child had grown into a teenager. The edges and corners between the eyebrows and eyes gradually became clearer. The only thing that remains unchanged is that lazy temperament. Don't yell 1 against 7, call me brother. Hearing 1 against 7, Suzuki was obviously even more unhappy, and even 2 veins popped out on his forehead. You know, my brother graduated today with the highest score in the school. If you say that his elder brother Uchiha Itachi is his idol, then the second brother lying on the courtyard wall in front of him is the termite in his eyes, lazy and talkative. This was his only impression of Uchiha Jin. Over the years, every time I see my brother, he's either basking in the sun on the courtyard wall or chatting with people around the village. I always pass all kinds of exams just above the passing line. The last one. Definitely the last one in the class. But no matter how angry he was, Jin on the wall not only didn't refute him, but instead smiled. Seeing the smile on Jin's face, Sasuke couldn't hold it in anymore. He grabbed the training shuriken and yelled like a puppy that couldn't get its milk. Uchiha Jin, you are bringing shame to Uchiha, but I want to duel with you. SHH, don't talk, just listen. Yin suddenly raised his finger and waved it. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped. His serious look even made Sasuke think something was really wrong. He subconsciously held his breath, the only sound in his ears being the rustling of maple leaves in the wind. Nothing? No rain. Damn Yin, you lied to me again. In a fit of anger, Sasuke got angry. Little did they know that Yin was actually laughing at this moment. Hints kept appearing before his eyes. Conversation target Uchiha Sasuke. Copyable entries: Brother Control, Black, Get Stronger When Beaten, Black, Child of Destiny, Colorful, Lightning Release Mastery, Purple, Sundara, White, Shuriken Familiarity, White, Loud Voice, White, Dot. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common item Shuriken Familiarity, White, Dot. This was not the first time Uchiha Jin saw this entry. But every time I see it, I can't help but sigh. It turns out that things like Brother Control and Brother Control complement each other. This special term had already appeared before the Sundara man could remember anything. As for becoming stronger by getting beaten, Jin felt that this might have something to do with Sasuke's personality. There is a saying that goes, the sky cleared and the rain stopped, and Urjuze felt that he was fine again. Every time he became stronger, Urjuze was either being beaten or on his way to find someone to beat him. But I like to use my weaknesses to compete with the other party's strengths. Isn't this simply sick? Of course, after so many years, Yin has long been accustomed to it. The reason why he laughed was not because of this, but because of the new prompt from the system. Ding, congratulations to the host for basking in the sun for 108 minutes, chakra plus 108. Ding, current chakra 1 million. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the 1 million chakra mark. The success rate of copying entries during conversations has increased from 5% to 10%. The success rate of copying an entry after defeating the opponent increases from 50% to 75%. Number of corpse looting entries: 1 rightward arrow 1 2. This is why Jin laughed. System changes. To be precise, it is evolution. In particular, the probability of conversation duplication has jumped from odd to even. The impact is far more than just a 5% increase. Besides, there is also the defeat entry, 75% can almost be called. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Urjuze. There seems to be a ready-made experimental subject here? At this time, Uchiha Sasuke was completely unaware of this. He was holding a kunao and looked at Jin with a cold face and said, "Humph, stupid Uchiha Jin, Uchiha Sasuke, want to duel with you." Hearing this, Jin waved his hand and chuckled. "Sass, have you ever been defeated?" What do you mean?" Sasuke froze for a moment, frowning in confusion. Swish! But at this moment, Yin threw down his shuriken. Seeing this, Sasuke's brow veins throbbed again. "You look down on me too much, I will make you regret it." But just as he was about to attack, his vision suddenly blurred. Before my eyes, the shuriken instantly turned into 12, shooting from a weird angle. Swish, swish, swish. Sasuke's pupils suddenly constricted. The trajectories of these shurikens were constantly changing. Finally, he was pinned to the spot with precision. The corners of clothes, the ends of hair, and even the seams of the training suit under the armpits were penetrated by the cold metal light, but it did not hurt the skin at all. Tick. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether it was cold sweat or hot sweat that was running down my cheeks. He stood there in a daze. A bizarre thought suddenly came to my mind: can I become stronger by basking in the sun? I'm so stupid. Just when Sasuke was losing consciousness and feeling cold, Jin appeared in front of him without knowing when, stretched out his index finger and lightly touched his brother's forehead. Is this technique familiar? Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the tips of Sasuke's ears quickly turned a shade of crimson. Of course he recognized this technique. During this period of time, he has been pestering Itachi every day, and it's because he is jealous of his ability to control the direction of the shuriken. And it was this morning that Itachi finally agreed before going out. And I personally took him to practice twice in the yard. He had actually been practiced several times by Itachi, which was why he managed to barely hit the bullseye this afternoon. This lazy bastard Jin in front of me. When did you learn it? I've never seen him practice before. You can't just spend your morning sunbathing time. And learn it by just taking a look, right? Thinking of this possibility, Sasuke suddenly felt his legs go weak. If that's the case, then the talent of this lazy brother of mine is a bit scary. Could it be really related to sun exposure? His brain suddenly paused, and then he followed the sunlight and looked towards the courtyard wall. In my heart, an impulse is eager to try. How about lying down and getting some sun? Jin, you're bullying Suzuki again. Just then, Uchiha Mikato's angry voice came from the corridor. She walked slowly over, holding 3 colored meatballs and fruits. When his eyes swept over the person who was nailed like a hedgehog, his steps became noticeably faster. When he got closer and found that it was just a hole and his youngest son was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. But there was an uncontrollable flash of surprise in his eyes. The landing points of those shurikens were clearly the techniques that Itake taught Suzuki this morning. She watched it for a while in the morning, found it boring and left. But that doesn't mean she doesn't know. Who poked these spots? Could it be that it's the kid Yin? Her brows flickered, and her mind recalled her husband Fugaku's instructions. Mikato, this kid Jin. If he has nothing to do, don't disturb him. He has his own ideas. For this reason, she still couldn't understand and felt that Fugaku was indulging Jin. But now it seems. Her eyes flickered, then she shook her head and smiled bitterly. They are all your own children, why are you thinking so much? He immediately handed the plate in his hand over the courtyard wall and dragged little Suzuki back to the house. Your clothes are all torn, go back to the house and change. Suzuki, no, but Jin. Mikado, don't call me Jin, call me brother. The familiar voice made it difficult for Suzuki to continue speaking. I could only look back at the wall in the afterglow, lost in thought. Tick. When the moonlight climbed up the eaves of the mansion, Itake climbed into the courtyard with blood all over his body. Because of the tense relationship with Kumagakure, he went to the battlefield right after graduation. There are reconnaissance missions every day. Occasionally there will be battles. Today, I encountered a small team and fought with it, and I retreated with all my strength. In the night, his Sharingan in the courtyard glowed with tired blood in the darkness. 10 minutes today. Just as he fell, a lazy voice suddenly came from the wall. This made his movements pause. When I turned around, I found that Jin was sitting on the courtyard wall, swinging his legs. An apple was tossed in his hand, emitting a faint fluorescent glow under the moonlight. Still so elusive. Itake sighed and tried to negotiate. Jin, I'm very tired today, how about tomorrow? I see. Jin rolled over and threw the apple accurately into Itake's arms, turning around and saying with a smile, Father, the 7 of us said you hid it in the second cabinet in the guest room. Click. Itake's hand that was about to take the apple froze in mid-air. Then, faster than jingle bells could ring, he quickly stuffed the apple back into his brother's mouth. He said repeatedly, Come, let's talk. That's good. Yin smiled and patted his brother's shoulder. If you put it off until tomorrow, the CD will have to wait for another day. What about those friends I want to chat with tomorrow? His daily schedule is well planned. Stop frowning. Then he stretched out his hand to smooth the Itake's frown and gave orders like a little adult. The tear troughs are already ugly enough, and if there are forehead wrinkles too, Izumi-sama won't like it. After saying that, he didn't care about Itake's blushing cheeks, picked up the 3-colored meatball next to him and stuffed it into his mouth. He smiled and said, Tell me why you are so tired today, it seems that you even killed someone, really? Uchiha Itake was shocked. Not only is his younger brother elusive and difficult to detect, he is also very sensitive. He gave a wry smile and explained, the envoys from Kumagakure came over to discuss peace talks these past 2 days. There are quite a lot of hooligans around here. As he spoke, he began to continue talking about every detail. It seems that he had already prepared a draft in mind. Since 4 years ago, my younger brother has not liked to do anything else but likes to chat with me every day. It only happens once a day. As he listened, Uchiha Jin's smiling face wrinkled. Cloud-hidden peace talks. The messenger visits Konoha. At the border, an inexplicable number of lightning ninjas gathered. These words always give him a familiar feeling. It seems that these things are a conspiracy in the plot. As I hesitated, a prompt suddenly appeared in front of me. Conversation title, Uchiha Itake. The copyable entry is being parsed. Copyable entries: brother control, black, too smart, predisposed to die, black, illness-ridden, black, 3 Megatama Sharingan, purple, 3 Series Grandmaster, purple, fire style mastery, blue, dot. After several years, Itake also completely grew into a ninja proficient in 3 series. The strength is also far beyond what it was after it disappeared. Of course, the only thing that remains unchanged is the 3 dark entries at the top. The people who saw it felt dizzy. Talking with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copying successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic item 3 Megatama Sharingan, purple, dot. Copy successful. He smiled slightly when he saw the news. Today's wait was worth it. Tongzi is awesome. Then he said silently in his heart system, feed this entry to my Sharingan. Of course, he also has 3 Megatama. Even a year earlier than Itake's 3 Megatama. The 3 Magatama Sherinan, purple, is in the process of fusion. Feeding successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3 Magatama Sherinan. Still no upgrade? Seeing that the 3 Magatama still failed to transform into a Mangekyo, his little face suddenly wrinkled. Unhappy. Very unhappy. Dog system. I have swallowed at least 23 Magatama of him, but he still hasn't upgraded. Of course, he could clearly feel the difference in his Sherinan. That endless stream of pupil power seemed to be able to easily bind the brother in front of him. Little did he know that his appearance at this moment had a different meaning in the eyes of the little Itaki. Frowning, did you fail to arouse Yin's interest? He paused, then changed the subject. By the way, I heard that those Kumagakure ninjas even made a special visit to the Hyuga head family. Snap! Oh, Kumagakure visits Hyuga. In an instant, a flash of lightning appeared. Jin finally remembered the conspiracy behind this matter, what it was. Lucky, ha ha ha, hurry up, faster. I can't believe a century-old clan would be so careless. On the banks of the Nanga River, in the forbidden area outside Kanaha village, a scarred man with the Kumagakure mark was galloping in the moonlight. From time to time, he lowered his head to look at the little blue-haired girl in his arms, a face full of restlessness and excitement. Ha ha ha, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. If we can successfully analyze it, the white eyes on the battlefield in the future will no longer be a concern. Thinking of the influence of the man under his arm on the frontline battle, the Cloud Hermit became obviously more excited. There was a strange smile on his face. He seemed to have seen the White Eye clan being humiliated on the battlefield. But just as the roar was heard, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in my peripheral vision. Who? His expression changed slightly, and he quickly adjusted his posture to face the black shadow. Outside the body, traces of lightning power spread instantly. My heart was lifted. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family, who was finally snatched away, has extraordinary strategic significance. He must not give it up. But when he saw that the person was just a young child, his heart instantly sank. Phew, you scared me. It's actually a child, huh? No, this round fan family emblem is a child of the Uchiha clan. When his sight fell on the round fan clan emblem, a bright light burst out in Scarface's eyes. That is the hunter's unexpected surprise when he sees his prey. It's more like the enthusiasm of a fisherman who accidentally caught a 10-pound fish. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. I'm so lucky today. The bloodline of the 2 major families of Kanaha village is within my reach. Ha 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 ha. As expected, I, Union, am the true king. He could no longer contain the excitement in his heart and laughed excitedly towards the sky. The manic voice even carried a hint of thunder and lightning. The Hyuga Byakugan bloodline continues, and now the Uchiha Sherinan is delivered to the door. He couldn't figure out what kind of protagonist could write such a script. As for resistance, how could a doll that looked only slightly bigger than the little girl in his arms resist? So from the very beginning, he regarded the Uchiha Jin on the opposite side as his own. As he passed by, he stretched out his other arm and took a handful. Swish! The arm swept past, but it missed. Instantaneous body movement. Scarface's expression changed slightly and he paused. After taking a closer look, he said in surprise, I never thought that at such a young age, he actually has the talent of teleportation. The Uchiha clan is truly the darling of the instant body. Not only did the instantaneous ninja on the battlefield appear in his mind, the mysterious and lifelike Shunsui Shisui. Despite being young, he has already made a name for himself on the battlefield. Some people in the village even predicted that if it was allowed to develop, it might become the second Golden Flash. Kanaha White Fang. Golden Flash. Instantly stopped the water. Thinking of this, Scarface couldn't help but sigh. Whenever Kanaha is weak, there are always talented ninjas who stand out. Kanaha is truly an enviable place. But it's okay. In Kanaha, the more talented someone is, the shorter their lifespan will be. At the end of the story, he couldn't help laughing. As a ninja on a special mission, he usually doesn't smile. Unless I really can't help it. If those geniuses of Kanaha could survive, how could they, the hidden cloud village, dare to threaten them? Not to mention robbing people at home? Tisk, see, I told you Kanaha is full of idiots, and I've been found out. Of course, Uchiha Jin agreed with this man's opinion. Even nodded. Small doll, big recognition. After laughing, Scarface looked around. After making sure no one was chasing him, he waved his hand and said, alright, since you've met me, you're lucky. I'll take you somewhere else. Sizzle. The next second, the whole person turned into lightning and chased after him. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The speed is several times faster than just now. But it still came to nothing. Yin just jumped back half a step and avoided the grab. Please let the wind blow. The moonlight falls. Dyed the death forest into silver gray. Uchiha Jin stroked the tree trunk next to him that had the flying thunder god technique carved on it, and shook his head softly. Uncle, are you a little anxious? How about a 10-minute chat? Cloud Hidden Messenger. He took a deep breath, and when he looked at Jin again, the frivolity in his eyes slowly disappeared. All excitement. Looks like he's a little genius. My luck is so damn good. Lightning style, lightning snake. He suddenly put Hinata down and formed seals with his hands. Chakra flows rapidly in the body. Sizzle. Soon, a purple thunder python appeared out of nowhere and pounced directly on Uchiha Jin without any warning. This attack was fast, accurate and fierce. Oh, lightning release. Jin's eyes moved, and he suppressed the urge to activate the golden body of light. Instead, he silently turned his Sharingan. After traveling through several years, this is the first time I have actually fought an enemy. Are you nervous? Maybe. But not much. The ninja on the opposite side is at most a special jonin, and he even has the immortal golden body as a guarantee. In other words, since you can't kill him, just do whatever you want. Call out. The next second, his figure flashed and jumped among the treetops, avoiding the lightning snake that was spewing out. At first glance, it looks like teleportation, but if there is someone who is proficient in time, space and numbers here, they will see that every time he teleports, the surrounding space nodes will change slightly. Flying Thunder God technique. With over 1,000,000 chakra tons, he can even use chakra to weave spider webs in the air. So fast. Scarface looked a little ugly. He found that he couldn't even keep up with Yin's movements. This made him feel uneasy. We can't delay any longer, there are pursuers behind us. He took a deep breath and formed the high seal with his hands. Thunder escape, thunder clone. Sizzle. The next second, an identical figure appeared beside him. Then the two of them formed seals at the same time. Lightning style, lightning snake. Two thunder pythons appeared at the same time, and their speed was even faster. Like lightning, it crackled. Just in time, Jin stopped Flying Thunder God, and his little face became more expectant. Flying Thunder God is too buggy, you can try something else. Soon, his eyes began to change from black to scarlet. Sharingan, 3 Megatama spinning. After adding dynamic vision, he could clearly capture the direction of the razors flashing. Sizzle. Sizzle. Amidst the thunder and lightning, the trajectory of the lightning snake was broken down into slow motion on his retina. Left side. The moment he approached, Yin jumped sideways to the right. Phew. Bang. The lightning snake missed and hit the rock behind it. 3 Megatama Sharingan. When did Konoha have such a genius again? After seeing the 3 Megatama in Jin's eyes, Scarface's expression became very ugly. On the battlefield, 3 Megatama means at least a squad leader level existence. In other words, this child in front of him, who looks only 6 or 7 years old, is actually comparable to a special jonin. No, we can't let it go. He took a deep breath, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. The next second, the chakra in the body began to circulate rapidly. Swish. Purple lightning covered the surroundings like a spider web. Since the speed is fast, the surroundings will be filled with the power of thunder and lightning. In other words, he can make countless mistakes, but if Yin makes a mistake just once, he will be caught. You caught up so quickly. Yin glanced behind him and stopped trying. Right now, he doesn't really want to be exposed under the eyes of Konoha F4. Then he threw out 12 shurikens with his backhand. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Each one was shot from a strange angle. When Scarface was about to dodge, he found a strong wind suddenly coming from behind him. 8 Trigram's palm. After 4 years of hard training, the skills he acquired by chance came in handy at this moment. Jin moved and retreated directly from the rear. Then he mobilized the chakra in his body and chopped it down with one palm. Puff! Chakra gushed out from the palm of his hand. Phew! The messenger from the hidden cloud village was unable to dodge and could only try his best to turn his head. In front of Jin's Sharingan and motion capture, his movements were like a snail's pace. This palm went straight to the back of the head. Bang! Soon, the light in the eyes of the hidden cloud ninja gradually dimmed. Call! Yin gasped. It's not that I'm tired, but it's my first time killing someone, and the amount of adrenaline secreted is terrifying. His heart was also beating fast. There wasn't much fear, just crazy excitement. I couldn't even help but want to laugh. The special jonin of Kumagakure doesn't seem to be anything special. Fortunately, at this time, the system grunted and prompted, arriving as promised. Defeat the Cloud Hidden Messenger, attempting to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Cloud Hidden Technique, green; Lightning Release Mastery, blue; Lightning Release Chakra Activation, blue; Cloud Flow Technique, purple. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elite entry Cloud Flow Technique, purple, using Lightning Chakra, lightning coils around the body, enhancing reaction and strength. Contact target Cloud Hidden Messenger. Contact completed in 30 seconds, plundering the elite item Lightning Escape Mastery, blue. Defeat the corpse touching. 2 entries at once. This time, it feels really good. It was worth it that he smelled the scent of a corpse in the yard and rushed over at night. Both of these entries are excellent. especially the lightning chakra coat of the Kumagakur. If I remember correctly, the fourth Raikage activated his lightning release robe and dodged Amaterasu with his speed, right, and the third Raikage also relied on this move to penetrate countless enemies, right, Jin muttered, and then he turned around and struck out with another Bagwakongjang. Bang bang bang. Throughout the dense forest, the sound of whipping corpses could be heard. When the moonlight illuminated the clearing in the forest again, Scarface had already died. The left chest, right chest, neck, and forehead were all chopped into pieces by Bagwazang. Anyway, I saved the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Hinata has to take the blame for this. He hesitated for a moment before walking to the side and squatting down to check on the unconscious Hinata. I found that the child's forehead was frighteningly hot. No way, does the Zong family also have to be on guard like this? Yin frowned. It can be clearly felt that this is a restriction related to the white eyes, to prevent others from investigating. But Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family and only 3 years old, is to be treated like this? Otherwise it would be a bunch of rolling eyes. He shook his head, and 3 golden chains slowly emerged from his body. The restless aura enveloped Hinata's body. Above, strange runes flickered slightly. As the 3 chains wrapped around her, Hinata Hyuga's body slowly returned to normal temperature. King Kong Blockade. The powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It seems easy to use it to suppress the Hyuga clan. He shook his head, and at the same time, relevant prompts appeared in front of him. Defeat Hyuga Hinata, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Ninja Forbidden Zone, black, Gentle Fist, green, Bagua Palm, green, White Eyes, purple, dot. Ninja Restricted Area, what do you mean? Does it mean Hinata can't be touched? Yin's attention was almost immediately drawn to the purple-black entry. It's so dark that it's hard not to notice. As he paid more attention, the details of the Ninja Forbidden Zone entries were gradually revealed. Special entry: Ninja Restricted Area, black ninjas cannot be harmed, and those who are harmed will die. A simple and concise sentence. But it also reminded him of a joke from his previous life: everyone who hit the crown princess had a miserable ending. Even at that time, Pain was under great pressure when he made his debut. After injuring the crown princess, the model was beaten and deformed. In the fantasy world, this is definitely the darling of heaven. You can only worship them and not bully them, otherwise you will be in big trouble. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry, White Eyes, purple. After activation, one can see through the flow of chakra meridians, see through the acupoints where chakra is released, and predict the enemy's movements. White Eyes. Uchiha Jin blinked. With a thought, the entire left eye quickly turned bluish-white. There were bulging veins around his eyes, making him look a little distorted. But the vision around is also becoming clear. Perhaps because of the main family, Hinata's Byakugan has 360 degrees vision. He could see the movements around him more clearly. He grinned and laughed silently. After laughing for a while, he suddenly asked, but why is the Byakugan an epic entry? The open Sharingan is an elite entry. The desire to compare is something that can never be erased. Ding, the Byakugan is indeed of a higher level than the ordinary Sharingan in terms of bloodline, and can awaken the Samsara Eye. Rinnegan, don't use fan fiction to smear the Hokage. Jin curled his lips, put Hinata down, cleaned up the scene, and turned to leave. The pursuers behind him were already very close. 3 minutes later. Tread. Hinata Hayashi, who was running fast, suddenly stopped. When I saw the unconscious blue-haired girl not far away, my heart suddenly tightened. Hinata. After picking her up, he found that his daughter was just unconscious. The white eyes restriction was not triggered, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. But when he saw the unconscious Kumagakur ninja not far away, he was suddenly shocked. This is the messenger from Kumagakur, dead, dead, dead. When I walked over and took a look, my heart was broken. The hidden cloud ninja died outside the Konoha village. This is a big deal. Even though he came to track him, he never thought of killing the other party. Bagwazang, could it be Hayashi? Especially when he saw the marks of Bagwazang on this union's body, Rizu's heart beat faster. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, he hesitated for a moment, picked up the body, and turned away. No matter who killed him, it must be related to their Hyuga family. So now, he just wanted to find a pit to bury this person. Tap tap tap. Not long after he left, the Umbu and the third Hokage also arrived. Dead. Seeing the lingering battle atmosphere and bloodstains on the ground, the third Hokage began to feel uneasy. Looking across the entire Konoha. It seems that there is only one person who can kill the Kumagakur envoy silently outside the Konoha village. Danzo, you're being too reckless. You'll regret this, monkey. Call me Hokage. Bang. Konoha office building. Danzo flung the door open and strode away. The cane felt strangely out of place in his hand. Bulky. Really bulky. Inside the building, Yutane Kohara hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Hiruzen, could it be that we've made a mistake? perhaps Danzo really hasn't touched that Kumagakure messenger. The words were not spoken loudly. Apparently, even she herself was a little insecure. Pa. The third Hokage said nothing, but just puffed on the pipe in his hand. If anger could be transformed into substance, flames 3 feet high would have been erupting from his head by now. Angry. Finally, after filling the entire office with smoke, he stood up and walked to the window at the door. Looking at the smooth back of the man below, his expression grew increasingly gloomy, and he finally couldn't help but call him back. Danzo, downstairs. Danzo had his back to the third Hokage's window, and although he stopped, he did not turn around. The third Hokage sighed and flew down. Click. He stepped down and landed beside Danzo, saying softly, "You should know, I'm afraid this kind of thing will rebound tomorrow. The ceasefire agreement between Kumagakure and Konoha is imminent. How can we allow such a problem to occur internally?" There was a hint of decadence and decline in his voice. Hearing this, Danzo's heart moved slightly. Thinking of his old friend's age, he sighed and stopped being stubborn. He turned around and said, "Problem? What's the problem? They couldn't even find the body, so why would they get lost on their own? Why would it be our business? Their heads are full of lightning knots. Why do they have the right to stand with us in Konoha and talk to us?" His face looked very bad, even a little livid. As for Yunyin, if he didn't have a little say now, he would definitely advocate fighting. Yunyin, a mere gang, actually wanted to take advantage of the situation to rob. Do you really think there is no one left in Konoha? Unfortunately, his good friend Hiruzen was a peace-loving guy. He did not want the village to be engulfed in war again. Looking at my friend's aging back, I saw a lot of wrinkles on his forehead, which was originally flat, in just 2 years. The wrinkles were so thick that it was hard to even see Hiruzen's original appearance. For a moment he couldn't tell whether it was heartache or impulse, and took 2 quick steps. "Hiruzen, if you can't do it, just hand over the position of Hokage. You are too tired really. The thief is still having evil intentions." Hearing this, the slightest feeling of emotion that had just risen in Sarutobi's heart disappeared. He just shook his sleeves and snorted coldly. "As expected, it was you who destroyed the body and covered up all traces, right, Danzo? How else do you know the body wasn't found? I'm the only one who knows this." The third generation wrinkled his face, opened his eyelids and looked over. There was a rare look of scrutiny in his cloudy eyes. Two blue veins popped out on Danzo's forehead. He even wanted to point at Sarutobi's nose and yell, "Are you a pig?" But he couldn't reveal that he had sent Gen to spy on the Hokage. Otherwise, if this matter is brought to light, it will be another big bombshell. So in the end he could only swallow this loss in silence. He gritted his teeth and swallowed it. Bang! He turned around, swung his crutches and walked away. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist the urge to hit Sarutobi with a stick. Behind. The third Hokage shook his head and finally could only turn his attention to the Hyuga family's territory. A choice flashed in his eyes. Danzo is still useful to him at this moment. We can't just hand it over like this. Then we can only put the blame on the Hyuga family. I hope the people from Kumagakure won't go too far. Just like that, before Kumagakure could determine the cause and before the two sides could negotiate, the third Hokage had already passed the blame onto him. As for whether doing so will cause any harm to Konoha, the incident happened after visiting the Hyuga clan, and the eldest daughter was also missing. If there is anything, Hinata will naturally take responsibility alone. What does it have to do with him being the third Hokage? Uchiha clan territory. Suzuki rubbed his sleepy eyes and pushed open the bedroom door. When I saw the figure standing at the door, I subconsciously ran over. She stretched out her arms and murmured, "Brother, why aren't you sleeping yet?" He muttered and hugged her. But as soon as I got on, I suddenly realized something was wrong. This height seems wrong, and the reaction wasn't quite right. Normally, Itaki Nii would bend down and pick him up. Suzuki rubbed his eyes and took a closer look. "Yo, my stupid O'Dowdu." Across from him, the man smiled and tapped Suzuki's forehead, then slowly grinned. A mouthful of white teeth glowed faintly in the moonlight. "Uchiha Jin, it's you, ba ba ba." After seeing who was coming, Suzuki's mentality exploded. He jumped away with a flash. He frantically wiped his arms and wrists and slapped his clothes. Disgust was fully displayed at this moment. "You're lying here just to get a hug from me. Humph, Uchiha Jin, you are a bad guy." Even because the emotions are too strong, after slapping him, he punched him with his backhand. Bang! Hit it! Suzuki had a smug look on his face. The action just now was just his disguise. The real purpose is to deliver this punch of revenge. Bang! But before the smile on his face could bloom, it suddenly stopped. The Uchiha Jin in front of him, his good second brother, suddenly exploded with a bang. Exploded, exploded, exploded. I actually killed my second brother with one punch. Suzuki was dumbfounded. The pupils looked like they had experienced a major earthquake of the century. There was even a hint of scarlet. Open your eyes. But just as he was about to open his eyes, the door of the bedroom next door was suddenly pushed open. Crash! Suzuki, are you Itaka, the eldest brother, heard the noise and pushed the door open. When he saw the strangeness in Suzuki's eyes, his figure disappeared instantly. When she reappeared, she had already placed her hands on Suzuki's forehead. He shouted in a deep voice, "Suzuki, what's wrong with you?" I was very confused in my heart. Just now, that was the trend of opening the eyes, right? Was it interrupted? Or wasn't it sad enough? But what could have irritated Suzuki in the middle of the night? Could it be a nightmare? But when did the Uchiha clan start to open their eyes even when they had nightmares? If he could really open his eyes, I'm afraid my father would have become a nightmare master long ago. Just as he was wondering, Suzuki suddenly woke up. As if he had met a savior, he cried loudly, "Wow! Oh Nissan, I just now accidentally punched the dick to death." Suzuki, are you saying you killed Jin with one punch? Itaki was stunned for a moment. The next second, the whole person burst into laughter. Suzuki, you think too highly of yourself. I mean, are you seeing things? Although he didn't know King's strength, Suzuki couldn't challenge him. At most, it can be solved with a slap. Hearing this, Suzuki also reacted. With a blush on her rosy little face, she repeated it. Hearing this, Itaka shook his head and laughed. That's a clone, used to trick mom. Clone .3 body technique. When did that guy learn it? As expected, Suzuki was even more surprised when he heard about the clone. The little head is filled with great confusion and doubts. The practice of the 3-body technique is extremely boring and long, especially for young children. It may even take months of continuous practice. That guy is always in the clan, either basking in the sun or chatting with people. When will he practice the 3-body technique? Could it be possible that he learned it instantly? Crash! The moonlight was like water, falling into the stream below. In the reed marsh in the lower reaches of Nanhe River, rustling sounds came from outside the bushes. Crash! Oh yeah, great, finally hooked. In an arc-shaped splash of water, a little boy with yellow hair was smiling. In front of him, a newly caught sari was twisting its body restlessly. Water splashed everywhere. A lot of water even fell on the yellow-haired kid's head, wetting his hair. The 4-year-old kid was soaked all over, with deep blue pupils embedded in his dirty little face. But instead of being annoyed, he laughed even more happily. Hee, this must be half a pound, right? I can finally eat my fill today. His smile was simple and innocent, without any trace of the pain of hunger in his eyes. There is only desire and expectation for things. Crackling. As the bonfire was lit, the red flames gradually roasted the cleaned fish until it turned yellow and charred. The fragrance gradually spread out. Crackle. But at this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside. The noise wasn't loud, but it seemed a bit out of place by the river where there was only grilled fish. Who? The yellow-haired kid stood up instantly, holding his arms in front of him in a defensive posture. In the past, at this time of year, the only people who would approach him were the nasty children in the village. When they see someone, they either throw stones at them or curse and insult them. But he obviously didn't do anything. Russell. But this time, he waited for a long time, but the person opposite him did not throw any stones at him. He just walked slowly from behind the tree. A head taller than him. His long black hair was tied back, and his features were handsome and gentle, without the disgust that one usually sees. The clothes he was wearing also looked familiar. It seems to be the clothing of a big family in the village. Big brother. Who are you? After hesitating for a moment, Naruto's vigilance still made him stare at the boy. It's you, Naruto. The person who came was Uchiha Jin. At night, after receiving the news from Itaki, he left a clone in the clan. The main body ran out to touch the corpse. The corpse of the Kumagakure ninja. In the original novel, characters are destined to die, so it doesn't matter who kills them, right? When he realized someone was chasing him after he finished touching it, he wanted to leave immediately. But suddenly I sensed that there seemed to be someone by the river. Looking at the entire Naruto and Konoha, there seems to be only one person who fits the description of a kid who would be alone by the river at this time. Prince Naruto. You know me, big brother. Little Naruto seemed a little excited when he heard someone calling his name. The little face is red. Then his big orange eyes rolled around, as if he had made up his mind, and he rubbed his head. Big brother, let me treat you to some fish, hee. The boy was so excited and happy at that time that he didn't know how to deal with others knowing about it. Knowing is to subconsciously share the most important things in your life. But just as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled. Apparently, the 4-year-old Naruto was extremely hungry. Just because someone knows your name, does that satisfy you so much? Seeing Naruto's appearance, Jin shook his head. If the man who even considered his own death for his son knew that this was the life his child would end up living, will he leave so peacefully? It's a pity that the Uchiha clan was targeted by the village early on. Jin has tried to meet and communicate with Naruto more than once. But once you get close to Naruto's residence, you will immediately feel like you have a thorn in your back. Obviously, it was the dark forces that were stalking us, and they were increasing their intensity. Ever since the Nine Tails Rebellion, he has been targeted by the Umbu, or the Root. It was also obvious that all the higher UPS in the village were not too happy about the Uchiha being associated with the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. There was no way Jin could only give up contacting Naruto temporarily. He didn't want to be targeted by the villagers so early. Yes, it's indeed a little unpalatable, I don't have much seasoning yet. Seeing Jin shaking his head, little Naruto thought his fish was being disliked. He lowered his little head in disappointment. Like a big quail, with its head tucked in. Hee, it's not really, it's just that I'm not well, let's eat together. Okay. In an instant, a light flashed in the eyes of this lonely child. It seemed like there were endless things to say from the little Naruto's mouth. Every bite of fish can make me talk for a long time. Yin didn't say anything else, he just accompanied him while eating and occasionally responded. If Suzuki saw this, his jaw would drop. When did the talkative second brother become so quiet? As time went by, Jin finally saw some of Naruto's entries. Conversation target Uzumaki Naruto. After a 10-minute conversation, you can copy the following entries: mouth-to-mouth combat, black, child of destiny, color, nine-tailed Jinchuriki, gold, Chukden, gold, and agile, white, gradually a single entry. Besides the one he was born with, the only thing he gained in the past 4 years was agility. It can be considered as having a different childhood, right? Yin murmured, but also became more excited. Fewer entries means fewer categories you can copy to. Among the 5 entries, 4 are bug level. 80% the probability of copying to a good entry. Isn't this a good thing? Yin smiled, then looked at the system prompt expectantly. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry agile, white, ember. 80% probability, is it fake? His eyes flashed with regret, but calm soon returned. Meeting Naruto was a pleasant surprise, and being able to copy an entry was something to lament about. Without further ado, he said, Tongze, merge it into the Swift Light and Shadow entry. Fusion successful, Swift Light, blue, gains a small increase. A warm feeling that couldn't be more familiar flashed through my mind. Jin could clearly feel his limbs, and their WAS.NO change. The improvement is not much. In other words, this ratio is not too high. The elite attribute Swiftness, blue, was upgraded from light as a swallow by continuously feeding it with the agility attribute over the years. The improvement was significant. At least when he was intentionally controlling it, there was no sound when he walked. Combined with the weak presence of his colorful entries, it is almost a perfect fit. Of course, over the years, Yin has not only been fed with this one entry. He had an idea, and while chatting, he subconsciously looked at the little man in front of him to check his attributes. Name: Uchiha Jin. Spirit: 155, Genin 100. Physical strength: 95, Genin 100. Chakra: 10000025. Entries: 7-year itch, black, golden body of light, colorful, weak presence, colorful, flying thunder god technique, gold, level 4, distinguished family background, purple, Sharinan, purple, Byakugan, purple, diamond seal, remnant, purple, cloud flow technique, purple, lightning release mastery, blue, fire release affinity, blue, swift flash, blue, dynamic vision, green, bagua palm, green. There are quite a few entries, but due to his age, his body cannot be overstrengthened. He knew that early success is easily frustrated. What's more, I have seen so many child stars who like to practice martial arts in my previous life, but most of them didn't grow very tall. This also indirectly reflects one thing: don't overconsume your body. Muscles also restrict bone growth. After sighing for a while, he turned his attention to Flying Thunder God. This is also the term he has been feeding for the past 4 years. The Flying Thunder God technique is already level 4. Jin sighed slightly. Flying Thunder God is his main feeding target. Although I haven't figured out the corresponding spacetime ninjutsu and don't have much experience, the quantity is huge. Legendary item: Flying Thunder God technique, gold, level 4, can teleport between objects with the spell, 400 meters, each teleport consumes 90 chakra. Note: planting the spell consumes 10,000 chakra, 400 meters. Compared with the initial 30 meters, it has increased by more than 10 times. If so, he would plant the technique all over Konoha, and with his current chakra capacity, he would be able to teleport at any time. His heart moved, and a small map gradually appeared before his eyes. After it was unfolded, it turned out to be the Hokage Konoha village. Above, various green dots are densely packed. It occupies almost all the main roads in Konoha village and most of the land along the Nanga River. As for the Uchiha clan land, it's even airtight. It's glowing green. The 10,000 chakras consumed may seem like a lot, but to him, it is no longer worth mentioning. Big brother, are you a ninja? Just as Jin was pondering, the well-fed little Naruto in front of him suddenly raised his head expectantly. Can you teach me how to practice? Teach you to practice. Jin blinked, and a hint of scarlet suddenly appeared in his dark pupils. It's exciting. What's the difference between this request from 4-year-old Naruto and asking for a beating? He is worthy of being the prince, even the way he does things is so considerate. Just when I was worrying about how to defeat Naruto, he came to me. Jin smiled, held out his hand, and said, I can't teach you, but you can try fighting. You, feel free to use it, don't worry about hurting me. Have a fight? Hearing this, little Naruto's eyes brightened. Doesn't it say in biographies that fighting is the best form of spiritual practice? So after making a simple start, he rushed forward directly. Haha, big brother, be careful. It's not fast, but it's just not fast. In Jin's eyes, there was no difference between Naruto's movements and slow motion. He easily dodged to the side, stretched out one hand to lock the man's ankle, and threw him out. Plop. The little devil was like water, but he did not admit defeat. Instead, he rushed up again, punching and kicking, grab with hands and bite with teeth. Children at such a young age don't know how others fight. All I know is that cats and dogs in the woods fight like this. That's how he learned it. Then he was thrown out again. Defeat Uzumaki Naruto, trying to copy the entry. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item Ninetales Jinchuriki, gold. Ember? Ninetales Jinchuriki. This entry. It's impossible to say I'm not jealous. But this kind of entry should be non-copyable, right? Could it be possible that a nine-tailed beast could also grow in his body? Tanzi, are you a Kuwabai Jinchuriki? Authenticity guaranteed. Nine-tailed Jinchuriki, gold can borrow the power of the nine-tailed fox. Currently, the power that can be borrowed is one-tailed fox. So this Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is just the maximum power Naruto can withstand at this stage. Does this mean that when Naruto grows up and copies the same entry again, the power will be different? After seeing the system's explanation, Jin suddenly understood. Isn't this equivalent to a growth entry? The only difference is that they are both called this. He nodded, suppressed his inner joy, and instead seriously accompanied little Naruto in the battle. The child's parents gave him a big gift as soon as they met him. Remember this feeling. Of course, the main reason is that the village is in chaos because of Kumagakure. I don't have the extra energy to pay attention to a yellow-haired kid and a talkative boy. Time passes quickly. 2:30 in the morning. It was already terribly dark. The moonlight, which originally had some luster, had now completely shrunk into the clouds. Not a trace anymore. And Jin was looking at the young man in front of him, clicking his tongue in amazement. You actually exhausted yourself. You are a talented person. That's right, Naruto had already fainted at this time. Of course, he wasn't knocked unconscious. Instead, he exhausted all his energy and fainted from exhaustion. He sighed and stood there hesitantly. It's time to go. But he felt a little uneasy about leaving little Naruto here. After hesitating for a moment, he finally carried little Naruto on his back and slowly walked towards the village. Weak presence entry, open. A flash of light, open. Motion sensing, on. Roll your eyes, open. 3 Magatama Sharinan, open. With the help of these entries, the area within a radius of 100 meters is like a three-dimensional map to him, clearly presented in front of your eyes. Then he stepped on the ground and left quickly. Perhaps it was the time, or perhaps it was because of the Cloud Village, but the umbu that used to be everywhere in the village were now almost gone. This also made Naruto's journey home particularly smooth. As for the location, although he had never been there, Jin was already familiar with the place. That special 2-story building is almost out of tune with the surrounding world. 10 minutes later, Squeakyin pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside the house, clothes, shoes and socks were scattered everywhere. The table was full of expired milk and the walls were piled with instant noodle boxes. A thick layer. Alas, a child with no one to take care of him. Seeing this, Jin sighed. Why didn't anyone tell this kid that he couldn't drink expired milk? After saying this, he turned around and looked out the window, his voice suddenly becoming quieter. Isn't that right, Kakashi? Crash. The wind blew, and outside the 2-story building, the only sound was the rustling of leaves. There was no other sound. Is it an illusion? Uchiha Jin murmured, but his eyes looked suspiciously at the dense treetops. Call the night wind, wrapped in the sound of pine waves from the mountains behind Konoha, quietly passed over the eaves and landed on the crooked tree in front of the door. Uchiha Jin was standing in front of a dilapidated 2-story building, carrying 2 large bags of garbage in one hand. He stared straight at the crooked tree 20 meters away. Light flows in the eyes. Dynamic vision, on. Whoosh, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. 20 meters away, a silver hair was swaying gently in the night wind like a spider silk condensed by moonlight. The white-haired umbu, it's Kakashi senpai indeed. Yin smiled, picked up 2 large bags of garbage and greeted them. Click. On the treetop, the figure's loose muscles tensed up a little. Did you recognize me? Kaka's Adam's apple, hidden under the mask, rolled a little, and the single I exposed outside gave rise to a hint of interest. I didn't expect that after not seeing you for so many years, such an interesting boy would appear in Konoha. Thinking of this, he pushed aside the branches and stuck his head out to look over. As soon as he showed his head, he was killed in seconds. So, Kakashi-senpai, don't you know how to teach this child that expired milk can't be drunk and eating noodles is unhealthy? Uchiha Jin swung 2 large bags of garbage in his hands and covered a big pot with it. Click! A dead leaf was stepped on and broken. Kakashi, who had just appeared, stood there with an unpredictable expression. His expression couldn't help but show a bit of guilt and self-blame. To be honest, I was confused at the beginning after losing my teammates, and then I numbed myself by killing enemies crazily on the battlefield. Kakashi was a little confused for a moment. Fortunately, he managed to get out of it by relying on laziness and indolence. But I can't change my lazy personality. Now that it was revealed, a thought came to his mind: if Mr. Minato knew how he became an orphan, he would be very disappointed in me. Subconsciously, he stopped walking, unwilling to show up. Or rather, dare not. He didn't dare look directly at the extremely similar face below. Little Naruto really looks like Minato-sensei. As he thought this, he waved his hand and pierced through the leaves beside him, revealing 2 Umbu inside. 2 Umbu who were eating meatballs and watching the show. No, Kakashi-senpai. The 2 of them were a little stiff in their movements for a moment. Subconsciously, they looked back towards the window. 6 eyes looked at each other. Ah, isn't this the cat-faced uncle who's been spying on my house every day for the past month? Seeing the familiar clothes under the mask, Jin was a little excited, and his voice was obviously raised by 3 points. Why didn't you come this month? The new uncle with the cat face is mute and can't speak a word. Alas, all I can do is abba abba. Pop. The 2 Umbu froze collectively. One of them was particularly troubled. His mask snapped open, revealing a pale face. Crying. I'm about to cry. While monitoring the Uchiha clan, he was teased and chatted with like a monkey in a tree every day. In order to get him to say a few more words, this damn Uchiha brat even tempted me with a banana. Banana. Do you really think you are a monkey? As a Chunin, he also has self-respect. Only after enduring for 2.5 years did he choose to change his job. But who would have thought that we would meet here by chance? The buzzing sound in his ears made him feel upset. Finally, he could no longer bear it and shouted, "Shut up! I've already applied for a transfer, how come I still run into you? Damn it, with such little money a month, why should I risk my life?" Then he turned and ran away. Behind him, his fellow Umbu hesitated for a moment before following silently. Anyway, as long as Kakashi-senpai is here, it doesn't matter whether they are there or not. Kakashi. As an Umbu, you were actually scared away by a child, hee, you are too impetuous, young man. He sneered and wanted to follow and capture the 2 men. But at this moment, the young man's voice came from the window again. Kakashi-senpai, you don't want your teacher to know about this, right? Click. Another branch was stepped on and broken. Kakashi sighed and paused. Silver white hair also poked out from among the leaves. His eyes were full of suspicion. Who is this guy? A boy of 5 or 6 years old actually knows so many things. Even the secret information about him is known. This is very wrong. Is there something wrong with the Uchiha clan? Perhaps, if you chat with this little guy, you will make different discoveries. Thinking of this, he felt even more contempt for the 2 Umbu who had just left. The 2 of them chose to avoid the opportunity to obtain information in a fair and open manner. Alas, young people nowadays are too impetuous. He shook his head and stood on the tree trunk, his body straight. Don't be nervous. Jin leaned against the window cross-legged, fiddling with the breeze in front of him. I just want to ask Kakashi-senpai, is it necessary to carve a dog head when using Earth-style, Earth-flow wall? Kakashi, I feel like leaving. A few minutes later, Kakashi frowned slightly. Conversation target, hey take Kakashi. The copyable entry is being parsed. Weak body, black, Sharingan remnant, purple, fire style mastery, blue, water style mastery, blue, lightning style mastery, blue, earth style mastery, blue, taijutsu mastery, blue, genjutsu mastery, blue. Wow, is this the hexagonal warrior known as Little Jiraiya, Kakashi? This attribute. After seeing the detected attributes, Jin was honestly a little surprised. Even though we know that this legendary copy ninja has countless ninjutsu, but the series of mastery that came first still exceeded his imagination. The Sharingan may play a role in this, but the proportion is definitely not too large. Otherwise, with so many Uchiha people, why do most of them only specialize in fire release? Doesn't anyone else want to be more proficient? What's more, among Kakashi's many mastery entries, anyone he copied at random must be an excellent entry, right? After all, the proportion is here, you can't copy it individually, right? Yin couldn't believe his luck could be so bad. Of course, if you are lucky, if you copy it to those like Reikari and Chidori, it will probably be even stronger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to the entry being copied 10 minutes later. It seems I need to talk to Kakashi more often in the future. Jin thought so, and his eyes were full of excitement when he looked at Kakashi. 10 minutes. Kakashi pressed his temple, feeling a little noisy. He originally wanted to get information, but the kid in front of him just kept talking nonsense. It also touches people's hearts, although children speak without restraint. But you can't be so unscrupulous, right? It was just like a knife stabbing at my heart. If the person in front of him wasn't a child, Kakashi even felt that he would not be able to control himself and would pick up a kunai and poke Jin's mouth. Talking with Hate Kakashi for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special entry, Millennium Kill. Black using a special posture to poke someone's sore spot often has a miraculous effect. After seeing the prompt, Jin's smiling face froze slightly. Although, he doesn't need to be killed for 1,000 years. Could it be that on the battlefield, everyone else is killing people like crazy? He has a weak presence above his head, with Flying Thunder God under his feet and 1,000 years of kill in his hand. Who takes off and pokes whom? Or, just melt it? Late at night, Hokage building. The veteran smoker who loves helmets finished his day's work. I stretched and found a tuft of white hair by the window. Welcome back, Kakashi. His tired eyes relaxed slightly, and he said softly, have you seen the child? With Kakashi's return, Konoha's strength has grown even more. He doesn't have to be under so much pressure anymore. Kakashi waved his hand, but did not say much about Naruto, but mentioned another person. Does Sandaime-sama know about the brat of the Uchiha clan leader? Oh, you mean Itachi? He's a brilliant child, he understands the will of fire better than anyone else in the village. The third generation knocked on the welding smoke, and there was a rare look of admiration in his eyes. Itachi, he loved him from the bottom of his heart. Even though he is a member of the Uchiha clan, he does not have that kind of eccentric and stubborn shortcoming. Instead, it is full of wisdom and calmness. Seeing this, Kakashi shook his head and said, no, I'm not talking about Itachi. Oh, are you talking about that kid Sasuke? Even though he's still young, he seems to have some pretty good talent. It's Jin? The third generation paused, sounds a bit familiar. His brain was turning, as if trying to bring up the image of Jin, but he failed several times. It's like a scrap of material that has been put into a corner and has not been used for a long time, that when it is suddenly picked up, you can't remember it anymore. However, after several attempts, the third Hokage finally remembered a scene from 4 years ago. Subconsciously, he said, is there something wrong with that boy? No, it's just that I talk too much. After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi took out the notebook in which he kept his notes. It records everything that Jin said, but the first page was torn off. The above records the relationship between Naruto and Jin. He originally planned to record it and show it to the third generation, but maybe it was because Jin mentioned the fourth Hokage and his wife again and again. In his mind, he always remembered the teachings of Minato teacher and the love of Kushina teacher. Actually, it's good that Naruto has an older brother to take care of him. Thinking this way, he concealed their relationship. He just said a few perfunctory words and left. Behind him, the third Hokage looked at the torn marks on the record book. I couldn't help but recall the little boy from 4 years ago. Crash. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and rustling sounds could be heard from the wall of the Uchiha mansion. It looks like a puppy digging at the wall. In fact, it was Sasuke who stood on tiptoe and smoothed out the stolen blanket. Can basking in the sun really make you stronger? I think it should be possible. That guy said that the sun is a natural ability that will combine with the human body's ability to generate chakra. He muttered, then glanced furtively around the room. After finding that no one came out, he followed Yin's example and lay down with his arms and legs spread out. In order to imitate more realistically, he even held a piece of dogtail grass in his mouth, humming with a strange emphasis on nonchalance. Crash! The wooden door opened, and Fugaku, who had gotten up early, looked up and saw his second son sitting at the door. Like looking at something. He asked with some confusion, Jin, what are you doing here? Oh, look at the puppy digging at the wall. The puppy is digging at the wall? Fugaku was stunned for a moment, his expression suddenly becoming a little nervous. Which wall is he digging at? Sasuke said it's on the third side, to the left of this door, with the cherry blossoms planted against the wall. Click, click, click. My private money. Fugaku's face turned pale. Over the years, the private money in the house could never be accounted for, so he could only look outside. So I hid under the courtyard wall, but I didn't expect. Damn it, Sasuke is getting more and more like a troublemaker. He snorted angrily, stepped on his clogs, and ran out. After a while, Sasuke's shrill screams were heard from the courtyard wall. A heartbreaking scream. Under the courtyard wall, of course, was the old father's hidden private money that he had worked so hard to save. At the same time, the wooden door inside the house was pushed open again. Listening to the screams in his ears, Itachi sighed, Jin, why did you steal father's money again? What did you do with it this time? At home, except for Fugaku, everyone knew that it was Jin who took the money. Almost every time. Of course, the reasons are naturally different. Sometimes I go to buy something to eat, such as the 3-colored meatballs, which Weasel has also eaten. Sometimes I pay people to chat with me. The reasons are varied. What about this time? Itaka sat down next to him, looking at his brother curiously, a scrutinizing look in his eyes. Oh, nothing much. I bought some fruit and milk and sent them to the war orphans. War orphan, Jin, you have grown up. Hearing this, Itaka's gaze gradually softened. Subconsciously, she reached out her hand and wanted to pinch her brother's little face. Unfortunately, it was empty-handed. As Jin dodged, he grinned, 1 against 7. Today, hearing this, Itaka said quickly, almost as a conditioned reflex, don't worry, I will protect you and Suzuki. I will stand on the village's side and try my best to stop this fight. If anyone tries to dig out Shisui-san's eyes, I'll kill him. Having said that, he paused and couldn't help asking, but why would someone gouge out Shisui-san's eyes? He was a little confused. Shisui is a killer on the battlefield. He became quite famous. This is what a hero should be. Who would care about the hero's Sharinan? Could it be the Mangekyo that Shisui-kun just awakened not long ago? Click. At this moment, Zishui suddenly came in from the next yard. The ends of his hair were still wet with dew, and his eyes were dark blue from staying up late. Itaki, Jin, you're all here. I have good news for you. I've developed a new eye technique. His voice was not loud, but his mouth was stretched from ear to ear, and he was obviously very happy. Upon hearing this voice, Uchiha Jin's hand, which was supporting his cheek, suddenly stopped. Through Shisui's excited pupils, he seemed to see a one-eyed old man grinning grimly in the darkness. I named him Bayashinshin. Shisui didn't notice his friend's sudden change of expression at all and continued, this eye technique can modify another person's will without being noticed, but the eye power takes a long time to recover. This morning I spent an hour discussing this in the Hokage's office, and Elder Danzo even praised me as the hope of the Uchiha. As he spoke, the young man put his hands on his hips and seemed to be about to laugh out loud. It was just blocked by someone. How many people did you tell? Itaka finally realized something was wrong, and he seemed to understand why Shisui's eyes were gouged out. This kind of pupil technique is introduced in great detail, and the only thing missing is the instructions for use. If this doesn't involve your eyeballs, whose eyeballs will I get? Not much. Seeing this, Shisui counted on his fingers. The third Hokage, the Hokage's advisor, the assistant Danzo, the Umbu staff, the root sealing team, this. Finally, Yin looked at the message of failed copying and patted the sunny and cheerful Puxin man. Shake your head and leave. Someone asked, where is Pu Zinen? Universally believe in every man. Kakashi-senpai, Nara-senpai, let's chat for a moment. Uncle Ichiraku, 2 bowls of ramen, let's chat some more. You're all ignoring me? Yin looked at the people who hurried away every time they saw him, his eyes fell on someone not far away and he sighed, come on, Parker, talk to your brother. Really, even the dogs on the roadside need a chat. Parker turned his head to look at Yin, and there was a hint of human disgust in his dog eyes. Turn around and leave. Don't go, teach me how to carve a dog's head in a mud wall. Isn't this considered saving your life? Da-da-da. Unfortunately, Parker disappeared in a flash. He was the only one left sitting on the village street, looking at the setting sun with a bit of loss. From the time I left home this morning until now, in more than 10 hours, not a single entry has been copied. The person who was talking was not Mayu, but the copying failed. Is Mercury retrograde today? At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared in the system. Congratulations to the host for 666 minutes of sun exposure, Chakra plus 666. 666, fine, Tanzi, you don't even want to act anymore, right? Uchiha Jin's face darkened and he turned and walked towards the clan. Woof woof, but it is worth mentioning that on his way back, the pugs and Akita dogs led by Parker suddenly caught up with him. 7 or 8 of them gathered around my feet, rubbing against me affectionately. He was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. I don't think I copied Kakashi's summoning entry either. Kakashi, you don't think you can shut me up by sending a dog? 3 minutes later. Parker, you seem a little soft, and who doesn't like puppies? Adorable, cuddly little puppy. 10 minutes later. When Jin returned to the village with the puppy in his arms, a sturdy man was standing in front of the door. He held a long stick in his hand, on which were clearly written the words 7 wolves. It was Uchiha Fugaku. After seeing Jin, his expression darkened noticeably, and he snorted coldly, Ember. Arrive. Fugaku. What on earth did you do to Suzuki? There was some dissatisfaction in his voice. Over the years, knowing the talent of his second son, he has always just watched quietly and rarely intervened. But now, another son is involved. This forced him to take it seriously. Suzuki, what did he do? Yin rubbed Parker's head and said with some confusion, didn't the old father just beat Urjuzi up this morning? Humph, that kid has been clamoring for some sun since morning, saying he'll get stronger, he's laughing all the time, how can he be Hokage? Listen to what you're saying, our Uchiha family's child wants to be Hokage. No matter how hard we beat him, he wouldn't listen, he even said he'd rather die on top of the wall. After saying this, Fugaku angrily raised the stick in his hand and brought it down. Woof woof woof, a woo woof. And then Parker was hit hard. Jin moved Parker away without any embarrassment and suggested quietly, how about I go and persuade him? Go ahead, if you can't persuade him to come back, tonight we'll eat dog meat. After saying that, he flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. Children aged 3 or 4 are at the age when they are naughty. He was too lazy to care and simply took the opportunity to throw it to Uchiha Jin. Maybe, there will really be another genius? But behind me, Parker, who was held in his arms, tucked his tail between his legs. Why would it end up eating itself? It doesn't understand. I really don't understand. I also suddenly felt that this mission might be a little difficult. 3 minutes later, the wall of the Patriarch's courtyard. Above, a small figure was howling towards the sky. The sky is clear, the rain has stopped, and I, Uchiha Sasuke, am going to be Hokage. Sasuke shouted at the setting sun the words that Jin kept repeating in front of him. After saying that, he did as he saw in his memory, stretched out his hand, put it into his hair, covered his face and laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. They're about 3/4 similar, but the voice is too childish, the mouth isn't open wide enough, and the throat isn't wide enough when laughing. Amidst the laughter, Yin's comments could be heard from the corner. He shook his head, holding Parker in his arms, followed by 7 yawning Shiba Inus. I didn't expect that what I said to Tsurujuzu would actually be remembered by him. Now that's better. Jizuka is going to be the Hokage since he is going to destroy the village. What should Naruto do? Why did you suddenly come back? The embarrassment of this scene being discovered is like being caught by your mortal enemy wetting the bed. Sasuke's face quickly turned red, and he turned his head away with a pout. Don't look at the person below. Until, Jin smiled and rubbed the dog's head, and asked softly, so, Sasuke also wants to be as strong as his brother? This was the first time Sasuke had seen such a gentle attitude. He hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head firmly to refuse. Oh right, yesterday's shuriken. As he spoke, Uchiha Jin casually threw a piece of iron, and the metal drew 7 zigzag lines in the air, turning the distant target into sawdust. Is this the effect you want to achieve? Gurgle. Sasuke stared at the wood chips all over the sky, and his Adam's apple moved. He was really moved. That's it, the fancy shuriken. These past 2 days, it seemed to be piercing his heart all the time. So after hesitating for a while, he whispered, okay. Fine that you beg me to do this, I'll still beat you up when I get stronger. At most. A gentle beating. Agree? Just agree to it. Jin shook his head and hesitated for a while, talking with Uchiha Sasuke for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed, chakra +1. Failed again? What happened today? Since conversation doesn't work, we can only increase the intensity. Jin grinned, patted Parker and said, release the dogs, bite him. Sasuke? Parker, woof. The next day, early morning, little Naruto stretched out his body. Slowly open your eyes. Looking at the sunlight that came into view, he narrowed his eyes, his expression filled with loneliness. Is this a dream? Yesterday, he had a dream. In his dream, he was lying on a strong and warm back. Soft, yet caring. This was the warmth he had never experienced in the past 4 years. So for a moment, he was reluctant to wake up. I even wanted to cover my head and go back to sleep. 3 minutes later, after struggling for a while, little Naruto finally made up his mind and got up. Click. But the moment he got up, his azure pupils suddenly contracted. Looking at the beard in front of him, he murmured, what? It turns out I'm still dreaming. Then continued to sleep. Another 3 minutes later, he suddenly threw back the quilt. I jumped out of bed and looked at the house that looked as clean as new. His face trembled slightly. No, it's not a dream. And ramen, milk, and milk. Cuckoo, my stomach started growling. Feeling hungry, he ran over the moment he saw the milk. He opened the can and took a sip. Gurgle gurgle. Hey, how come it tastes better than mine? With doubt in his eyes, the 4-year-old Naruto tilted his head back and drank it all. He even licked the bottle. It's so delicious, I must ask Uncle Ichiraku to try it. Thinking of this, he clenched the 2 bags of milk in his hands and ran downstairs. Outside the window, Kakashi looked at the newly published book in his hand and glanced over here with a calm expression without any change. But the right hand holding the book was exerting slight force. He murmured, it turns out that no one taught this child not to drink expired milk. Deep in my heart, an indescribable emotion seems to be spreading. Woof woof woof. Ah, go away, stop chasing me. A woo woof. Asshole, Uchiha Jin, wait until I grow up and look at me. No, not there. Konoha village. In the village, which was gradually becoming peaceful due to the Kimagakure peace talks, a figure appeared. Or rather, a series of figures gradually attracted everyone's attention. In front of him was a little boy wearing Uchiha clothes, running wildly. Behind them, a group of Shiba Inus were chasing them wildly. Catch up and take a bite. Seeing this scene, the villagers on both sides of the street couldn't help but laugh and comment. Oh my, that little brat from the Uchiha family was chased by a dog again. Haha, I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan, a prominent clan, would be so down to earth. That's right. Look at that child, he's all red and warm. It seems that the Uchiha clan members are no different from us ordinary people. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, children playing with cats and dogs are the best food for all the middle-aged and elderly people in the village. During this process, the villagers' original hostility towards the Uchiha seemed to be slowly decreasing. Some have even started to help with some pointers. Run faster, be careful of the trash can in front. Ouch, be careful, there's a wall ahead. Come on, Guza surpasses him. During the chase, a teenager in green tights saw it and his eyes suddenly lit up. As expected of the Uchiha clan, they actually thought of using such a method to train. This is youth, let's burn our youth together. As he spoke, his small body rushed directly into the group of dogs. And take the lead. Surpassed Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke, super me? After all, it's the nature of youth. When he saw someone surpass him, his temper exploded. Today I will show you what a true genius is. After saying that, he stomped his feet hard. With a beautiful big jump, he rushed out directly. Sasuke even had time to turn around and show a hint of pride to the young man in green. It seems to be saying, look, this is the pride of the Uchiha clan. He clearly saw the young man in green, his pupils suddenly dilated, and even his face became terrified. Open your mouth, wanting to say something. Hee, see, I only need to make a slight move and you're frightened. The pride on Sasuke's face grew even stronger, and then bang, thump, bang, ouch, asterisk 2. Two screams rang out almost simultaneously. At this time, Xiao Li's voice finally rang out. Xiao, be careful, there's someone. Two 4-year-old children, one black and one yellow, collided with each other as if by fate. And then he started cursing. You, how did you get away? You don't have eyes, don't you see there are so many dogs? Ah, my milk, you, damn brat, accompany me with milk. Humph, I won't compensate you. I haven't asked you to compensate me for my clothes yet. Fan clothes, Uchiha, good for you, it turns out you are a born evil Uchiha brat. Humph, you yellow-haired vixen. The two men stood in the middle of the road, pointing at each other and cursing. Next to him, Xiao Li was anxiously trying to persuade him with all his might. Unfortunately, it failed. In the end, it turned into a three-way melee. On the periphery, 7 Shiba Inus looked at each other and silently took a half-step back. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the pond will suffer. But before he could step back, he was also affected. 3 people and 7 dogs, a big fight. Uchiha clan territory, conference hall. Fugaku was discussing Konoha handing over Hisashi's body and a truce with Kumagakure. He poured himself a cup of tea and waved his hand, saying, don't worry, as long as we Uchiha remain calm, things will be dashed. Just then, a cry of surprise suddenly came from outside the door. Chief, Lord Chief. A tribesman ran over anxiously and said, Master Clan Leader, please go and take a look. Young Master Sasuke is fighting outside with Clang. Sasuke, what did this kid do again? Now is a sensitive period for the village, and any movement of the Uchiha clan will be magnified several times. He harm. Fugaku, who was talking animatedly, froze in his expression, his eyebrows twitching faintly. He suppressed his anger and worry, clenched his teacup and asked, who did you fight with? Did you win? No, it's not. The tribesman hesitated for a moment, then said with a strange look on his face, he had a fight with 7 dogs, a green-clothed freak, and a yellow-haired guy. Oh, as long as he didn't fight with the big clan, what did you say, Sasuke fought with something? Uchiha Fugaku raised his head suddenly. Dogs, or 7. There's also a crossdresser and yellow hair? After realizing what happened, the teacup in his hand suddenly fell upside down on the table. Ah, this rebellious son. In front of him, tea slowly flowed down the table. Tick, tick. A lot of it even got on his pants. But at this moment, Fugaku had no other thoughts, he just wanted to rush over and stuff Sasuke into the teacup. Wall. Is this trouble? After hearing the sound here, Yin threw Parker out and then moved carefully towards the wall. Slow down your breathing. The whole person was pressed against the wall. Then, try your best to stimulate the weak presence terms. I thought to myself, if you hit Sasuke, you can't hit me. Pa. Just as Jin was quietly looking outside the village, a figure suddenly landed at his feet. He frowned and kicked him subconsciously. Parker, get out, I'm not in the mood to play with you now. Pop. The outstretched calf was stopped by someone. Jin, it's me. Itachi narrowed his eyes slightly with a warm smile on his face. Are you basking in the sun again today? After saying that, he brushed off the dust on Jin's calves. There is a lot of dust on the courtyard wall. 1 against 7, why aren't you going on the mission today? Jin glanced at his brother and said weakly. He didn't copy the entry today, and he didn't really want to communicate in depth with Itaki. No, my father is planning to let me join the Umbu recently. Itaka sat next to him. The voice is gentle, like the sunshine in spring, making people feel comfortable. But the words that were spoken made Jin raise his eyes. Enter the dark side? If I remember correctly, it was during this time that Uchiha went undercover, and he was completely turned against us, right? What's wrong? Itaki looked over. 1 against 7. Has the family and the village come to this point? Hearing what Jin said, the smile on Itaka's face paused slightly. The squinting eyes widened slightly. Sure enough, you are still as smart as ever. He is clearly just a little kid who loves to bask in the sun. Yet, he was able to accurately deduce the situation through a simple piece of intelligence. It's simply not something that ordinary people can do. It seems that Jin's brain is not much inferior to that of the Nara family. Itaki thought so and nodded subconsciously. The look in his eyes dimmed for a moment. The conflict between the village and the family has indeed reached a point where they are irreconcilable. It is not an exaggeration to say that if my father had not held him back, the tribe would have launched a coup long ago. But these are all outsiders. He took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, only determination remained on his face. Don't worry, Jin, I will definitely protect you and Suzuki. So, where's Miss Maikwan? Itaki, let's talk about you letting the dog chase Suzuki. He took a breath and changed the subject. I've been watching this whole thing, so unfortunately, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yin. Father, did you hear that? He was watching the entire fight, 1 against 7. Itaki? Jin suddenly turned around, jumped up and pointed at Itaki and complained. Bottom of the wall. Fugaku grabbed Suzuki by the scruff of the neck with one hand and threw him against the wall like a chicken. Originally a clean, fair and cute little boy. At this time, his body was covered with filth. It even smells faintly of dog urine. Make people give up. The man below. As soon as Fugaku reached the wall, he heard what Jin said. He raised his head and looked at his eldest son, who was the smartest and most capable. He let out an imperceptible sigh. What a sin! This eldest son, who is the most well-behaved, intelligent and talented, is actually starting to have problems. His brows knitted slightly, and he hesitated as he spoke. Itaki, Suzuki has always regarded you as his idol and loves you very much. You. The rest of the words were not fully said, but the words only revealed one message. As an older brother, he actually let his younger brother be bitten by a dog. Itaki's face had a complicated expression. His eyes kept moving between Jin and Fugaku, and finally landed on Suzuki standing by the wall. Sighed deeply. No more details. Useless rebuttals will only exacerbate the conflict. Even if he stopped because he saw the villagers' attitudes improved. Although Suzuki wanted to refute, he had already been taught a lesson before returning. Naturally, I didn't dare say anything more. Humph, you 3 brothers should reflect on yourselves today. After a moment, Fugaku flicked his sleeves fiercely and turned away. I couldn't even bear to say anything more serious. Only the 3 brothers were left looking at each other. After a moment, Itaka chuckled and picked up Suzuki, coaxing him like a child. Go wash it quickly, you stinky. Jin looked at the backs of the 2 men and silently adjusted his posture. Lie down more comfortably. Before my eyes, a line of prompts slowly flashed by. Defeat Uchiha Suzuki, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common item Tsundere, white, ember. Feed this entry to Flying Thunder God right now. A month later. Early in the morning, at the Uchiha clan's place, after dinner. Fugaku looked at Suzuki and knocked on the table and said, come with me to the river later and I will teach you how to refine chakra. Click. Hearing this, Suzuki's eyes suddenly widened like a cow's eyes. After trying 3 times, he finally swallowed the rice ball in his mouth and said excitedly, really, father, can I finally start practicing? Real. Fugaku rubbed his head. This little boy is so energetic. For a month in a row, from being chased by a dog every day in the beginning to chasing a dog every day now. This is simply outrageous. Now when he goes out to do something, the villagers point at him and say, look, he is the father who chased Go-Wa. His child was chased by a dog for half a month. The Uchiha clan has fallen so low now that they have to play with dogs, ha. All the noises made his head hurt. Some people even jokingly call Suzuki and Jin the Uchiha twin dragons. One chases dogs all day long. One that chats all day long. This is a world of difference from the previously unattainable Uchiha clan members. There was no other way, he could only find a way to wear down Suzuki's manager. It is worth mentioning that in the process of chasing the dog, Suzuki also gained a group of teammates. The little devils represented by yellow hair and green clothes also joined the team chasing the dog. and it is no longer limited to the previous 7 Shiba Inus. Chase any dog you see in the village. This also frightened the dogs closest to the village. Thinking of this, Yin turned around and looked at Parker outside the door. The 7 little Shiba Inus behind this guy even started to grow muscles. Biceps. Sure enough, the chase is the real exercise. After finishing the meal, Fugaku turned around and left with Suzuki. Itake considerately helped his mother Mikato with the housework. And Yin? He followed her into the kitchen with a smile. Before he could speak, Itake said quickly, "Don't worry, I will protect you and Suzuki, no matter if the person on the other side is from the village or not. If anyone wants to dig out Shisui-san's eyes, I will stop them, even if it's Danzo." After a few days of questions and answers, Itake figured out the answer that Jin wanted. In short, to put it simply, it means always standing on the side of your own people. After getting a satisfactory answer and chatting for a while longer, about 10 minutes in total, Jin turned and left. But just as he raised his foot, the scene before him made him stop in his tracks. What's wrong with you, Yin?" "No, nothing." Jin curled his lips, turned around, stood on tiptoe, patted his brother's shoulder, and sighed, "It's 1 against 7. Remember to check your health more often if you have nothing to do. You're so young, how come you're so weak?" Conversation target Uchiha Itaki. 10 minutes of conversation, trying to copy the entry. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the white entry. Weakness, white. Weak body. Under the influence of the excessive wisdom and premature death clause, the body cannot bear the loss caused by the spirit, and it is difficult to make up for it. 2.5 years later. The water of Nanhi River shimmers with golden waves in the morning light, which is fascinating. But on the training ground behind the Uchiha clan land by the river, there was an air of anxiety. Fire style, great fireball technique. Suzuki's fingertips trembled slightly as he formed a seal. He stretched out his right hand and placed it in front of his mouth. Then his chest swelled up, and hot chakra gathered in his throat. Then with a puff sound, it spurted out with all its strength. Phew! A fist-sized flame flew out 2 meters before dissipating in the wind. Even the surrounding temperature didn't change. Failed again. Suzuki gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with self-blame and loss. He has been trying fire escape since half a year ago. As for the fireball technique, he had been trying for 2 months but still couldn't get the hang of it. It's hard to even light a fire. Beside, a look of disappointment flashed in Fugaku's eyes. Perhaps I shouldn't expect that. Itaki is already a rare genius, and Jin is a genius that has never appeared in the clan. Suzuki, maybe it's okay to be ordinary. In fact, 2 months is already a very good talent, but compared to his brother who learned it in seconds, it is still not enough. He thought so, patted Suzuki's shoulder gently and said to him, "It's okay, Suzuki. Even if it's 1 against 7, the fireball only spit out 5 meters at the beginning." Over the years, under Yin's leadership, they naturally followed the call of 1 against 7. Luckily mine is 2 meters away. Upon hearing this, Suzuki's face suddenly brightened up. How long did it take to learn to fight 7 people at once? Fugaku hesitated, not sure how to explain. Tell the truth? Break this kid's heart. But if you don't say it. Just as he hesitated, a lazy voice floated down from the courtyard wall. "Oh, I fought 7 against 1, I just watched my father perform it," followed his lead, and then I succeeded in spewing it out. "By the way, Urjuza, the 5 meters father mentioned is the diameter, not the length." Yin waved his hand and spoke truthfully. After saying that, he turned over and looked at the 2 people he had not chatted with today with a smile. With just 1 sentence, Suzuki was completely unable to raise his head. Tick, tick. Sweat trickled down his nose. He bit his lower lip so hard that his palm turned white from being pinched by his nails. For 2 months, he practiced like crazy, but he couldn't even imitate his brother once. But the more impatient you become, the more the chakra will run rampant in your meridians like a wild horse. There were vague signs of losing control. Fugaku patted him, unsure of what to say. "Father, perhaps Suzuki is not suitable for fire release." Uchiha Jin rested 1 leg on the wall, with the other leg hanging outside, and spoke again while swaying. "It's not just about getting through the 10 minutes of conversation. Suzuki's fire style is indeed quite ordinary, especially compared with his amazing lightning style, which is reduced to ashes in seconds. In that period, whenever Jizo drew his sword, his whole body would be covered with rakery, and the special effects were maximized. As soon as Kailan appeared, the lightning techniques of the entire ninja world were elevated to a higher level. So, in order to make his copying more effective, Yin felt it necessary to set things right. After all these years, no good entries have been copied from Urjuze. Nonsense. Fugaku snorted coldly after hearing Jin's words. The Uchiha clan has been famous for their fire style since the Warring States period, especially that legendary man. His fire style was even capable of burning Hashirama-sama's with style. What an honor. Yes, not only did he burn the wood release, he is also now lying underground, ready to deal with you at any time. Yin rolled his eyes, flipped over and jumped down. The dust stirred up when he landed strangely flowed around the corner of his clothes. After 2.5 years of photosynthesis, the chakra surrounding his body has already become as solid as a deep pool. At this moment, when he looked at Sasuke, a faint bluish-white meridian suddenly appeared in his right eye. This is the white eyes of the Hyuga clan. Over the past 2.5 years, he has become more mature in using it. It can be used at any time and can be hidden at any time. In the main family's 360-degree vision, Sasuke's body veins appeared clearly in front of him. Inside the body, the blue and purple chakra veins are clearly visible. Those restless electric lights were traveling along the meridians, and every time they performed fire escape, they would collide violently with the red chakra. Thunder overcomes earth, fire overcomes wind, but thunder and fire. Yin held up 2 fingers. It's like throwing a detonating stick into a bonfire. It's unbearable. As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling flash of lightning suddenly burst out from his fingertips. Sasuke's pupils widened when he saw this. Old, second brother, when did you learn the lightning escape technique? Next to him, Uchiha Fugaku was also very curious, even with some surprises. In his memory, the second son opened his eyes very early, but seemed to only sleep. Then where did this thunder escape come from? Could it have fallen from the sky? Subconsciously, 3 scarlet megatama flashed in Fugaku's eyes. Faintly, the 3 megatama still show signs of changing. It seems to be connected into one piece. At this moment, Yin's voice came again, stopping the change. Father, the Uchiha Sharingan can predict the trajectory of lightning and lightning release. He turned to look at his stunned brother. It allows lightning to catch up to our eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning struck the tip of his right finger. He suddenly grasped the power. In an instant, thousands of birds chirped. Countless high-intensity electric currents were instantly concentrated on his hands. Dense blue light devoured everything around. Is it thunder-style Chidori? Uchiha Fugaku's pupils trembled violently, and the 3 megatama instantly returned to normal and became clearer. Lightning released Chidori, Kakashi's famous move. Even he had heard of it. But how could it reappear in the hands of my own second son? Could it be that Kakashi taught Jin? No, I shouldn't. At least, the 3rd generation would not allow this to happen. Perhaps, it is time to launch a coup in advance. At this moment, Fugaku was in a state of confusion and had many thoughts in his mind. As for Sasuke, there was only one word left on his face: I want to, love it. He loves this cool and special effect skill. But when did Jin learn to play badly? Could it be that he learned it from basking in the sun? Or did you learn it from being chased by a dog? Even if one is gifted, it would take a lot of effort to master this level of skill, right? But Yin seemed to be able to control it with ease without any practice. At this moment, he looked at the second brother who was uneducated and only knew how to bask in the sun, and his face began to turn slightly red. Even shame. He practiced so hard, but he didn't learn faster or stronger than just basking in the sun. A thought suddenly came to my mind, so the genius brother, the evil Jin, and the stupid him. Sunbathing. Let's bask in the sun together. Sasuke moved his lips, but the words were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say them for a long time. Ever since he was chased by a dog 2.5 years ago, sunbathing has become his obsession. It was only because of Fugaku's personal instruction that he temporarily forgot about it. But now, stimulated by his second brother's bad performance again, this idea popped up like bamboo shoots after rain, and a closed loop is formed in an instant. First bask in the sun and then use thunder release. After learning thunder release, electric dog. Thinking of this, he looked around without hesitation and directly found a big rock. He lay down in a big letter shape. Let's bask in the sun together. Fugaku. He felt a little tired. It took 2.5 years to get this youngest son back, but Jin just made a slight move and he went back again? Of course, much more is still hard to believe. His lips moved, and when he saw that there was no one around, he said in a deep voice, Jin, did you just outform a seal? He saw clearly that Jin used the Chidori almost as soon as he thought of it, and it's more powerful than Kakashi's. The sound of lightning is even louder. This had a huge impact on the cognition he had accepted for more than 30 years. When will it be possible to release ninjutsu without forming hand seals and drawing chakra from the body? Although the number of hand seals required for general ninjutsu will decrease as your proficiency increases, but Chidori is at least an A-level ninjutsu. No matter how familiar you are with it, you should at least be able to unlock it, right? At this moment, Fugaku's heart was inexplicably shaken. I didn't even bother to care about Urju's basking in the sun. Pop hearing this, Jin on the opposite side clapped his hands nonchalantly and said, look, isn't it tied? Clap your hands and whatever you shout will come true. Fugaku was even more confused. The ninja's 3 views are showing signs of collapse. Of course, I couldn't help but feel a little excited. My sons are all geniuses. Well, most of them are geniuses. He looked back at Suzuki, who had already started to bask in the sun, shook his head slightly and sighed. Suzuki, don't forget to go to school. After saying that, he turned and left. For a moment, I didn't know whether to hold my head high or look down. In the back, Yin's figure was also a little stiff. He looked at the prompt in front of him, and his Sharingan spun rapidly in his pupils. From 1 Megatama, to 2 Megatama, to 3 Megatama, and finally the Megatama formed a line and returned again. The clues are vivid in my mind. Talking with Uchiha Fugaku for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry, the Mangekyo Sharingan, purple the Sharingan, an advanced form that can only be activated after experiencing extreme emotional stimulation, possesses the strongest clairvoyance capable of seeing through the 3 realms, and possesses a pupil so powerful it shakes the world. Mangekyo Sharingan. Yin never expected that the kaleidoscope, which he had been communicating with for 6 years but had not been copied, was copied today. If Urjuzu were to open the Mangekyo, I'm afraid Parker's little Shiba Inus would be burned if they passed by. It took a long time to recover from the surprise. Da jogging all the way to the river. Stick your head out and look at the reflection in the river. On his delicate features and handsome face, his scarlet eyes were very bright. After watching for a while, he leaned closer in confusion. Why didn't the Mangekyo Sharingan change? Him on the river, the Sharingan in his pupils, and the 3 Megatama were slowly spinning. It seems that there is no change compared to the 3 Megatama. Just because it's a copy, there's no room for change? His breathing hitched, and he quickly moved closer. Almost everyone got together. Only then did he realize that the Sharingan below seemed to have indeed undergone a slight change. The 3 Megatama in the pupil seemed to have grown a little bigger. From rightward arrow 6, so now both eyes are 666? He pulled the corners of his mouth and felt a little stretched. Then, with a thought, he began to activate the kaleidoscope. As the Uchiha family's truly world-leading eye technique, the Mangekyo is not only stronger in itself, but more importantly, it has the ability to awaken both eyes. Unique abilities awakened based on each person's strengths. This is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As his Sharingan rotated, he clearly felt that the world around him had changed. Natural energy and tiny organisms are everywhere, all exposed in his eyes. Even the stripes on the mosquito larvae by the river can be seen clearly. The pupil power is improved again. 3 minutes later. Tick, tick. Drops of crimson liquid slid down the surface of the river. The nearby river water was dyed red. This is blood. Hiss. I'm almost blinded and can't even come out. Jin closed his eyes in despair. There was a burning sensation in his eyes. It's like someone is holding a needle and pricking me continuously. Sharp and painful. So, Tanzit, my Mangekyo is just an upgrade of the Sharingan. It doesn't have any power yet? Jin was a little surprised, or rather his face turned black. So, if I use the Sharingan now, not only do I risk going blind, but I also haven't awakened my abilities yet? Tanzit rightward arrow 3, this entry is a bit of a loss. Jin shook his head, but did not mention this. The entry melted. Just leave it there, maybe it's because he just awakened and hasn't developed any new abilities yet? But we need to hurry up on the blindness thing. Simply taking medicine will only end up like Itaki in the original novel, with tuberculosis, right? He murmured and began to think. In addition to transplanting the eyes of a loved one, it seems that the healing power of wood release can also suppress it. So, where can I find an entry that has the power of wood release? While pondering, Jin walked along the river unconsciously. On the shore, big trees along the river stand tall. The thick and tough roots are taking root in the ground, absorbing nutrients along the river. Root? He felt his steps suddenly stop, and turned to look towards the cliff outside the village. If I remember correctly, that sunny and cheerful boy will have his eyes gouged out soon, right? So that old fellow Danzo is almost alone, right? I just don't know. Where is the real cliff jumping location? After realizing this, his figure gradually turned into a ray of light and gradually dissipated. A minute later, a cliff a few kilometers away. A small figure gradually emerged. A stream trickles below, and a cliff rises high above. There is no end in sight. This is also the place where Itaki and Shisui often meet privately to express their feelings. Therefore, Jin has been to this place more than once. Tap tap tap. Just as he appeared here, he suddenly heard the sound of treading water. This surprised him a little. Turn around and look. I saw a handsome young man wearing a dark blue high-collared ninja uniform practicing something on the water. The breeze blew across the boy's hair, slightly lifting the fine bangs on his forehead, revealing a very friendly face underneath. Uchiha, Shisui. One of the few sunny and cheerful boys in the Uchiha family. Jin, it's you. Shisui was not too surprised when he saw Jin suddenly appear. Just smiled and said hello. After knowing each other for several years, I am very surprised by the mysterious appearance of my younger brother Itaki, or rather, suddenly appeared. Shisui had long been accustomed to it. Maybe this guy will suddenly appear from behind. And suddenly spoke. At the beginning, he was indeed scared several times. In particular, one time when I was taking a big bowel movement, this guy suddenly jumped out from behind. He was so scared that he broke it off. Brother Shisui, why are you here? Shisui was stunned for a moment, confused. Didn't you discover this place yourself? Why does it seem like it's wrong for him to be here? Of course, the weirdness was fleeting. Two figures, one tall and one short, stood on the river and started chatting. Quack above, a crow descended, speeding along the river. As time passed, Jin slowly discovered that the entries on Shisui seemed to have changed. There was a bright golden color on his body, which was particularly dazzling. An entry below was emitting black steam. Conversation target Uchiha Shisui. Copyable entries are being parsed. Koda Amatsukami, gold, illusionary body instant jutsu, purple, Mangekyo Sherinan, purple, Koda Amatsukami, gold, suicidal will, black, dot. Compared to more than 2 years ago, Shisui's entries are almost perfect. The only thing missing is that green Suzanu. Only. When he saw the special black entry, he sighed silently. A dying man. So, this guy Shisui has a premonition of something? In the original novel, this cheerful boy actually had a chance to survive. And it's a big chance. Whether you escape back to your tribe or betray the village, there is hope. But, in the end, he just gave his last eye to his good friend. He used his life to help Itaki open the Mangekyo. Jin couldn't tell which of these things was the cause and which was the effect. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of his black entry. He pulled the corner of his mouth and started to check. Name Uchiha Jin. Spirit 2155, Chunin 1000/Jonin 5000. Physical strength 1895, Chunin 1000/Jonin 5000. Chakra 1852511. Entries 7-year itch, black, golden body of light, color, weak presence, color, flying thunder god technique, gold, level 6, 9 tails Jinchuriki, gold, Mangekyo Sherinan, purple. 6 years have passed, and he has grown a lot mentally and physically. Especially in the past 2 years, as I've gotten older, my physical fitness has also improved faster. This is just based on normal conditions. If you activate the cloud flow technique and the 9 tails Jinchuriki, your physical strength can be increased several times. Relying solely on physical skills, he can be comparable to ordinary Jonin. Of course, the most important thing is, many years have passed, but the 7-year itch has not changed at all. The black aura surrounding this entry is so thick that it is almost scary to death. He had also tried to put in other entries, but there was no change. It's like a stagnant pool of water. Perhaps, we can only see something about this thing on the night of genocide next year? Yin thought so. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at the older boy next to him who was grinning happily and said meaningfully, Brother Shisui, what do you think of the village? The village, it's great. There's no war going on right now, and everyone is living happily. So what do you think of Danzo? Danzo-sama? Upon hearing the name, Shisui hesitated before speaking seriously. He is a true hero who selflessly dedicates himself to protecting Konoha from the depths of the earth. Ember, Mariula, there is no hope. As for the cunning of the Uchiha clan, the Shisui is a fool. 10 minutes of conversation, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. Failed again. Since talking doesn't work, let's just fight. Jin raised his head slightly and looked at the big boy in front of him. The sunlight fell on his hair, making it a little dazzling. Shisui nii. I'm a little angry right now. Has Jin been staying up late recently? Shisui blinked. No, I want to fight you. Yin turned his neck, and his bones suddenly made crackling sounds. The laziness and indolence in his eyes completely disappeared. Like a lion awakening, a dazzling light emanates from his whole body. Haha, you guy, why did you suddenly start? Shisui laughed and even wanted to reach out and rub Jin's little face. But the moment he reached out, he suddenly saw Yin's eyes turn scarlet. His expression changed slightly. Was this? He opened his eyes? When did Jin open his eyes? He was a little confused. In my memory, Jin always lay there lazily. After talking every day, I don't want to move anymore. When an Uchiha clan member wants to open his eyes, it is usually on the battlefield, when he witnesses the death of a teammate and is shocked. But Jin didn't even have the chance to go to the battlefield. And since I was born until now, there has been nothing particularly sad. So, how did the eyes open? Especially, this pair, the Scarlet Sherinan, actually made him feel like a thorn in his back. So this guy is, seriously? He took a deep breath, his expression became serious, and he nodded, okay. Swish! He suddenly drew out the samurai sword behind him and took several steps back. Chakra surged out of the body. Gurgle gurgle. Under your feet. The surface of the water was like a boiling oil pan, bubbling. In that case, let me see how much little Jin has grown. As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed out with a knife. Crash! The sword energy carried water waves and rushed straight to the opposite side. Snap! Crash! The water splashed out, disrupting the vision in an instant. After the white spray of water, Shisui formed seals with his hands and warned, Jin, be careful. I will use the fire style, great fireball technique from 3 directions simultaneously. As he was speaking, his voice suddenly stopped. Tick! A drop of sweat quietly appeared on the forehead. Goosebumps covered my back. At the end of his sight, the cold light of a shuriken was falling on his waist, emitting a faint cold light. The flying thunder god technique flashed above Jin's head. Holding the end of the shuriken, he shook his head and said, Brother Shisui, has anyone ever told you not to be too talkative during a fight? The pre-swing is too long, and it will be easy to be hit. This big boy reminded himself to be careful even after the fight started. If you really encounter one that's fast, wouldn't it be killed with one strike? It was also at this time that he finally understood why the Golden Flash Minato Namikaze made the major ninja villages abandon their missions. You should know that even the 3 Konoha ninjas who later became famous could not get the various ninja villages to issue a notice. You can directly abandon the mission after meeting them. When? Shisui frowned, and for the first time, a hint of caution appeared in his shining eyes. Very unexpected. Yin was clearly just opposite me. How come he suddenly moved behind me? Instantaneous body movement? But when was the seal made? Crash! The next second, he turned into a pool of water and flowed into the river. Crash! Soon, they condensed into bodies 10 meters away. A total of 12 clones. Holding a samurai sword, facing Yin. Flashing body technique, that's interesting. But there were bulges in the corners of Jin's eyes, and the whites of his eyes instantly opened at the bottom of his scarlet eyes. Sharinan plus Byakugan, Brother Mizuko, your instant body technique is gone? Boo! Boo! The stream turned into a rainbow in the sunlight. Tread! Uchiha Shisui rolled over the wet pebbles at the bottom of the stream, and with a flick of his hand, 12 shurikens flew towards the opposite side along the water surface. In the pupils, the kaleidoscope shines with the sunlight, and there are faint emerald ripples. Crash! The water flow, which should have been straight, suddenly twisted into a snake shape after a moment. That was the collision caused by the interception. Ding ding dang dang! The kunao accurately knocked away 12 shurikens. Seeing this, Shisui smiled slightly. This is the reaction the tribe members should have after opening their eyes. But the next second, when he lowered his head, the hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stood up. Uchiha Jin, who was supposed to be 30 steps away, was now slowly sticking half of his body out from the reflection on the water. Sizzle! Between the fingers wrapped in lightning are very close. It was only 3 inches away from his ankle. Thunder escape, when did you come here? Shisui tapped his toes lightly, and his entire body turned into 4 afterimages and dispersed. Sizzle bang bang bang. But 3 of them were torn into pieces by the lightning snake because they were a beat slower. What was your move just now? The water temporarily settled on the bulge on the cliff. There was a faint stinging pain on my cheek. He wiped the blood from the scratch on his cheek, his eyes sweeping over the faintly glowing transparent runes in the stream, his doubts growing even more intense. What kind of spell is this? Even the stones in the stream are engraved with it. Who is so bored that he would carve spells on stones? Hey, you won't believe it, it really exists. That's Yin. Ever since his family moved to the banks of the Nanhi River, he would pick up stones and play with them out of boredom while basking in the sun during the day. Those stones. They were all engraved with the Flying Thunder God's technique and finally thrown into the Nanga River. As the stream spread throughout the entire Hokage Konoha, in his Flying Thunder God visual map, the entire Konoha village was full of greenery, almost everywhere you go. He glanced at Shisui's figure and suddenly grinned, haha, brother Shuizi, don't underestimate our bond. Shisui. It's completely irrelevant. But knowing the second brother's strange personality, he didn't ask any more questions, just silently make seals. His figure began to change quietly. Boo boo boo. The next second, 36 identical figures appeared at the same time. He held a shuriken in his hand and an explosive talisman at the tail. Call out. A shuriken was thrown. The second and third ones followed. Hundreds of shurikens and explosive tags came and went, directly covering an area of 100 meters. No matter how fast you go, what are you going to do if the entire area is covered? Shisui raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and subconsciously imitated Jin's strange accent and said, don't underestimate my brother's pressure. Bang! Bang bang bang! The next second, explosions piled up. Front and back, up and down, left and right. All directions were filled with explosions in an instant. The person in the middle has nowhere to escape. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jin, now all you can do is bury your head in the water, huh? Shisui reminded with a smile. Below is the only place where he can release water. As long as Yin hides inside, he can naturally avoid this wave. Give up? But Yin just shrugged his shoulders and looked at the shuriken and detonating talismans that were so close to him, without moving. It's like it's a mess. Jin, you This scene made all 36 Shisui stunned, and their expressions were a little panicked. He just wanted to let his brother know the difference, and had no intention of hurting Yin. So after hesitating for just a moment, he made a hand seal and prepared to retract the shurikens. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in the corner of his eye. What is this? He was stunned for a moment, and 36 pairs of eyes looked at the boy in the stream. The young man in the sunshine seemed to be emitting some strange glow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. I saw nearly 100 shurikens and explosive talismans passing by me. There were no injuries. What kind of technique is this? Shisui was confused. I really can't figure out what kind of trick is going on in Yangguang's brain. It can make people completely empty. Of course, he only stopped for 3 seconds, and the hot blood in his body gradually occupied his brain. Not bad, not bad. I admit that I underestimated you before. Next, I'll show you my true strength. Swish! The next second, 36 figures rushed over at the same time. The samurai sword in his hand was like the scythe of the god of death, cutting through the air. The secret of the instantaneous body movement technique lies in deceiving the scale of time. Suddenly, Shisui's voice rang out. The samurai sword in his hand was already placed on Yin's throat. Click! But the next second, Yin turned into a piece of wood and fell into the water. Substitution jutsu, a substitution jutsu that can even fool the Sherinon? Not bad. Come again, let me show you how fast Brother Shuize is. The excitement in Shisui's eyes deepened. He gripped the long sword tightly and moved even faster. Instantly stopped the water. But it's not just the body, it's also the moment. Speed is his strength. Boom! The moment they passed each other, the water flow of Nanhe River was directly blasted into huge pits one after another. Clear the water splashes, glittering in the air. Do you know, Brother Shuize? At this moment, Yin's voice suddenly came from the splashing water. Water can conduct electricity. Swish! Lightning style, Chidori. Sizzle! The violent force of thunder and lightning fell directly. Above the river, dense azure lightning bolts, like long winding snakes, surged rapidly in all directions. Shisui's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly controlled his clone to jump back madly and evacuate. But the lightning below seemed to have eyes and easily caught up. Puff puff puff. One after another, the water was instantly transformed into a ball of bubbles by lightning, until finally, only one was left. The one still standing on the cliff protrusion. Crash! The stream water fell back into the riverbed with a loud bang, and Zishui, who was standing on the cliff, began to feel a dull pain in his arms. This kind of damaging lightning power is a fatal threat to him. In just a moment, Shisui's bright eyes had become smaller and smaller. It's not that he was beaten, but his mentality is a little unstable. 36 instant teleportations were performed at the same time, but were easily broken by Yin. This made him a little hard to believe. Jin, how do you see through these clones of mine? Could it be that your Sherinon has developed a special eye technique? No, that shouldn't be the case. Then what about the Kota Amatsukami that I just cultivated in the Meijikyo? This sunny and cheerful big boy was once again confused. Seeing this, Jin casually said, I guess you don't know how to press Ctrl+C and Ctrl+V, but I felt a little excited in my heart. Flying Thunder God technique is useful. Very useful. It is strongly recommended that every time traveler prepare one. This skill, as long as it is used when there is enough mana, can even flash 3 times in 1 second. He could even go to the red light district of the Fire Kingdom to drink in the morning and return to the Wind Kingdom to pan for gold at night. No delay at all. You lose, I'm no match for you. Seeing that his instant body movement technique was easily broken, Shisui shook his head and chose to admit defeat. After all, he couldn't possibly use Koto Amatsukami on his brother, right? After saying that, he took the boy who was already as tall as his shoulders in his arms without hesitation and said mysteriously, of course, wait a few more days, and Brother Shuize will show you and the other 7 a big treasure. Yes, that's right, under the leadership of Jin, Shisui also calls himself Brother Mizuko, calling Itaki 1 against 7. I don't know why, but it feels vaguely catchy. Big baby? To be called a great treasure by Shisui. Could it be? Can Susanoo do this? Brother Shuize, can you drive a Gundam now? Jin's pupils became brighter. Susanoo has 3 forms, each one higher than the last. And if I could get Susanoo, and add a fox tail, shouldn't this just take off? Are you afraid of Susanoo, the fox that's wandering around on the battlefield? In the future, I will make a wood escape technique in Susanoo and fox trap the big Buddha. Even if Madara comes, he has to stand and dance. Across from him, the mysterious smile on Shisui's face froze. Although I don't know what a Gundam is, but isn't his new eye technique tall and big? This little guy Yin. Shisui suddenly turned around and looked at Uchiha Jin. His eyes were full of shock and surprise. Who would have thought that Jin, who is so young, actually knows about the mysterious power of Susanoo? It was only after the kaleidoscope was opened that he understood this mysterious power. could it be that you also? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his whole body shook violently. A huge wave of fear surged in my heart. Kaleidoscope. Could it be that Yin also activated the kaleidoscope? Otherwise, why would you know such a secret? This idea was extremely absurd, but it quickly occupied Shisui's mind as soon as it appeared. Of course, at this point, Yin no longer had the heart to care. Now, after seeing the system prompt, he is like a man who has entered sage mode. The inner peace is terrifying. Until the information on the entry appears. Defeat Uchiha Shisui, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic item Phantom Body Instant Technique. Purple use the Sharingan to create multiple phantoms that will attack the opponent together with the main bodied. They will not disappear under normal attacks. Phantom Instant Body Technique. He looked at the entries falling in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. After 2 years of hard work, the boss finally paid out. 2.5 years to be exact. Jin waited for half a year before Shisui got this entry. Since then, he has been trying to communicate every day. The entries that can be obtained occasionally are either white or simple green. In the end, they were all fed to Flying Thunder God. There is not a single entry that I want. Even later, when Brother Shuaizi opened the kaleidoscope, he was unable to successfully copy it. He did not envy Shuaizi's kaleidoscope. Although Tian Shen was powerful, his cooling period was too long. What's the difference between this and going blind after using it once? It's Brother Shuaizi's Phantom Instant Technique. With this technique, Flying Thunder God won't have to hide anymore in the future. What's wrong with saying that my teleportation technique is a little far away? Naruto can do 4 or 5 different things with one dumpling. He can use the teleportation technique, so it's normal for him to be far away. Slowly, he couldn't help but cover his face and laughed out loud. The sound was so loud that it scared away all the crows. Jin, Yin, what are you grinning about? At this moment, Shuaizi's caring voice suddenly came from the opposite side. He even touched my forehead considerately and said, "You don't have a fever, why did you suddenly start laughing wildly?" "I'm fine, it's just Shisui nii. What would you do if one day Itaki and I were on opposite sides of the village?" Hearing this, Shisui's raised arm stopped where it was. He looked at the little boy in front of him who was a head shorter than him. All kinds of thoughts suddenly popped up in my mind. The Uchiha and the village are in an irreparable situation. I won't let anything happen to you and Itaki. After pondering for a moment, his eyes gradually became firm. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Of course, this also includes Suzuki." What a good brother. Jin shook his head and reminded again, "Then Brother Shuaizi, you must protect yourself." "Me, don't worry, I'll just stay in the village in the near future." Shisui waved his hands, clearly not feeling that he was safe in Konoha. But it is precisely the village that is the most dangerous. Shisui on the battlefield has an extremely high IQ, but when it comes to politics, he is even less naive than Suzuki. Thinking of this, Jin could only sigh. I want you to be careful of Danzo. This guy might steal your don't worry, don't worry." Seeing the serious look on Jin's little face, Shisui laughed and walked outside. "Come on, Suzuki, today is the first day of school, let's go see the kid off. I hope that kid doesn't use a clone to fool people like you and Itake did." As he said that, he put his arm around his shoulders and walked towards the village. Hearing about the clone, Yin smiled slightly. "I learned this from Udasaven. A year ago, after his private money was mysteriously reduced again, Fugaku, who could no longer bear it, decided to send Jin to the ninja school. They call it age. Then, Yin learned to fight 7 people at once and sent his clone to school every day. I don't seek to learn anything, I just want to fish in troubled waters." As for him, he was either lying in the sun or lying down in the sun. Thinking about Suzuki starting school, another thought emerged in his mind. This time, the 12 little strongmen should be gathered together. Now that everyone is gathered here, I'm going to start copying. Not long. In the village, on the street in front of the ninja school, several people walked side by side. From left to right, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itake, Uchiha Jin, and Suzuki. The 4 people are arranged in order from tallest to shortest. Emotions also change gradually. Shisui laughed, Itake smiled with narrowed eyes, Jin didn't smile, and Suzuki had a sour face. Uchiha F4, the initial model. "SAS, you're here too." Just as he was bragging, a surprised voice suddenly came from the door. Then, a little orange fox came in, squeezed into the team of 4, holding Jin with his left hand and the reluctant Suzuki with his right hand. "Let me go." Suzuki pulled his hand away but couldn't. His face turned dark instantly. Especially with so many eyes around, my ears felt a little hot. Shameful. So embarrassing. Being held hands in public. And he's a man. Unfortunately, I struggled twice but failed to break free. Instead, it tightened more and more. Is this child stimulated? Looking at the children around him who were being held by their parents and families, Jin turned slightly to glance at Naruto. There was a hint of loss hidden in his smiling eyes. Is this child stimulated by the lively scene? Loneliness is actually not scary. But when loneliness enters a group of happy people, it will seem out of place. But it was okay. 2.5 years ago, under Jin's intentional influence, Naruto and Sasuke became familiar with each other in advance. Thinking of this, Jin subconsciously reached out and rubbed the celebrity's head, encouraging him, be good at school, Naruto. If Sasuke does anything wrong, you must help keep an eye on him. Don't worry, boss. Naruto patted his chest. Who wants him to take care of it? Sasuke's face darkened. I can obviously take care of myself. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to his voice. Shisui and Itaki on the left watched the little ones playing and laughing. Jin in the middle was busy brushing attributes with Naruto. For a moment, Sasuke became even more annoyed. 3 minutes later, the scene in front of Yin gradually changed. He finally saw some of the entries on Naruto's body clearly. Conversation target Uzumaki Naruto. Entry analysis in progress. Currently available entries: mouth to mouth, black, child of destiny, color, nine-tailed power, gold, Chukden, gold, Mariko affinity, green, self-healing, blue, agile, white. It seems no different from last time. 10 minutes later, looking at the copied entry, Yin suddenly stopped where he was. If I could copy the Child of Destiny and throw it into the 7-year itch, I wonder what would happen. Or, if we merge Sasuke's Child of Destiny with Naruto's Child of Destiny, will a new version of the child appear? The entries on little Naruto are really good, but the opportunities to use them are a bit rare. We chattered all the way until we arrived at the school gate. A new prompt also appeared in front of Jin's eyes. Talking with Naruto for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item Nine-Tailed Fox Power Remnant, Gold. Oh, another payout? Jin's forward steps suddenly stopped, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The power of the Nine-Tailed Fox. According to the Nine-Tailed Fox, the power of one tail is equal to Shukaku. He has already drawn 2 Shukaku. Then he said directly, fuse this entry into the power of the Nine-Tailed Fox. The entry is being merged. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item, Nine-Tailed Fox Power 2, Gold. This item allows you to borrow the power of the 2 nine-tailed foxes, significantly increasing your physical strength, reaction speed, etc. The power of 2 tails. In terms of chakra volume alone, it's at least 20 kakashis, not to mention the unique corrosive nature of the tailed beast's chakra. At this moment, Jin suddenly found that the world in front of him had changed. Ripples of water gradually spread. There was even the sound of dripping water in my ears. It is low and long-lasting, like the dewdrops falling in a small pool in the mountains. Here it is. Yin blinked, and after the initial panic, he quickly realized where he was. In vivo. To be precise, it is inside the sealed space. Did you notice? This vixen reacts pretty quickly. Jin curled his lips and just looked at what was in front of him. Crash. Soon, a scarlet lantern quietly emerged. The oval red lantern gradually opened. Only then did the huge and slender face appear from behind. A face full of arrogance and disdain. He was like a noble whose rest was disturbed, his lofty eyes slowly falling towards the mortal world. To be precise, it was sweeping towards Jin. Hey, little brat, how dare you disturb me? He was so arrogant as soon as he opened his mouth. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, Jin interrupted him with a smile. Hello, Julama. Click. The nine-tailed fox, which was gathering strength, suddenly stopped. The scarlet in his eyes also receded a lot, and became clear for a moment. What followed was unparalleled rage. Ho ho ho, evil little Uchiha brat, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm not some 9-talented llama. Damn Uchiha, I knew you had bad intentions. Get out of here, get out of here. With a loud roar, Kyubai's figure turned into foam and dissipated directly. The running was even a bit hasty. Before Jin could even say a second word, he was kicked out. Outside world. Sasuke and Naruto were already walking towards the campus. There are only 3 people left in the Uchiha F4. Looking at the endless stream of people, Jin hesitated for a moment and also stepped into the campus. Jin, why are you going in? Shisui was stunned for a moment and hurriedly went to pull him. But as soon as he stretched out his hand, he was grabbed by a slender hand. Itachi narrowed his eyes and smiled. Jin hasn't graduated yet either. Oh, I almost forgot. Shisui rubbed his head and chuckled. As he was laughing, his expression suddenly froze. So, I was defeated by a kid who hasn't even graduated yet. Wow, look at that boy in blue clothes, so handsome. Cool, he looks like an Uchiha. Hands in pockets, arrogant, and with a wealthy family. Wow, I love it. This is my kind of domineering CEO. Who's going to ask him for his contact information? In the ninja school, after seeing Sasuke, countless little girls in the new ninja class showed surprise in their eyes. At such a young age, they have already begun to fall in love. Some people even went up to say hello, but unfortunately Suzuki didn't even look at them and directly refused. In his eyes, there was only Naruto. A Naruto chattering in your ear. Uzumaki Naruto, shut up. Bang! After saying that, he kicked open the classroom door and walked straight in. Noisy little yellow-haired devil. Tisk, you arrogant little white man. Naruto curled his lips and didn't care. After knowing each other for 2.5 years, they are already very familiar with each other. In the class, some freshmen who were chatting animatedly suddenly stopped. When I turned around, I saw Uchiha Suzuki, who looked extremely cool and handsome. The girls' eyes widened instantly. He's a handsome guy. But without exception, they were once again met with great indifference. Suzuki only has his brother in his mind, not women. The girls in the ninja school were very sad about this. Until a man appeared. Hey classmate, do you really like that Uchiha brat? You are. Oh, I'm that brat's brother. My name is Uchiha Itaki. Ah, it's brother Itaki. The girl immediately stood up, bowed, and saluted respectfully. Nissan-kan, can you tell me the story of Suzuki? I'm extremely happy that it was a dark and windy night. Suzuki was born with a golden lock in his hand, talking to passers-by for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the plop entry for agility. White, fusion. 10 minutes later, a pink-haired girl came over. Suzuki, this kid used to be a fool. He loved eating sheepshit eggs when he had nothing to do. He said those things were chocolate beans. Talking to passers-by for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. Another 10 minutes passed before another pink-haired girl appeared. Suzuki is such a miserable child that when he was born, his father threw him to the ground. Don't be fooled by Suzuki's cold expression. That's just his expressionlessness. He's actually quite reserved and sultry in private. In the first year ninja class, Suzuki gradually opened his eyes from his closed thoughts. I was shocked when I looked up. There was a group of girls standing at the door, pointing at him. These people? He was a little puzzled. Didn't he respond to any of them? Why are you still pestering me? In doubt, a girl at the door cautiously stretched her head over and said in a charming voice, Suzuki, don't worry, I won't despise you for being an idiot. A girl behind him was holding a bag and quickly followed up, Say Suzuki, these are the chocolate beans my father brought me. Don't eat sheep shit anymore, it's unhygienic. As he said that, he stuffed the bag into Suzuki's hand, turned around and ran out. Second idiot? Sheep shit? Suzuki stood there in a daze, looking at the heavy rain outside the window. Suddenly, a sentence came to his mind for no reason. Let all this heavy rain fall. Uchiha Jin, I will kill you. Finally, with a shrill wail, Suzuki ended the first class of the new semester. Before entering school, he was full of vigor and rebellious. Every dog that passes by gets slapped twice. After entering the school, he was depressed and exhausted both physically and mentally. Just want to escape from this place. If it doesn't work, destroy this school. So when he heard the teacher say that school was over, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart and quickly rushed back to the Uchiha clan. Revenge! That damned man must be made to pay with blood. For a day, he was like a horse. He was observed by countless girls with concern, heartache, or pity. And from the voices of these people, he finally understood one thing: his reputation harmed. All sorts of bizarre and outrageous encounters could even fill a 2-million-word novel, but it was simply piled on his head. As for who it is? Obviously it's just that outrageous guy. He is very angry. Anger makes people angry. With rage, Suzuki rushed back home like a bull seeing red. And yin is that red. Uchiha Jin, come out right now. You bastard, how dare you ruin my reputation. Damn it, what do you want to do? Amidst the yelling, Mikato leaned against the door, looking a little worried. What's wrong with this kid Suzuki? Although Fugaka next to him didn't say anything, he couldn't suppress the wild twitching of his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, looked at his wife, who still had a graceful figure, and whispered, how about let's practice again. What's with the leveling? Jin is talking nonsense. Fugaku, what are you doing? Hearing this, Mikato blushed and poked her husband's waist. Ouch, no, it hurts. I remembered that the clan has a meeting to attend, so let's leave it at that for now. The other side. Jin left the school with a satisfied smile on his face. This is truly a class filled with talented people. Everyone has something special to offer. He was so thirsty and his throat was smoking from talking today, but the effect is also amazing. After chatting for 10 minutes, congratulations to the host for obtaining the elite entry simple temperament green. Chatting for 10 minutes, congratulations to the host for obtaining the common item strong and healthy white. Chakra refining green, kunao mastery white. Today's copying success rate seems to be exceptionally high, with nearly 50 entries. This is the result of nearly 3 months of work. Tanzi, merge all these white entries into the Flying Thunder God entry. Fusion successful, Flying Thunder God technique is enhanced, teleportation distance +1. Fusion successful, Flying Thunder God technique obtained. As white and green entries disappeared one after another, the distance between Flying Thunder God continued to increase. In one case, when the last white entry disappears, the prompt changes slightly. Fusion successful, Flying Thunder God technique, gold, LV6 rightward arrow LV7, maximum teleportation distance increased to 1000 meters, chakra consumption 80 to 1000. Finally upgraded again? Jin was a little surprised. With 1 kilometer, it seems like there's a lot more you can do. Konoha village is not small. This is what he discovered when chatting with people over the years. Even very big. In the original book, it looks like just a village, but in reality it is more like a big city. There are not only ninjas, but also a large number of civilians living here. Previously, using Flying Thunder God required continuous activation, like a flash with no cooldown at a longer distance. Now, this flash has evolved. 1 kilometer is enough to be considered a teleportation with no cooldown, no pre-swing, and instant arrival. So after looking around, Jin had an idea and walked behind a tree. The next second, it disappeared with a swish. Not long after he disappeared, there was a sudden commotion in the tree. Kakashi rubbed his head and looked down, a little puzzled. Disappeared? Could it be that what we just tracked was a transformation technique? After their last separation, he began to become curious about Jin, a member of the Uchiha clan. So we started to check on him at irregular intervals. But this time, the young man disappeared right under his nose. He sniffed slightly, feeling the lingering scent of chakra in the air. His brows gradually furrowed. It's not a transformation technique, nor is it a clone technique. Strange, the smell of this technique seems a little familiar. He frowned, feeling vaguely familiar. After hesitating for a moment, he pulled open his mask and suddenly opened his right eye. In an instant, a flash of scarlet appeared. The blood-red eyes were spinning, carefully searching for the remaining breath in front of him. He even clapped his hands and called Parker to sniff with him. Soon, under Parker's leadership, he began to head out of the village. Wait until the backs of the man and the dog disappear. Jin's figure suddenly emerged from behind the tree, with a hint of a smile in the corner of his eyes. As expected of a dog's nose, it can even catch up. Unfortunately, I have something else to do tonight, so I can't chat with you. 50-50. Having said that, he turned and walked towards the other direction of the village. As he just walked out the door, he found Kakashi. It's a pity that this guy's conversation is still in the chat cooling off period. Besides, what he was going to do tonight was not suitable for others to know. In order to keep things simple, Jin used the clone technique, transformation technique, and Flying Thunder God here. The purpose is to lure Kakashi away. Rustling. Not long after he left, a rustling sound suddenly came from the tree trunk. Kakashi pushed aside the leaves and looked at the direction where Jin disappeared, his exposed eyebrows slightly raised. He's young, and a bit mysterious, but he's still a kid after all, with so little experience. But sneaky, this little guy is a little abnormal today. Somehow, curiosity suddenly arose in his heart. Immediately he moved and followed. He wanted to see what Yin was trying to do. As the figure flickered, the surrounding residential areas gradually began to decrease. There are more and more large trees and exposed rocks and soil. Popularity is gradually decreasing. As the sky gradually darkened, a huge cemetery gradually appeared before our eyes. A cemetery? What's this guy doing here? That's the teacher's grave? Long time no see, I'm here again. Late at night, in the Konoha cemetery, Jin looked at the tombstone of the fourth Hokage in front of him, and a smile flashed across his face. After putting away the 3 colored meatballs and steak he had prepared in advance, he chattered for a while. This behavior has been going on for 3 years. Ever since he was able to fly more than 200 meters with the Flying Thunder God technique, he began to come to worship openly, avoiding the umbu. Of course it is called worship, even if it is touching the corpse. Because of the cooling time of the corpse, he can only come once a year. This is the 3rd time. After the worship, like a pious young man completing a ritual, he bowed his head and clasped his hands together in prayer. Brother Minato, you have to give me something good this time, right? 3 years. Just gave 2 green entries that were useless. This is a great humiliation for the 4th Hokage. As he spoke, he quietly put his hands in front of him while no one was paying attention. An extremely faint golden light gradually appeared on the palm of his hand. Golden body of light. 6 years later, his control over this skill has improved significantly. It can even turn into golden light locally. But this time, when he put his hands into the ground, he was a little confused. Fished it out. Empty. Kushina next door also tried to get some. Still empty. Where's the body? Yin was stunned. How come the corpse was there in the previous times, but suddenly disappeared this time? Orochimaru? This guy came so early. He sighed and shifted his gaze from the Minato couple's tombstone to the tombstones of others. Here, the corpses of the 1st and 2nd generations are not used. Although there was a tombstone, he had touched it 3 years ago and it was empty. As for the other ninjas, most of the bodies were so rotten that they could not be felt. Periphery. On the tree, Kakashi looked at Jin's small figure and felt a lot of emotion for a moment. Worship? Teacher, I didn't know you even have such a little admirer. Perhaps he really is an outlier in the Uchiha family? Looking at it this way, it seems much more reasonable for him to be nice to Naruto. At this moment, the string in Kakashi's heart was plucked again. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, he was Minato's apprentice. The number of people coming to worship is pitifully small. Subconsciously, he turned his gaze in another direction. There, the small figure still seemed to have a resolute look on his face. But when he looked over, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Lin's favorite flower, a brand new one. But, Lin's family has long since passed away. How could anyone in the village know about this? At this moment, the shock in Kakashi's heart was even stronger. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be about to grasp something, but it was stuck under the mouth, about to come out. But I couldn't call him. Because of this, his own breath was slightly disordered. Cemetery. After Jin felt the chaotic chakra behind him, his eyebrows arched in a confused manner, finally found the problem with Linear. He would have loved to see if Kakashi and Obito had met beforehand. What would be different? King has no good feelings towards Obito. There are very few pure villains in Naruto, most of them have different meanings of persistence. Sometimes, even a fight of 7 can be washed away. But, except Tuze, because his lover died, he can vent his anger on others. It is difficult to wash away the blame for killing the teacher couple who saved him from life and death countless times. Most importantly, during the Nine Tails Rebellion, he even wanted to attack the newborn Naruto. These 2 points completely nailed him to the pillar of shame. Just wait, I'll copy Kamui from Kakashi, and I'll throw shit in it every day. He muttered something and was about to get up to look at another grave when he suddenly heard a faint voice in his ears. Rustle. Outside the cemetery, a series of nimble figures suddenly passed by. Extremely fast. The sound is very small. If the 5 senses had not been significantly enhanced by the integration of various terms, I would not be able to hear it at all. He turned his head in confusion, muttering, more than a dozen figures? There doesn't seem to be much around this area. No, Danzo, route? Suddenly, he realized that the cemetery was near the route known as the foundation of Konoha. He discovered this by chance 3 years ago. Who would have thought that there was a base here at the route? What are you doing in the middle of the night, mobilizing so many people? With doubt, the scarlet and blue veins in his eyes appeared almost at the same time. Sharinan plus Byakugan, abbreviated as red and white eyes. With the help of these eyes, he could clearly see the masks on these people's faces, which were painted with various animal oil paints. It's really the root. After confirming that everything was correct, Yin followed quietly. It's definitely not a good thing to do in the middle of the night. He's behind, sneaking around 2 corpses. What's going on? As we moved further and further forward, the trees on both sides started to decrease and then slowly began to increase. Apparently, this has spread from one side of the village to the other. Compared to the unfamiliarity of the cemetery, Yin here is much more familiar. Cliff. To be precise, it is the dense forest above the cliff. More and more root ninjas flew into the dense forest on the cliff and hid. In their hands, they held kunao, shuriken, or samurai swords tightly, eyes focused on one place. There, an old man wearing a dark purple kimono, with short gray hair and a bandage, was slowly walking in. His steps were slow and heavy, each step falling silently, but crushing the surrounding leaves into pieces. Just like a dormant snake, it exudes silent pressure. Danzo, it's you, you bastard. At this point, the situation is clear. That old man Danzo is planning to harm someone again. Who is harmed? Jin looked at the dense forest around him, his mouth twitching as he thought to himself, Brother Shuizi, you must remember my instructions. But when I think about it, it seems unrealistic. Except for Itachi, the people of the Uchiha family are more or less not very smart. Even the laughing boss, after having his heart ripped out by Obito, could still be ripped out by Black Zetsu. It can be seen that he has good strength but no brains. It seems like I might be exposed soon. The days of playing badly may soon be gone forever. Anticipating the battle that was about to take place, Jin took a deep breath. Even though Shisui is a pure and innocent boy, he has hinted and stated it many times. But when he saw it this time, he didn't mind helping out. Try to beat Danzo to death. This is the key to delaying the extermination of the Uchiha clan. As for how to open Itachi's Mangekyo, let's talk about it later. But just as he was about to make a move, Danzo in front of him suddenly made a bang sound and turned into wind and disappeared. The next second, almost all the root ninjas seemed to have received some signal and quickly rushed to another place. Behind him, watching this clone dissipate, Jin frowned. So, you've already paid? Isn't this the place to gouge out your eyes? Damn it! You old thief Kishimoto, the memories have misled me. After all, the original work is mostly memories. And Jin had traveled through time for many years, and he only vaguely remembered that he dug it out on this cliff. Then Mizuko, who was being chased, met Itaki, and after entrusting him with something, she jumped down. No bodies were found. Well, even the corpse collector Kabuto couldn't find it. Maybe it was smashed to pieces? With doubts, Yin followed these root members. Slowly, the dense forest became taller and denser. In the dark night, it looked like a huge beast. It opened its mouth wide, waiting for someone to jump in. Silly Shisui just jumped in so smartly. A quarter of an hour ago, Shisui came to the dense forest excitedly. After seeing the man waiting not far away, she couldn't hide the smile on her face and waved to him. Master Danzo, do you really have a way to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and the village? Look carefully, this sunny and cheerful big boy is called Xiao Sui and also called Zishui. At this moment, he had a big smile on his face. Very good. The village and the family can finally live in peace. This little guy Jin actually said that Danzo-sama is unreliable. What a fool. Not long ago, he suddenly received a message. Danzo has a way to peacefully resolve conflicts between the village and the family. That's why he rushed over impatiently. He ran in a jumping manner. In the dense forest late at night, there are jumping footsteps, joyful voices, and swaying figures. These demonstrate the protagonist's inner joy and anticipation, and use the method of first praising and then suppressing to highlight the subsequent plot direction. Yes, this method is quite secretive. Come here and I'll tell you. Danzo waved his hand, signaling Shisui to come over. And the sunny and cheerful big boy, without any hesitation, leaned over and whispered. Seeing this, the smile in Danzo's scarred eyes gradually deepened. Even the corners of his mouth could hardly be suppressed. He couldn't even help himself now and wanted to cover his face with one hand and laugh wildly. But Shisui didn't notice, he just leaned over obediently. Danzo-sama, what is this method? The solution is this. Give me your eyes. Phew. Shisui was stunned for a moment. Then he lost one eye. It wasn't until blood soaked Danzo's right hand that he finally realized what had happened. His expression instantly darkened, but he was more confused than ever. Master Danzo, what are you doing? What, can't you see? Shisui, you're a good boy, but the power of these eyes is too great for you to control. Let me do it. Danzo laughed so hard that his body was shaking violently. Just give me the eyes, and I can change Fugaku and the monkey. By then, there will never be another coup in your Uchiha clan, and Konoha will no longer suppress you. The more he talked, the more excited Danzo became. He even saw the day when he would kick Sarutobi Hiruzen and punch Utane Koharu. Hiruzen has really gone too far lately. As he said this, he put away the eye and was about to say something else. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures appeared before Shisui, running in different directions. Instantaneous? Danzo wasn't surprised, he just looked at his back and shook his head slightly. This dense forest is full of my people. You can't get away. I said, even if the monkey comes, you can only squat aside and watch. Bang! It's your monkey. Before he could finish his words, a powerful attack suddenly came from behind his head. Without any warning, a round brick with a red glow suddenly appeared at the back of his head. With the crimson heat and the blue and white color of Bagwazang, he slapped it down directly. This brick has both the closed chakra of Bagwazang and the power of the two nine-tailed foxes. Very powerful. At the same time, it fell when Danzo was completely defenseless. It can be said that everything is well handled. Then Danzo's eyes went dark and he fell to the ground. I only vaguely heard two words, monkey. The person who came was naturally not monkey, but Jin. With the weak presence attribute turned on, he touched the yin next to him. Click. The moment Danzo fell, Yin reached out casually. A bloody eye with scarlet edges was twisted over like that. It's really big. How come this stupid Chun was still robbed? Jin sighed, closed his eyes and was about to turn around and leave. But when he took a look at Danzo lying on the ground, his heart, which had not been able to touch the corpse, began to stir. Kill Danzo now? That definitely won't work. Kakashi is right behind us. Moreover, if Konoha's Nabecage died like this, who would the Uchiha clan rely on to divert conflicts in the future? So Yin didn't kill them, but raised them like pigs. Fatten them up before killing them. Let this pig live for 2 more days. Of course, although I can't kill, I can fight. Bang! Bang bang bang. The next second, fists glowing with light fell down densely. Not satisfied after smashing the bricks, Yin looked at the bricks next to him. I copied it again. It turns out that deep down I still like to play with bricks. Under the moonlight, Danzo's mumbling could be heard. That was the sunset when he passed away as Hokage. Danzo-sama, you. After Jin disappeared, Kakashi, who followed him, looked at all this with a very complicated expression. Especially when he saw that Danzo was completely defenseless and was knocked down by a brick from King, his eyes widened even wider than when he saw the latest episode of Intimate Paradise. He knew Danzo's strength, and ordinary elite jonin were no match for him. How could he be so close to Yin without even noticing? Could it be because he was so excited about getting the eye that he lost all control? He rubbed his temples with a headache. He didn't even know how to explain what happened today to the third Hokage. Could it be that Danzo failed to steal the chicken and ended up losing the rice, by gouging out Uchiha's eyeball and being knocked unconscious by a brick from Jin? If this gets out, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village will probably be completely deadlocked. Of course, he still has to do his job. Send a signal and pass it on to 3 generations. Then, he just stood there, protecting the crime scene. Swish! Soon, a group of figures came rushing over. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen came quickly holding his big stick. Kakashi, was Konoha attacked? When he heard that Danzo was knocked unconscious, he subconsciously thought that Konoha was attacking him. Only then did he rush over in combat mode. Beside him, the ape demon stood coldly. He glanced around with a gloomy look. When his eyes fell, Danzo below just opened his eyes. When I opened my eyes I saw a monkey. Monkey? In an instant, the voice before he fainted sounded in his ears. Danzo suddenly stood up, looked at the third Hokage and Monkey King, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Monkey, you actually attacked me." I didn't expect that Danzo has so many entries. It's just a little dark. In the dense forest, Yin couldn't help but recall the terms that had just appeared on Danzo's body. Defeat Shinura Danzo, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Sharingan Collector, black, Pot Shadow, black, 5.5 th Hokage, black, Bridge Sealer, black, Wood Release Cell, Remnant, blue, Wind Release Mastery, blue, Tongue Trouble Root, green, dot. Seeing so many negative entries, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up, as expected of the Nape Cage. He's this dark. I'm afraid only Obito or Madara can compare to him, right? How can this not be considered a leader? He shook his head and continued looking down. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare Would Release Cell Remnant Blue. It can increase physical energy and balance spiritual energy. However, due to the immature copying technology, it will consume life when used. No wonder this entry is incomplete. The level is not high, but the side effects are not small at all. Jin narrowed his eyes and kept this message without any concern. This thing seems to be able to maintain physical and mental energy for the time being. In other words, prevent him from becoming like Itaki, coughing wherever he goes. The sound starts before the person arrives. Those who know him would think that he was dragged down by the Sharingan, while those who don't would think that this guy was weak. With Wood Release, physical and mental energy can be maintained for a short period of time. Just the matter of consuming vitality. Just upgrade the entry. It is only blue now. I hope it can be upgraded to purple or gold. That would probably mean we would be free from worries. Thinking of this, Jin not only looked in the direction he came from, but also murmured, "Looks like I'll have to talk to Danzo more often in the future." From now on dark and windy nights, it will be Danzo's brick clapping song. Faster, faster. Danzo-sama. Why are you doing this? That guy Jin.is right. The roots, they're really hot on my trail. Muttering, Shisui covered his eyes and angrily opened Susanoo with one eye. Susanoo, with green light burning all over his body, was at least 7 or 8 feet tall. It stands out in the dense forest. It is also very powerful. As for the roots, most of them have no idea what this is. Faced with the godlike power, he could only resist helplessly, but Shisui simply swept away the numerous roots and continued running forward. He didn't know where he wanted to go. In the Hui ethnic group? Now that he is in this state, he will definitely not be able to hide what happened from his tribe members. Given the situation within the tribe, I'm afraid those members of the tribe can directly launch a coup tonight. Especially the elders, even the clan leader might not be able to stop them. Forget it, let's go to the old place. As he thought about it, he suddenly put away Susanoo and turned to run towards the cliff. That was the place where he sought spiritual comfort whenever he felt lost and helpless. But gradually, my eyes became more and more painful. My thoughts gradually became heavy. Hurry up. Faster. Click. At some point, exhausted, he fell down. But just as he was about to fall to the ground, a pair of slender hands suddenly stretched out. Yes. Shisui was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw a boy with tear troughs of similar height in front of him, looking at him. "It's Itaki, why are you here?" Itaki shook his head and said nothing. He just silently helped his friend sit under the tree. Why is he here? During this period, when chatting with Yin who refreshes every day, Shisui and Danzo are always mentioned. So subconsciously, after seeing Shisui go out tonight, he followed him. It's a pity that I was a step too slow. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Shisui, you." But before he could finish, the corner of his lips was pressed down. 2 weak fingers pressed up. Shisui shook his head. "Shh, Itaki, listen to me. This was done by Lord Danzo. He also took away my other eye. But don't tell my tribe. Let them think I died on the battlefield," said. He stretched out 2 fingers and inserted them backwards, pinching out an eyeball and saying, "Don't be sad. Take it well. Remember to take good care of the village, the family, and the 2 little guys, Jin. Perhaps only when I die can this invisible conflict end." Having said that, he turned around with a determination to die, and jumped down from the cliff that he remembered. Shisui. Itaki looked at the bloody eyeball in his hand. Looking at his friend who looked dead, an indescribable emotion was gradually spreading in his chest. Why is this happening? Why would such a simple and innocent boy become a victim of political fighting spirit? Why, it looks like brother Shisui. The brain is wailing, and the chi and blood are wailing. Even the chakra in the body began to spin wildly. The next second, the 3 Magatama Sherry Non in his eyes began to spin rapidly. It's like Lao Toule with 98 added, it's flying fast. Faintly, the 3 Magatama slowly stretched and condensed together, like a triangular shuriken. Kaleidoscope, open. Because his teacher and friend Shisui died, Itaki angrily opened his mangekyo. Da. At the same time, a man appeared behind the roots came over quietly. Itaki didn't even look at him, he just glared at him with a burst of black flames. Phew! Black flames appeared out of nowhere and quickly ignited the ninja at an extremely fast speed. He was burned to ashes before he even had time to scream. Amaterasu. Is this my new eye technique, Amaterasu? Itake looked at the root that was burned alive by Amaterasu, and 2 lines of blood and tears slowly flowed from his eyes. You will be the first person to die under Amaterasu, and the last one. Just as he finished speaking, a frivolous voice suddenly came from beside him. Young, energetic and frivolous. This voice is Yin? Itaki raised his head quickly, and his scarlet pupils regained their composure the moment they lifted. Sure enough, standing in front of him was Uchiha Jin. There was also a very familiar figure on his back. And Shisui? Itaki was a little surprised, with a hint of surprise suppressed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Jin actually rescued Shisui, who jumped off the cliff. He immediately frowned and hesitated before saying, "But brother Shisui doesn't want us to save him." Ember. His anger immediately flared up. Stupid. He immediately stretched out his hand and poked Itaka's forehead hard, saying in disgust, "He said not to save him, so why not? He asked you to assassinate the Hokage, why didn't you go?" Oh shit. It is said that the Uchiha are all a bunch of lunatics. Itaki, who has the best brain, is often a fool. Master Chief, we are now on guard duty. Every day we are either looking for cats or helping villagers walk their dogs. Yeah, when did the great Uchiha start letting those commoners tell him what to do? Now all the families and clans in the village are banding together, and only we Uchiha are being excluded. Also, the village's finances seem to be in trouble. We haven't received any allowances in a long time. Clan leader, if this continues, the Uchiha will probably be completely devoured. With Shisui's Koto Amatsukami and Itaki here, we Uchiha can definitely defeat Konoha. Uchiha clan territory, meeting place. Listening to the complaints of his tribesmen one after another, Fugaku's heart gradually wavered. Maybe it's time for a change. Ever since the Nine Tails Rebellion, the Uchiha clan was forced to move to the outskirts of the village, became a true outer villager. Even though he held the position of Konoha guard, this only exacerbated the conflict with the villagers. More than a dozen complaints a day. The reward was even cut off by lazy waste. The villagers are becoming increasingly dissatisfied with them. Even the tribesmen on the battlefield began to die in unclear circumstances. No body to be found. No pension in sight. Even a dog will bite when it is angry, let alone the Uchiha. In the past year, more and more members of the tribe have become dissatisfied, especially several radical elders. Even he, the head of the Uchiha clan, couldn't suppress it. If we don't resist, perhaps the Uchiha family will fall into civil strife? Everyone, be quiet. He rubbed his restless temples, looked at the group of red eyes in front of him, and finally nodded solemnly. In that case, when Shisui and Itaki come back tonight, we'll go dash. Before he finished speaking, a hurried notification sounded outside the door. Clan leader, Shisui is back. You're back? One elder was delighted and clapped his hands on the table. Chief, the day of rebellion is today. The glory of my Uchiha clan will continue from now on. Just as he was about to continue, he was interrupted. The Uchiha bared his teeth as if he had encountered something strange, and said in confusion, but his eyes were gouged out. Bang! Nonsense, how could Shisui be blind when he has the god of the sky within him? The elder slammed the table. I don't believe it at all. But Fugaku and the others had already walked out quickly. As soon as I walked out, I saw nearly 100 clansmen gathered at the family gate not far away. He seemed to be pointing and saying something. Although I couldn't hear it clearly, I could feel the rage in his voice. The voice is so loud that it's scary. Could it be? Fugaku's expression darkened and he walked faster. Crash. After pushing through the crowd and seeing Shisui in front of him, the sky fell. He is still that sunny and handsome boy, but his once innocent and bright eyes have disappeared. All that was left was blood in his eye sockets. Blood scabs formed at the corners of the eyes. Shisui, how could this happen? Damn it, it must be Kanaha's fault. This is the vengeance I must take for the genius of the Uchiha clan who harmed me, clan leader. Amidst the wailing, the hawkish elder who had spoken earlier came from behind. His face was distorted and his expression was miserable. The three Magadama Sherinan in his eyes almost flew away. He looked up at the tribesmen around him, slowly took out something from behind his back and said, "Chief, it's late at night and cold. Put on this clothing." After he finished speaking, he spread out the clothes in his hands. The 5 big words, Godame Hokage, printed on the back are particularly clear. Hokage, he will kill Sarutobi one day. Why can't my Uchiha clan do the same? With just one order from you, the 432 genin, 183 chinin, and 69 jonin of the clan will charge directly into the Konoha building and tear that old man to pieces. Swish! As soon as these words were spoken, nearly 100 tribesmen and several elders looked over instantly. Except for a few gentle tribesmen, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. New hatred plus old grudge. Uchiha glory plus the position of Hokage. Tonight, it's time for Konoha's sky to change. Call. Fugaku looked at the Hokage uniform and seemed to see the Hokage position not far away, waving at him. It seemed as if he saw countless Konoha ninjas rushing towards him when he raised his hand. Are you unhappy? Very cool. But after hesitating for just a moment, he shook his head silently. I have to say that Fugaku is a man of great character. He forcibly moved his eyes away from the Godame Hokage uniform. Looking at the angry tribesman, he asked softly, "Why don't we ask Itaki what happened?" Everyone then realized that the person holding Shisui was actually Itaki. For a moment, the tribe members fell silent. Only heavy breathing spread throughout the Uchiha clan's territory. No wonder that guy Jin insisted that I bring him here. Itaka's eyes flickered, and he decided to conceal some things. Phew, sorry father, Shisui dug out his eyes. Himself. After saying that, he thought silently in his heart, if brother Shisui was awake, he would definitely say the same thing, right? He certainly didn't want to see conflicts between his family and the village. But, as he pondered, Itaka's eyes silently swept over several elders of the clan. Especially it was the clan elder holding the Hokage costume, with a cold glint in his eyes. He actually desecrated the position of Hokage. Death is approaching. As a ninja infused with the will of fire, Uchiha Itaki could tolerate many things, but the only thing he could not tolerate was blasphemy against the Hokage. This is his value. Perhaps the conflict between the family and the village is truly irreconcilable. Perhaps I should go talk to Hokage-sama. Since there's no reconciliation, one side has to disappear. At this moment, Itaka's perception of his tribe members quietly changed. After hearing this, Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. Clapping his hands, he comforted, "All right everyone, Shisui's health is failing and the family's strength has been greatly reduced. As for the villagers and financial issues, I will speak to the Hokage." Slowly, the restless hearts of many tribesmen calmed down. The redness in his eyes slowly disappeared. Only Uchiha Itaki was left standing there, neither happy nor sad. "Itaki, you should go back too." Fugaku shook his head and patted his eldest son's shoulder. His eyes flashed across his eldest son's tightly clenched right hand. Without saying anything, he just picked up Shisui and turned to walk towards the clan. Original place. Itaka stood in the moonlight, motionless. Call out. Suddenly, his expression changed and he looked behind him. Outside the clan territory, a man wearing a mask and black clothes seemed to be looking at him. The roots? His expression changed and he raised his legs to chase after him. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. Konoha had already fallen asleep. Only the lights in the Hokage's office were still flickering. Bang! Bang bang bang. Monkey, why are you trying to trick me? After the sling was returned, Danzo could no longer suppress the anger in his body. It was like a betrayed lioness looking at a lion in disbelief. From just now until now, he has been thinking about this matter all the way. Hearing this, the third generation knocked the pipe in his hand and said with a surprised look, "You've asked this question 43 times since you came back. Have you ever reflected on why the Umbu and I rushed there? Besides monkey, you have to know that I'm the Hokage." At the end of his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, looking directly at Danzo opposite him. Even though he is a little shorter due to his age, his aura is even more domineering. Danzo couldn't help but look dazed after seeing this scene. The momentum that was originally strong against each other weakened in an instant. The figure of the man who once dominated the ninja world and was hailed as the strongest Shadow Master seemed to appear before his eyes. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was the man's original appearance that made him love and hate him. In the end, he could only choose to take root underground, buried deep under a tree, and assist the Hokage well. But now, for a moment, Danzo actually had the urge to just let it go. "I even want to retire immediately." Seeing that his friend seemed to be so scared that he couldn't speak, the passion in his eyes was also disappearing. The third Hokage paused, then changed the subject. Danzo, I fought so many battles over the years, and my body is already broken and damaged. But the next Kage must be able to make greater contributions to the village. Do you understand what I mean? After saying that, he picked up the Hokage cloak beside him and patted Danzo. He walked to the window and muttered, the Uchiha factor needs to be dealt with, but now is not the time. Besides, Konoha not only needs me, the Kage in public, but also the nameless Kage who protects Konoha in secret. Pop. This shot made Danzo stunned. Especially the four big words, nameless shadow, which almost hooked him into becoming a black carp. All eyes were on the Hokage's cloak in front of him. A lot of thoughts surged in my mind. So, Hiruzen is saying that my current contribution to the village isn't enough? So even if he becomes Hokage, he will not be accepted by the public? Right. It must be like this. So, just keep contributing to the village, maybe. Thinking of this, Danzo's newly born desire to retire instantly disappeared. He was like a cockroach with an injection of chicken blood and adrenaline. Zhong turned to look at Hiruzen and said in a much higher voice, I understand. After saying that, he took the Hokage cloak and turned to leave. Every step was heavy but firm. Only Hiruzen was by the window, silently watching the weather outside and waiting. Just as the moon was about to set, a long-haired boy wearing Uchiha robes slowly knocked on the door of the Hokage. Itaki, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You know, your brother took out Shisui's eyes today. What a pity, Danzo didn't even attack the third Hokage, but just went back quietly. Is this the same root leader who dared to attack the Hokage? Ambition is no longer enough, old dang. At the same time, in front of the cliff, Uchiha Jin, who had returned, was leaning against a tree board. The scene just now appeared in my mind. Although Danzo was very angry at first, he did not dare to take action when he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen. Just an honest accusation. This made his mood for watching the show fall to the bottom. But fortunately, after waiting for so long, I finally got something. He muttered and turned to look at the moon. To be precise, it was the figure wearing a mask under the moonlight. You knew I was coming? Kakashi put away the treasure in his hand, walked over slowly, and said thoughtfully, I am becoming more and more curious about you now. Kakashi is a true Hokage. There is no doubt about this. But as for him personally, he often chooses not to interfere if he can. Even if they saw it, they would just turn a blind eye. He just wants to do his own thing peacefully. The young boy from the Uchiha clan in front of him made him feel a little uneasy. There's even a vague feeling that's hard to explain. It seems that no secret can be hidden in front of these small eyes. So after hesitating for a moment, Kakashi asked, You, it seems, already knew that Danzo-sama would attack Shisui? Otherwise, he couldn't understand why Yin would rush to the cliff with full firepower in an instant. You know? Jin shrugged, not knowing whether to accept the answer or not. You should know Danzo's personality better than me, right? The key to getting rid of suspicion is not to prove yourself, but to throw the question back. Obviously, Kakashi didn't know this. After listening to it, he really began to think seriously. Back then, even if it weren't for the third-generation master's intervention, even my eye would have been. Finally, he nodded with difficulty and came to a conclusion. Although I don't want to admit it, but if Danzo-sama knew if you know the ability of Shisui's eyes, maybe you will have some ideas. Greedy, sinister, and coveting the Uchiha's eyes. This is Danzo. See, this is the benefit of self-tactics. Jin smiled and suddenly changed the subject. So Kakashi, do you hope that the village and the Uchiha clan will fight to the death? Do you want the prosperous village that Yondaime-sama wanted to be in ruins? You want all of Obito's clan members to die one by one? Click. Kakashi subconsciously stepped on the branch in front of him and broke it. The crisp sound was like a huge hammer hitting his ears. One hammer after another hit him until his head was splitting. After a long while, he touched his left eye behind the mask and murmured, if Minato-sensei were still alive, he wouldn't just stand by and watch like the third Hokage, right? Minato-sensei will definitely come to communicate sincerely. Obito will probably hate me even more, right? I didn't protect Lin, nor did I protect his family. All kinds of thoughts appeared in his mind. A seed also took root quietly and inadvertently. It was anger towards Danzo. It is also a sign of dissatisfaction with the Hokage's inaction. Rubbing my left eye behind the eye patch, it seemed a little hot. There's also some pain. Obito, are you feeling pain for your clan? Don't worry, I will protect your people. At this moment, Kakashi's figure gradually grew taller. Just opposite. Protect? Jin looked at Kakashi and couldn't help but curl his lips. The second time Tsuchiko-kun officially appeared, the Uchiha clan was directly wiped out. The moonlight grew dimmer and dimmer, and the sun began to gradually emerge from the east. Looking at Kakashi, who was in self-blame, Uchiha Jin sighed once again. Things like mouth-to-mouth combat are really useful. Of course, the reason why he was able to put Kakashi into this predicament with just a few words, it is based on reading the original work. This is like standing on top of a giant and observing the ninja world. In short, giant view. Of course, not long after, the prompt in front of Yin was refreshed. Cooldown is over, copy the entry, start. Talking with Gogo. Hate Kakashi for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: weakness, black, Kamui left eye, gold, Sharingan remnant, purple, fire style mastery, blue, water style mastery, blue, lightning style mastery, blue, earth style mastery, blue, taijutsu mastery, blue, illusion mastery, blue, 1,000 years of killing, black. Copy failed. Copy failed again? Yin nodded, not too surprised. The replication success rate has been stuck at 10% for too long. Apart from the European emperor at the beginning, Yin once again experienced what 10% nothing means. Of course, he wasn't annoyed, but his gaze gradually shifted to Shinwei. I hadn't seen this entry the last time we met, but it appears now. Did they notice that the version was too strong and patched Kakashi? Or is it that Obito has returned to Konoha again, and his eyes are sensitive? Jin pondered for a moment, then suddenly said to Kakashi, "Kakashi-senpai, do you want to fight?" Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand lazily. "Oh no, I give up." Right now, he has no intention of fighting at all. "My mind is full of thoughts about how to change. Whether to fight or not is up to you." Jin didn't care, but when he was about to take action, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Ding, defeated Hate Kakashi, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry, Divine Power Left Eye, Gold. Kamiya Left Eye, Gold can forcibly break objects in sight and send them into another dimension, or teleport oneself into and out of another dimension. The larger and stronger the object being teleported, the more chakra is consumed, with a minimum consumption of 10,000 chakra. When he saw this prompt, even Yin himself was stunned for 2 seconds. Only then did I react. Divine Power. It's still Kakashi's Kamui. Instead of Obito's Kamui, which was useless to him. As long as the pupil power is sufficient, it can even be powerful enough to break the arm of the outer path golem from a long distance. His eyes flickered, a smile spread from the bottom of his eyes, and he murmured, after traveling through time and space, "I finally have a decent means of attack." To be honest, whether it is the golden body of light or the weak presence, even it is flying thunder god. Although the mechanism is sufficient, the value is a bit lacking. That's right, damage value. Which is stronger, the mechanism or the value? Specific analysis is required based on specific circumstances, but if there are no numerical values, it is reasonable to use shuriken or something in the early stage. But what about later stages? In the later ninja world where people often use Gundams, he used Flying Thunder God to stab the Gundam in the heart with a shuriken? I'm afraid he's just screwing screws into the Gundam. This is also why, although he has maxed out his life-saving skills, but I still stay at home and bask in the sun to increase my chakra. As long as there is enough chakra, the fireball technique can burn people to death. As for consuming 10,000 chakras each time, it seems that the 50-50 opening can only be opened twice in a row. Opening it more than that is exploitation. So, an elite Jonin Kakashi should only have 20,000 to 30,000 chakra. My chakra is about 70 or 80 Kakashis? His eyes lit up slightly. I finally have a clear understanding of chakra. There is no other way, only Kakashi is more suitable as a unit of measurement. And Kakashi once said that Naruto's chakra is equivalent to hundreds of him. So Naruto's chakra is about 200-300 W? So, it seems that my 1.8 million chakras are already close to that of an adult Uzumaki. With this in mind, he walked over to Kakashi, who was leaning against a tree, reaching out to pat the shoulder. But he was only 7 or 8 years old, and although he was taller than his peers, but for the long-legged Kakashi, it's a bit not good enough. After hesitating for a moment, he stretched out his foot and stepped on the big tree next to him. Tread, tread, tread. He walked slowly to the tree trunk, reached out and patted Kakashi's head, showing a look of pity and said, "Oh, what a miserable 50-50 split. See you next week." After saying that, he turned and left. He couldn't wait to try out the power of Shinwei. Only Kakashi was left standing behind him. Look up, hands down, turn around and pat the shoulder. It's a bit confusing. After a long while, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Why did his expression just now make me feel offended? He. If all the Uchiha were like you, perhaps Konoha would truly be settled." If Yin heard this, he would probably laugh his head off. Are all of them like him? The 5 high and low the countries merged into one. The one with the shining red star. Crash. Wow. On the banks of Nanhi River, a young figure gradually approached. Uchiha Jin looked at the river in front of him and took a deep breath. Before my eyes, the entry for Shinwei was shining. And look at the chakra of more than 1.8 million. Then he took a deep breath. The next second, the 3 Magatama Sharingan quietly emerged, and spins rapidly. In his pupils, they formed the shape of 666. At first glance, it still looks like 3 Megatama. It just got a lot bigger in the middle. The next second, a strange wave came out from his eyes. Mystery. Powerful. Unstoppable. The power of space that surpasses everything erupted before his eyes. Call out. Soon, an air vortex as tall as a person appeared above the river. It's not high, but it just falls on the river surface. Wow. The Nanhe River was not affected and continued to flow. It's just that a part is quietly missing in the middle. Is that the divine power space? Looking at this space, a flash of enlightenment appeared in Jin's mind. As long as he wants, he can teleport himself in at any time. I just don't know how long it will last, he muttered, and then both eyes began to work hard at the same time. Kakashi has one eye, but he is not. Double left eyes, divine power. Push with all your strength. Wow, wow. The next second, his chakra rapidly dissipated, decreasing by about 5W per second. But the effect is also amazing. The flow of Nanhe River is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was not until 30 seconds later that the river, which had stretched across this area for thousands of years, revealed its clear riverbed for the first time. The same early sunshine, different encounters. How are you thinking about it, Itaki? Do you want to join my organization and search for the true light together? You again? In the back mountain of Uchiha, Itaka suddenly stopped and looked not far away. The masked guy on the rocks. The next second, he threw out 3 shurikens. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Seeing this, the masked man chuckled strangely. Useless, Itaki, this attack can't even touch my body. Since you don't believe it, then I'll show you what true power is. The next second, his exposed right eye narrowed slightly. Divine power. Wow. Crash. At the moment when the Kamui space was about to open, the masked man Obito suddenly heard the sound of a large amount of flowing water in his ears. He was confused for a moment. Strange, there is no river here, how can there be the sound of flowing water? But the next second, I knew. A large amount of water suddenly gushed out in the Shinwei space. Boom! The incomparable river gushes out like a flood bursting its dam. It even directly knocked down countless large trees along the way. This is. The veins on Obito's forehead were exposed behind the mask. Kakashi, do you really think my Kamui space is a trash can? It's fine if they just throw kunao and shurikens into the space normally, but now they're actually flooding it with water. What are you going to do? Become a god who waters the land? If Kakashi was in front of him, Obito would definitely not be able to resist tearing the kid to pieces. So angry. But the opposite. Itaki was even more shocked than he was. The big boy has a mouth big enough to swallow 2 eggs at the same time. It's actually a water-style ninjutsu that I've never seen before. Looking at the power and amount of water, it's at least an A-rank ninjutsu, right? Unleashing an A-rank ninjutsu without forming any hand seals in a split second, this strange man seems even more powerful than I imagined. For a moment, there was only a huge stream of water rushing in all directions. Fortunately, the surrounding mountains belong to the Uchiha clan's territory. No one lives there. There are only flowers, plants, soil, and trees. After 3 full minutes, the two had to use the surrounding rocks to barely stay clean. You can easily use such a powerful water jutsu. Your chakra capacity is beyond my imagination. Itake looked around and took a deep breath. Easily changed the landscape of an area. The masked man's strength is probably close to the level of a cage. But such a person actually entered the village inadvertently. Danger. Therefore, he must obtain information. Opposite. Obito, who was secretly cursing Kakashi, suddenly paused. Is he mistaking the river-like water in front of him for his water escape technique? Obito's eyes twitched slightly, and it seemed to be getting more severe. He simply coughed lightly and accepted the praise with peace of mind. With his hands behind his back, he acted like a master and said calmly, yes, this is my water escape technique. Also, get to know Uchiha Itaki again. My name is Uchiha Madara. 100 meters? On the banks of the Nanhe River, little Jin looked at the vast expanse of stone and Lois disappearing in the distance, and silently estimated the distance. The distance at which the current Kamui can break an arm is about 100 meters. This distance is not small for the early Hokage. Even compared to the 800-meter shuriken from the concept god's perspective, it's not much different. Hiss. Just then, he suddenly felt some pain in the corner of his eye. Tearing pain. It was as if the needles that Wrong Mama gave Xiaoanzi did not prick her body. Instead, it pierced his eyeball. It's unbearable. Tick, tick. A full 3 minutes passed before he covered his eyes and gasped for breath. When I took my hand away, I found that the palm was red. It's all blood. Is this the after effect of overusing the Mangekyo Sharinan? It seems that I must find a physical body that is strong enough. The distance that Shinwei could break an arm was about 100 meters. Would release is pretty good, but Danzo's is a little bit lacking. Where is Orochimaru now? He murmured, wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned back to his ancestral land. The after effects of the Mangekyo Sheri-nan. He had anticipated it from the beginning, but he didn't expect it to show signs so soon. As for inserting and removing the Sheri-nan, at this moment, Jin was not very accepting of this. Is it true that plugging and unplugging your eyes like a Wi-Fi receiver won't cause you to contract any infectious diseases? Of course, the most important thing is that whether it is the Fugaku couple or 1 in 7 in Suzuki, they are all related by blood to this body. He cannot ignore family affection like the Uchiha clan members in the original work. At this time, he did not realize that the pain in his eyes was due to too much river water being diverted. 10 minutes later, the Uchiha clan's territory was right before their eyes. Jin's figure gradually stopped. In the dry ditch in front of me, the river overflowed and even reached knee-high above the ground on both sides. It roared and flowed in all directions, sweeping away all the grass, trees, and rocks around it. Woof woof woof. Faintly, it seemed that there was also a Shiba Inu involved. The 4 of them were dancing wildly, trying to escape. But the water flow was too fast and the Shiba Inu's lower body was not high enough, so no matter how many times he tried, it didn't work. He could only wail as he was swept to the outside by the river. Who on earth is using such a powerful water jutsu nearby? Jin frowned, picked up the Shiba Inu and threw it to the higher ground. Then his small eyes narrowed and he looked around suspiciously. Although there is a ditch here, there is no water flowing, but now it is suddenly full of water. It is obvious that someone is using water escape nearby. You really have no shame at all, actually using sea escape in a crowded place. Curse you to give birth to a child without an asshole. After cursing, he shook his head and walked away from the superclan. Go. I didn't sleep for a whole night and my dark circles are almost gone. Russell. Footsteps were heard in the Uchiha clan territory. The figure of a young boy, not a small one, walked slowly forward. The rising sun cast a dim shadow on his smiling face, casts a light golden shimmer. Crash. When he opened his house, the smile on his face froze completely. Inside the house, on the bed, 4 dogs that looked like beagles were tearing the mattress apart. Never get tired of it. The whole room was covered with torn white quilts. 1 piece in the east, 1 piece in the west. There was even some dog shit falling in the middle. It seems that the door has not been opened for too long. The smell in the house was so strong that it almost became tangible. As soon as I opened the door, the strong smells that had accumulated overnight immediately found an outlet. Coming roaring. Hey! Jin couldn't bear it any longer and rushed out of the house. He covered his nose and retched violently. Nausea. So disgusting. This smell is like hell on earth for people who don't own dogs. Of course, dog lovers will probably flock to it. After exhaling more than 10 times, he felt that his nasal cavity was a little clearer. Turning his head, he looked towards the toilet. The little face also turned completely dark. In the entire Uchiha, there is only one person who can do something so boring and not be discovered. There is only one person, Urjuze. Isn't it just introducing you to a few girlfriends? The revenge mentality is really strong. Muttering, he opened the toilet door and slowly extended his claws towards the sleeping Suzuki. Ah, it hurts. Early in the morning of that day, the Uchiha clan members were awakened by the screams of ghosts. Fugaku, don't you really need to come forward and persuade these brothers? Hearing the howling coming from outside the house, Mikato looked to the side with some concern. No. Suzuki did something bad last night, so he deserved to be beaten today. Upon hearing this, Fugaku just waved his hand and threw out a bamboo pole called 7 Wolves. Then he closed the wooden door, put his arm around his wife and comforted her. Don't worry, Jin may not talk much, but he's very sensible. Don't worry, let's sleep a little longer in the morning. Inside the house, there was continuous gunfire. The scene was one-sided. Outside the house, the beating continued. The scene is also one-sided. Jin looked at Suzuki hanging on the wall, picked his teeth and asked, is it wrong? I'm right, Humph, if you hadn't been born 2 years earlier and learned more ninjutsu than me, you would be the one hanging here now. What is it about Urjuza that makes people praise him? Then we have to talk about this mouth and this personality. Even if he was hanging there, he would raise his head slightly and look sideways with a sour face. Hey, you're pretending to be dead, huh? Come on, I'll give you a chance. I won't use any ninjutsu to fight you. Yin grinned and untied the rope above with a wave of his hand. Over the past 6 years, although his endurance has been steadily improving, his physical fitness has been greatly improved. Countless words such as strong and healthy and agile have been integrated. The effect is also amazing. Just relying on his small 8-year-old body, his stats are comparable to those of a Chinin. This doesn't have any ninjutsu ability added to it, it's purely numerical. So, he didn't mind letting Suzuki experience an all-round attack. Come on, what do you want to compete in? What are you competing for? I want to duel you, with my body. Suzuki yelled, and after his feet touched the ground, he rushed forward quickly. The advantages of years of exercise really showed at this time. Agile movements and quick pace. In the blink of an eye, he bent over and moved forward, covering a distance of more than 10 meters. Humph, you're such a fool, you actually let me get close to you. I will definitely make you fly, Uchiha Jin. Suzuki's slightly dripping face showed a hint of disdain and pride. He had even seen the scene where Yin was knocked to the ground and begged for mercy. Thinking of this scene, his eyes trembled and he was very excited. Even her cheeks flushed. It was like he was rising into the clouds, taking off? After feeling his feet being forced off the ground, Suzuki's mind suddenly became a little dazed. Was he wrong in taking off? Why is it him? At the same time, there was pain in the abdomen. His face darkened and he quickly opened his eyes wide and looked down. Opposite. When Jin saw Suzuki rushing towards him, he suddenly bent down. Then he grabbed Suzuki's waist with both hands and threw him back. Uchiha hug and throw. Bang! There was a shaking of the ground. Little Suzuki was completely confused. Lying on the grass by the wall, his eyes expressionless. It was as if it had been stripped of wisdom, leaving only dead silence. Whether it's ninjutsu, taijutsu, or even genjutsu, he's no match for this useless guy. Tired, destroy it. Ember. Is the Uchiha's hold and throw so powerful? Did Urjuzi just make you into an idiot? He was a little surprised, but more worried. If something really happens from the fall, what will Naruto do? But when he got closer, he saw that there seemed to be some more light balls on Suzuki's body. One of them even fell directly to his feet. So, this is an explosive item? The corner of his mouth twitched as he looked at the prompt in front of him. At this moment, a new prompt suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Defeat Uchiha Suzuki, trying to copy the entry. Copyable entries: Brother Control, black, Emotional Stability, black, Child of Destiny, colorful, Lightning Release Mastery, purple, Great Fireball Technique, green, 3 Body Technique, white, dot. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the elite entry, Great Fireball Technique, green, dot. Well, I posted an insignificant entry. On the contrary, Yin's eyes fell on the newly appeared black entry, Emotionally Stable. On the night of the genocide, he angrily opened a Megatama. Judging from this, he is indeed emotionally stable. But wouldn't it be that I threw him into a hug and he developed an emotional disorder, which is why he's become emotionally stable? Thinking of this possibility, Jin lowered his head again. His eyes were filled with sympathy and pity as he said, "Don't be such a fool, Urjuzi. If you don't do it, I'll really teach you how to escape from the world of lightning." Suzuki? What's that look in your eyes? His lifeless eyes just happened to see this scene, and his heart immediately exploded. But just as he was about to attack in anger, he suddenly heard the second half of the sentence. The irritable heart suddenly began to stir. Thunder escape. The art of thunder and lightning. Ever since Jin said this, he has actually been thinking about this matter in his heart. Especially after he asked the teacher about the strength of thunder release in class yesterday, he felt even more itchy in his heart. The words of Mr. Irika are still fresh in my mind. Suzuki, lightning release is one of the most powerful offensive release techniques in the ninja world, with incredible destructive power. So after hesitating for just a moment, he immediately stood up and looked at Yin. Without hesitation, he said, "Come, teach me." Jin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he can still speak. In most jobs, as long as you can speak normally, you are not stupid. It's not stupid at all. But soon, he was in trouble. I want to learn how the lightning wrapped around my hands yesterday. Suzuki's eyes lit up. At this moment, his desire for lightning release outweighed his hatred for his second brother. Let's start by learning the seals. After hearing the second half of the sentence, the smile on Jin's face suddenly froze. Subconsciously, he stretched out 2 fingers and said, "Hand seals? Doesn't a ninjutsu of this level require hands?" It's the truth. He really doesn't know how to make seals by relying on the entries. Could it be like how Naruto taught Konohamaru to make meatballs, where he taught him by saying this first and then that? As the son of the version, Jikoshi's understanding can't be worse than Konohamaru, right? Thinking of this, Jin restrained his expression and said seriously, "Lightning release is different from other techniques that you only need to carefully comprehend the power of lightning in nature to learn it. That's why I, my brother, will lie on the wall even if it rains heavily." As he finished speaking, the entry for lightning release, Chidori, glowed slightly. Sizzle. The fingers that were emitting lightning looked like a lightning blade at this moment. Extremely sharp. Looking at the lightning blade formed by his middle finger and index finger, Jin suddenly discovered that another entry on his body was also shining. Special entry, 1000 Years of Killing, black. This scene made him think of an absurd idea, that Kakashi guy. Chidori was not created to cooperate with the Millennium Kill. Middle finger Chidori, 1000-year kill, hiss. Thinking of this, he felt uncomfortable all over. What kind of vicious man would use such a trick? Certainly, if Kakashi went to the land of abundance in the future. With this one skill alone, he would probably be worshipped as a god by countless young women in the south. Does it take heart to feel the power of nature? At this moment, a big doubt emerged in the mind of little Suzuki. Is this really feasible? Subconsciously, he looked at the lightning in Yin's hand. There was a flash of desire in his eyes. Sizzle. But the power of thunder and lightning was so dazzling that Suzuki felt pain in his eyes after just looking at it for a while. I had to turn my head and stop looking. But my heart is even more eager for the power of thunder and lightning. Seeing this, Jin asked with a teasing smile, "Do you want it?" Suzuki nodded, "I do. Do you want to become the god of thunder and lightning in Konoha village?" Suzuki nodded vigorously, "I want to. Just shout it out loud if you want." Suzuki nodded frantically, "I want to become the king of thunder and lightning." Crash. At this moment, the door to the bedroom was suddenly opened. Then a bamboo pole with 7 wolves engraved on it was thrown out. It hit Suzuki's but with perfect precision. "You want your sister? Are you trying to rebel so early in the morning, Suzuki?" Inside the house, Fugaku's voice, suppressed with anger, came at the same time. It can be heard that this dignified patriarch is in a really bad mood. It was like being frightened into shivering while doing something. Boring. Only anger remains. Otherwise, they wouldn't throw things out directly. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the wooden door was closed again. Outside the house, the two brothers looked at each other. Jin looked at his brother with some concern. Isn't the path to becoming a Dharma king going to be snuffed out? Obviously, he underestimated what true emotional stability was. Suzuki simply patted his butt. Through the gap, Jin could see 2 red swellings rising. Obviously, this blow was not light. But Suzuki seemed to be completely unaware of it, and the fire in his eyes was rising steadily. Comprehend the power of natural thunder and lightning. If you want to experience nature, it must be during a stormy and thundering day, or high above the ground. Thinking of this, he slowly turned his gaze to the thickest tree outside the yard. As long as he can comprehend the thunder and lightning and practice thunder escape, he will definitely be able to defeat Jin and make him kneel down and beg for mercy. Thinking of this, he jumped up and climbed up without saying a word. Because of King's intervention, Suzuki also trained with Fugaku for a period of time in advance. Learned a lot of skills. For example, Konoha's required course, stepping on a big tree. Da-da-da. He took 2 steps at a time and rushed directly to the tree as if walking on flat ground. Then, he saw 2 mysterious men wearing catface masks. 6 eyes met. Suzuki's eyes brightened even more. "Are you here to feel the thunder and lightning too?" "Sure enough, my idea is not wrong. Ha 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 ha, I, the Lightning King Sussy, am here." As he spoke, he quickly rushed to the top of the tree. "Open your arms and embrace nature." The movements are nimble, like a horse with a shamat hairstyle. 2 umbu who were dozing off in the branches saw this scene and were shocked. But now, the 2 of them looked at the record book and the pen in their hands, feeling a little troubled. One of them asked, "How do we remember? Does it mean that our first mission will fail once we return to logistics?" The 50 or so seniors who were monitoring us all failed. "We must not fail again." The other person hesitated for a long time, and then his eyes gradually became firm. He nodded heavily. "Just right that the 3rd son of the Uchiha clan leader suddenly fell seriously ill this morning. How about writing something like the Uchiha clan are all crazy?" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from my ears. The 2 of them trembled with fear. When I turned around, I found that there was an extra person under the tree. A silent person. The 2 umbu ninjas were shocked. When did this little second young master climb up the tree? Oh, I must have been distracted by what just happened, which is why I didn't notice it. They looked at each other and silently attributed the cause to themselves. Then he looked at Jin and waved his hand, saying, "What a coincidence, second young master." Newcomer? A complete newbie? The moment he heard the 2 people greeting each other, Yin's lowered eyes were filled with excitement. In the past 6 years, none of the umbu ninjas who came to monitor him lasted more than 3 months. No one was willing to greet him actively. Later, the moment he saw him, he ran away. But in front of him, these 2 people not only did not run away, but greeted him instead. In that case, I won't be polite. We must harvest the wool slowly this time, for sustainable development. Jin rubbed his hands, and when he raised his head again, there was a rare hint of shyness and timidity on his face. Under his intentional manipulation, the facial chi and blood gradually changed. Soon, a bright red color spread rapidly from the sides of the cheeks to the ears. Seeing this scene, the 2 umbu who had just finished their undercover career shook their heads. I never thought such a cute child could be born in the Uchiha family. 10 minutes later, Yin fell down from the tree contentedly. There are 2 more green entries on the body. After 10 minutes of conversation, successfully copied the elite entry light as a swallow, green, *2. Sure enough, newbies are easy to cheat. He smiled and spun. He said directly, "Merge into the swift light and shadow." As an entry that was upgraded to blue a long time ago, swift light and shadow has consumed no less than 10 light as a swallow and 30 agile ones over the years. but when I took it, there was no movement. Although I can feel that my skills, reaction speed, and even endurance have improved, but the entries have been changing slightly. But this time, just as he was deep in thought, the prompt in front of me suddenly changed. Overlaying, congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic item Phantom Vanishing, purple, dot. Flexibility 75% rightward arrow 100%, speed 75% rightward arrow 100%. Dot. Additional effect, consumes 1000 chakra to create an afterimage at the same location. The afterimage can be detonated after 1 second. The power of the explosion depends on the amount of chakra consumed. Cinder's black pupils glowed once again. Double the flexibility, double the speed. This is the basic value. Nothing is better than changing the basics. Especially, he turned his attention to the back. Side effect. Is this afterimage really not leaving a crazy Evon in the same place? If there's enough chakra, it could even rival a suicide truck, right? Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. The sudden sound startled him. When I looked up, I realized that the young man in a blue stand-up collar was facing the sky with his arms outstretched, shouting loudly. And above Urju's head, a bolt of lightning was slowly brewing. Jin was shocked. No, did he really attract lightning? Jin, what the hell are you and Suzuki yelling about? Crash. Accompanied by an exasperated voice, Fugaku opened the door and walked out quickly. Boom. At the same time, the thunder above spread more and more. The implication of thunder and rain is becoming stronger and stronger. Is it going to rain? Hurry up and put on your raincoat and get ready to go to school. Fugaku glanced at the sky and wondered, where's Suzuki? He was yelling just now, where is he now? Hearing this, Jin pointed upwards. His voice was a little low, and he omitted a few words. He said he wanted to be the king of the Uchiha clan. If Suzuki heard this, he would have to ask, what are the first 3 words of Thunder King? Sadly, Suzuki didn't hear it. Only Fugaku. After hearing these words, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He grabbed the 7 wolves not far away in his hand and said word by word through gritted teeth, okay, be the king of the Uchiha? His father hasn't even abdicated yet, but he wants to take the throne, right? You are truly my good son. Boom. Just at this moment, lightning struck. Without any surprise, it struck directly at the top of the tree canopy. That is the little boy who is pointing to the sky with one hand. Hiss, this lightning feels a bit sour. But I want to be the lightning mage king. That was all Suzuki could say. The next second, he spit out black smoke from his mouth and fell down. My legs twitched from time to time. Electricity is still flowing on the surface of the body. Sizzling sound. Fugaku's face turned a little dark, and he could only silently say my own child in his heart while reaching out to catch it. I breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was just electrocuted. Just at this moment, the word king came to my ears. This made his face even darker. Okay, when you wake up, father will make sure you become king. Jin, who was standing next to him, leaned silently against the courtyard wall, not daring to speak. He could only glance at the unconscious Suzuki and sigh. The struggle for the crown prince has always been like this. Time flies and it's morning in a blink of an eye. With Jajira coming to his senses, the Uchiha clan's territory became lively again. Ah, mother, why didn't you call me? I'm going to be late. Dead legs, run faster. After a chaotic commotion, Suzuki rushed to the school. There weren't many people on the road, or even a little. Soon he arrived at the ninja school without any obstacles. Just as he was about to step in, he stopped his panicked steps. He straightened his sleeves, put his hands in his pockets, tilted his head with a slightly sour face, and walked in slowly. Hey Suzuki-kun, why are you so late today? Did you oversleep? Oh, if it weren't for my father's request, I wouldn't have come. Suzuki glanced at the man and said with some disdain, the things in the clan are much better than those in the ninja school. This scene, the female classmates passing by, became crazy again. Wow, as expected of a member of the Uchiha clan. So handsome and rich. But why did he wet the bed this morning? Will this kind of boyfriend wet the bed every day in the future? I'm so conflicted about whether or not to agree to be his boyfriend. Suzuki-kun, even if he wets the bed, he's still cute. Bed wetting? Click. Suzuki's steps paused slightly. His brain seemed to be struck by lightning, his eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at the female classmate in disbelief. His lips trembled as he asked, Who is talking nonsense? Ah, it's your brother Itaki. Boom. My head, as if struck by lightning, really started to hurt. I have a splitting headache. Damn it Jin, I'm going to kill you. Bang. Before he could finish his words, he was beaten to pieces by a yellow-haired kid. Hey, Sassy, you're late today. Naruto, wearing his orange clothes, clapped his hands and skipped back to the classroom. Only Suzuki was left standing there, his eyes a little dazed. This child. Could he really have been struck by lightning and become stupid? In the distance, Yin watched the scene and sighed. It seems that being struck by lightning is indeed not a good thing. But today's conversation is basically over, it's time to leave. Thinking of this, he took a step forward. After leaving behind a clone, the original body went straight out of the school. The success rate of replicating conversations is still not high. He could feel the immature would release power in his body, tirelessly corroding his body. It's like a slow suicide poison. Phagocytose active cells in the body. In other words, it promotes the continuous division of cells in the body. If this continues, there will be only one result: cell division will be completed prematurely, resulting in a shorter lifespan. It is difficult to say whether the death of the first generation was related to excessive use of the passive wood release technique or to the injuries suffered in the battle with Madara. Or maybe there was simply a problem with Kishimoto's settings, and the vulnerability was caused by a later patch. But there is no doubt that wood release is not a simple power. What's more, his wood release technique is now incomplete. I wonder how many wood release cells Danzo received when Orochimaru defected 5 years ago. If there are still primary cells. Can I just plunder them? Thinking of this, he raised his foot and flipped out of the ninja academy. As for going through the main gate, which good kid would skip classes and walk out the main gate? But as soon as I went out, I suddenly realized something was wrong. From somewhere in the dark, there seemed to be a gaze staring straight at him. It's like a poisonous snake lurking in the darkness, ready to strike at any time. At this moment, staring at me without any concealment, Jin grinned and stretched, and suddenly there were crackling sounds all over his body. Did you finally notice it, Danzo? Unlike the Umbu who only provide symbolic surveillance records, the root ninjas are completely projections of Danzo's consciousness. It is no exaggeration to say that even Danzo has murderous intentions towards Naruto. Root members will also develop murderous intentions, and be bold and do it. It just so happens that Danzo has a strong malice towards the Uchiha. He both envied and longed for Uchiha's eye technique, but was also wary and afraid of Uchiha's power. As a transparent person of Uchiha, he has almost no interaction with the people in the village. Therefore, the only ones who could produce this aggressive gaze were Danzo's root members. But it took him so long to notice something was wrong. This Guoying was really slow to react. He raised his feet and walked directly towards the big tree he sensed. The outer wall of the ninja academy is rarely visited. Tread, tread, tread. The wooden clogs made crisp sounds as they stepped on the stone road. This also made the masked root members on the tree subconsciously frown. He quietly formed seals in his hands. The next second, he suddenly jumped up, would release silent killing binding technique on the ground. A row of trees suddenly stretched out and bound Jin's body. It's like a cage, making it difficult to move. Well, you really underestimate the enemy, kid. As long as I catch you, Danzo-sama will let me go. The root soldier walked out slowly, with the word shining brightly on the corner of his clothes. And because of the failure of the last mission and because of the contact with Kakashi, now he just wants to get away from the roots as soon as possible. Return to normal life. That's why he was willing to take the risk and accept the mission of capturing Uchiha clan members in the village. In stark contrast to his relief, Jin's eyes suddenly lit up after seeing the wood release. Add luster and shine. The wood release technique I've been longing for is finally here. The next second he said directly, "Hey, uncle, would you like to chat for 10 minutes? Your mouth isn't sealed." Yamato narrowed his eyes slightly and formed seals again. Prepare to stuff wood into Yin's mouth. Call out. A piece of wood suddenly rose and stretched, stabbing from top to bottom. Yin, that's too much, Yamato. Armor. How come I hadn't noticed before that Captain Yamato, who seemed so reliable, was so rude when he was at the root? It's no wonder that Danzo's brainwashing ability is comparable to that of the third generation. He shook his head and reached out to crush and break the wood in front of him. Click. Just throw it aside like trash. He was completely unaware of the sudden contraction of Yamato on the opposite side, or rather, the root member of Jia at this time, in pain. How does this kid know my identity? The future Yamato was confused. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he had heard of the second son of the Uchiha family, but it is only based on knowing the name. I don't know him and have never seen him, but how come the other party recognized him the moment they met? Confused, Mirai Yamato was about to leave when he saw a scene that surprised him even more. The boy in front of him, who was no more than 10 years old, actually tore his wood release technique into pieces with his bare hands. That's right, bare hands. This made Yamato's eyes almost pop out. From the time he was trained until now, he has never seen anyone who can tear apart wood release with bare hands. You can hide, dodge, and even burn it with fire. He thinks all this is normal. But you can't tear it with your bare hands. This is not some piece of paper. So without hesitation, he opened his hands again and formed seals. But just when it was halfway done, it suddenly stopped. On the neck, a sharp edge was flashing with cold light. Tick. A trace of blood quietly seeped out. Gurgle. When did it get behind me? Could it be space ninjutsu? No, impossible. He swallowed, his eyes narrowing even more. The boy behind him, who was less than 10 years old and silent, seemed to be extremely frightened. The next second, the cold light disappeared. Uchiha Jin waved his hand and said, "Let's go outside the village." After all, it happened in the village, and the fight would cause quite a stir. Especially if houses are destroyed, there will be considerable compensation. It's not as comfortable as outside the village. As for whether there will be any trouble if Yamato is released, he doesn't care. The ninja world in the early days was relatively logical, and it was just a simple competition of intelligence. If there is enough intelligence, it is even possible that the genin will surround and kill the jonin, just like Shikamaru took out Haiden. Or even if Jiraiya died at the hands of Pain, Kakashi could still defeat one Pain. In these cases, the role of intelligence is particularly highlighted. As for the later period, Gundams are everywhere and magic is everywhere. Chun-Chun's combat power collapsed. But Yin lowered his head slightly. Now that he had the ability to attack, defend, and run all in one, his combat power was already heading towards collapse. As long as we resolve the two issues of would release damaging our lives and Sharingan damaging our bodies, we will truly be standing on the top of Konoha. The night of genocide a year later? Yin even felt that it could happen now. Behind him, the future Yamato followed without hesitation. As the last mission of the route, he must complete it. Soon, we arrived at the outskirts of the village. On the banks of Nan-e River, Yamato looked at the boy standing opposite him and silently apologized. The next second, it suddenly attacked again. Would release, great forest technique. Wow. When he stretched out his right hand, countless vines as thick as his thighs appeared and grabbed directly towards the opposite side. Even stronger and harder than before. "Hey, don't be anxious, uncle, let's talk for a while," Yin said as he dodged sideways. Everyone is not the goal, would release is his goal. There's no point in talking anymore, just fight, young man, Ember. With these childish lines, Captain Yamato's character is really ruined. But thinking of the opportunity to copy the entries during the 10-minute conversation, he quietly dodged to the side. Copy the wood release technique, no need to shiver. It's not slow, but can it escape? Just follow me back. The powerful and unique wood release once again gave Yamato confidence. He just thought that what was just torn off with his bare hands was not performed well. Now burst out with all your strength. Wood style, 4-pillar prison. Bang, 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 bang. One after another, wooden stakes rose from the ground. Directly surround the area of more than 10 meters around Jin, and it is still shrinking. At first glance, it looked like a wooden prison cell, trapping Uchiha Jin. There are also faint mysterious runes on the wood. No one can enter. Can't get out. What a difficult Uchiha brat. After doing all this, future Yamato wiped the sweat from his head and breathed a sigh of relief. He is quite strong. Because of wood release, even an ordinary jonin can be easily subdued. So, in his opinion, capturing a little young master of the Uchiha family was easy. But before he could finish his breath, a sound suddenly came from the wooden cage. "Uncle, can we talk now?" You. Yamato's mouth twitched. "Your mental strength is too strong, isn't it? A boy who has never left school and is not even a genin. You're not scared when you see him? Something is wrong." Somehow, Yamato once again thought of the fierce scene where Jin tore the wood release apart with his bare hands. A word suddenly emerged in my mind, confident and fearless. To be on the safe side, he formed seals with his hands again. Would release, silent killing binding technique. Would style, 4 pillars. Would style, Lianzu family. One after another, the secret techniques of wood release appeared in Konoha. Inside the cage, trees are entangled. Outside the cage, a complex wooden house rises from the ground, suppressing the chakra power within the cage. Then several houses appeared again around the residence. It was like a small family, sealing the cage in the middle tightly. This way, even Kakashi-senpai won't be able to escape, right? After doing all this, future Yamato finally relaxed completely, leaning on the wooden sofa, breathing slightly heavily. As soon as he sat down, he heard the loud and exaggerated voice of the boy opposite him. "Uncle, it's a shame if you don't go into real estate. With just this one would release combo, how many people would envy me to death?" Yes, leaving aside the Uchiha clan, there are actually quite a few orphans in Konoha because of the war. Although there are special subsidies, the living environment of most children is not good. For example, Naruto. Even the orphan of the 4th Hokage only lived in a small 2-story wooden house. The room is not very big. But if Yamato puts in an effort, he can cut down the trees around the village and build houses. There is no problem of housing shortage at all. Chatted for a while. Relevant prompts slowly appeared in front of Yin's eyes. Conversation target, root armor. The copyable entry is being parsed. With style bloodline limit copy, purple, first generation cell, remnant, purple, water style mastery, blue, Doki-kun, black, brother Tumu. He looked at the 3-bedroom, 1 living room cabin nearby and nodded silently. Others can refine it in an instant. Yamato built the house in an instant. The key is that it is well built, with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, and an independent large balcony. Who wouldn't praise this if others told them so? Most importantly, it's pure wood and all natural. No additives, no formaldehyde. After watching for a while, he suggested, Yamato. Aka, I think you should build another toilet in the master bedroom. And the coffee table is too stingy. Build a big one. I'll have a hammock or a deck chair on the balcony. In the summer, I can take a nap in the sun. It's very comfortable and tiring. In the suggestions, new hints gradually emerge before your eyes. Talking with person A for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. There aren't many surprising success rates. Still, beating is more realistic. Jin shook his head, and the words that were originally flowing came to an abrupt end. This, in turn, made Yamato raise his eyebrows and glance at him, wondering, why don't you say anything? After more than 10 minutes of chattering, he was almost used to it. Unfortunately, Yin was no longer in the mood to talk. The whole person seemed to have lost all strength and means, lying on the ground with lifeless eyes. Across from him, Yamato frowned. However, after feeling that his body had almost recovered, he no longer hesitated. Let's go, I'll take you to see Lord Danzo. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and transformed it into a huge piece of wood, wrapping it around the cage. It was like a nearly 5-meter-long wooden egg, fitting perfectly. But just as he turned around to take the egg away, there was a sudden movement inside. A last-ditch fight? Yamato's expression remained unchanged, and he said calmly, this is the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Not to mention you, even if Senior Kakashi was trapped by this move of mine, he would have to wait. Snap. In a moment of carelessness, the heavy wooden egg in front of him exploded again. It was like fireworks shattering. Countless wood chips flew out. It was so vast that it turned the sky into brown. Yamato was dumbfounded. It exploded again? He couldn't believe his eyes that the 3 views and cognitions he had held for the past 20 years were all collapsing. This is a secret technique passed down from the first Hokage. How could it be defeated so easily? Could it be? Is it that the way I practice is wrong? It would be difficult for ordinary people to break through. In the middle of the sawdust, Jin looked down at his palm. A protruding piece of brown wood was wrapped in evil, red chakra. Exclaimed, the power of the 9 tails plus the power of wood release, the combined explosion of the two seems to be quite astonishing. He immediately raised his right hand and slapped Yamato, who was standing dazed 3 meters away. Phew! The 3-meter-long hand condensed from the crimson chakra even raised the temperature of the surrounding area by a few degrees. The wood chips that were still flying around were instantly ignited. Puff, puff. Soon, the flames were rampant. And what kind of ninjutsu is this? Looking at the huge palm in front of him, Yamato quickly formed a seal, wood release, wood wall. Swish! In an instant, a row of wooden pillars rose from the ground. They are bent and stacked together to form an arch to protect him. Now, it really becomes an eggshell. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the big hand in front of him slapped him down. Bang! The wooden wall that was strong enough to withstand A-level ninjutsu was broken in half before it could last more than a second. 1 piece in the east, 1 piece in the west. Yamato had no choice but to jump away in a hurry. But these big hands seemed to be equipped with tracking devices, following me everywhere. As a last resort, he formed seals again. Would escape tree boundary wall. Click, click, click. In an instant, wooden vines quickly grew out of the ground and formed a shield to block the big hand. Snap! The vines broke. Fortunately, the blood-red hand disappeared due to the exhaustion of energy. Blocked, blocked, blocked. Yamato wiped the sweat from his forehead and stretched his whole body straight. Only then did I realize that my back was soaked with cold sweat. He never expected that a mere young boy from the Uchiha clan could bring him such great pressure. This is much more difficult than an S-level mission. He pulled the corners of his mouth with difficulty, and his face behind the mask showed a rare expression. If other root members saw this, they would definitely say, heresy. Jen, how can you have expression? No wonder Lord Danzo wants to take you back for questioning. It turns out it's not because of your identity. It's strength. A young man from the Uchiha family who was still in the ninja school could actually make him, a root member who was comparable to an elite jonin, feel fear. Unbelievable. But this is the so-called retirement battle. Yamato took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress his restless and fearful heart. His eyes gradually became resolute and determined. I must retire right here today. Bang! But just as he finished speaking, a huge force suddenly came from his abdomen, knocking him directly to the ground. Boom! A huge hole with a radius of 5 meters was smashed into the ground. Click! Faintly, there was the sound of broken ribs. At the edge of the pit, Yin retracted his left foot, shook his head and sighed. You really have to retire right here. Yamato is one of the few holders of wood release cells in the ninja world. He couldn't remember when this guy broke away from the root and joined the Umbu, but both the root and the Umbu have irreconcilable conflicts with the Uchiha clan. Even though he has been lying down and playing badly for so long, it doesn't mean that he will allow Konoha F4 to target Uchiha. Therefore, if this guy doesn't retire, the only option is to move the monument. Defeat root armor, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Wood style, wood ingot wall, blue. A defensive ninjutsu that summons a row of wooden pillars from thin air to form an arch on the ground to protect itself. Defensive ninjutsu? Jin shook his head and said directly, add to the wood release cell, remnant, blue, entry. For him who possesses the golden body of light, defensive ninjutsu is of little use. As for protecting your partners, that would only become his weakness. The entry is being merged. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent wood release cell, remnant, blue, entry. The wood release cell division speed has decreased. With the blessing of wood release, wood wall, wood release cell, remaining. Finally, there was some improvement. Especially the ability to control the splitting speed. Exceptionally clear. Uchiha Jin closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. The speed of cell division in his body had been reduced to half. This discovery made him feel relieved. Fortunately, it can be improved. Otherwise, the dual exhaustion of body and mind would be too much for a mere old man. Who would have thought that the wood release technique was originally used to balance the consumption of the Mangekyo, but now both are consumed together. I hate defective items, he muttered and looked away. But at this moment, I suddenly discovered that another entry above my head seemed to be changing subtly. The 7-year itch that was originally dark purple seemed to have dimmed a little. It became dimmer from the richness that could scare people to death at first sight. And vaguely, the black light ball was surging and changing. Before long, the original 7-year itch turned into a 6-year cycle. It has been detected that the host has spent 6 years and finally has the ability to change his fate. The entry is undergoing transformation. After successfully transforming, the host will obtain the god level item 66S lottery. 66 great luck. What is this entry? Seeing the system's prompt, Jin's dark pupils suddenly brightened. He now has only 2 colored entries. But, whether it is the golden body of light or the weak sense of presence, they are all conceptual. It can be said that these 2 are the key to his safe growth. He couldn't help but start looking forward to this entry. But Yamato at his feet woke up several times but was knocked unconscious every time, and it was almost dark while he was waiting. This entry does not imply any transformation. It was still a foggy mass, showing on the body. Forget it, just transform yourself. The moonlight gradually brightened. A ray of silver light fell on the dense forest and shone obliquely on the edge of the pit. The light on Jin's face flickered. After a whole day, he finally confirmed that the time required for this entry to transform was not short. Or rather, could it be that I really have to completely change the Night of Genocide in order to successfully transform? In that case, we can't wait for that idiot Itaki any longer. He's taking too long. He moved his neck, which had been stiff all day. Suddenly, there was a crackling sound from his body. Who can understand the pain of staying still for a whole day, only to be slapped when Yamato is about to wake up? It hurts. I feel like someone hit me on the head. Below, Yamato, who had been knocked unconscious for the 7th time, rubbed his head. He had a headache. Awake again? Without thinking, Jin raised his hand and was about to slap him when he suddenly heard movement behind him. Russell! A tall figure slowly walked out from behind the tree. Kakashi, wearing a mask and with silver hair, walked out. With a strange expression on his face, he said, Ahem. Jin, if you keep hitting him, this guy's head will be smashed. Hey, Kakashi-senpai, are the surveillance guys coming up to us so blatantly these days? Jin glanced at it and said lightly. Only the corners of his mouth, which were turned away, were slightly raised. The fish has taken the bait. Although Kakashi is still in the 7-day cooldown period for entry copying, people have no desire to chat at all. But, this guy's chakra fluctuations after seeing Yamato being injured were very obvious. So Jin guessed that at this point, the relationship between the two should have been very familiar. And he just happened to need an NPC who would regularly farm wood release. After all, besides farming Danzo, the only other way to get wood release cells is to farm Yamato. Danzo. A dying man can't be refreshed more than once. On the contrary, it was Yamato who lived a very long life in the future. If you are lucky enough to copy it to the 1st generation cell and fuse it a few times, can you generate a legendary entry? Ahem. Kakashi walked over slowly, with residual shock still in his eyes. He knew that the 2nd son of the Uchiha family was extraordinary. Even his strength is very mysterious. He can often be found silently and disappear silently. His concealment skills are very impressive. But what did he see today? As soon as he came out of the campus, he started beating Yamato. He no longer concealed his true intentions when he reached the outskirts of the village and beat Yamato violently. He could even see clearly that most of Yamato's ribs were broken. If this continues, I'm afraid Yamato will be beaten to death. So he had no choice but to step forward and try to help Yamato out of danger. Little did he know that he himself was also stepping into danger. Kakashi showed a hint of embarrassment, walked to the side, pointed at Yamato's body and laughed. This one is different from the other roots. He has his own ideas and is a good person. What he said meant the same thing. This is a good man, don't hit him. What's it to me? Jin asked directly without turning his head. These words made the embarrassment on Kakashi's face even more obvious. The atmosphere gradually became weird. In the pit, Yamato struggled to stand up. He naturally heard the conversation just now, and a flash of shame flashed across his eyes. He said stubbornly, Kakashi-senpai, there's no need to beg for me. Bang! Another huge force came. The little yin flew up and fell straight down. As fast as lightning, he raised his foot and dropped it directly down. Plop crack. Yamato was once again stepped hard into the center of the pit. The whole person was almost embedded in the ground, fitting perfectly. Puff, but this time, he could no longer hold on and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The injury is extremely serious. So fast, Jin's taijutsu is no weaker than that of an average jonin. I've never heard of Uchiha being good at taijutsu and physical strength. Seeing this scene, Kakashi's pupils shrank again. It was so fast that he could only see the afterimage. But when he saw Yamato's injuries, he became a little anxious. Stop. He couldn't figure out what Uchiha Jin's mentality was right now. But out of concern for Yamato, he felt he needed to do something. Sizzle. On the right hand, a flash of lightning appeared faintly. The blue and white lightning gradually spread in the air. Lightning release, Chidori. Fast, those with strong physical strength can even tear apart would release. He had no choice but to take this guy seriously. So, the first move is a killer move. In order to avoid losing track of yin, he even deliberately lowered his left eye. In his eyes, 3 scarlet megatama were spinning. Sheri-nan. Then the whole person turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed forward. Sizzle, the speed was so fast that the only sound in the air was the sound of lightning. Sizzle bang. But at the moment of landing, the lightning was directly broken. It was directly crushed in half by a violent hand. One of Jin's feet was still on Yamato's chest, and the other small hand transformed into a big red hand, tightly grasped Kakashi's neck 2 meters in front of him. A hint of restlessness flashed in his eyes. He laughed, somewhat sarcastically. Kakashi, you're using the Uchiha clan's things against the Uchiha, aren't you too naive? Opposite. Kakashi was struggling frantically, but the moment he looked up, he suddenly stopped. Opposite. A pair of complete 3 Magatama Sheri-nan clearly reflected his embarrassment. Kakashi never thought that one day he would be grabbed by the neck by a junior. Feeling the evil power so close in front of him, his pupils were filled with shock. The right eye, which was originally intact, suddenly widened several times. A bad idea quickly emerged in my mind. He tugged at it twice, trying to slow down the burning sensation of the crimson chakra, and asked, Jin, where does this crimson chakra come from? But as soon as he looked up, he saw a pair of scarlet eyes. His embarrassment was reflected in his blood-red pupils. But it's not the him now, but the him who was lonely and didn't shed a single tear when he lost his father at a young age. After losing Obito, he became paralyzed by the mission. After he mistakenly killed Lin with his own hands, he was completely plunged into darkness. It was also he who gradually turned towards the sun under the care of 4 generations of couples, but then lost the sunshine. Maybe I really am a terrible person. Kakashi muttered, and his raised hands gradually dropped down. Inside the body, chaotic lightning chakra ravaged every inch of skin. After 3 full minutes, when his entire body was torn apart by lightning, he finally raised his head again with difficulty. Looking at the little boy opposite, he said in a hoarse voice, Naraku Kenjutsu, you are so proficient in illusion techniques. Although he was joking, his tone was not relaxed at all. Instead, it sounds like old, rotten wood, difficult and unpleasant to the ear. The waves in my heart have long since turned into a raging storm. Shock. Accident. I can't believe it. He didn't expect that Yin was not only good at physical skills, but also so proficient in illusion. Just one glance put this senior ninja in a passive position. Fortunately that you are only proficient in taijutsu and genjutsu. If he's also proficient in ninjutsu, that would be truly terrible. He pulled the corners of his mouth and revealed a difficult smile. If he was more proficient in ninjutsu at this age, he didn't know how he would deal with this child from the Uchiha family. I don't even know how sleepless those senior members of the Uchiha family who were plotting against them all day long must be. Not proficient in ninjutsu? Upon hearing this, Jin's expression remained unchanged and he did not refute. It's just a pity that the talented jonin who became famous at a young age seems to have stopped for many years. Or in other words, complacent? If it weren't for the force strengthening in the later period, Kakashi would probably only be a support. This also resulted in many of Kakashi's entries being invisible to him now. Shaking his head to get rid of these messy thoughts, Jin threw Kakashi to the ground with his backhand. A shuriken quietly appeared in his hand. Under the moonlight, it emits a faint cold light. It stings and causes scalp pain. No, don't. Please don't hurt Kakashi-senpai. At this moment, Yamato next to him woke up again. Without any hesitation, he knelt down and begged for mercy. First, Kakashi's eyes moved, and he seemed to be expressing some emotions in his heart. And soon it covered his entire brain. Then he quickly turned to look at Jin, smiled bitterly and said, "Jin, don't worry, I won't interfere in the affairs between the village and the Uchiha anymore." He knew that Jin did not kill them, otherwise the two would have no chance to beg for mercy. At the same time, he also vaguely guessed the reason why Yin did this. The conflict between the Uchiha and the village is getting worse and worse, so it is understandable that Jin would do this. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. Yin shook his head. "No, it's none of your business whether you interfere or not. Among Konoha's fighting force, the most feared one is the Eight Gates Kai. The current Kai may not be as cool and awesome as when he kicked Madara, but at least he can kick with the strength of a super shadow. Of course, the premise is that he didn't have time to open the golden body. The remaining Konoha F4 are already old. Kakashi has been in decline for many years and his strength has not increased much." The three ninjas wandered around. As for those big families? As long as someone is found to take the blame, the big and small ninja clans in Konoha probably won't take action. Of course, just wipe out the entire clan. But before I knew it, Konoha seems to have lost all its threats. Instead, it's would release and Mangekyo. Yin shook his head slightly and looked down at the two people below him. The moonlight fell on his slightly sloppy Uchiha hair, illuminating his slightly childish face. After all, he is a boy under 10 years old, but even though he has a blank expression and a stern face, he gives people a soft and cuddly feeling. Kakashi lowered his eyes and asked softly, "What are you going to do?" Jin curled his lips and chuckled, "I need you to promise me one thing." One thing? Chat. Kakashi's expression paused, and he suddenly thought of the habit of the guy in front of him. "My body feels tight." After nearly 3 years of conscious and unconscious observation, he finally confirmed one thing: this guy Jin really doesn't have the arrogance and paranoia of the Uchiha clan, but he has a hobby: chatting. Each chat with someone never lasts more than 15 minutes. Sometimes they would laugh uncontrollably after chatting, and sometimes they would look grumpy, or even fight. After the fight, his face turned from gloomy to bright again. For example, next to me. After the conversation, they both looked grumpy and started fighting. Although I don't understand it, it makes sense when I think about it being an Uchiha. So when he talked about one thing, he agreed without thinking, "Okay, I will bring Jia to visit you every day in the future." Uchiha. No, once a week is enough. Jin shook his head. Fixed NPC +2. Chat for 10 minutes first, then have a fight. But, thinking of Yamato's wood-style ninjutsu, and also some water-style ninjutsu and earth-style ninjutsu, Jin couldn't help but touch his chin and asked curiously, "Kakashi, can you extract all the jutsu from this guy except for wood release? If you take away the Yamato and other ninjutsu, and only keep wood release, that is the perfect NPC." With this kind of wood release entry every week, the wood release cells will be able to transform in a few months, right? Kakashi was stunned for a moment and was about to shake his head, but then he remembered that the two of them were still at Jin's feet. I could only frown and think hard. Quack. Outside the dense forest, crows flew by. A breeze blew, bringing a little coolness. It's late at night. Itaka's secret talks with the third Hokage are becoming more frequent. Jin looked up for a moment, then tied his long hair behind his head and clapped his hands. "I hope you can keep today's events a secret. I don't have any thoughts about the village. But some old dog who has ideas about Uchiha will die." As he spoke, the crimson chakra in his hand was no longer restrained, and all of it hit the boulder behind him. Bang! Snap! In an instant, huge rocks flew everywhere and shattered into pieces. This powerful scene once again overturned Kakashi and the other two's views. With a casual strike, the mountain splits and the rocks crack. Even if the Monkey King is summoned by the third Sama, he has to use a stick, right? Kakashi swallowed his saliva and looked at Jin's small back, his face becoming more solemn. Also, the power this guy just used should be the power of the nine-tailed demon fox, right? Nine-tailed? What nine-tailed? At this moment, at the edge of the huge pit, a figure wrapped in bandages slowly lowered his head. Uchiha clan territory. Quack. Flocks of crows gradually descended and flew into a simple courtyard. This courtyard is located deep in the clan's territory and is simple. Is that Itaka? Hearing the noise outside, Shisui, who had his eyes bandaged inside the house, slowly opened the door. Squeak! The sound of the wheelchair rubbing against the wooden floor was particularly clear. After seeing this scene, Itaka's calm eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly. Extremely clear and subtle. In the darkness of the night, you can't see even if you want to. But Shisui did more than just watch. Your heart is in turmoil. He was silent for a moment, then pointed to the seat next to him and said, "Sit down and have a glass of water." Watching his actions, Itachi frowned slightly. "Brother Shisui, you seem a little different." The Shisui in front of him was completely different from the sunny and cheerful boy before. It's like a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples or changes. Different? I'm already a dead man. Shisui pulled the corners of his mouth, as if trying to reveal the familiar smile he once showed, but failed. The darkness before my eyes seemed to gradually cover the light in my heart. The two looked at each other in silence. "Brother Shisui, I'm going to rest." After staying for a while, Itachi said goodbye. Crash! When I opened the door, the moonlight outside had disappeared, leaving only thick darkness, quietly devouring the entire Uchiha clan land. Only the dim light remained inside the house. Just as he was about to step into the thick darkness, Shisui behind him suddenly spoke. "Itachi, have you made a choice?" Click! The raised footsteps stopped at the threshold. The figure with his back to Shisui froze at the door, motionless. Even when the lights go out, it is as thick as ink. He then chuckled and reminded, "Brother Shisui, it's getting late, go to bed early." After saying that, he stepped down and was swallowed by the darkness. Disappeared. Tick, tick. Outside the window, there seems to be the sound of night dew dripping, faintly visible. Itachi, that guy, didn't even know to close the door when he left. After staying for a long time, Shisui suddenly moved his wheelchair and went forward to close the door. Crash! Bang! But just as the wooden door was about to close, a tender hand suddenly reached in. Itachi you Shisui was stunned for a moment and spoke subconsciously, but suddenly realized something was wrong halfway through. "Are you Yin? Hey, brother Tuzi, why are you so free tonight?" Shisui. This guy Jin's mouth is really. The originally dead heart suddenly had a few ripples. He smiled bitterly. "You're not sleeping in the middle of the night, you." "What do you mean? Itachi can get in, but I can't." Jin simply ignored Shisui's body, opened the door and squeezed in. The small body swayed in the dim room. He was like a landowner inspecting his territory, carelessly. Finally, Shisui couldn't help but ask the question in his heart, "Why save me?" "No, I didn't save you, I saved the Uchiha." Jin's unexpected answer made him think a lot. There is the Uchiha clan, there is Konoha, and there is Itachi's wavering stance. This also made Shisui stunned, and he raised his hand a little at a loss. In the end, he could only be placed next to the wheelchair, holding on tightly to the armrest. Yin looked at Shisui, who was currently standing at his chest, smiled, and reached out to tap his head. "Shisui, your mind is in turmoil." Shisui. This sentence seems familiar, but the situations are completely opposite. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. "Although I can't see it, a young face is quietly reflected in my mind. It's obviously just a child. And his behavior doesn't seem particularly smart. But why do I always feel like I'm being seen through every time I chat with Yin?" It seemed that he was completely naked. Naked in front of Jin. It was like a giant standing above fate, looking down at him. He had wondered more than once whether Yin's eyes could see through fate. It just has never been confirmed. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked, "Why save me? I'm missing both of my eyes, I've lost my pupil skills, my legs are broken, and my body is crippled. I doubt I'm already a useless person." Jin casually said, waste people are good at brushing entries." Shisui didn't understand a word of what was said. He waved his hand, thinking Yin had just started rambling again, and asked, "What do you need me to do?" Did you feel it?" Jin was a little surprised. After coming back to life, it seemed that Shisui's mentality was indeed different. He didn't hesitate and said directly, "I need you to be a thug for the Uchiha clan. By the way, let me remind you, I was the one who saved you, so strictly speaking, you, Uchiha Shisui, should be my slave from now on." Having said this, the frivolous look on Jin's face completely disappeared, leaving only seriousness. He stared at Shisui's face, and a delicate diamond chain appeared on the palm of his right hand. 3 of them are intertwined, with an eyeball in the middle. Other gods. The reason why it took so long for Shisui to be rescued is that we are only talking about this today, because he was trying to figure out how to use it. Other gods. Until today, I finally understood it. Now, as long as Shisui dares to say no, he will definitely come at him directly. Shisui's Koda Amatsukami, he's very useful. At worst, you can treat the genocide game as a game of collecting SSR cards. Of course, someone like Danzo wouldn't even want a dog. So.is this guy Jin ready to completely stand against the village. Hearing this, Shisui fell silent again. He had a vague guess about something and even saw the scene of the brothers quarreling in the future. This made him feel a little powerless. It also makes the heart more tormented. Escape. Perhaps death is the only way. Sensing Shisui's emotions, Jin moved closer and leaned over to whisper in his ear, "Of course, if Brother Shuizu wants to die, it's even easier. Have you heard of the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, the 2nd generation?" Snap! Shisui crushed the handle of the wooden wheelchair in an instant. He suddenly looked up in the direction of Yin. For the first time, anger appeared on his handsome and gloomy face. Jin, how dare you desecrate the bodies of our people? Bang! Blasphemy! Hearing this, Yin felt like he had just heard a huge joke. He slapped the disabled wheelchair and asked, "You said I blasphemed my people. You don't know what happened to the Uchiha clan after they were exterminated, do you? Danzo has coveted the Sharingan for so long. Do you expect that old monkey who talks all about the will of fire to stop him? Or is it the close friend you asked me to help preserve the bodies of my tribe? Oh, I almost forgot, maybe that close friend you mentioned is the culprit who desecrated the corpse of his tribe." Snap! Perhaps it was because Jin was too strong. The wooden wheelchair quickly shattered into pieces, scattered all over the ground. Only Shisui was left lying on the cold ground, bewildered and helpless. Silence. Absolute silence. There wasn't even a breath between the two. The only sound left was the sound of dewdrops falling quietly at the door. After a long moment, Shisui seemed to have lost all his strength and said dejectedly, "I understand, I'll think about it." "No, you are not qualified to consider it now. That you can only let me do whatever I want." Jin reached out his hand again and patted his forehead, then threw the eye in his palm over. "Put it on, don't let Danzo deprive you of it again this time. Also, we need to recover quickly. For some reasons, the village may not be able to wait any longer." Having said that, he turned and walked out. Behind him, Shisui paused, puzzled. Why? Logically speaking, if the coup is delayed and something happens to him, the village should be able to control it. Even if we really want to take action, we should wait a little longer. Because me, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Jin turned around and slowly grinned. The red strange chakra in the palm of his hand completely dispels the darkness. No one expected that just when the Uchiha clan's land was about to be swallowed up, a strange red light emerged. Of course, Shisui couldn't see it. I could only vaguely sense that it was a very powerful force. After a moment, he stroked his eyeballs, which were connected to his flesh and bone, and his lonely heart gradually became restless. Resurrection from the dead and recovery from loss, the buffs are stacked up. After a long time, a sigh was heard in the middle of the night. "This guy, if you want to give me eyes, just give me eyes. Why does he have to dismantle my wheelchair?" Yu Tsundura. On the banks of Nanhi River. Danzo-sama. Kakashi thought to himself that something was wrong and quickly stood up and saluted. Yamato next to him also tried a few times, but couldn't get up. Even though it has some recovery ability of the first generation cells, it is still too weak. The injuries caused by the Nine Tails chakra used by Jin were too severe. So he could only lie there and say weakly, "Danzo-sama. Kakashi, you're here too." Danzo touched the bandage on his right arm, turned sideways to look at Yamato and said in a deep voice, "Your mission has failed." Click. The two of them were startled. "Is he going to come here to bring an army to punish them?" Danzo suddenly changed the subject and asked, "What do you mean by the power of the nine-tailed fox? Could it be that the two of you were injured by that nine-tailed fox demon?" Having said this, his one eye, which was hidden in the darkness, became very excited. It was beating faintly. Could it be that the nine-tailed imp is causing trouble? Good. Very good. After so long, I finally got the chance. As long as I can control this kid before the monkey does, the power of the nine-tailed fox will be at my disposal. At this moment, Danzo was particularly high-spirited. Even the scar on his chin became smoother. "I'm sorry, Danzo-sama, but I can't tell you about this just yet." After hesitating for a moment, Kakashi said directly. He planned to conceal the fact that Jin had the power of the nine-tailed fox in his body. This matter involves too much. It was big enough to completely change the situation in Konoha. Unfortunately, Danzo didn't believe it at all. He waved his hand, and a group of roots wearing colorful masks instantly surrounded him. Holding a long blade, he stared at the two people in the pit. He smiled contemptuously and said, "Tell me, or you two will die here. Kakashi, it's time to return your eye to my dear friend clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave the order to take action. Danzo turned his old eyes, and a hint of greed flashed in them. Kakashi's eyes were also what he coveted. Also coveted was the wood release on Jia. Using his wood release every time would cost him an eye, which was not good. Collecting these eyes is really too difficult. Click, click, click. But just as Danzo was salivating with envy, he suddenly heard more frequent footsteps outside the pit. "Stop, Danzo!" The third Hokage arrived late, leading a large group of Umbu. He was slightly relieved after seeing that Kakashi and Yamato were still alive. He turned to look at Danzo, his expression instantly darkening. "Danzo, they are the strength of the village. How could you do this?" The first words he spoke were absolute accusations. Danzo was stunned when he heard this. He stretched out his right hand, which was resting on a cane, pointed at his nose and asked, "Me, who else could it be but you? You actually injured them both like this. Do you still see me as the Hokage?" This time, the third Hokage was really angry. If it was any later, Kakashi would have been tormented by Danzo. "No, I didn't do that to those two. I just..." Danzo was even more speechless and wanted to explain, but what he did could not be said openly. You can't say that he was planning to kidnap the second son of the Uchiha family in order to provoke the Uchiha, right? Frustrating. It's so frustrating. Moreover, I always feel that this scene always feels familiar. It seems like it happened just a while ago. Explain, Danzo, I told you I need to behave yourself for a while. Another wave of accusations followed. Anyone could see that the Hokage was very angry. It was so big that it took several tries to light the pipe. After being scolded, Danzo suddenly rolled his eyes and thought of the key words. The power of the nine-tailed fox. I sent people because I discovered that the power of the nine-tailed fox was leaking. Click. The power of the nine-tailed fox leaked? In a word, the third Hokage's pipe was extinguished. The power of the nine-tailed fox has leaked. He tried to open his eyes, but on the wrinkled face, the eyes seemed to be only that big. I can't open it at all. The power of the nine tails, Seeing this, Danzo was about to say something else but was interrupted by the third Hokage. Kakashi, you go ahead. Danzo, you monkey, now you start to distrust me. His face darkened. Very uncomfortable. There's a feeling of betrayal. But I am also a little curious about what these two Kakashi guys are hiding. Because he didn't see a return for a long time, he thought that this guy had defected, so he brought people to capture him. But I didn't expect to hear a secret by chance. Swish! In an instant, dozens of eyes fell on Kakashi's face. He was silent. If I told him, what would happen to Jin would probably be very. At this moment, the fate of his family seemed to be playing a similar joke on him. Hokage-sama, I know. Seeing that the situation seemed to be developing towards an unknown direction, the future Yamato gritted his teeth and chose to speak for himself. At worst, he will be the only one to die. He immediately told everything he knew, roughly the same. And because of the angle, he only knew that Jin was very strong and had a strange red chakra. Strange crimson chakra, very powerful, very violent. But when these words were combined together, they immediately caught the attention of 3 generations. He exchanged glances with Danzo and his 2 assistants. The 4 old men and women, whose combined age was almost 250, had a gleam of light in their eyes at the same time. The power of the nine-tailed fox. Only the power of the nine-tailed fox can have this effect. Could it be that the Uchiha clan has once again stolen the nine tails power? Especially Danzo. He slammed the cane in his hand and said in dissatisfaction, I told you so, Hiruzen, the evil brat of the Uchiha family has finally started to attack the nine tails. Hiruzen, you can't hesitate any longer. Utane Koharu hurriedly followed. She also had no good feelings towards Uchiha, especially when it comes to the absolute power of the nine-tailed fox. Even more so. Only Mizuta was left, and he was confused for a moment. Seeing both of his friends act in this way, he could only nod and say, I think so too. For a moment, justice seemed to stand on Danzo's side. He suddenly let go of his crutch, and like the guard in the sunset more than 10 years ago, he said earnestly, Hiruzen, trust me, only by completely destroying the Uchiha brats can the village have peace. Have you forgotten the bond between us? For a moment, the 3 assistants all looked at Sarutobi. Click, click. There was a thick layer of ash on the ground. The third Hiruzen finally tapped his pipe in the smoke and muttered, call all the clans together to discuss matters. The power of the nine tails must not be leaked, especially to the Uchiha clan. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, umbu flew out one after another. It was late at night and the various clans in Konoha were destined to find it difficult to sleep. Is this the third Sama's summons? Uchiha clan territory. Itaki, who had just returned, looked at the news in front of him, turned around and turned into a crow, disappearing. Although he was a little confused, his goodwill of fire made him act quickly. Click. But as soon as he arrived outside the tribe's territory, he saw the mysterious man in the mask again. His whole body seemed to be still a little wet. His eyes slowly swept over the other's scarlet Sharingan and he whispered, have you finished using your water jutsu? Obito. The corner of his remaining eye twitched, and he even had the urge to jump up and curse. Fortunately, reason prevailed. Itaki, how are you thinking about defecting? I can help you get rid of some people, such as the girl from the Uchiha family. You're spying on me. Phew. As soon as he finished speaking, a black flame suddenly lit up at the corner of his clothes. Obito's expression paused, and his right eye moved rapidly. Divine power, emptiness. Click. The black flames disappeared, and the corners of his clothes were intact. Obito breathed a sigh of relief. The little guy in front of him was really difficult to deal with. Release Amaterasu as soon as you come up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise he might have really capsized in the ditch. Is it really a space ninjutsu? I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan has such a strong person. Likewise, Itaki was also very shocked. The strength of the man in front of him was beyond his imagination. Such a huge amount of water can be added or dumped at will. Now you can also escape from the current space. This incredible power made it hard for him to believe that the other party was really a member of the Uchiha clan. "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Hearing this, Obito flicked the corner of his clothes and said, "Let me introduce myself again, I am Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, the only ancestor who could fight against the god of ninja." These four ordinary words instantly caused a huge wave in Itake's heart. "I can't believe it. Can't believe it. Ancestor, Uchiha Madara. As a member of the Uchiha family, this ancestor is known to everyone." "Impossible, the ancestor is already dead, you can't be him." As soon as the words fell, monthly catharsis was released in the pupils. You will know whether it is your ancestor by trying it. But unfortunately, the month that always worked out well failed this time. There wasn't even a splash. Itake frowned, his mind gradually becoming active. He dodged it again. Could it be that his ability is to jump out of space without any restrictions? No, it's because of my own hollowing that my attack missed. What a formidable enemy. If he suddenly attacks the village without intelligence, it would probably cause quite a commotion, wouldn't it? After realizing this, his eyes changed again. In the scarlet pupils, the kaleidoscope was spinning faster and faster. A trace of blood began to appear. The power of pupils has been overused. "Itachi, we'll be companions." Seeing this, Obito shook his head and turned away. "Don't worry, when the day comes for you to take action, I will help you stop the others, including that girl and your brother." After saying that, his figure disappeared. Itachi was left standing alone outside the clan territory, letting the darkness swallow him. He was stunned just because of the last two words, brother. Suzuki is still in school, so. You mean Jin? Somehow, when he thought of Jin, his heart couldn't help but tremble. No, at least we have to save Jin and Suzuki. Perhaps, it's time to negotiate with the third-generation master. Thinking of this, he took a step forward and stepped completely into the darkness. The target was the Konoha Hokage building. Not long after he left, a small figure slowly walked out from under a tree not far away. Jin looked at the direction Itachi left and shook his head. "Stupid Nissan, I never thought you would have such a stupid idea. The gun can only be controlled by ourselves, we must rely on 3 generations. Have you forgotten about the 4 generations of orphans?" When Itachi was called away, Jin had already followed. But he didn't say anything, just silently approached with a weak presence. Relying on his 5 senses that had been strengthened several times, he could not help but hear the conversation between the two clearly, and even saw the fleeting nostalgia in Itachi's eyes. That is, the attachment to Uchiha Maizumi. What a pity, I'm destined to not be able to eat Sister Mikeone's 3-color meatballs anymore. He murmured, turned back to his tribe. It seems that the 3rd generation's old man has made up his mind, but I can finally sleep peacefully. The next time you wake up, it will be the night of genocide, right? Chief, the village held a meeting last night. I heard that all the major clans were there. Do you know what happened? Discuss overnight? Did all the big clans go? Early in the morning, Fugaku glanced at the person who spoke, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. He is a member of the younger generation of the clan and serves in the guard corps, but very close to the Konoha Hokage faction. He is one of the few doves in the Uchiha family. But how could a dove convey such a message to him? Could it be that the Hokage or that Guy Danzo leaked it intentionally? But isn't this just adding to the conflict? Or is it that they are deliberately increasing the conflict in order to make the Uchiha clan unbearable? In an instant, Fugaku's face darkened. He finally realized something was wrong and turned around and shouted coldly, "Notify the elders of each clan to the meeting hall to hold a meeting." As for Suzuki on the top of the tree, he took a look and gave up decisively. Naughty child? Times. The waiter is useless. Square root. Soon, the Uchiha meeting hall was filled with elders from various clans. Some of them were still asleep, but most of them had fierce and expectant expressions on their faces. The most aggressive and belligerent of the 3 elders, upon seeing Fugaku, could no longer contain his composure and asked, "Chief, you summoned us so early in the morning. Are you planning a coup?" "Well, the coup has finally begun. The 32 3 Magadama, 168 2 Magadama, and 398 1 Magadama clan members are all on standby. Chief, go ahead. The Konoha of today is no longer the Konoha we once fought for." "Yes, clan leader, the position of Hokage was won by his Sarutobi clan, and our Uchiha clan can do it too." Swish! This one sentence instantly ignited everyone's anger. The elders of the major clans were talking at once, banging their hands on the table and shouting. It seemed that they would be able to capture the Konoha building in the next second. Ahem, I think we should listen to what the clan leader has to say on this matter. Seeing this, the few dove-minded elders coughed twice and turned their attention to Fugaku. Swish! In an instant, more than 20 pairs of eyes were fixed on Fugaku's face. Contains expectations. The pressure was put on Fugaku, and he was even a little confused. Isn't the purpose of holding this meeting to discuss countermeasures? How come the question has now become how to take over Konoha and attack from the direction of that village? This isn't right. But it also indirectly reflects that the hearts of the Uchiha people have already been completely agitated. All it takes is an opportunity to detonate. And now, it seems that the opportunity has arrived? No. After hesitating for a long time, Hyugaku shook his head and said, Shisui is injured now, and Itaki is busy with his mission. The power of our Uchiha clan is still too weak. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, he was scolded by the elder from the three tribes. Weak clan leader, you know how the Sarutobi family grew from a small Konoha family to the big family in the ninja world today, right? With just one sentence, Hyugaku fell silent again. What does it rely on? Of course, it is to suck the blood of these big families. Well, finally, Hyugaku closed his eyes and sighed slowly. When he opened them again, there was no hesitation in his eyes. Only decisiveness remains. He knocked on the table, looked at the elders and said, if that's the case, then let's do it 3 nights from now. During this period, everyone, call back all the tribesmen who are on missions outside. All members of the tribe should abandon their mission and return. Yes, this shout made the entire Uchiha clan boil over. It also made many Konoha families realize that something was wrong. What's going on? You notice there are more Uchiha people on the streets. More than that, you didn't hear it. You could hear maniacal laughter in the middle of the night. What a bunch of psychos. Are they not going to have a collective attack? That's impossible, but it seems like there are more Umbu patrolling the village recently. The discussion naturally reached the top leaders of Konoha. Bang! Bang bang bang! Hokichi's office. Danzo banged his cane loudly. The small office seemed to be crowded with people at this moment. Almost all the Konoha family heads, including Akimichi Tofu, Utane Koharu, Mito Kato-en, and Hyaga Hayashi, are here. Except for a few who were quite excited, most of the family leaders just kept their eyes on the third Hokage. There wasn't much change in his expression, especially Hyaga Hayashi. As one of the larger families in the village, he had a vague feeling about what was going to happen, but he was unwilling to intervene. What does this have to do with their Hyaga family? No matter who it is, they will eventually need to be looked down upon. Some patriarchs of small families also have the same idea. Anyway, they can't affect the occupation, so just cheer them on. Bang! Seeing that the third Hokage was still silent, Danzo knocked a hole in the floor in front of him, angrily flicked his sleeves and turned away. When he was near the door, he stopped and said with his back turned, there are some things that are inconvenient for you to do, but I can. As the Hokage's assistant, I need to help you eliminate the threat. After saying that, he walked away. Behind him, the third Hokage looked at his back, and surprisingly did not speak to stop him this time. After waiting silently for a moment, he suddenly raised his eyes. Immediately he took out his pipe and knocked on it. Everyone, go back first and help take care of the village affairs in the near future. The Uchiha clan is part of our Konoha. I will not give up or abandon them. Where the leaves dance, the fire lives on. The small families were deeply moved by what they heard and left. A moment later, the only ones left in the Hokage's office were Sarutobi Hiruzen and the crow by the window. Itaki, have you made up your mind? Well, they chose to launch a coup in the evening 3 days later. Alas, I'm sorry, I still couldn't satisfy them. No, this is not the third Hokage's fault. It is the bad nature deeply rooted in the Uchiha genes. The crow suddenly turned his head and said in a serious tone, I will eliminate these bad habits, but the third generation. Go ahead. Can you please let Suzuki and Jin go? They are just kids anyway. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire Hokage office fell completely silent. In the pipe, white mist was pouring out, one after another, until it is so thick that people can't see clearly. Sarutobi Hiruzen then nodded at Suzuki is fine, but I need to observe that kid Jin for a while longer, he said as he walked out of the Hokage building. When I looked up, I saw Jin trying to talk to an Umbu not far away. This kid Jin, he still talks so much. The corners of his mouth twitched. When he turned around and was about to leave, Jin's eyes suddenly lit up behind him. Oh, Lao Dang Dada, Sande-sama, don't go, want to chat for 10 minutes, click. After hearing this, Hiruzen turned and left without a second thought. For years ago, when he met Yin, he would still smile and joke with him, trying to inherit the will of fire. 2 years ago, when he saw Yin's little face, all he felt was a headache. Now, he had no desire to chat with the little guy who had grown into a teenager. The will of fire was not passed down, and this little guy almost doubted his life. So, he turned and left. But in the end, I was a step too slow. Just as he turned around, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him. That was the sound of feet swinging rapidly. Ah! Hiruzen sighed. When he turned around, his old face was filled with kindness again. He said kindly, it's Jin, is there anything wrong? Third generation, I heard that you have a second son. Jin's shy smile touched people's hearts. The crows nearby were so frightened after hearing these words that they almost scattered. Which good son would run away to serve as a guardian for a daimyo, only to turn around and assassinate his own father? It really is the second son of the third Hokage. The second brother, Asuma, is doing very well in front of the daimyo. But soon, the crow fell silent. It's a bit weird. The son turned around and assassinated his father for the so-called justice in his heart? This script seems familiar? The pitch-black crow's pupils flickered, and Itaka's originally determined heart suddenly began to waver. In the village streets, Yin glanced at the disappearing crow out of the corner of his eye, but didn't pay any attention. Instead, he spoke again. Second young master has never seen him, then. Third generation master, where is your eldest son? Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is indeed a born evil Uchiha brat. This little mouth looks like it's been quenched with honey. He took a deep breath, trying to regain his loving smile, but failed. The second son assassinated, and the eldest son was unwilling to show up for some reason. Just 2 sentences dealt a heavy blow to the gray-haired old man. Far away, when the 2 Umbu ninjas saw this scene, they had no intention of going over to help. Instead, he patted his chest and disappeared into smoke. Great, there's a scapegoat. 3 minutes later. Conversation target, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. The copyable entry is being parsed. Shiki Fusion, black, will of fire, gold, tripartite seal, purple, monkey king, monkey demon, blue, fire escape mastery, blue, earth escape mastery, blue, water escape mastery, blue, dot. Soon, these entries appeared in front of Jin's eyes. Especially the 5 elements ninjutsu, it's hard to even keep up with them all. As expected of a 5-element ninja known as the doctor of the ninja world, Yin shook his head and continued to attack. Over the years, I have occasionally met 3 generations, but unfortunately, there are not many opportunities to talk. Even the few conversations we had ended in replication failure. So, he felt that he had to grab a handful more before the genocide war came. 10 minutes. 10 minutes of conversation, trying to copy the entry. Success. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Monkey King Monkey Demon, blue, dot ember. He glanced at the 3rd generation who looked obviously much more haggard. The bags under the eyes are bigger than the eyes. Now, it really becomes like taking advantage of your monkey. 3rd Sama. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire will never cease. He stood on tiptoe, stretched out his arm and patted the 3rd generation on the shoulder. Like a little adult, he kept shaking his head. Then, under the puzzled gaze of the 3rd generation, he turned and left. Only Sandedun was left standing there, and the words he was about to say were stuck in his throat, unable to come out. After a long while, he finally uttered a few words from between his teeth. No, he is sick, right? For the first time, he felt that these words coming out of a little kid's mouth were so harsh. After leaving the Konoha building, Jin felt a little happy. It's not about how powerful the Monkey King is, but the joy of finally getting the best deal. Just like the multi-millionaire in the previous life, the joy of successfully bargaining down 50 yuan on Pinksixi. And in this joy, his figure once again roamed the streets. Click. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. It's not very strong, even a little soft. At the same time, a soft and sticky voice came from my ears. Classmate Jin. Hello, hello, hello. This sound is. Jin turned his head with some confusion, and behind him was a girl with white eyes and blue hair. Her delicate facial features even seemed to flow in the sunlight. Seeing Jin looking back, she quickly lowered her head and timidly clasped her hands together. A blush appeared on her cheeks. Prince. Hey, Hinata, why are you here? Jin was a little surprised. Shouldn't Hinata be in the ninja school at this time? When did you start skipping classes like those bad students? Hateful. It's all because of Itaka, a guy who loves to skip classes, who actually led the good little girl astray. Opposite. Hinata twisted her 2 index fingers together faster. Very conflicted. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Jin, my father wants to invite you to be his guest. The head of the White Eyes family invites me to be your guest. To be honest, Yin was indeed stunned for a moment. He didn't meet Hinata very often. Since copying the White Eyes, this guy my sister was kept in the clan and seldom went out. He didn't have the chance to contact her again. But now, what's going on with the Hyuga clan leader suddenly doing this? With doubt in his eyes, he nodded and chuckled. Okay, let's go. Don't miss the entry that comes to your door. At the same time, he just found it funny looking at Hinata's blushing little face. Then, without any warning, he took Hinata's hand and walked out. Even pinched it. Soft and boneless, tender and smooth. Swish! Hinata's little face turned even redder. Almost bleeding. But she didn't stop it. He only had time to quickly stretch out his other hand and wave it behind him. Right rear. A follower from the Branch family had a dark expression on his face. How dare you insult the young lady? I will tear this brat to pieces. As soon as he finished speaking, another follower quickly grabbed his arm. Pointing at Hinata's gesture, he said, SHH, look at the young lady's gesture, don't move. Weird, Miss actually allowed a stranger to hold her hand. Amidst the doubts, the 2 of them quietly approached. Tread, tread, tread. As they got closer, the Hyuga family gradually emerged. Squeak. As the door was pushed open, Jin finally saw the place where the largest clan in Hokage was located. Antique and charming, with pavilions and terraces. This is what a wealthy family is like. After such a comparison, Jin only came to one conclusion: we should let that kid Fugaku come over and take a look. They are all powerful clans in Konoha. Why is there such a big gap between them? There are also gaps between the powerful families. Even if they can't compare to the Uchiha clan before the Nine Tails rebellion, they won't be much worse. But now, compared with the Hayaga family, he actually felt like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. Crash! As a luxurious reception room was opened, Hinata Hayashi with long hair suddenly appeared in front of him. He turned around and rolled his eyes, pointing to the tea table in front of him, and said with a smile, "We finally meet, Uchiha Jin. Or should I call you my daughter's savior, Hayaga family." Reception room. Listening to Hinata Hayashi's words, Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. So, this guy Hinata Hayashi knew that he had killed the ninjas from the hidden cloud village? After all, it is a great clan that has been passed down for thousands of years. It has been able to stand firm in the ninja world and even become bigger and bigger after 7 generations of Hokage. It's not without reason. But you knew but didn't tell the 3rd generation? Otherwise he wouldn't have been so carefree in recent years. Interesting. Thinking of this, a smile gradually appeared on Jin's lips. He then pinched Hinata's little hand with his right hand and pulled her to sit down. There was no intention of letting up. And Hinata next to her. Her cheeks had already turned red to the sky. My mind went blank. He just let Jin pull him to sit down. Rizu glanced at his little movement and a vein bulged in his brow. How dare you flirt with his daughter in front of him? This chatty Uchiha's personality seems to be different from what is rumored. He was silent for a moment, then poured a cup of tea and said, "In thanks, this cup is to thank you for saving my daughter's life." "Thank you now, that's 2.5 years too late." Jin shook his head and drank the tea in front of him in one gulp. He had roughly guessed the purpose of the Hayaga clan leader calling him for a talk. There is only one: reveal information about Konoha's top leaders and show goodwill. As the only 2 major families in Konoha, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan was not a good thing for the Hayaga clan. Originally there were people helping to share the firepower, but now I'm the only one left. Shouldn't the firepower be concentrated in one place? Of course, Rizu didn't dare to go too far. It was just a vague mention of the fear of the Konoha high-level officials. It also mentioned that assistance would be provided if necessary. Finally, he poured another cup of tea and asked with a smile, "Jin, how about staying with my Hayaga clan for a few days and being their guest? In the past 2 years, I have missed you very much." "Father." Hinata didn't know where to put her face after hearing this sentence. "I can only shrink back as hard as I can." Like a quail, it retracted its head. No wonder. So when we got rid of Hinata that day, this girl woke up later. Jin shook his head, thinking that he still lacked experience when he was young. If it were now, no matter whether she was unconscious or not, she would be unconscious with one more palm strike. He fumbled with the water glass in front of him for a moment, and finally shook his head. The Hayaga family was indeed good, but he still preferred the crazy Uchiha. This way you won't feel pressured when chatting or fighting with someone. And the Hayaga family's assistance probably came at a time when the war of genocide was taking a turn. Before this, according to Hinata Hayashi's level of tolerance, speaking up to remind him was already the maximum he could do. The other party can be the icing on the cake, but will never be a lifesaver. Jin can also understand it. It's the vital point, so it's normal to bet on both ends. In that case, I can let my daughter take you on a tour of the family. After chatting for a while, Hayashi stood up and waved his hand, indicating that Hinata should carry it for a walk, talking with Hinata Hayashi for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. Jin rolled his eyes and walked out with Hinata by his hand. It doesn't matter if Hayashi fails, the Hayaga family has a large group of young men. There is also Niji, the most talented boy in the early days of the 12. If conversation doesn't work, then crash. As the door of the wooden house was closed, the reception room gradually fell into silence. A moment later, an elder slowly walked out from behind the screen in the room. His hair is gray and his body is hunched. Pause and rest after every step. He slowly walked to where Yin was standing before him, and after a long silence, he murmured, "I can't see through it." Hinata Hayashi was visibly shocked, rolling his eyes. "Great elder, even you can't see through this." The clan elder, the oldest surviving member of the Hayaga clan. He also mastered the use of the white eyes to perfection. That kid is shrouded in a mist. My Byakugan can't see through it. But his strength shouldn't be that strong. The elder hesitated for a moment, still unsure. "Hayashi, do you really want to bet on him? The Uchiha clan is already doomed. Inviting Uchiha Jin at this time will only lead to the dissatisfaction of the 3rd generation. Hearing this, Hayashi waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter if you are dissatisfied. The front line needs the white eyes of our Hayaga family. The 3rd generation will not do anything. Besides, this is what they owe to the sun." As he spoke, his mood became much lower. At that time, he was forced by Sandei and others and had no choice but to sacrifice his younger brother. But.it doesn't mean that this matter has just passed. This time, it was just an attempt. When it came to Hisashi, the two of them were noticeably silent. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden noise outside the house. Rizu frowned, then opened the door and looked over. Outside the house, a group of young men from the Hayaga family were surrounding Jin tightly. It turned out that the upright and hot-blooded young men could not help themselves after seeing the young lady being held by the hand. One by one they started shouting, "Humph! Let go of the young lady, you bastard! You think you can desecrate the young lady? Let go, or I'll fight you!" Amidst the noise, a distinctive voice rang out quietly, "Are you sure you want to fight with the Uchiha clan? Duel, Uchiha family!" The young men were shocked and only then saw the clothes on Jin. The momentum immediately weakened. After all, among the famous families in Konoha, the Uchiha clan is the most feared. Not only is his strength weird, the most terrifying thing is that he becomes a friend of Uchiha. Who doesn't know about the rumor that friends and relatives offered sacrifices to the gods and that the Uchiha had their eyes opened? Oh! Seeing that the tribesmen around him had quieted down, Ninkai walked out with a cold face. "Jin, why are you here?" The two were from the same class, so although they had rarely met, he still knew each other. There was even a period of time when Uchiha Jin pestered him to chat every day, and then suddenly disappeared. Very weird. Niji, you, a genius, are skipping classes too. Yin glanced at Niji unhappily. This guy actually broke his own leeks. He immediately turned around, raised Hineda's little hand and said to the Hayaga family's leeks with a smile, "Ahem, is anyone upset with me? You guys can come together." As he said that, he took Hineda's little hand in front of him and gave it a light kiss. Swish! Hineda's face was flushed and crimson. Then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The other young men could no longer contain their envy, jealousy and hatred, and rushed forward shouting loudly, "Everyone come together. That's right, let's attack together. Even if he is an Uchiha, he may not be able to defeat all of us." Defeat Hineda leak, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry. Powerful punches and kicks, white, increases punch and kick strength by 10%. Defeat Hineda rivet, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the common entry. Powerful punches and kicks, white, increases punch and kick strength by 10%. Superposition. Overlaying, congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent attribute harmony of hardness and softness, green incorporating internal energy into the original punch and kick power, inflicting 20% additional internal damage when attacking. As expected of a family that practices martial arts, this entry is quite good. Jin's eyes lit up and he slapped the young man who was blocking his way on the waist. Bang! With one slap, the boy fell to the ground and fell asleep. "Hey, you're not allowed to sleep here," Jin said casually, while dodging the soft fist from the right rear, and pushed forward with his backhand. Bang! Bang bang bang! Soon, one teenager after another was knocked to the ground, and the number of jutsu-related entries that Yin obtained was increasing. At some point, copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent Bagwakong Jang. Green used the white eyes to see through the opponent, compressing the air to form a cannonball to strike the enemy's vital points. After reading this entry, Jin paused for a moment, then a look of delight appeared on his face. 8 trigrams palm. Isn't this the palm technique version of the 6 meridians divine sword? He took a breath, feeling a little excited. Although it seems to be just a green entry, it is a long-range artillery shell. The damage is related to two aspects. One is the accuracy of the Byakugan. As long as the acupuncture points can be hit accurately, even Susanoo can remove 2 ribs. Of course, Susanoo usually can't break defense. The second is the density of compressed air. That is, the strength of chakra. The stronger the chakra, the greater the concentration of compressed air, and the more powerful the palm will be. It can be said to be a growth-oriented power, or it can be said to be a humanized version of the tailed beast ball. And Jin looked at the nearly 2 million chakras in his body and took a breath silently. A palm with a combat power of 200 W is completely comparable to the tailed beast ball, right? Realizing this, Yin raised his brows and fired an air bomb to the right. Consume 10,000 chakra and smash down. Call bang. Before the Hayaga boy on the right could rush in, he was inexplicably knocked down by a palm. Then the whole person was like a kite with a broken string, and was blown away more than 10 meters. With a snap, it landed in front of Rizu and the elders. He looked at Uchiha Jin with horror on his face, and there was no longer any desire to fight in his heart. Only the purest fear remained. This GUI.is too scary. Among all the Hayaga clan, he actually used palm techniques to knock down dozens of people opposite. Hineda Hayashi's eyes widened instantly. Blue veins bulged out from the temples on both sides of his pale eyes. It looks very creepy. But even so, he still couldn't believe his eyes. He murmured in surprise, this Bagwakong Jang is right. The elder next to him rolled his eyes even though he was already old. The veins are bulging, but the wrinkles are not even as thick as before. But this did not affect his shock at all. After several dozen seconds, he took a deep breath, looked at Rizu and asked, "Has this kid ever been exposed to Bagwakongjiang before?" "No," Rizu answered quickly and decisively. Ever since he met Hinata at the age of 2.5 and heard about King's image, he has been observing the boy vaguely. Although their actions seem absurd and chaotic, they all have some kind of purpose. And he's one of the few people who doesn't have the arrogance of the Uchiha clan. Even his emotions are very stable. But when did the other party actually master the Bagwakongjiang? As the famous skill of the Hyuga family, this move would have no effect at all without the cooperation of the Byakugan. Oh right, it's the Sherinan. Thinking of the Byakugan, he instantly raised his eyes and looked into Uchiha Jin's eyes. There, in the scarlet eyes, 3 Megatama were slowly turning. It's actually a 3 Megatama Sherinan. Seeing the 3 Megatama inside, Hinata Hayashi felt even more numb. The whole person was numb from the shock. He guessed that Yin had opened his eyes, but he never thought that Jin actually opened 3 Megatama. Uchiha. They are truly an enviable clan. Before there was Uchiha Shisui and Itake, and now there's another one, Jin. At such a young age, he's not weaker than the other two. And there's the new genius Uchiha Suzuki. Never mind, compared to the three of them, that kid is just an extra. As he spoke, Hinata Hayashi swept towards the ground. I could hear wailing moans from all over the place. These sounds stimulated his brain over and over again, making him sigh. As expected, comparison makes one feel dreadful. It seems that in the Hyuga clan, there is only one person who can rival the genius of the Uchiha family? Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the bandaged boy not far away. There was expectation in his eyes. I will protect the young lady. In response, Niji just glanced at it and then looked away. His emotions were mixed for Rizu. On the one hand, he is one of the murderers who killed his father, but on the other hand, he is the uncle who has taken care of him for many years. He wants to hate, but I can't hate him. He could only stubbornly stick to the ninja way left by his father. Destiny. As a member of a branch family, his fate is just to be the eldest lady not far away. Call. Looking at the almost empty clansmen standing around, Niji took a deep breath and slowly walked out. It's Niji. Great, Niji finally took action. Brother Niji, you must restore our dignity. Beat him, Niji Nii. After seeing Niji's figure, the young men of the Hyuga family all breathed a sigh of relief. This person is the real genius of their Hyuga family. Even many of these children are from the main family and they still think so. Niji is the true genius of this generation of the Hyuga family. Ember. Even Hinata subconsciously took heart and ran 2 steps forward. Swish. But as soon as he moved, Niji rolled his eyes at him. Click. She paused and stood there, somewhat at a loss. I want to speak, but I'm afraid. In the end, he could only weakly, blushing, and whispering softly, be careful. Oh, so useless. Niji glanced at Hinata with an indifferent look, but just as he was about to make a move, Jin grabbed his shoulder and hugged him. Swish. Smelling the faint fragrance coming from the nose, the tender face instantly turned rosy. His originally proud body tensed up completely, and he was at a loss. In the sunset, the boy's blush is more beautiful than anything else. Hey, Niji, why is your face so red? Are you shy? Noticing the rosy face of the young man in his arms, Jin raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. In the original work, Niji was a very cold, taciturn, and proud boy in the early days. Even if you are tough on the outside but warm on the inside, you won't be shy so easily, right? The next second, he knew. This is not shyness, it's clearly anger. Shut up, Niji shouted, his little face completely red. He doesn't like Hinata. I also don't like men who touch me. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped him. Gentle fist. Bang. A palm came down and he withdrew. Oh, you're angry out of shame. Yin patted the corner of his clothes and didn't care. That soft fist couldn't even break through the defense. No, nothing. Seeing Jin looking unaffected, Niji was stunned. He deliberately hit the joint where the chakra circulated. Not to mention children, even adults would feel uncomfortable for a while after being hit by this palm. Immediately his expression changed. The blue veins at the corners of his eyes suddenly bulged out, forming a spider web-like pattern around his temples. Roll your eyes. The next second, 2 pairs of eyes looked towards Jin like flames. Then, Niji paused as he raised his hand. How is this possible? In his sight, the chakra all over Jin's body, 5 meters away, was mixed into one, perfect and perfect. This is a level that only a jonin who has practiced for many years can reach. No, could it be that I saw it wrong? In doubt, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the sect master. No, the chakra on the master's body is also like this. How could this guy Uchiha Jin possibly reach the same level of cultivation as the sect master? He was confused. His hands were suspended in the air, still maintaining the posture of soft fists. But I don't know how to attack. The chakra that was integrated into one could not be penetrated by his current soft fist, not to mention affecting the flow of chakra. So that's the only way to do it? After hesitating for a moment, Hyuga Niji closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There were small tufts of long brown hair on both sides of her head, swaying slightly. The chakra between his hands became increasingly dense. It looks like the soft fist method Bagwazang. Not far away, Hyuga Hayashi and the clan elders saw the standard starting action and opened their eyes wide again. After looking at each other, they were very surprised. This is a boxing technique that only the main family can master. When will the branch family be able to master it? No one taught him. Could it be that this child figured it out on his own? Rizu's eyes flickered. There was no anger at the fact that the main family's boxing skills were learned by the branch family. There are only surprises and surprises. He looked at the little Niji, and there was a vague look of Hisashi between his eyebrows. Looking at his soft and obedient eldest daughter again, Rizu fell silent at this moment. Perhaps Hinata is really not suitable to accept the main family. If Hanabi takes over, then Hinata. Slowly, his gaze returned to Yin. There was a gleam in his eyes. I don't know what he is thinking. In the courtyard, Niji's body gradually changed. Chakra surges in the palm of your hand. His eyes suddenly opened, and veins around his eyes bulged. His sight seemed to penetrate Jin's body, accurately locking onto the 64 chakra acupoints in his body. So what if it's perfect? As long as I keep hitting the same acupoint, it will eventually work. He murmured a low cry. Soft fist technique. 64 palms of 8 diagrams. The next second, both palms turned into afterimages and fell down. Bang! The sound of palm strikes fell like drops of water. The first 2 palms hit Jin's collarbone directly, trying to cut off the chakra flow to his arms. Bang bang bang! The following 4 palms hit the chest directly. The lung meridians are attacked, and even breathing is a luxury for ordinary people. Both are just the beginning. As his body spun faster and faster, the speed of his palm strike also increased suddenly. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. The small palms poured down like a rainstorm, hitting the same spot on Yin's back. If you can't break it with 1 palm strike, try 2. If 2 palms don't work, try 4. He believed that even an adult ninja would not be able to withstand the continuous high-frequency attacks. Until the end, the 64 palms ended. The chakra accumulated in his fingertips also turned into a wave of air and exploded violently. Bang! The ground in the courtyard was cracked like a spider web by the palm wind. Countless dust was also shaken away by the last palm. The smoke and dust filled the air, blocking everyone's vision. Did it work? Niji took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the dust and smoke in the center. Unlike his serious expression, the other boys who were knocked down had joyful expressions on their faces. It's actually the 8 trigrams 64 palms. This guy Niji actually learned this secretly. Great, they all hit it. Humph, I've been annoyed with this Uchiha for a long time. Jin. Only Hinata looked at the dust and fog with a worried look on her face. I want to step forward, but I don't know how to start. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A few seconds later, the dust and fog dissipated, gradually revealing a pretty face. Hiss, Niji, it's a shame you don't become a technician. Yin stretched his neck and back, and a crackling laugh broke out all over his body. Comfortable. After using this set of techniques, not to mention arthritis, even frozen shoulder caused by lying on the side for a long time can be cured. Comfortable, so comfortable. Yin stretched. Seeing the prompt that the conversation failed, he didn't waste any more time and stretched out his hand directly in the direction of Niji. He smiled slightly. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Bang! The air was compressed like a cannonball and flew out suddenly. With his Byakugan open, Niji could see the ball of air-fried eggs very clearly. Even wanted to dodge sideways. But just as he was about to move, he felt a huge force coming from his abdomen. Then the whole person was slapped away. Take off high. Falling heavily. Bang! Dust rose again in the courtyard. But this time, all the young men of the Hyuga family fell silent. To be precise, it is silence. No matter how stupid they were, they understood what had just happened. Gurgle. Gurgle. In the courtyard, the only sound was the boys swallowing their saliva. You guys, do you still want to try? Yin smiled and turned to scan the entire room. Although he was not tall and his voice was not loud, when he said this, no boy dared to look him in the eye. They lowered their heads silently. His face flushed slightly. This time, it was anger and shame. Seeing this, Jin nodded and then waved to Hinata, come. Ah. Hinata, who was infatuated with him, was startled, and before the joy on her face could fade away, she was pulled over by Jin. Tap tap tap. He pulled little Hinata to Niji's side and leaned over. In his eyes, 3 megatamas emitted a strange red light. Ningji, she is your sister. Having said that, he patted Hinata's little hand and turned to leave. walk in a carefree and relaxed manner. He didn't care at all about the young men from the Hayaga family who were knocked down behind him. When he reached the door and saw the prompt in front of him, he could no longer hold back. He stretched out his right hand, inserted it into his hair, supported his forehead and bent over. Lower your head and laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, he looked back at the blushing boys of the Hayaga family and murmured, I'll be back next week. Oh, I finally believe this little guy is from the Uchiha family. Hearing the patriarch's voice, the elder smiled. He forced a few eyes out of his wrinkled face and opened them, saying, yeah, except for those patients of the Uchiha family, who else can laugh wildly at such a young age? There seemed to be some memories in the voice. That was him and the Uchiha boys running in the sunset. It is also his lost youth. After looking at it for a long time, he murmured, somehow, I seem to see the shadow of that person in this child. Click. Hearing this, Rizu's heart skipped a beat. The Uchiha clan member who would be addressed as that by the clan elder. In his impression, there seems to be only one person, Uchiha Madara. Gurgle. He swallowed his saliva, and said with some disbelief and absurdity, Elder, it's not that bad, is it? That person founded Konoha at the same time as the god of ninja. Although this little guy is quite powerful, but... Hearing this, the elder smiled. He turned around and walked slowly into the house. The crutch in front of him fell to the ground with a few thuds, then a few heavy drops. It makes a crisp sound of da-da-da. When they were near the bedroom, he said quietly, the child's pupil technique is more than just 3 megatama. After saying that, he closed the wooden door with a loud bang. Only Rizu was left standing at the door. The brain was like being hit by a huge hammer with the power of thunder and lightning. A blank. It was a long time before he came to his senses until the teenagers in the yard gradually dispersed. His gaze vaguely fell on his eldest daughter. Hinata. Hinata, Do you like Uchiha Jin? Hinata, no. I. It's okay. Father knows that you've been thinking about this child ever since he was rescued that day, right? Hinata, I. Actually, my father likes this child very much. Hinata, does she want more rivals in love? Defeat Hyaga Niji, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Guardian, black, white eyes, purple, 8 diagrams, 64 palms, green, soft fist, green, complete collection of human meridians and acupoints, white, dot. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item white eyes, purple, dot. Can be stacked. Do you want to stack the entry white eyes, purple? Without thinking, he said directly, superposition. During the stacking, the white eyes, purple, are enhanced. Somehow, Jin felt that his eyes seemed to have changed again. He subconsciously activated the term white eyes. The field of vision began to expand. Slowly, the area covered by the white eyes began to increase. If it was originally only 100 meters in radius, it has now increased to at least 150 meters. Within the range, every little movement can be seen. People passing by can clearly see the energy flowing through their bodies. Even meridian blockage and bone hyperplasia can be seen. My goodness, if he becomes a technician with eyes like these, wouldn't he become the best technician in Konoha? I'm afraid Kakashi's reputation will be lost. Jin clicked his tongue and his steps became more brisk. And if I remember correctly, one of the Samsara eyes opening modes is to constantly plunder the Byakugan, right? He reached out and touched his slightly hot eyes, and an idea gradually arose in his mind. When there was no hope, he disdained the Samsara eye, but now there seems to be hope. Then it smells really good. Like the saying goes, if I won 10 million, I would donate it all. But if you ask me to donate $100, I'm sorry, I really have it. He made up his mind in his heart, the leaks in the Hayaga family must be well protected. Tread, tread, tread. The shoes made a faint sound as they stepped on the cobblestone road. In the center of the village, Jin raised his head slightly and looked around. The night seems to come especially early tonight. The streets of Konoha were originally bustling at this time, but now they were empty. Only a few figures occasionally left in a hurry. The storm is coming and the building is full of spring. What about 3 days later? Why are you doing it on the first day? Lao Deng, you really have no moral principles. He shook his head and gradually moved towards the village entrance. Swish! Stop! But not long after he left, an Umbu ninja wearing an oil-painted mask suddenly appeared in front of him. It's you, Uncle Cat too. Yin looked at the man in surprise. Although the Umbu masks are similar, their figures and hairstyles are quite different. And the Umbu in front of him was the Umbu who had been sent to monitor him for the 2nd, 12th, 19th, 27th, 31st, 48th, and 69th time. In ancient times, Zhao Zilong went in and out 7 times. Today there are cats, 2 dark departments, 7 supervisors, and 7 runners. He was monitored 7 times, collapsed and escaped 7 times, and was tricked by the 3rd generation of Lao Deng to come back 7 times. Ahem, Mao Er felt a little embarrassed when he met Jin's gaze. I even subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. However, thinking of his mission and what was about to happen, he suppressed the strangeness in his heart and said softly, Jin, don't leave any more. Stay in Konoha village tonight. It seems that the third Hokage still gave it to Itaki. It's a shame. Jin shook his head and said, but I have to go back. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pushed Mao Yar Umbu aside, then walked towards the clan territory. Only the Nico 2 Umbu was left standing frozen in place. The pupils behind the mask suddenly contracted. How could it be? How did he know about the negotiations between the third Hokage and Itachi? No, that's not right. That he's just a chatterbox. That he shouldn't know this information. Could it be the Hyuga clan? Looking at the direction where Jin came out, Mao Yar's eyes showed an astonishing suspicion. After pondering for a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and turned back to the Konoha building. I must tell Lord Hokage that the Hyuga family is very likely to have rebelled against the village. The dark clouds in the night sky grew thicker and thicker. The night is a little too sticky. Russell. Yin's footsteps never stopped. Click. An old man suddenly appeared in front of him. His hair is gray and he has a black pot on his back. At his waist, he was holding a genin forehead protector. He stretched out his hand and waved it, blocking the way, and said, Kid, how about we chat? Maraboshi Kasuk. This outfit instantly reminded Yin of someone. He and Naruto and Sasuke are jokingly called the strongest genin in Konoha. You actually know me? Obviously, the old man was very surprised. He always guarded the village entrance or did some simple tasks. Although he had seen Jin several times, they had never met. Today, I couldn't bear to see Yin step into the whirlpool, so I made an exception and warned him. Certainly. Jin smiled and looked up at the clan's territory. It was quiet and peaceful there, but there were black crows circling above. Itaki, we've arrived. Take action in 3 days? It's just a feint. The real him paused for a moment before continuing, let's talk next time. After saying that, he raised his hand. It was a light palm, but when it fell, it instantly burst out with a dazzling white light. Gossip air cannon. Hello, chieftain. Chief, all the Uchiha clan members who can be contacted are already here. In 3 days, we can attack Konoha at any time. Master clan leader, as long as we all work together with one mind and one strength, Konoha can be broken in a snap. Uchiha clan territory, compound. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas gathered together. The scarlet eyes almost instantly cut through the darkness of the night. The sky also became solemn at this moment. Sure enough, it has come to this. Seeing the hatred and restlessness in the eyes of his tribesmen, Hyugaku turned his back and sighed heavily. The fate of the tribe members was clearly reflected in those scarlet eyes with their backs to the tribe members. Die. Desolate and lonely. They died instantly without even a scream. The Uchiha clan, a famous family in the ninja world, will eventually perish under the rings of time and become a thing of the past. But he couldn't tell his tribe what he had seen. I could only turn my back silently, nod slowly, and return to the ancestral temple. This scene instantly excited hundreds of ninjas. Great, the clan leader finally agreed. Ha ha ha, I will be the great Hokage's bodyguard from now on. Humph, let's see who dares to provoke Uchiha again. With the clan leader leading us and the eldest son's powerful strength, we will be able to overthrow the Hokage easily. By the way, has anyone seen the eldest master? Amidst the cheers, an elder suddenly asked. The sound was not loud, but it made the tribesmen who were in a state of panic slowly come back to their senses. Yes, where is the eldest son Uchiha Itachi? As a renowned genius of the Uchiha family, such a person must lead the rebellion. Only with momentum can you be invincible. Many tribesmen were puzzled, discussing, and searching. Soon, the elder's eyes flashed, and he pointed at the village entrance and laughed. The eldest young master is already at the village entrance. Ha ha ha, it seems the eldest master is even more eager than us. Russell. Amidst the loud laughter, the silent figure gradually approached. Take one step at a time. Click. By chance, a short branch was trampled to pieces. Makes a sharp, piercing sound. The excited tribesmen gradually calmed down. There seemed to be an ominous smell in the air. They finally realized something was wrong. The eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, actually came in from outside the village. The elder sensed something was wrong and subconsciously asked, Itachi, you? The only one who responded to him was a pitch-black crow. Bang! Bang bang! Under the crow's gaze, the elder's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. It's like a big drum being struck. It's getting heavier and louder. He raised his head and glanced, only to see those scarlet eyes. The 3 rotating megatama slowly changed, like a triangular dart. This is. After seeing this dart, the elder's expression changed instantly. First there was doubt, then shock, and then ecstasy. He jumped up with excitement, like a lottery player who had won 10 million yuan. With his hands on his hips, he looked up to the sky and laughed, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. It's actually a kaleidoscope. God help the Uchiha, with the Mangekyo Sharingan, not to mention Konoha, even the ninja world can be conquered. His laughter soon became contagious. Kaleidoscope. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas' pupils shrank at the same time after hearing these 3 words. He stared at it intently. Thousands of scarlet Megatama eyes stared at a pair of kaleidoscopes. Then, one by one, the tribesmen began to burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, h. Loud laughter filled the entire Uchiha clan territory. The moment they saw those eyes, they seemed to have seen the attack on the Hokage building. Each of them had an immersed smile on their face and gradually sank into the delusion. It's a bit tiring to deal with so many people at the same time. After a moment, Itachi covered his left eye and took a deep breath. I'll let you enjoy yourself for a while. Then he looked up and looked towards the ancestral temple. There, the lights are bright. There, a figure was reflected on the wooden door through the firelight. Father, are you waiting for me too? Itachi muttered, walking towards the wooden door. Tread, 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 step by step. The steps were not big, but gradually became steady. Crash! Pushing open the wooden door, the figure of Uchiha Fugaku suddenly appeared in front of him, under the ancestral hall. You're here. Fugaku was not surprised, and pointed in front of him like a father and son reminiscing about the past. The first time you use a kaleidoscope on a large scale, you'll feel a little dizzy. Come, have some tea and relax. As he said that, he reached out and poured a cup of tea. Little did they know that Itachi was already slightly stunned at this moment. He didn't expect that his father, who seemed hesitant, actually knew everything. Father, you know everything? Then you. Itachi was a little confused. You know everything, so why do you still let yourself go? Hearing this, Fugaku lowered his head, his face full of sighs. What about me? I am a member of the Uchiha clan. He is your father, too. Father is old, he can't suppress the Uchiha clan, nor can he change your mind. It seems like a good idea to end it here. But as he spoke, he suddenly raised his head, his entire face instantly covered with frost. But you can't touch Suzuki and Jin, especially Jin, that kid is a bit lonely. Otherwise, father will let you taste the taste of 7 wolves again. Click, click, kaleidoscope, father, you are indeed. After seeing the 3 Tai Chi symbol-like pupils in Fugaku's eyes, Itachi's expression finally changed. There is a hint of bitterness, a hint of melancholy, and a hint of nostalgia. He could already feel his father's determination to die before him. After a moment's silence, he managed a hard smile and shook his head, saying, Don't worry, father. I will take good care of Suzuki and Jin. As he spoke, he raised the long sword in his hand high, slowly falling. Crash! But just as Fugaku's throat was about to be slashed, the wooden door of the ancestral hall was suddenly pushed open. Behind him, a frivolous and playful laugh came. Hey, killing your own relatives for the sake of justice? 1 against 7, you really turned a deaf ear to my words. Jin, why are you back? Hearing the voice, Itachi turned around and saw the person at the door. The sharp voice cut through the night sky. It hurts the eardrums. However, few people in the Uchiha clan heard it. Why can't I come back? This is my home. Jin casually pulled the wooden door and walked in. As for the tribesmen outside, let them be happy a little longer. The Tsukuyomi space will last for 72 hours. Even a famous technician in Konoha had to stay in the hospital for a week after being infected. I'm afraid the tribe will be even worse. He immediately sat down in front of Fugaku, picked up the tea that had just arrived and drank it all in one gulp. Pooh! After sucking his lips, he spat out a piece of tea leaves and said with disgust, Lao Fu, your tea-making skills have declined that you didn't even brew it thoroughly. Fugaku, Itachi. The corners of their mouths twitched. This behavior is indeed disappointing. The originally thick atmosphere of grief caused by the father and son killing each other dissipated in an instant. Fugaku frowned, glanced at Itachi and urged Jin, go back to the house first. No matter what happens tonight, don't come out. Yes, Jin, why don't you go back first? I'll tell you everything you want to ask tomorrow. Itachi also restrained his murderous intent and said in a deep voice. But the hand holding the samurai sword inadvertently tightened a little. He didn't know when it started, but every time he saw Yin's fearless attitude, his scalp would tingle. No, that's not right. I'm the big brother. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice to shout, Jin, go back to the house, otherwise, are you going to chop me down too, Pa? Jin spat out another bitter tea leaf and looked at the man opposite with interest. This 13-year-old man. In my previous life, I would probably still be working hard to get into high school. Now we have to carry out the mission of exterminating the entire family. Are you heartbroken? Pooh. It is better to feel sorry for a dog on the street than to feel sorry for him. At least dogs know not to bite their owners. Since you know everything, then, I'm sorry, Jin, just get some sleep. Everything will be fine after a good night's sleep. Hearing what Jin said, Itachi closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. When he opened his eyes, there was only scarlet left. Tsukuyomi, start. Buzz. In an instant, invisible waves filled the entire ancestral hall. Swish. In an instant, 3 Megatama appeared in Jin's eyes. Is it really the 3 Megatama? You really are very good at hiding it. Itaki looked at Jin with admiration and praised him. I don't know when you opened your eyes, but just 3 Megatama can't resist Big Brother's illusion. As he finished speaking, his left eye became more prominent. Bloodshot appeared around the eyeballs, densely packed, like a spider web. Tsukuyomi, considered the most powerful illusion in the current version, also fully reveals its power. Then, without even looking at Jin, he raised his sword again and looked at Fugaku, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, Father. You are a target that must be eliminated in this village. Itaki. However, this time Fugaku did not close his eyes and wait for death. His expression was a little strange. Eccentric? What's going on? Itaki clearly sensed something was wrong. It's like something out of control is about to happen. But what is it? He subconsciously frowned and pretended to listen. Fugaku's tone didn't change much, still sounding like a father and son chatting. Do you know when Jin opened his eyes? This light-hearted tone caused Itake's mood to change. He was a little impatient, and his voice was a little faster. When will you open your eyes? How would I know? Since 6 years ago, he has been either basking in the sun, talking a lot, or teasing Suzuki all day long. How could he open his eyes at this point? His voice stopped abruptly. The scarlet eyes suddenly narrowed. The shrill scream rang out again. Could it be? That's right, Jin opened his eyes 6 years ago, the same year as you. How is it possible? Gurgle. Itake's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and the 2 tear troughs appeared more prominent at this time. He knew that his second brother was quite talented, but he was only practicing. But he opened his eyes at the age of 2.5. Even the god of the Uchiha clan couldn't do it, right? After a long moment of mixed emotions, he took another deep breath and looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said, even if he opened his eyes at the age of 2.5, Father wouldn't be unaware that only a kaleidoscope can resist the kaleidoscope's pupil technique, right? 3 Megatama, after all, is just 3 Megatama. As he spoke, he once again clenched the long sword in his hands. The coolness in his hands gave him a little comfort. Yes. In response, Fugaku simply nodded his chin towards the other side. In doubt, Uchiha Itake followed the gaze and looked to the left. I saw Jin chewing tea leaves and looking at me with interest. No genjutsu? Itake was even more confused. Could it be that the large-scale Tsukuyomi he just used has lost its effect? Subconsciously, he activated the Mangekyo in his left eye again to increase the power of Tsukuyomi. What increased was not the Tsukuyomi, but the sneer on Jin's lips. As like a crack, it quickly spreads to the entire cheek. The most eye-catching thing is the eyes. That pair, an enlarged version of the 3 Megatama. Enlarged version? 3 Megatama. Itake narrowed his eyes, understanding dawned on him instantly. My breathing also became rarely disordered. Deng din din. He took several steps back until he reached the door and exclaimed, you are also a kaleidoscope. But what, when? He frowned, and his calm face completely lost its expression. It was not until this moment that Itake finally realized what was out of his control. Ember. His second brother. The guy who just loves to tease Suzuki by basking in the sun. Unexpectedly, I opened the kaleidoscope without realizing it. Call. At this moment, Itake's breathing was as loud as a bull's. The hands holding the long sword were slowly raised. Stand in front of you. Look, I've asked you to choose one against 7 so many times. Why did you choose the wrong one at this time? Jin shook his head, spat out the last tea leaf in his mouth and stood up. His forehead was pressed against the long blade in front of him. Crash! Just as he was about to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. What are you doing so late at night? Uchiha Mikoto rubbed her sleepy eyes and walked in with an unhappy tone. But when he saw the scene inside the ancestral hall, he was stunned. Her eldest son was chopping his second son's head with a long knife. Next to her, her husband, Uchiha Fugaku, he was just watching the show with tea in hand. Anger. Furious. In an instant, her bad temper and the anger from this scene made her lose her mind. He walked straight up to Itake in just 2 or 3 steps. Although he is obviously a head shorter than her, the aura he exudes is as unmatched as a tiger. Uchiha Itake, what do you want to do? Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slapped him hard. Just crush it. Yin was stunned. Mikoto's slap was truly a stroke of genius. Fugaku was also startled and quickly put down his tea and stood up. It was just because he moved too hastily that the tea spilled all over himself. But he didn't even dare to wipe it, and hurriedly explained with a smile, ahem. The 2 brothers are competing. Competition? Mikoto was a little suspicious. But before he could elaborate, Fugaku sent him back to the house. Call. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked at Itake. Your mother doesn't know about this, can she? Crash! At this moment, the wooden door was pushed open again. Oh Nissan, hug me. Little Suzuki was also rubbing his sleepy eyes in his pajamas, and came over skipping and reaching out to hug Itake. Without any hesitation, Then, still in Itake's arms, he snorted disdainfully. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall, filled with deep hatred and bitterness, became even more bizarre. Ahem, it looks like I'm not going to be able to kill him this time. Jin hesitated and asked tentatively, how about you come back and kill him again in a couple of days? Itake. He hesitated for a moment, then raised his knife and struck. Bang! In front of little Suzuki's incredulous gaze, he knocked him unconscious. After carefully putting it aside, he shook his head and said, no chance. After he finished speaking, his whole demeanor changed again. Buzz buzz buzz. All over the body, orange-red chakra gradually spread throughout the body. He looked in Yin's direction, and his voice was unusually serious. Yin, I have reasons to take action, so take my Bagwakong-jang. Bang! Before he could finish his words, his entire body was knocked flying. With a bang, it hit the courtyard wall. Boom! The wall collapsed. Itake was also buried under the rubble. You're so long-winded, I'm getting annoyed with fighting 7 of them at once. Jin shrugged, walked out of the house, and took a deep breath. Air cannons are useful. Even a highly intelligent combat talent like Itake couldn't withstand it. Quack! However, the rubble did not crush Itake, but a few black crows flew out. With its sharp beak stretched out, it flew into the air. Flutter! In the blink of an eye, the crows gathered together and transformed into a human figure. Uchiha Itake. He lowered his head and looked at his second brother, and for the first time he felt so unfamiliar. After a moment, he suddenly smiled and said softly, that palm strike just now, was it your pupil technique? You actually chose physical technique, you've taken the wrong approach. The most important thing for a ninja is ninjutsu. Next, let's carefully experience this ninjutsu feast. Amaterasu. Phew! With a glare of his right eye, black flames appeared out of nowhere. With a chilling chill and a scorching heat. At the door, Fuyu's pupil suddenly shrank, such a fast black flame, burning everything. Is this the power of Itake's other eye? Quick! Too fast! Even though Itake shouted it out in advance and opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, he was unable to capture the black flame immediately. When he saw it, the black flame had already appeared at Yin's feet. But when he saw Jin didn't move, he quickly warned, oh no, Jin, get out of the way. At the same time, he took a step forward to help. But as soon as he lifted his hand, he stopped. The black flame actually penetrated the body directly. It was as if it had encountered air, without any pause. It wasn't until it hit the cherry tree outside the courtyard wall that it started to burn. Like that guy who calls himself Madara, has he also gained the ability to hollow out space? Itake narrowed his eyes, his heart sinking. That guy's ethereal state won't last more than 5 minutes. In that case, then, I'll burn you until you come out. Then he covered his left eye and spoke again, Amaterasu. Phew! This time, faster and more Amaterasu black flames appeared under Jin. Like a blazing fire, it burns the embers. The halo of light was circulating, and the faint moonlight was always draped over Jin's body. His body turned directly into light, making him as invincible as a golden body. That's a really unreasonable entry. Yin looked up and glanced at the moon above. Sunlight is light, and moonlight is also light. Even the lights on the roadside are lights. At worst, he can use fire escape on himself, and the fire will no longer be light. In other words, this golden body is very powerful, more powerful than he could have imagined. Tick. Time passes by every second. Ahem. Puft. All of a sudden, Itake felt a pain in his throat and started coughing violently. Can't hold on so soon? He looked down at the bright red in his hand, his eyes dimmed. All around his body, orange-red chakra appeared again. Click. It condensed into one orange-red rib after another, like armor, covering it directly. 2 huge armored arms burning with red flames also slowly condensed. Susanoo, this Itake guy is really unexpected. In just over a year, not only have we figured out the pupil technique for our eyes, we've even developed this ancient ability. At the door of the room, Fugaku's pupils were so big that they almost jumped out. Even if he has already accepted subject to facts, even able to face death calmly, but he was still shocked by the genius of his eldest son. If Itake were to stand in the family's shoes, perhaps we could truly restore the glory of our ancestors? Somehow, this idea suddenly came into his mind. Of course, he extinguished the thought as soon as it came to mind. The most important thing now is Yin. This child is so young and hasn't read the clan records that he must not suffer any loss. He took a deep breath and quickly explained, Jin, this is Susanoo, which can only be activated by the Mangekyo Sharingan. Defense. But before he could finish his words, the rest of his words got stuck in his throat. Can't spit it out. Opposite. After seeing Itake's Mangekyo, Jin's expression didn't change at all. He just silently stretched out his hand and repeated, 8 trigrams empty palm. Bang. Bang bang bang. The 8 trigrams palm strikes were like bullets, hitting Susanoo's skeleton. It makes a crisp banging sound. But it didn't work. Itake shook his head, wiped the blood from his hands, and sneered, ridiculous, this is the strongest defense in the ninja world. You actually want to break it with your bare hands? Jin, you are so naive. So what? Jin retorted dismissively, you don't know, there are people stabbing with shurikens. After saying that, he raised his right hand high, slowly falling. Bagua empty palm. But this time, the Bagua Kongjang was no longer a colorless air cannon, but a huge crimson chakra cannonball. The power of the nine-tailed fox, too, contains the power of 2/9 of the tailed beast. Attack aside, attached with chakra properties, the idea is good, but poof. Snap. The next second, the crimson air cannon directly broke off Suzanu's skeleton. Click, click, click. The sound of breaking is endless. The light in Itaka's eyes gradually dimmed. There was no trace of blood on his face. The body was overloaded and Suzanu disappeared naturally. With a thud, he fell to the ground. But just as he was about to land, a palm condensed with crimson chakra quickly appeared and caught him. Then grab it. It's really embarrassing, 1 against 7. Jin raised his right hand, pulled Itaka directly in front of him and said softly, you don't think I asked you so many questions because I wanted to influence you and win you over, do you? Actually, I'm just giving you a chance. After saying that, he clenched his right hand suddenly. Suzanu, can you? He can activate Suzanu at just over 10. Itaki is truly a genius. His brother was able to push Itaki to this point. The Uchiha clan's combat power has really collapsed. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. The edge of the Uchiha clan's territory. A man in a black robe and a mask was watching with great interest, nodding and commenting. But the next second, he saw an unbelievable scene, even swore because of it. In the sight, the Susanoo wrapped around Itaka's body was broken off by a slap. That's right, just snap it off. Under this recoil force, the already weak Itaka spat out a mouthful of blood, fainted. Obito narrowed his eyes, not even knowing what expression to put on his face. Breaking Susanoo with bare hands. No, buddy, you're Hashirama. No, that's not right. It's that crimson chakra. Obito instantly realized something was wrong, and his eyes fixed on the crimson chakra enveloping King Jin. Under the mask, the surprised eye instantly turned scarlet. This is the power of the nine-tailed fox? Damn it, how could this guy have the power of the nine-tailed fox? Realizing that something was wrong, he could no longer hold back and rushed over. If it was the power of the nine-tailed fox, it would indeed be possible to kill Itaki with just one slap. He didn't want the helper he had finally won over to be killed like this. Call out. The next second, only a spatial fluctuation remained at the original location. At the same time, in front of the ancestral temple. Just as Jin was about to take action, a sharp voice suddenly came from his ears. Stop. You're finally here, Obito. The corners of his mouth curved up, but the movement of his hands did not loosen. Holding Itaki in his right hand, he turned to look in the direction of the sound. There, a masked man in a black robe quietly emerged. Obito. In other words, it's Tsuchiko who is currently cheating people everywhere under the name of Uchiha Madara. How about leaving this guy here? Suddenly, a crazy idea emerged in Jin's mind. With so many abilities at his disposal, he might be able to keep Obito here. Maybe if the chain reaction develops, even Madara will have to be buried in the coffin. Of course, Obito didn't know this at the time. He stood 10 meters away, looked at Jin and said in a hoarse voice, he is your biological brother, you can't kill him. Jin's strangeness actually made him feel a little hesitant. There is no other way but to try to use the family route. See if you can rescue Itaki. Unfortunately, he failed. When did Brother Tuza start to focus on family ties? Jin shook the unconscious Yaidej in his hand and said nonchalantly, it's because he's my biological brother. Otherwise, I would have strangled him to death when I was a child. This sentence is true. The best way is to nip the danger in the bud. Think about feelings, just think about feelings. But his answer also made Obito completely relieved. He wiped the hem of his clothes and skirt, pointed at the many unconscious tribesmen in the front yard and said hoarsely, as the son of the Uchiha clan leader, can you bear to watch your entire clan perish in Uchiha Itaka's Tsukuyomi world? This is a genjutsu that only Itaki can break. As long as you hand Itaki over to me, I will let him help break these illusions, how about that? As he said that, he pointed at Itaki. The meaning is very clear. We must not harm Itaki, otherwise the tribe will be doomed forever. This is a naked threat. So after hearing these words, Fugaku was the first to react. He wanted to speak but his throat seemed to be stuck. Speechless. Emotionally speaking, he doesn't want his brothers to kill each other. Of course, as the patriarch, he didn't want his people to die like this. He was a little hesitant. After all, it was King who stopped Itaki, and as a father he couldn't neglect one while focusing on the other. So after hesitating for a while, he decisively shut up, lowered his head and stopped talking. Genjutsu, is Tsukuyomi very strong? Behind Jin, a red hand shook Itaki, as if shaking an object, without any mercy. Ahem, perhaps because the movement was too big. Itaki, who was originally unconscious, woke up slowly, and quickly realized what was happening. His calm eyes once again became filled with shock and surprise. He lowered his head and let his body sway, but his eyes were always on Yin. There was exclamation, surprise, and fatigue in his eyes. Finally, he calmed down and said softly, Jin, let me down, I will break the illusion of those tribesmen. Can you untie it? I need you to untie it? Yin simply shook his head and refused. But what he said made the other 3 Uchiha clan members who also had Mangekyo dumbfounded for a moment. Fugaku scratched his head, his face full of confusion. Could this kid be good at illusions? That shouldn't be the case, I've never seen him practice illusions. What's more, I'm afraid that even I can't even. Are you going to compete in genjutsu with this Itake guy? Obito loosened his grip on the fan and just wanted to laugh. He had observed Itake for a long time and had already determined that he was the true genius of the Uchiha family. And what is the Uchiha best at? Illusion. In his opinion, Itake's illusion technique had even reached the pinnacle. Of course, Tsukuyomi will be ineffective at the beginning, and he sees that Jin is just relying on the Mangekyo to resist. Being able to resist doesn't mean being able to match. In Jin's hands, Itake couldn't help showing pride and confidence in his eyes after hearing this. Jin, my illusion is not something that ordinary people can break. Although you can resist it, your level is broken. Hearing this, Jin pointed behind him and relaxed his shoulders, saying, I didn't say it was me. Ha, not you. Itake slowed his breathing and observed. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, the sound of a wheelchair dragging on the ground suddenly came from behind the house. Then, a man with messy hair and a bandage on his eyes slowly approached. Shisui, are you here to help me too? That's great. Ahem. Itake's eyes flashed and he opened his mouth to exclaim. However, because of the swinging, he took several big breaths of air. He choked so much that his face turned green. In a hurry, I only had time to look down. But it was this one thing that suddenly made him stunned. In sight, behind the bandage that the man was helping with, the scarlet eyes with 3 megatama quickly turned into 4 blades. This is B Tian Shen. Can't wait any longer, monkey. I told you to call your job title when you're working. Hearing Danzo's voice, the 3rd Hokage knocked on the table with his pipe. There was a lot of displeasure in his voice. Then he turned and looked out the window. The night is pitch black and as quiet as ink. Not a sound was heard. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Ahem. 3rd Hokage, the Uchiha is a famous family in Konoha after all. Even though their strength has declined in recent years, they are still one of the best. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Utane Kohara spoke up. If something really happened, it wouldn't be so quiet. In response, the Sandaime Hokage simply lit his pipe and took a deep drag. The strong smell of tobacco dimmed the lights in the Hokage's office. Don't worry, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha will definitely disappear forever. After saying that, he stopped talking. He believed in Itake's strength. That child was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Even the 3 ninjas who were already famous in the ninja world at that time still had some gaps. Bang! Danzo expressed dissatisfaction with this. He slammed the cane in his hand down and said coldly, Humph, you can be calm, but I can't be calm. I want to go and see. Bang! After saying that, he rushed out again. Inside the house, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his back and breathed a sigh of relief. With Danzo's help, it should be completely safe, right? He has great trust in Danzo. This old friend is not inferior to him. Hasn't there been any news yet? Hinata Hayashi looked at the information from his tribe members and silently opened his eyes. After hesitating for a moment, he stood up and walked straight out of the house. Since there is no news, then go and see for yourself. He couldn't sit still anymore. This incident will completely change the situation in Konoha village. He had no choice but to be cautious. Not only him, but also the heads of the 3 tribes of pig, deer, and butterfly could not bear it any longer and slowly stood up. In the darkness of the night, there were suddenly many figures, walking towards the remote Uchiha clan territory. And at this time, the Uchiha clan's territory is on the outskirts of the village, but it is the center of sight. Very quiet. Itake was in a trance. He blinked and looked at Shisui again. But he only saw the other person coming slowly with bandages on. It seemed that the moment just now was just an illusion. Is it an illusion? Never mind, it doesn't matter. He wanted to think deeply, but somehow he suddenly felt indifferent. It doesn't affect him at all. Then, when he looked at Yin again, there was a change of heart for no reason. Is it all? Or maybe it's panic. Amaterasu, which is regarded as a divine skill, has lost its effectiveness. The Tsukuyomi that is used as a decisive move is useless. Even the Susanoo that he had just figured out was broken directly. He, Uchiha Itake, was completely defeated. He lost in the area he was best at and what he was most proud of. In a trance, the Jin in front of him turned into Fugaku who taught him in childhood. he can be easily grasped with one hand. I must have been dizzy to have such a ridiculous idea. Itachi shook his head, trying to clear these unacceptable thoughts from his mind. At this moment, he suddenly found a kunao in his arms. This is. As soon as the doubts arose, he suddenly felt dizzy. Bang! Then I had a severe headache, everything went black, and I completely passed out. Yin shook his hands. After receiving Shisui's reassuring look, he casually stabbed Itachi into the ground. That's right, stick it directly into the ground. It was like inserting a bamboo pole, inserted in the form of an upside-down onion. Blood was everywhere. Under this sudden impact, Itachi was not surprised at all and fell into a coma. Fugaku's brows twitched, and he subconsciously turned his head and closed his eyes towards the inner room. I breathed a sigh of relief after making sure there was no movement. Obito, dear brother, if you say to plant it in the ground, then plant it in the ground. Without any hesitation. But, just get rid of it. His eyes flickered, and the Megatama in his pupils changed slightly. Call a gentle breeze blew, slightly lifting the black and red cloud robe. Divine power. The next second, the space where Uchiha Itachi was located began to shake slightly. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon it turned into a whirlpool and disappeared. Damn it, put Itachi down. Seeing the scene, Fugaku, who had been paying attention, could no longer hold back. He stepped forward and rushed forward. At the same time, both hands quickly formed seals, fire style, great fireball technique, call a huge, blazing flame gushed out. But the moment it touched Obito's body, it passed through his body directly. There was no pause. Same ability? And this guy Jin. Why didn't he react at all? Fugaku is indeed an old slacker. As he made the move, he glanced at Jin and found that his second brother really had no reaction, so he silently stopped making seals. Although he didn't know why, he knew the second brother was very thoughtful. Perhaps he shouldn't have taken action. I'm old now, and now I can't even understand my two children's thoughts. Thinking of this, Fugaku slowly shook his head, turned around and walked to Shisui's side, helping him push the wheelchair. In the courtyard, after absorbing Itachi, Obito's body became relaxed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he looked at Yin's small figure with undisguised admiration in his eyes. As an Uchiha, you can actually do this. Jin, do you want to join us and create a new world? As he spoke, he threw aside his red cloud and black robe. It made a rustling sound in the strong wind. A new world? Jin was a little surprised. It was all Lin's world? What about Kakashi? Seeing that Jin seemed to be interested, Obito's eyes suddenly lit up. Talk freely and imagine the future. Compared to Itachi, Jin is more coveted by him, especially the power of the tailed beast. As someone who had personally controlled the tailed beasts in the past, he could clearly feel that power was the power of the tailed beasts. But the tailed beast is clearly on the Jinchuriki. Where did it come from on Yin? So with these questions in mind, he decided to recruit Jin into the group. As long as we master this ability, we may be able to start capturing the tailed beasts in advance. Thinking of this, Obito's smile grew even wider under the mask. The conversation became more and more heated. As for Yin, he looked at the entries that popped up about this guy and secretly clicked his tongue. Conversation target Uchiha Obito. The copyable entry is being parsed. Ideal world creator, black, traitor, black, first generation cell, immortality, gold, summoning outer path demon statue, remnant, gold, Kamui, right eye, gold, Mangekyo Sharinan, single, purple, fire style mastery, blue, dot. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry, psychic outer path demon statue, remnant, gold, a large Gundam controlled by the Rinnegan, hiss. Withdrawal. After seeing this message, Jin's smile suddenly became a little strange and playful. This, if I can communicate with the spirit later. Tuzi went home and saw that his house had been robbed. So. Come join me, Yin. The long period of bewitching finally draws to a close. In the single eye beneath Obito's mask, the suppressed enthusiasm could no longer be concealed, and the light shone brightly. Even the hoarse voice that was originally deliberately disguised was given a hint of youthful, almost light tone due to excitement. He didn't seem to notice the change in his voice. He just focused all his attention on the small figure in front of him. His eyes are burning, full of confidence that he will win. And Yin. Also raised his little face. A pair of bright black eyes looked back at Obito with the same burning look. That look seemed to be truly moved by this grand undertaking, and was filled with yearning. Next second, the pupils of both of them suddenly contracted at the same time. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Divine power. Divine power. Buzz whoosh. Two whirlpools that were visible to the naked eye in distorted space appeared out of thin air almost at the same moment. However, the intention was completely opposite. Obito wants to pack up and take King away. King wants to pack up and send Obito away. To some extent, the two people's ideas coincide with each other. 10 meters away. Bang! After seeing that the whirlpool remained indifferent, Obito felt as if he was hit by an invisible hammer and staggered back a step. Even the Uzumaki mask seemed to be distorted. The face behind the mask was twisted into a ball, filled with astonishment and disbelief. What's going on? Shinwei's spatial transfer. The vortex did appear and locked onto Yin's body. But, invalid? It was wrapped around Jin's body in this way, overlapping with another extremely similar spatial fluctuation emitted by him, like two incompatible streams of water quietly colliding with each other, interfering with and offsetting each other. At the center of the collision, Yin was still standing firmly in place, not even the corner of his clothes was sucked away. This feeling, the dominance of space. Why does it seem like this brat is in control? After noticing this scene, Obito's heart was filled with shock and doubt, surging like a tsunami. However, before he could ask, an extremely familiar tearing pain suddenly exploded from his right arm. Ugh! Obito let out a short groan of pain, and his fighting instinct made him instantly activate the hollow transformation. Divine power. Swish! His body became transparent, but it was too late. Phew! The blood mist explodes. The entire right arm, along with half of the shoulder, was directly broken. Just a few feet in front of him, a space vortex that looked exactly like the divine power was slowly spinning. In the center of the vortex, his arms and shoulders were still intact, but they were instantly shredded. Puff! Turned into blood foam all over the sky. Spatial fluctuations. Vortex formation. Twisting and swallowing. This feeling. This ability. What is this? The Sharingan under Obito's mask was almost cracked. The huge shock was like a cold water pouring over his head, making his whole body stiff. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But that spatial fluctuation that is so familiar to the depths of the soul. He would never mistake that unique smell of the divine power's distorted space. He almost blurted out two words instantly. An absurd yet undeniable conclusion exploded in his mind. Shinwei. The sharp, voice-breaking roar was like a groundhog whose porridge had been spilled, extremely piercing. How could you possibly use Kamui? At this moment, Obito's only eyes exposed outside the mask were filled with extreme horror and anger. He couldn't believe it, or rather, he didn't dare to believe it. This ability unique to the eyes actually appeared in another member of the tribe. In the midst of anger, an even more absurd thought suddenly arose in his mind. Could it be that this brat is actually Kakashi? He didn't expect that he would be in such a miserable state at the hands of a young man. Suddenly, soon, with the self-healing of the primary cells in the body, the broken body gradually recovered. Call. After trying to stretch his right arm, Uchiha Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jin again with a complicated expression. I will remember you, Uchiha Jin. I hope you can give me some more surprises when we meet next time. After he finished speaking, Shinwei activated again. He already didn't dare to stay here any longer. Although it sounds ridiculous. But when he saw Jin's young face, he couldn't help but have weird thoughts in his mind. It was as if I was seen clearly by this person. Even when he used Kamui just now, he only briefly removed the void in an instant, and the opportunity was seized. It's probably just a coincidence, right? He murmured, but in his heart he always felt that Jin seemed to have expected it. So after hesitating for a moment, he decided to retreat first. With the divine might, he is almost invincible. It's a pity that I couldn't just twist the head off. Jin shook his head with some regret. If I had been able to twist Obito's head off just now, a lot of things would have been over. As for Madara, he would probably have to jump out of his coffin and start dancing. It's a pity that I didn't have the chance to see this ancestor dance in advance. Of course it's just as well that it can't be twisted away, as the Akatsuki organization is not yet complete. Hee, I will come back. On the other side, Obito left these words and disappeared completely. And Jin also stretched out his arm and waved, see you next time, leak. There is Obito in the front who is recruiting talents, and there is also Uchiha Itachi, an undercover agent who has been controlled. He has decided to cut the leaks of Akatsuki organization. After everything calmed down, Yin turned his gaze to the panel in front of him. Somewhat hot. Defeat Uchiha Itachi, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, purple. Defeat Uchiha Obito, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Mangekyo Sharingan, remnant, purple. I don't know if it was a coincidence or inevitability, but the Sharingan was copied to Itachi, who was beaten bloody in front, and Obito, who was chased away in the back. But one is disabled. Taking a deep breath, he said without hesitation, melted. Add these two attributes to the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kaleidoscope plus half a kaleidoscope, 2.5 kaleidoscopes should be eternal, right? Buzz buzz buzz. The three purple light balls in front of my eyes gradually gathered and condensed. The pupils suddenly became hot. The heat was spreading and rolling, and Jin's head hurt even more. Amidst this pain, a golden light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry Mangekyo Sherinon, 3 feet in front, gold, dot. Withdrawal. And it's a brand new kaleidoscope pupil technique entry. His kaleidoscope finally showed its power. Jin's heart was burning with anger, and he quickly looked at the entry. 3 feet in front of you, gold in the cracks of the real world. 3 feet in front of you, you create a temporary territory governed by your own will. 3 feet in front of you, a temporary territory? Yin's brows were tightly furrowed. The literal meaning is clear and concise, each word is easy to understand, and even when put together, it is easy to understand. But, what does the gap in reality mean? Could it be a unique space similar to Shinwei? He held his breath and concentrated, beginning to feel the changes around him based on this entry. Was late at night, the moonlight was like water, gently draping over him. However, the moment the entry is opened, the moonlight before his eyes came alive. No longer a simple sprinkle. It's more like an extension of his will. A feeling of being almost like a creator god, controlling the world around him at will, arises spontaneously. The mind moved slightly. Wow! The silver moonlight flowing in front of him was kneaded and compressed by him when he raised his hands. In an instant, the diffuse gauze condensed into a silver ball of light the size of an egg, emitting a soft halo. It quietly hovered within 3 feet in front of Yin, spinning slowly. Like the moon orbiting the ball, it keeps on rotating. The originally cold light now exudes a warm temperature. Ding! Congratulations to the host for basking in the sun for 1 minute, chakra +1. Sunshine, this is. Hearing the prompt, Jin reached out and gently held the warm little sun. Incredible ecstasy also burst out in his pupils. He understood. In this absolute area 3 feet in front of him, he can forcibly condense and upgrade the moonlight to simulate the essence of the sun. And absolute control. The light emitted also transformed from refracted moonlight into real sunlight. What does that mean? This means that from now on, he can get at least 25 hours of sunlight out of 24 hours a day. This means that the daily increase in chakra will soar from 840 points to more than 1,400 points. Post a new Kakashi every week? 50 Kakashis in 1 year? Realizing this, Yin could no longer contain the joy in his heart. He slowly placed one hand on his forehead, bent down, and relaxed his shoulders slightly. Soon, a smile slowly stretched from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ears. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The loud laughter also woke up the tribesmen who were awakened by Shisui after Itaki left. When the cruel truth was revealed, especially those powerful elders who almost died of suffocation in their sleep, they were completely furious. Especially the elders. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he almost died at the hands of a young child. This brought their anger to a climax. Clan leader, Uchiha Itaki, how dare he betray the clan? He's trying to wipe out the Uchiha roots. A conspiracy. This is definitely a vicious plot by the old thief Hokage. He wants us to kill each other. Unforgivable, absolutely intolerable. Clan leader, give the order, charge into Konoha tonight and take down the Hokage building. Yes, kill them all, kill that traitor Itaki. Hundreds of Uchiha ninjas gathered in the broken courtyard, their emotions boiling with anger and their eyes red. The fear of death made these tribesmen completely lose their former peace. All that was left was the anger that needed to be vented. Kill. Charge into Konoha. Kill the Hokage. Kill Uchiha Itaki. Seeing this, Fugaka stood in the center of the crowd, his brows twisted into a knot. The Hokage's sinister plot also made him furious, but reason told him that a coup was a dead end. Admittedly, he was very angry about the Hokage's actions, but he was still unwilling to launch a coup directly. If his tribe members didn't know, how could he not know? As fate would have it, the Uchiha launched 93 coups, but not a single one succeeded. His lips moved but he didn't respond. He just subconsciously looked at Jin, who was holding his forehead and laughing. I hope my second son can provide some solutions. When he saw the young man laughing with his hands on his forehead, he suddenly felt a little tired. The eldest son defected and was taken away by a mysterious person. The tribesmen were in an uproar, and the group of reckless men only knew how to shout and kill. The younger son fell asleep immediately without any hesitation. The only one who still made me feel relieved was my second son, but now he is sick again. Just when Fugaku was torn between his conscience and hesitation, the eyes of the hawkish elders from the 3 tribes flashed with brilliance. The opportunity has come. Chief, the 3 elders suddenly stepped forward, their resounding voices drowning out the clamor. Itaka's betrayal is a fact. Konoha's butcher knife is hanging over our heads. If we don't act now, are we going to wait until they slaughter the Uchiha clan like pigs and dogs? The hawkish loyalists behind him immediately roared in unison, action, we must act. Seeing this, the dovish elders could only sigh dejectedly, clan leader. The Uchiha's survival depends on tonight. Seeing this, the elders of the 3 tribes were ecstatic. Even the doves no longer oppose it, the outcome today is set. He stepped forward again, almost face to face with Fugaku, his voice filled with naked threats and coercion. Chief Fugaku, the situation is stronger than the people. If you agree to this coup tonight, we will follow you as our leader. If you don't agree. He suddenly straightened his chest and raised his voice in a strong voice. Shideo, then let's find a clan leader who can lead us out. This is a coup. You have to change it, whether you want to or not. Seeing this, Fugaku's frown deepened. If a mosquito accidentally flies in, it will fall into the canyon. He knew what his people meant. Or he, Fugaku, will lead a coup. Or his clan members will lead him to Fugaku's coup. Although the results are the same, the process is completely different. Chief Fugaku, you don't have time to hesitate. The three elders were very proud and enjoyed the pleasure of being surrounded by thousands of people, as if they had already seen their glorious future of ascending the throne of the patriarch. He cleared his throat and prepared to make his final statement. I think you are really getting old and confused. Since you are indecisive, don't blame me. Bang. Before he finished speaking, a huge fist covered with red chakra slammed into the face of the three elders. Snap! A teeth-grinding sound of bones cracking was heard. The elders of the three tribes didn't even have time to scream before they flew backwards in a blurry afterimage. With a loud bang, it crashed directly into the ruins of the courtyard wall. This scene instantly made everyone's jaw drop. Especially after seeing the young man in front of Fugaku, none of them could say a word. Ahem. How dare you launch a sneak attack, Fugaku? You are really the elder of the tribe. Climbed up from the ruins coughing, his face twisted with pain. But when he looked up and saw Jin, his throat felt like it was being tightly grasped by a large hand. In fact, it was indeed held tightly. The blood-red nine-tails chakra surged out violently and instantly turned into a huge chakra palm. He grabbed the three elders from the ruins. It's like holding a little chick. No, Jin, what do you want to do? I'm a clan elder. The three clan elders screamed in terror. Bang! The giant chakra hand grasped him and swung it like a broken sack, slamming it hard onto the hard ground in front of everyone. Gravel flew everywhere. Bang! A shallow pit was smashed into the ground. Bang! The pit is deeper. With each blow, the elder of the tribe was smashed into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the strong old man with bright eyes was smashed into the ground. Only the head was left outside. Jin, don't think you can act recklessly just because you're the second son of the clan leader. You keep nagging me all the time. Today is the perfect time for Chief Fugaku to teach you a lesson. It was not until this time that the Uchiha ninjas from many elder factions began to react. More than 20 ninjas rushed forward immediately. This is the Uchiha from the oldest and most direct line of the three clans. However, they rushed forward quickly and fell even faster. Bang bang bang. That huge crimson chakra palm was like an insurmountable mountain, knocking everyone to the ground. Bang! One after another, in the blink of an eye, more than 20 more tribesmen appeared around the three elders. It was so crowded that only people's heads were exposed. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. At this moment, hundreds of tribesmen were silent. For the first time, they looked seriously at the second son of the team leader's family. Many people saw this teenager in his early teens for the first time. Powerful. Unrivaled strength. I didn't even dare to think about taking action again. Yin slowly shook his hands, as if he had just brushed off some dust. To resist foreign aggression, we must first stabilize the country. The Uchiha clan's inherent character flaws, if not controlled, will lead to the emergence of another Itaki. So after hesitating for a moment, he spoke directly. From this moment on, I have the final say in the Uchiha clan. Who's in favor? He paused slightly, and glanced at everyone with an indifferent look. Who objects? Dead silence. Absolute, suffocating silence enveloped the Uchiha clan territory. Hundreds of pairs of eyes seemed to be nailed to the spot by invisible nails. Motionless. He could only stare at the figure in the center of the field, Uchiha Jin. At this time, his crimson chakra had already subsided. All that remained was the faint moonlight flowing within a 3-foot radius around him. And that one, the slowly rotating silver little sun. In front of him, the three clan elders and more than 20 diehard Eagle faction members only showed their terrified heads. It's like a seed that was forcibly planted in a stone slab. Leave it for next year to bloom. Gurgle. Gurgle. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard. The heaviness of the Uchiha clan made it increasingly difficult for everyone to move. I didn't even dare to breathe, for fear that I would be the next one to be planted into the ground. Behind Uchiha Jin, Fugaku looked at the scene with complicated eyes. My heart is in turmoil. Although I already knew about Yin's strength, I didn't expect that this second Yin master, who was weak and weak all day long, would be so decisive in such a matter. In power? Take control of the Uchiha clan? He doesn't mind. You can even take the initiative to help Yin hold on to power. But this, or is it his second son who is a little jumpy and occasionally has a seizure? Thinking of this, the expression on his face became more complicated. There is relief and worry. But more than that, it is a feeling of exhaustion from having a huge amount of pressure forcibly removed. In fact, it would be nice if I could just step back into the background. He remained silent and didn't say a word. He just took a step back and handed the stage completely to Yin. Who objects? Yin repeated it, his gaze like a cold searchlight, slowly sweeping across the entire room. Wherever they looked, all the tribesmen lowered their heads, not daring to look at each other. It seems that no one objects. His voice was still calm, but it reached everyone's ears without a doubt. Then, take a step forward. He put one foot on the elder's head, put his left hand on his waist and waved his right hand. Well, I'll tell you what time it is. First, he stretched out a finger and pointed at the head exposed on the ground below him. These people have evil intentions towards their fellow elders and clan leader, and are inciting civil unrest. Their crimes are unforgivable. Considering the Uchiha bloodline, the death penalty can be spared, but imprisonment for reflection. I will not release them until I am sure they have turned over a new leaf. Who disputes this? After saying that, he paused. In the scarlet eyes, the enlarged three megatama were spinning at high speed. Like a wild beast, it exudes the aura of choosing its prey. These eyes instantly caused quite a commotion. 3 megatama, this is the 3 megatama Sharinan. I can't believe that Uchiha Jin, at such a young age, has already opened 3 megatama. In a clan where 2 megatama are common, a 3 megatama Sharinan is comparable to the clan elders and those senior ninjas. And Jin, when he was just over 10 years old, he had already opened 3 megatama. Then, there will probably be another pair of kaleidoscopes in the clan in the future, right? Thinking of this, some people have already started to be tempted. He is powerful, young, and has an extraordinary status. It would be reasonable for such a person to lead them. But at this moment, the second elder suddenly glared at Jin and his breathing became much faster as he stared into his eyes. No, not the 3 megatama. It's kaleidoscope. His voice was slow, but extremely certain. As an elder of the clan, he knew the news about the kaleidoscope. Boom! And these words were like a bomb dropped into the clan. This completely made many Uchiha clan ninjas furious. Mangekyo, isn't this the legendary ultimate goal of our Uchiha clan? Ha ha ha, great, it's the Mangekyo, our Uchiha clan is saved. The tribesmen discussed with each other, and there was no longer any grudge in their hearts. How about being young? A kaleidoscope is enough. On the ground, the elders of the 3 tribes who had just woken up were completely stunned. It's the Mangekyo Sharinan, he murmured, a bitter smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he had known it was a kaleidoscope, he would never have dared to raise his tail. For a moment, hundreds of Uchiha people fell silent. Second. Seeing this, Jin looked at the Hawk faction members who had lost their backbone and said softly, the Konoha high-ranking officials instigated Uchiha attack as betrayal because they were afraid of the Uchiha Sharinan and our power, therefore, they used the most despicable means to make us kill each other and collapse from within. Damn Konoha high-level officials. These words once again ignited the suppressed anger in the hearts of all Uchiha people. But, Jin's voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap that suppressed all the tribesmen. Anger and blind revenge will only make us die faster and more miserably. Like tonight, you were almost dead. And there are at least 4 people as strong as Itaki and Konoha. What can you use to fight them? The straightforward and cruel questioning was like a bucket of cold water poured on everyone's heads. They forced themselves to suppress the anger that had just risen in their hearts. At this moment, many members of the tribe felt a rare deep sense of powerlessness. They have always known that Konoha is powerful, even after experiencing successive wars, but it is still the number 1 among the 5 major ninja villages. There is no doubt about this. Seeing this, the second elder of the clan looked at Jin, then looked at Fugaku with a trembling voice and asked, Chief Fugaku, then what should we do? Are we just going to sit there and wait for death? Fugaku moved his lips, wanting to say, you were all dead originally. But after hesitating for a moment, he still gave face to this group of people. Just looked at Yin silently. Perhaps, at this moment, Uchiha really needs a new leader? Seeing this, Yin slowly raised his hand. He first pointed to the land beneath his feet where the Uchiha later lived. Then he slowly pointed outside the clan territory, to the huge Konoha village shrouded in moonlight. The Uchiha clan has been in the police department for too long, and their swords have become dull. It's time to make a change. He took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice, just sit there and wait for death. The people in that village have already started selling Uchiha items for exorbitant prices. 50 taels a bowl of ramen now. What about later? Will it be 5,000 taels, 50,000 taels, or maybe 500,000 taels? This series of rhetorical questions once again ignited the fire in everyone's hearts, full of twists and turns. But the fire in their hearts grew stronger and stronger. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost right, he raised his voice and said simply, so we need to change the status quo. Take down the 2 advisors and take control of the economy. Ah, isn't this still a coup? The elder of the second clan was stunned. He did understand what Jin meant, but wasn't this still a coup? His doubts are also the doubts of most people. Before the flames rise, there is a coup. After the flames rise, is it still a coup? Then wouldn't this flame have risen in vain? No, if it fails, it's called a coup. If it succeeds, it's just restoring order. Hearing this, Jin stretched out his fingers and shook them, and then added in his mind, or rather, revolution. Dead silence. Silent. But this time, what permeated the Uchiha clan's territory was no longer just fear. Rather, it was a flame that was completely ignited and suppressed, ready to explode. Jin's words set things right were like sparks, splashing on the haystack. Financial power. Set things right. The second elder of the clan chewed over these two words, and a gleam of light flashed in the turbid 3 Megatama. The other tribesmen looked at each other in bewilderment. This word was completely different from a coup, and they no longer seemed to be the rebels, but a man of justice. It means complete subversion. Looking at the young man who was stepping on a human head and had a little sun around him, an unprecedented impulse surged in their hearts. Chief Fugaku, Master Jin. A young Uchiha genin suddenly took a step forward and knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. I, Uchiha Tetsuka, am willing to follow Lord Jin and restore order. His Sharingan flickered with determination, and vaguely seemed to be splitting from the Megatama. This scene instantly ignited all the passion. Uchiha DJ, willing to follow Master Jin. Uchiha Inahime, I am willing to die for the revolution. Uchiha Kindu, follow Master Jin. More and more Uchiha clan members came out and knelt on one knee. Their voices gathered in the clan territory, like a torrent, shaking the air. Call Fugaku took a deep breath, and the last trace of doubt in his heart disappeared. I, Uchiha Fugaku, declare that from now on, Uchiha Jin will be the young patriarch of the Uchiha family. He took a step forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with Jin. Our current goal is to control Konoha's economic lifeline and restore order. Roar! The earth-shaking roar resounded through the night sky. The Uchiha's fighting spirit has never been so high and so unified. Jin nodded slightly, his eyes full of smiles. That's right. There is a difference between rebels and soldiers of justice. He then waved his hand and walked towards the village first. But just as he was about to rush out of the clan gate, a strange noise suddenly came from outside the door. Humph, evil Uchiha brats, you really have evil ambitions and are planning rebellion. A cold, hoarse voice, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, suddenly rang out. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! In an instant, hundreds of figures wearing black clothes and various animal masks appeared like ghosts. They burst out directly from the walls, roofs, branches and shadows surrounding the Uchiha clan's territory. Silently, yet each of them exuded a cold murderous intent. Moreover, all exits were blocked immediately. Clearly, this is a group of well-trained professionals, and I have made many plans. Tread, tread, tread. After everyone had stood still, there was a knock at the door. That was the crisp sound of a cane hitting the stone slabs. Danzo Shinura. Behind him were all the elite troops of the route. There are also several figures with obscure auras and wearing special masks. These are obviously the aces that Danzo has been hiding. But today, in order to destroy Uchiha, he is willing to mobilize all his forces. Shinura Danzo. Fugaku's face darkened and his scarlet eyes opened instantly. Now that Danzo is here, how far can Hokage be? Evil Uchiha. Jin stood at the front, his young face full of disdain. Old dog, it seems your head hasn't been smashed yet. His voice was filled with undisguised sarcasm. But when Danzo heard this, his eyes narrowed quickly. It's you. The murderer who fainted on the banks of Nanhe River a few days ago has been found. He has such strength at such a young age, it's all thanks to those eyes. Looking at those scarlet eyes, his only eye revealed a strong greed. Want. Be sure to get it. Only these eyes are worthy of his wandering along the way. Capture Uchiha Jin, no matter if he's dead or alive. The rest of the rebels will be killed. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly issued the kill order. As long as they are all dead, these will be his resurrection coins. All of them. Kill. The root ninja was like an ice-cold killing machine, instantly starting up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Brush. Snap. The sounds of ninja tools breaking through the air and the sounds of hand seals appear one after another. The earth-escaping stone pillars rise from the ground. Wind escape cuts the air. The fire style transforms into a roaring fire dragon. The overwhelming attack, like a wave of death, instantly submerged the gate of the Uchiha clan. Damn it, everyone, attack with all your strength. Fugaku's expression darkened, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun rapidly. He is not afraid of this kind of attack from a middle or upper ninja, but there are too many. It's too frequent and too sudden. The cooperation between them is extremely tacit. In an instant, several hawks planted on the ground were cut to death by the stone pillars and wind blades that rose from the ground. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Noisy. Yin's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the deafening explosions and shouts. He didn't even lift a finger, he just opened his eyes and took a look. Divine power. Divine power. Divine power. The pupil of his left eye spun rapidly, and whirlpools appeared out of thin air one after another. These direct ninjutsu absorbed. Of course, there are some that slip through the net. Call out. Hit. A ninja looked overjoyed as he watched his shuriken heading towards Jin's neck. But just when the shuriken was 3 feet away from Jin, it suddenly stopped. Call out. Immediately afterwards, the shuriken shot back at a speed several times faster than before. Phew! By the time the ninja reacted, he felt a pain in his throat. In the middle, there was a bloody eye, sizzling. Buzz. As Jin's mind moved, a series of repulsive forces suddenly emerged from the faint moonlight 3 feet in front of him. Phew! At this moment, all the ninja tools and ninjutsu that were left aiming at him the moment it entered 3 feet in front of him, it was like hitting an invisible wall of cotton. It went in a little bit and then stopped. Ding ding dang dang. The next second, the shuriken was bounced back by an invisible force. Puff puff puff. Call. Snap. In an instant, more than 10 roots were seriously injured by his own moves. Only the 3 feet in front of Jin are invulnerable to all attacks. The silver ball of light in the moonlight area was still rotating slowly, as if the destruction of the outside world had nothing to do with it. He stood quietly, but his heart was filled with joy. Sure enough, I can conquer Shinra Tensei. Since this is a crack in the world he controls, it is normal for repulsion to appear, right? If the range is not too small, it would be normal to even attract attention. What is this? Danzo's one eye suddenly widened. This strange ability was beyond his understanding. Space barrier? No, that's not right. It's more like some kind of advanced power. Is this the flow rate of those Sharingan eyes? He felt the more essential power of rules. Want to. The thought of it makes me feel twisted. The only eye exposed was beginning to turn slightly red. Red eye is a disease. But just as he was about to attack with all his strength, the young man opposite him suddenly raised a fist. He seemed to be saying something. What is it? Jin smiled slightly and suddenly raised his hand. The index finger is like a gun, the thumb is raised, pointing at Danzo. Bang, look at me, I'll shoot you dead. Bio in an instant, a large amount of chakra in front of the finger collapsed and condensed. Whoosh, puff, pop. The blood hole exploded. An invisible spear instantly pierced through Danzo's eyebrows. Phew! Blood splattered. The Uchiha clan members present were stunned for a moment. I didn't even know whether I should continue with the movements of my hands. Dead already. This is Danzo, Hokage's assistant, leader of the Root. He died just like that. I must be dreaming. But it's such a clear dream. No one expected that the enemy's leader would be killed the moment the battle started. It's like in the ninja village. As soon as the battle started, the opposing shadow was taken away directly. Absurd yet hilarious. In comparison, the Umbu reacted much faster. One by one they quickly withdrew their hands and turned around to block Danzo, like the most loyal guard. A medical ninja's palm emitted blue-green chakra, which quickly covered it. Then, many root ninjas rushed back directly to protect Danzo. How arrogant they were when they came, how embarrassed they are when they leave. Want to run? Chase me. Seeing this, the second elder gritted his teeth and led his men to rush forward. This kind of thing, either don't do it. It will hit the stomach in one step once you make it. Since you want to kill Danzo, even throw the body away. Behind him, Yin narrowed his eyes. Looking at the system without any prompts, I understood. This old guy really uses the Sharingan as a resurrection coin. Then he shook his head and chased after him. The person was released on purpose. Otherwise, how could he expose Danzo's conspiracy in front of all the powerful clans? Swish, swish, swish. Soon, more than 300 Uchiha clan members rushed forward, falling behind the roots. Let's go to the Hokage building and seek the Hokage's help. Seeing this, a root leader gritted his teeth and changed direction. The safest option now is to return to the Konoha Hokage building. No matter how arrogant the Uchiha clan is, can they be more arrogant than Konoha? Apparently, even a root without emotions can quickly recognize the situation. In front of them, Danzo, who was being carried on the back of a speeding root, nodded silently. He was indeed a little surprised. I didn't expect that the evil Uchiha brat could kill me with just one blow. However, because of this, a brilliant idea came to his mind: divert the trouble away. Judging from the crazy look of the Uchiha clan members now, they would probably destroy even the Konoha building. By that time, the Uchiha clan will no longer have any chance of survival. Thinking of this, Danzo quickly calmed his mind. Make yourself look like you're really no different from being dead. Brush, brush, brush. Soon, 2 waves of people, one in front and one behind, flashed rapidly around the outskirts of Konoha village. More and more defending ninjas began to see this scene. Root, he was actually chased away like a stray dog. I want to see what's going on. What the hell, Uchiha? What the hell are the Uchiha crazy? They're chasing the Root. Hurry up, hurry up. Something big is going to happen in the village. Quick, report to the clan leader. The Uchiha clan is tracing their routes. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood outside the window, his eyes becoming increasingly cloudy through the night. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. At this time, Itake hasn't come back yet, I'm afraid. At this moment, out of the corner of my eye I suddenly saw something moving in the night. Is that a root? Seeing Genbu coming back, his old face finally smiled. If the roots can come back, it means the matter is over. The Uchiha clan has become history from now on. Wow! In an instant, his hunched back became extremely straight. Da-da-da. Then he knocked on the wall next to the window and said softly, "Everyone, maybe it's over." Click. When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked, especially Hyaga Hayashi. Others couldn't see clearly, but he could clearly see the smile on the third Hokage's lips when he said this. So the Uchiha clan still lost. This famous family, which has been on par with the Hyaga family for 1,000 years, is suddenly about to disappear. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. Extremely complex. There was not even a trace of smile on his face. In comparison, Shudeo Chufang and others clearly breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. They looked at each other and saw the excitement and anticipation in each other's eyes. Especially the two consultants. Utane Koharu and Mito Kato and looked at each other, their eye bags trembling wildly. Ha ha ha, it's finally over. The Uchiha family's inheritance must be distributed properly. In Utane Koharu's eyes, there was only surprise and anticipation. Having served as the Hokage's advisor for decades, the thing she looked forward to most was seeing someone die in battle. Or in other words, dealing with the estate. Those ninja legacies that had no relatives were always her favorite. And now, the Uchiha family, 1,000-year-old family. How much legacy should it have? Maybe it could even be as big as half of Konoha? For a moment, her breathing became rapid. He even couldn't wait to open the door and urged, "Hiruzen, perhaps we need to go downstairs and ask clearly." The voice is urgent. The tone is urgent. I almost said, "Go away, I can't help but want to raid your house." Ahem. In response, the third generation put away his pipe cum. Then he put on his cloak and hat and walked out slowly. Tread, tread, tread. Although his height has shrunk, the pressure he brings has not been reduced in the slightest. As Hiruzen left, the other major families and advisors of Konoha followed closely behind. Outside the Hokage building. Russell. Jen's footsteps were getting closer. But in the darkness, it is hard to see clearly. Only when I got closer could I see the decoration of the roots clearly. Ha, Danzo, are you really? The third Hokage hesitated for a moment, but still accused Danzo with righteous words, indignation and anger. It's a good job, but it's too dirty, so I deserve to scold you. But before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Danzo, why was he carried here on his back? And why is the aura of these roots so chaotic? For a moment, the third Hokage side bags were twisted. A sense of unease gradually arose in my heart. Could it be that something unexpected happened? Click. The next second, the root placed Danzo on the ground and explained in a deep voice, "Hokage-sama, something bad has happened. The Uchiha clan is attacking us." The third Hokage was stunned for a moment, and the smile in his eyes completely froze. But before he could say anything, he suddenly saw a dense crowd of figures flashing and appearing at the end of his sight. Soon it enveloped the Konoha building. These figures. Each one of them has a very distinctive round fan printed on it. He took a deep breath and was about to say something when he suddenly heard a childish voice. "Purge the Emperor's entourage, punish the traitors." Sarutobi Hiruzen, 2 consultants, many family heads, Hinata Hayashi. The next second, Yin's small body came rushing over on the moonlight. Behind him, hundreds of pairs of scarlet eyes opened at the same time, staring straight ahead at the Hokage building. It's chilling to watch. And Uchiha is standing behind a brat? He's that chatterbox? Oh my god, isn't this the chatterbox brat, one of the Uchiha's 2 shames? Why is he standing so close to the front? Hiss, look at his eyes, they have 3 megatama. The moment they saw Jin, the clan leaders and the Umbu couldn't help but start communicating with each other. But as he spoke, he fell silent. They seemed to have underestimated this chatterbox from the Uchiha family. Tap tap tap. Jin walked in the moonlight, stood in front of the formation, and looked straight at the Hokage building. The small figure exudes a suffocating pressure. His gaze swept across the ashen-faced Sandai, across Utane Koharu whose face was frozen with greed, and finally landed on the corpse lying on the ground in front of him. He smiled faintly. "Master Danzo, you are not allowed to sleep here." "God damn sleep." Utane Koharu's face darkened, and she immediately pointed her finger at Jin's nose and yelled, "How dare you, Uchiha boy, what do you want to do? You're leading people to besiege the Hokage building, are you planning to betray the village?" Her voice was sharp and demanding, trying to claim the upper hand. But when he faced the pair of scarlet 3 megatama, he subconsciously took half a step back. Traitor to the village? Hearing her voice, Jin turned his head slightly, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. How can Danzo-sama represent the village, or is it you, Yuditen Koharu, who represents Konoha? We are here to restore order and punish the village thieves who have stolen Konoha's foundation and harmed our compatriots. Yutane Kohara shouted angrily, nonsense, this is complete nonsense, Hiruzen, quickly give the order to suppress these rebellious ninjas. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Veins bulged on the hand holding the pipe. But when his eyes swept over the murderous Uchiha elite, he hesitated. Fighting head-on with so many Uchiha now? No, the price is too high. Uchiha Jin, put down your weapons and talk. So after hesitating for a moment, the third Hokage said in a deep voice, while the situation between the village and the Uchiha has not yet reached a life-and-death struggle. Talk? Yin sneered. His eyes were like knives, and he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at the protected corpse of Danzo. He asked word by word, talk to this old dog who stole my Uchiha clan's bloodline and used my clan members' eyes as resurrection coins? Or should we talk to these two idiots whose minds are filled with corruption and sharing of spoils, sucking the blood of Konoha? Nonsense, we are the Hokage's advisors, and you dare to throw dirty water on us. Yutane and Kohara were so angry that they were shaking all over. The sound was also abnormally sharp. It's like the hysteria after having one's secrets exposed. Huh, there's a melon in there? Upon hearing this, the heads of several major families immediately suppressed the urge to take action and watched quietly. Hinata Hayashi nodded even more seriously. Apart from anything else, even though they were a famous Hyaga family, they had suffered a lot in terms of the village finances. The heritage of many tribesmen has disappeared without a trace. At that time, he just thought that the Hyaga family did not investigate it carefully, but now it seems that they may not have disappeared. But it was swallowed up by some people with ulterior motives using the village. Seeing this, the third Hokage also subconsciously frowned. Is there really a problem with the village's financial power? And what does it mean to use Uchiha eyes as resurrection coins? He was about to speak when he suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. You are the ones who are so presumptuous. Tonight, let Konoha see clearly the true colors of you so-called high-level officials. Before he finished speaking, Jin's figure had already passed the crowd and rushed directly into the encirclement of the roots. Bang, bang, bang. Several root elites were like being hit by a giant hammer, screaming and flying backwards. Stop him. A team leader at the root had bloodshot eyes. But it's too late. Jin's body was as fast as lightning, and he stepped on the head of the corpse Danzo with one foot, even turned the solace of his shoes. You little bastard, how dare you? Seeing the scene, Yutane Koharu, an old friend, could no longer restrain himself and shouted at the Umbu behind him while stopping them. Why are you still standing there? Take action. Swish, 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 swish. More than 10 shurikens shot out instantly. Snap. Then, just as it was approaching Yin's body, it stopped unexpectedly. Seeing this scene, the root elite immediately remembered something and quickly warned, not good, he can rebound, call out. But before he could finish his words, more than 10 shurikens were reflected back. Phew, but one of the Umbu was slow to react and was stabbed directly. This ability. Is it the ability of those eyes? But doesn't this ability only appear when the Sharingan evolves to the next level? How could this child Jin? Seeing this scene, the third Hokage's brows were furrowed so much that they could almost hold fish. As one of the few long-lived people in Konoha, he is also the apprentice of the second Hokage and knows many secrets of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, this also includes kaleidoscopes. But he never imagined that at such a young age, Yin had already opened a kaleidoscope, and also found a special pupil technique. He took a deep breath and subconsciously grasped the pipe in his right hand. The wavering heart gradually became biased. The power of the Uchiha family is too terrifying. If the fight really continues, I'm afraid both sides of Konoha will suffer losses, right? Thinking of this, he slowly raised his head to stop the Umbu behind him from attacking. He stepped forward again and said in a deep voice, Jin, maybe we can really talk about this, that you don't want our Konoha to suffer because of this, right? He emphasized the words our Konoha in an attempt to awaken the pure goodness in Jin's heart. I still remember you were a very cute doll when you were little. Have you been deceived? I know Danzo. Although he is stubborn, his whole heart is for Konoha. In his opinion, the Uchiha clan also has good children like Itaki and Shisui. As for Yin, he had seen him since he was a child. There is great hope of carrying out the will of fire. Is your whole heart for Konoha? Jin repeated it, lowered his head and stepped on Danzo's head. Curiously, is he right? Trash. Quiet. Danzo on the ground looked like he was dead, without a sound. But Yin knew that this guy was not dead. After defecting from Orochimaru and receiving some of his achievements, Danzo had already begun to find ways to obtain the Sharingan, especially those tribesmen whose lives and deaths are unknown on the battlefield. You're really patient, but what if I just crush your head? He smiled and suddenly raised his right foot. Infused with chakra powerful enough to penetrate boulders, he stomped directly towards Danzo below. This kick is enough to split mountains and rocks. Stop. Seeing this, the third Hokage could no longer hold back. Danzo can't die yet. This is an extremely important part of his rule. But just as he was about to make a move, he discovered something was wrong. In front, at Yin's feet, Danzo, who had gotten away with it, suddenly attacked. He couldn't pretend anymore, so he put his hands together and took a deep breath. Wind-style vacuum ball. Call out. In an instant, chakra gathered in his mouth and was directly spat out. Puff puff puff. The white aura, like machine gun bullets, shot towards Jin densely. Can't pretend anymore, you jerk? Jin looked disdainful, completely ignoring the wind escape and continued to step down. Phew. Phew. The sharp wind blade hit the sole of the foot, but did not leave any trace. Not even a scratch on my shoes. He actually blocked Danzo's wind escape with just his body? Utane and Koharu's bodies stiffened, and their eyes became much clearer. As old friends, they knew this move of vacuum jade clearly. The power is so strong that not only the physical body but even ordinary earth escape cannot withstand it. Similarly, the third generation's pupils suddenly contracted. An Uchiha technique known for its physical strength, that's really rare. After a pause, he put his hands behind his back and began to slowly form seals. When it comes to physical strength, I can only rely on you, ape demon. Gurgle. Gurgle. I must be crazy to have seen this. This Danzo-sama. He is the senior executive whom I admire the most. When did this little fellow Jin become so powerful? Sorry, I only know that he is a chatterbox. After seeing this scene, nearly 100 Umbu in front of the Hokage building swallowed their saliva. No one expected it. Lord Danzo, who was unattainable in their eyes, was easily trampled under the feet of a teenager who was only in his teens. Especially those Umbu who had once monitored Jin. A pair of eyes were almost blinding. The mouth is huge. Is this Yin? That talkative Yin? Isn't this guy just talking and basking in the sun? When did you practice cultivation? They were very puzzled. From this perspective, the reaction of the root members is undoubtedly much calmer. They said nothing, but just frequently took action to rescue Danzo. Unfortunately, it failed. Any attack that reaches Yin will disappear for no reason. At this time, Danzo had to make the seal with both hands again. The speed is faster and the chakra is more powerful. He took a deep breath, and then the power burst out. Wind escape vacuum jade. From the original bullet, it evolved into a mortar. But even the cannonball disappeared the moment it touched Yin's body. Not even a ripple was caused. Disappeared completely, as if nothing had happened. It was like a real breath of air. Could it be that ordinary ninjutsu is useless? After all, he was assisted by the battle-hardened Hokage. After several attacks, Danzo finally realized the problem. Since simple ninjutsu is useless, then we can only try tools, he muttered and rolled off the ground. 3 meters away. Swish! There was suddenly a shuriken in his hand. Then he lowered his head and exhaled, and rich chakra immediately attached to the outer edge of the shuriken, like a layer of faint yellow-white fireflies. Wind-style vacuum blade. Then, with lightning speed, he stabbed directly at Yin. If ninjutsu doesn't work, weapons will make up for it. So keen on stabbing with a kunao? Seeing this scene, Jin almost laughed out loud. As expected of Danzo, he is the best person to stab Susanoo with shuriken. When you are in doubt, just poke with the shuriken. Then, he just looked at Danzo with a smile. 3 feet. 1 jong. Half a jong. As the shuriken got closer, joy suddenly burst out from Danzo's serious face. No reaction at all? Could it be that this brat has been bluffing all along? Ha ha ha, shuriken is indeed the strongest. In his excitement, his hands moved faster. However, just when he finally rushed to Yin's side, he suddenly saw a hint of disdain? Or is it a mockery? Why? Click. He was stunned for a moment, then saw the shuriken in front of him break into pieces. Call when the wind blew, it disappeared like flying ashes. Danzo was stunned. Even the movement still maintained the forward thrust, with no time to change. Then, during this movement, Yin's left eye flickered slightly. Swish! Within a 3-foot space in front of him, the bandaged arm was torn off by Jin. Oh, damn it, damn it. In an instant, the wailing of the 50-year-old man resounded throughout the entire Konoha village in the middle of the night. It makes people's scalps tingle. Even the Uchiha clan members who originally had red eyes couldn't help but tremble. Ninja, not afraid of life or death. An arm was ripped off. Even at the joints, there were pieces of flesh and blood of varying lengths hanging. This kind of pain makes you feel physically uncomfortable just by looking at it. Damn it, monkey, what are you still standing there for? Kill this guy. Are you really going to sit back and watch the Uchiha clan interfere in Konoha's political power? Danzo couldn't hold it in any longer and started shouting. He was really scared. If I were 2 steps slower, the eye on that arm would have been pierced. The consequences are unimaginable. Therefore, he could only place his hopes on the third Hokage. His words were earnest and he was extremely anxious, but it was true that one sentence touched the soft spot in the heart of the third Hokage. The tilted balance was instantly turned back. As the saying goes, the older you get, the more confused you become. After experiencing countless wars and hard-earned peace, the third Hokage no longer had any yearning for the future. I just want to hold on to the power in my hands. Now, someone actually wants to snatch my rights? Can't tolerate it. Absolutely not tolerated. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He quickly formed seals with his hands and said directly, "Come out, old friend Ape Demon, Psychic Ape Demon, King Ape Demon." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white monkey appeared quietly. He seemed to still be a little sleepy, rubbing his eyes and asked blearily, "Long time no see, Hiruzen." "No time to explain, Ape Demon, come with me and fight the enemy." "Oi, okay." Inma pounded his chest hard, then looked in the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen was rushing. Just one look and I was stunned. He was sure he had never seen the young man in front of him before. But, the first time I saw this young man, I suddenly felt an infinite sense of closeness to him. There is even a vague feeling of fear. Can't take action. Don't take action. At the same time, the third Hokage had already formed hand seals. Ape Demon, transform into the Ruyi Golden Cudgel. Bang! The next second, the Ape Demon turned into a golden cudgel. Today, I will show you what it means to be the third Hokage. The third Hokage took a deep breath, and his aura continued to revive and spread. Even the old body began to burst out with infinite upgrades. Great, it's the strongest Hokage, the third Hokage, we are saved. It's been a long time since I've seen the third generation master in his prime. Humph, Uchiha's little brat, tremble, ha 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 ha. The elite Umbu all breathed a sigh of relief. His expression was filled with excitement and passion. It's fine if the third Hokage doesn't take action, but if he does, he will do it with all his strength. The heads of the major families a little further back couldn't help but be delighted. As the major families that support the third generation, many people were once followers of the third generation. Charge into battle in major battles. When they met again after many years, they actually felt like crying, except for a very few. Hinata Hayashi's eyes drooped, and he even subconsciously gathered chakra in his hands. The third Hiroshi and the monkey demon working together will require at least 2 cage-level beings to deal with them. I'm afraid this kid. What the hell is that Uchiha Fugaku guy doing? He's just an idiot for not moving. And at this time, the Uchiha, although there was a look of worry in his eyes, but no one spoke. Even Fugaku just stood there, staring intently. Scarlet was faintly visible in the pupils. Although he trusted Jin very much, he couldn't help but wonder, the third generation is old after all. Is Jin going to be a big problem? But just as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw an unexpected scene. The powerful Ruyi Jingubang held in the hands of the third Hokage. The moment it touched the ashes, it suddenly became limp. That's right, it's what everyone understands and what is meant by being soft verbally. Without any warning, it became as soft as noodles. Fugaku was stunned. The Umbu were dumbfounded. The big family leaders have all grown up. Only Rizu breathed a sigh of relief. What is going on here? The third generation also paused for a moment, then quickly withdrew and retreated. Puzzled, he asked, "What's going on with the ape demon?" In response, the ape demon said nothing, but just screamed, it hurts so much. "Sorry, old friend, I have to." Bang! Before he finished speaking, the ape demon with an indestructible body that had just appeared disappeared. In full view of the public, there was no pause. This scene once again shocked many Umbu, root, and family leaders, leaving them speechless. Who doesn't know the relationship between Inma and the third Hokage? That is an existence that has fought side by side for many years and trusted each other's lives. But what about now? He was beaten back after just one encounter? Couldn't even do it. Could it be that this young man from the Uchiha family is already so terrifying? Slowly, the commotion began to grow. More and more Umbu elites gathered. The Konoha Hokage building was densely surrounded. Everyone is ready at any time. If things can't be resolved peacefully, then we can only use all our strength. "Oh, third Hokage, are you going to perform some acrobatics for me?" Jin smiled contemptuously, then raised his arm high in the air. "Next, let me show you the good things done by the assistant of the Hokage of Konoha and the leader of the root, Shinura Danzo." With all the emotions piling up now, it's time to expose Danzo's true face. Arm suppression is necessary. Even if you are overwhelmed, you must fight it out. He wants to give Konoha a new blood. No, don't. Danzo looked a little crazy and wanted to stop it, but at this time he couldn't control his body at all. I can only watch. Sizzle. The next second, the entire bandage was torn off. Under the moonlight, this arm was clearly exposed to all the ninjas, all the family heads, all the advisors, and Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of the Hokage building. In an instant, the whole world was completely speechless. No more noise. What a pair of arms they are. Pale, twisted, and covered with sealing runes. And on the pale dead skin, there were densely packed scarlet, tightly closed sharinans. It's like a foul-smelling tumor, glowing with an evil luster in the moonlight. 10. Even more. Sharinan, this serious Megatama is Sharinan, right? Oh my god, so many Sharinans, there's even a 3 Megatama one. These are the eyes of our people, no wonder my father's body wasn't returned after his death. Damn it, my child. Those eyes are definitely Gon's 2 Megatama AHH. After seeing the arms full of Sharinan, the Uchiha clan members instantly burst into heart-wrenching roars and cries. Boom! Old dog Danzo, you deserve to die. The skeleton of the fiery Susanna suddenly appeared around Fugaku. The chakra in the body is running wild like gunpowder. He is hesitant. I am also wavering, but that doesn't mean I can tolerate others desecrating the corpses of my tribesmen. The second and fourth clan elders and others burst into tears. Devil, Danzo, how dare you steal the Sharinan? Sharinan, how dare this guy Danzo? Hinata Hayashi's eyes fluctuated violently, his gaze fixed on the arm, and there was no trace of blood on his face. As both are famous families of dojutsu, their Sharinan is coveted, but what about their Byakugan? Did the missing tribesmen also end up in the same situation? Hiss. Chu Dao Qfang and others gasped in shock and turned pale with fear. Stealing bloodline is strictly prohibited. No wonder Danzo secretly wanted to destroy the Uchiha every day. Everything was supported in an instant. No, this guy actually hid the Uchiha's eyes. Yutain Koharu and Maidamanen were struck by lightning, their faces turned pale and they took a step back. Especially when he thought about what Yin had just said, he was completely dumbfounded. My mind is completely blank. Don't worry about your companions, worry about yourself. Danzo is exposed, what should they do? Jin's slogan just now included both of them. Click. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe, which was hanging on his waist, fell to the ground. The whole person felt like he was falling into an icy cave, his dry lips were trembling, and he couldn't utter a word. He didn't even have time to think about the ape demon's sudden departure without saying goodbye. My mind was filled with a single thought. Danzo, actually, did something like this, and was he exposed in public? 3 minutes. 3 full minutes. The entire Konoha Hokage building was eerily quiet. Did you see that? Yin is like a judge in the night. The words he spoke were cold and heartless. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted up the pale-faced Danzo with one hand and showed him to everyone. This is the root of Konoha. He stole the power of his compatriots and plotted the demise of the Uchiha clan. This is the leader you are loyal to. Now, what else do you have to say? After he finished speaking, his eyes swept over everyone like a torch. But whether it is Hokage, Umbu, or any of the major families, after seeing those scarlet eyes, they all lowered their heads subconsciously. I dare not look him in the eye. Since you have nothing to say, let Danzo speak for himself. After he finished speaking, the 666 in his pupils suddenly shrank. 3 feet around his body, the bright moonlight quickly surged up and enveloped Danzo. Danzo's face turned extremely pale, but he came to his senses in just a moment. He knew that as long as he killed the Uchiha clan, these things could be suppressed. The third Hokage will also help. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly pulled down the pupil of his right eye. But just as he was about to make a move, his brain suddenly paused. It was like being hit by a giant hammer. Then he pointed at his right eye and said in a daze, "This eye belongs to our good friend Uchiha Kagami. This eye belongs to Uchiha Ryushang who died in the third battle. And this one by one, all the evil things that happened in the past few decades were vomited out." Hearing these words, Jin's eyes became calmer. 3 feet in front of you, control everything. Of course, this also includes changing the will of others. The world fell into silence again. The entire Konoha village seemed to be shrouded in a gloomy haze. As the night deepened, the haze grew thicker. The Konoha elites didn't dare to say another word. Just listen carefully to the explosion in front. And the Hokage, Hiruzen, was completely shocked. He knew his old friend had done some not-so-good things. Sometimes I even deliberately let it go. But no one told him that there were so many. Especially since he has done so many evil things, yet he can stand here and speak of them so openly. Compared to their silence, the reactions of the 2 Hokage advisors were undoubtedly much greater. Damn you, Danzo, how dare you be so cruel? I will be punished. Someone, kill this fellow Danzo, his death is not a pity. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, were almost jumping up and down in anger. At first glance, he seems like a saint who sacrifices his own family for the sake of justice. Unfortunately, the Umbu just looked at the third Hokage and didn't move. At this time, Danzo was still talking. It's more than meets the eye. These war dead, their legacy. You old thief Danzo, you deserve to die. After hearing this, Yutain Koharu could no longer hold back. He quickly reached into his hands and threw out a black shadow. Shuriken, call out. Water style, water dragon bullet. At the same time, Mizuto Minion was not willing to be outdone. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of phlegm. The two of them were targeting Danzo on the opposite side. The elite Umbu soldiers who were originally guarding the surroundings were somehow a step slower. He just watched the two of them attack and rush towards Danzo. The defenseless Danzo. Without any defense, even a cage-level ninja would not be able to withstand such an attack. Even a super shadow-level warrior could be knocked unconscious by a punch from a 3-year-old child. This is all based on facts. Done. Seeing that the attack was about to succeed, the two consultants' eyes suddenly lit up. Boo! But when the shuriken and ninjutsu approached Jin, a similar scene happened again. It's like a drop of water seeping into the ocean. Just a slight ripple appeared before it turned into flying ashes and dispersed. Jin leaped out and stood in front of Danzo. At this time, the controlled Danzo also confessed honestly. The inheritance was successfully laundered with the help of my two old friends, Utane Koharu and Kato N. And the village subsidies will be deducted from any orphan. Orphans don't know these things anyway, and at most they'll complain. If there's a lot of resentment, I'll gather it to the root and plant the root of the tongue. Click, click, click. Finished. The two consultants looked at each other, and their expressions suddenly became dejected. They knew that their future political career in Konoha village was likely over. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes changed. Gloomy, anger, murderous intent. His eyes were filled with coldness, without any respect left. No one could have imagined that the Hokage advisor, whom they had high hopes for, would actually do such a corrupt thing. Even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. A rare blush appeared on the old face. It's not shyness, but really angry. Because there are too many things to do in the village, the three people he relies on as his right-hand men would actually do something like digging their own graves. What's more, such a dark scene happened in the Konoha village, which he claimed was illuminated by the light of fire. At this moment, he looked at his three old friends again, and the balance in his mind completely collapsed. Opposite. Jin fiddled with the little sun in his hand, his eyes sweeping over the horrified and angry people of Konoha. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. Very good. It's worthy of being called guoying. If you don't take the blame for what you did, who will? In fact, since Danzo started speaking, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha has been quietly shifting. Shut up, he's talking nonsense. Yes, don't believe him, he's slandering me, it's him. Utane Kohara screamed hysterically, and her hair, which was originally tied up at the back of her head, was scattered in 2 buns. Like a crazy old woman, she suddenly turned around and pointed at Jin. With a ferocious face, he accused, yes, it's him, he must be the one who controlled Danzo. Kill, all Umbu, go and kill him. As the Hokage's assistant, I command you. And what are you doing with the roots? Take action now. Are you angry out of shame? The curve of Jin's mouth became more and more obvious. You two blood-sucking parasites. Your usefulness has ended here. Purge the imperial court and punish the traitors. Let's start with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of crimson chakra suddenly surged out of his body. The chakra with evil aura gathered into a giant palm and slapped down directly at the two of them. Call. At this moment, the night is illuminated. No, Hiruzen, save me. Phew. Utane Koharu's screams suddenly stopped. The huge crimson palm crushed the two of them easily like a rotten deadwood. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's turbid eyes, in the silence of all the high-ranking officials and family heads of Konoha, the bodies of Utane Koharu and Maitaman N were crushed in mid-air by the two giant chakra hands. Phew. The sky is raining blood. Under the blood rain, the little Jin was like a demon god shake. Even looking directly at it is dazzling. Many people lowered their heads subconsciously. Call. What a shame, these two guys were also part of the Hokage team when they were young, right? Why are their attributes so bad? Yin could clearly see the entries on the two consultants. It's either chakra refining or shuriken familiarity, or some crappy terms like abusive power for personal gain or crazy money-making. What was even more unfortunate was that he drew one of the few green entries. Defeat Uchiha Koharu, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Corrupt officials. Green, you have an extremely high talent for corruption and wealth accumulation. Defeat Maitaman N. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. Fox Friends. Green, the division of human groups has been perfectly explained at this moment. It's melting. He integrated the two terms without any hesitation. It's useless. Then he took a deep breath and threw Danzo in front of him to the ground like a dead dog. Bang! Tonight he stepped on Danzo's head and pointed at the sinful arm with one hand. Late at night, his small figure stood beneath the bloody rain and moonlight, his voice resounding throughout Konoha like a bell announcing a new era. With the blood of traitors, we pay tribute to the dead souls. I will expose the crime of stealing eyes to the world. I, Uchiha Jin, will personally remove the cancer of Konoha tonight. Setting things right starting now. Call Hurricane, coming. The bloody smell in front of the Hokage building was blown away a lot. Only the flames burning in hundreds of pairs of scarlet Sharinans announced that Konoha was about to change dramatically. Execute, execute. Set things right. Long live the Uchiha. In front of the Hokage building, the sound was deafening. Uchiha's shout quickly ignited the anger of other ninja clans. Worms, scum. No wonder Konoha is declining. Bah, I was blind before. Rotten leaves and rotten eggs rained down on Danzo on the ground. The root members were like clay sculptures or wooden carvings, any slight movement would be pinned down by the Umbu. When a wall falls, everyone pushes it. What's more, the three brothers have been completely trampled into the quagmire. The third Hokage looked ashen. He knew that the old guys were completely finished. The noise lasted for half an hour and then gradually died down. Yin looked down at Danzo at his feet. Defeat Shinura Danzo, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Sharinan Collector, Black, Bridge Sealer, Black, Dot. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent would release cell remnant. Blue, it can increase physical energy and balance spiritual energy, but due to the immature copying technology, it will consume life when used. It's a gold rush. The corners of Jin's mouth curled up. Guo Ying did not disappoint him. This defective product is exactly the nourishment he urgently needs. Make up for vitality. In other words, reduce the consumption of wood release cell entries. As for the original wood release cell, he also invested in many entries from other series. The results were minimal. It can even be said that there is no effect. This is equivalent to his third entry in the wood release series. Superimpose wood release cells. Superposition successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent wood release cell. Purple can autonomously control the speed of cell division and recover from injuries. Evolved. Wood release cells have also evolved. This is equivalent to having an additional cell division function that can be turned on and off automatically. Generally speaking, the impact is not significant. Certainly, he believed that with the golden body of light in his hands, it would be difficult for him to get hurt in the future. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them. At this moment, Jin's little hand couldn't help but reach into her hair. Hiss, it's broken. At the same time, Fugaku, who was standing next to him, saw this scene and quickly came over and coughed twice. Ahem, Jin, look what we're going to do next. As he spoke, his eyes swept over the third generation, murderous intent looming in his eyes. Although I am indeed hesitant, but now that things have come to this, there is only one way to go. Swish. As soon as he finished speaking, the two elders, Xiang Wang Heping, also rushed over. He clenched the kunao in his hand, his eyes determined. Although they didn't say anything, they had an attitude of, if you speak boldly, we will rush in boldly. Even if it's the third Hokage, I'll kill him for you to see. Click. Realizing something was wrong, the Umbu ninja immediately withdrew some of their skills to protect the third Hokage and the others. The atmosphere began to become tense again. Only, when these elite Umbu soldiers accidentally saw the little Jin, they all flashed and dodged. Very obvious. Whether it was the miraculous field just now, or the red palm behind him, they all have the illusion that they are invincible. He even dared not reveal his murderous intentions. He just turned his attention to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. They hoped that this invincible old man could lead them to choose the right path again. Hiruzen, what are you looking at me for? He really wanted to shout this, but he couldn't. The sudden retreat of the Monkey King had already caused some concerns in the heart of the ninja world doctor. He couldn't see through this brat from the Uchiha family. So even though two of his three old friends were crushed to death, he just kept a calm face and said nothing. Finally, speaking with difficulty, the third Hokage said in a hoarse voice, Danzo and the others. It was indeed my fault. Thank you, Uchiha clan, for this time. After he finished speaking, the old man's back slowly bent. His eyes seemed to be a little cloudy. Just thank you? Yin murmured, looking at the old man in front of him who was almost as tall as him. His eyes were full of teasing. Hokage-sama, you won't forget our slogan just now, right? Click. Sure enough, I couldn't escape it. Hearing this, the faces of the three Hokage turned even darker. It's just in the folds and you can't see it. The third generation, sir. Seeing this, the chiefs of the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes quickly came over. Although the pressure brought by Jin is very strong, he is a direct descendant of Sarutobi Hiruzen. They were already deeply bound together. If the third Hokage really falls, they may not end up well. The third generation, sir. Hokage-sama. One after another, several family heads stood up. If Danzo, Utane Koharu, and others just now were just high-ranking officials of Konoha, they will respect. But I won't gamble my fortune. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is different. He has been the Hokage for decades. It can be said that it is deeply rooted in the entire Konoha. This is especially true for the ninja world, which is extremely dependent on bloodlines. The complex intertwined forces have even made the daimyo of the Land of Fire a puppet to some extent. Now, if the Uchiha clan really attacked the Hokage, they might actually fight to the death. Of the more than 20 families that originally came here, only half remained in front of the Hokage building. The leader is obviously Japan to the family. Ahem, seeing that the situation seemed to be wrong, Hinata Hayashi coughed twice and said softly, Jin, Uchiha, feel free to ask for anything you want. I believe that Hokage-sama will agree to this for the sake of peace in Konoha, as long as it's not too extreme. The sound was not loud, but the moment it fell, it caught the attention of many people. It also made the third Hokage's face darker. The folds are shaking. Just ask? Will you definitely agree? Hinata Hayashi, which side are you on? The third generation cursed in his heart. He knew that if he objected, it would inevitably cause dissatisfaction among the major families in the village. But if you don't refute, bang! At this moment, a violent airwave suddenly burst over. Fortunately, the third Hokage was very skilled. Even though he was old, he still had the basic qualities of a ninja. With a quick move, he instantly turned sideways. He reacted quickly, but the patriarch of a family behind him did not react. I only had time to look surprised and confused. Then, bang! Phew! The empty palm fell, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Hiss! He sucked in a breath of cold air, and felt a tingling sensation in his internal organs. He looked at Jin and then at the third Hokage with resentment, and for a moment he didn't know who to blame. Strange Yin is so ruthless? Is it because the third generation master is too fast? In the end, I came to a conclusion: food is the original sin. Blame it on himself, he reacted too slowly. After dodging, Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted immediately. Looking at Jin's figure, he scolded, Uchiha Jin, what do you want to do by selling out the Hokage? What? Hearing this, Jin smiled slightly. Fuck you. Food is the original sin. The young family head covered his chest, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. I completely gave up the idea of getting involved. This palm not only injured him, but also shattered the last bit of courage among those wavering families to fight against Uchiha. Except for a few families directly under the Hokage, such as Inoshikacho, the other families dare not interfere at all. Even if the person standing in front is the third Hokage. The air became increasingly dead silent. In front of the entire Konoha building, the only sound left was the slightly heavy breathing of the third Hokage. He pondered for a moment, ignoring Jin's disrespect, and tried to negotiate. What slogan? Swish! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was instantly focused on Jin. Don't they remember the slogan? No. I just want to see what this young man thinks. Slogan. Hearing this, Jin tilted his head. His childish voice was particularly clear in the silence. Clear the Imperial Court, punish the traitors. The court is cleared, the traitors are punished. Now it's time to set things right. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. The crimson chakra surrounding his body was shaking slightly. The two condensed fox tails gently moved the surrounding air like palms, but the air suddenly became scorching hot and exploded. Bang bang bang. Then there was a loud explosion. Danger danger danger. The invisible pressure made the Umbu standing in front of the third generation subconsciously take half a step back. Financial power. Seeing this, Jin's voice was firm and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. It's time to change the purse strings of Konoha. The account books, seals, and all authority of the two advisors, Mitamonen and Utane Koharu, will be transferred to the Uchiha immediately. Really? Hearing this, many family heads looked at each other in confusion. This is the ultimate goal of the Uchiha family. Presumptuous. A family head belonging to the Hokage faction could not help but shout, finance is the foundation of Konoha. How can it be left to one clan to control? You're going to. Bang. His voice suddenly stopped. An air cannon that was even faster and more concentrated than before burst out from Jin's fingertips without any warning. It's like a sniper rifle, hitting the target with one shot. The young patriarch didn't even react. The whole person seemed to be hit by an invisible battering ram and flew backwards. Bang! Finally, it hit the wall of the Hokage building hard and slid down softly. Look, kids, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Jin glanced at him, shook his head and looked at the others. His threatening eyes were very obvious. Now, who's for and who's against? My Uchiha family has always been a family that loves democracy. If you have any questions, you can raise them. I promise, I'll fix it. After hearing this, he looked at the head of the family not far away, whose life or death was unknown. The faces of many family heads turned dark. The three patriarchs of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly are the most obvious. Nara Shikaku's eyes flashed rapidly and his thoughts were in a state of flux. In the end, he just held down Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi, who wanted to move forward. This is no longer a level they can interfere with. Hard top? The end is right in front of you. Hinata Hayashi's eyelids drooped slightly, his hands behind his back, and he kicked his feet. He looked like he was studying the lines on the stone slabs on the ground, but the corners of his mouth curved up almost imperceptibly. Good, very good, very good. We must teach these old men a lesson. As the lifeblood of Konoha, he has suffered a lot from these small families. I just can't express my grievances, but I can't use my power to suppress others, right? Click, click. Hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's fists clenched in his cloak and made a creaking sound. Shame. This is an unprecedented shame for Konoha in decades. And in the long years that he ruled Konoha, had he ever been publicly oppressed and slapped in the face like this? But facing Yin's unpredictable strength, he felt really unsure. Seeing this situation, coupled with Yin's really outrageous words, one of the Umbu captains couldn't help himself any longer. In front of them, he said he wanted to kill their boss. They are trying to force their boss to hand over power. Who can tolerate this? Can't anyone else tolerate this? So without hesitation, the team leader shouted directly, "Everyone, come together." The Uchiha brat is still young, and he must have very little chakra left after holding on until now. Right, as long as we all work together, he may not be able to kill us all. For Konoha, for Hokage-sama, for Naruto, for Konoha. For a moment, the ideals that the Umbo had been indoctrinated with for so long still took precedence. More and more people are getting ready to fight and are ready to die. No, you. The third Hokage's expression changed slightly, his hesitation disappeared, and he opened his mouth to stop it. Although he did have selfish motives, these Umbu were trained with great effort. They are all the vital forces of Konoha. Losing even one person is extremely painful. He doesn't want to, but just as he was about to open his mouth to persuade him, a palm of energy suddenly came from the front again. Call out. Snap. He slapped the tree trunk next to him with his palm. Direct break. This is? He was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up he found that the little boy's eyes were shining. It may not be impossible to kill them all. Jin took 2 deep breaths and looked at the hundreds of Umbu in front of him. A flame of desire is growing in his eyes. 10 minutes of chatting is too long, but it's fast. There are so many leaks that if he can't harvest them all today, he will probably punch himself when he wakes up in the middle of the night. So when I saw the third Hokage had the urge to stop him. Without thinking, he raised his hand and fired an air cannon. If you want to touch his leaks, no way. Seeing the Hokage being beaten again, the Umbu could no longer sit still. All Earth-type ninjas, unleash your Earth escape technique with me. Fire ninja, come with me. Water ninja, charge. Hundreds of people attacked at the same time. Various ninjutsu, intertwined together, suddenly increased their power. Just in time, Jin waved his hand to signal the Uchiha people not to move, and he went forward alone. Bang! The red chakra palm went up and slapped. Bang! An Umbu was knocked flying backwards. Bang! The 2 Umbu ninjas were knocked to the ground without any accident. Bang bang bang! Under the powerful force of the 9 tails, even the elite Jonin soon couldn't bear it. And the system prompts in front of Jin were also constantly multiplying. One entry after another fell in front of me like picking up money in a dream. One after another. Defeat Sarutobi. Obtain the common item ignition, white master all kinds of lighters. Defeat Yamanaka. And obtain the excellent attribute overwhelming strength, green when falling from above, your weight is doubled. Defeat the oil girl. Obtain the rare item roadside dog, blue your presence is a bit low, like a dog on the roadside. When seeing this entry, little Jin froze. Why does this entry look a bit like a weakened version of weak presence? Jin narrowed his eyes, looked at the Umbu who was sent flying, and said without thinking, stacking. It's useless to stack a blue item, so I might as well keep it. He originally wanted to add it directly to the weak presence entry, but looking at the previous attribute stacking, starting from the epic purple level, there have been big problems. The superimposed entries are like buns thrown at a dog, they are gone forever. It can't even be said that there were no waves. And after so long, he did discover one thing: if we talk about the entries in blue and below, they are still something that ordinary people can have. So, purple and above entries can only be possessed by those at the bloodline or cage level or above. It's like the theory of bloodline among ninjas. Blue is already the limit for ordinary people. The same is true for entries. Stacking them to blue may be the limit. If you want to stack it up to purple epic, you need a lot of investment. After pondering for a moment, Jin withdrew his thoughts and continued to wave his hands to knock away many Umbu elites. 10, 20, 188. As he was patting, Jin, who had gotten used to it, patted the sluggish root next to him away. Anyway, one more doesn't make much, and one less. No one will be grateful. There are more and more entries. There must be about 50 of them. Moreover, among this group of elites, most are green, with a few blue and white. This is the elite. The smile in Jin's eyes became more and more obvious. Then he waved his hand and fed all these entries to Flying Thunder God. Overlaying, fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique, gold, level 7 rightward arrow 8. Maximum teleportation distance increased from 1000 m to 2000 m. Chakra consumption increased from 1000 to 2000. Overlaying, fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique, gold, level 8 rightward arrow 9. Maximum teleportation distance increased from 2000 m to 4000 m. Chakra consumption increased from 2000 to 4000. Overlaying, fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Flying Thunder God technique, gold, level 9 rightward arrow 10. Maximum teleportation distance 4000 m rightward arrow 00, chakra consumption 4000 rightward arrow 00. Flying Thunder God technique is. Looking at the two strangos, Jin was stunned for a moment. After a little thought, I understood. An expression of extreme surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Infinity. In other words, the teleportation distance of Flying Thunder God is finally no longer restricted. The distance is only related to one thing, the amount of chakra. So I can finally sail away. There was great joy on Jin's little face. Flying Thunder God has completely transformed from flash to teleport. Teleport without regard for range. This is the Flying Thunder God technique of Minato, the invincible one that makes ninjas from all over the world tremble in fear. He took a deep breath, and with the dozen or so entries left, he directly cast them into his pupil technique. 3 feet in front of you. Overlaying, after a moment, as one entry after another disappeared, he felt his eyes slightly burning. It seems that there is a heat flow. There is also a slight tingling sensation. But soon, it disappeared. He blinked and felt 3 feet in front of him. It seems nothing has changed. Stop it. At the same time, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer bear it and repeatedly spoke out to stop it. He looked at Yin's kaleidoscope eyes, which were calm and showed only absolute control of his will, and his expression became more and more listless. The waist, which was already bent, became even more bent. But every one of the Umbu elites who were knocked away around him seemed to have hit him hard in the heart. Heartbroken. Third Sama. Konoha is the most important. Not long after the third Hokage spoke, Nara Shikaku also came over and whispered in Hiruzen's ear. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. Powerful. The grab is irresistible. The little Uchiha Jin in front of him actually made him feel like he had no idea where to start. Maybe some means can be used to control it, but the gain will not outweigh the loss. So there was no other way, he could only persuade the three to come. The subtext couldn't be more obvious: admit defeat, while you still have something to live for. Buzz. Hearing Shikaku's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body shook almost imperceptibly. The old eyes looked at Jin, as if they wanted to carve the appearance of this young man into the depths of their soul. In the end, the head that had been held high for a lifetime slowly and humiliatingly lowered under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. Good. One word, as if all the strength was used up, was hoarse and incoherent. Financial power. Is transferred to Uchiha management. At this moment, the 60-year-old man completely lost the pride in his heart. There was no longer any confidence in his tone. But Jin obviously didn't want to be confused about this. He corrected, not management. It's control. As one of the founders of the village, the Uchiha should have the final decision-making power. Hearing this, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up suddenly, and a trace of anger burst out of his eyes uncontrollably. If you control it, it is real. He divided away most of Konoha's power. And he was not only subject to the daimyo in terms of finance, but also to the subject to the daimyo? Sarutobi Hiruzen's head suddenly became dazed. My originally heavy heart even felt a lot lighter. Is it not a bad idea to hand over the financial power? I'm a bit tired of fighting with that daimyo guy every year. Good. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate. He turned his head suddenly and said in a deep voice to the pale-faced Hokage secretary behind him, "Go, take the 2 advisors. Take all the account books, seals, and keys from the finance office, everything, immediately, move them here." Yes. In response, the secretary, who had long wanted to escape, crawled into the building. Wow. However, this scene also caused an uproar among the surrounding Umbu, Root, and many family heads. No one expected that it was originally just a purge of the Uchiha clan. In the end, it actually evolved into the Uchiha clan coming to power. That's right, it's the top position. From being a marginal family ostracized by the village, they have now leaped to the forefront and directly control the lifeblood of the village. Financial power is something that every family and every household needs to curry favor with. Thinking of this, the several families that had been silent looked at each other and quietly walked forward. If not now, when? But just as they were about to speak, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the village. "With me, the blue beast, here, who dares to disrespect the Hokage? Oh hey, it seems something big happened in the village. Yeah, should we go over and take a look?" This seems to be in the direction of the Hokage building. Just as these Umbu elites were hesitating, a lazy voice suddenly came from the treetops. "Your mission is to stay here honestly, and you are not allowed to go anywhere." Kakashi shifted his position to make himself more comfortable. Even though there is my favorite paradise of intimacy in front of me, I no longer have the heart to look at it. The exposed single eye frequently looked towards the center of the village. Hokage building. He could feel that a great battle was raging there. As for why, he knows it too. I wonder how far that brat from the Uchiha family can go, he murmured, and the figure of Jin appeared before his eyes. Even though he had high regard for this 10-year-old boy, but after contact, I will still break through the limits again and again. So after realizing what might happen, he took the initiative to apply to protect Naruto. I don't even bring my class. Swish! At this moment, a green figure suddenly appeared beside him. Kakashi frowned. Kai, wasn't this guy on a mission? Why did he suddenly come back? If he were to go up against the Uchiha brat, that's not good. He closed the secret book in his hand and pondered for a moment. Finally, he turned around and chased after Kai, in front of the Konoha Hokage building. With me, the blue beast, here, who dares to disrespect the Hokage? Amidst the roar, a young man in green clothes, emitting green light, suddenly jumped up, rushed past like a meteor. The blue beast of Konoha. Kai. Kai's physical talent is much stronger than his father, Might Dake. If it's the 8 gates, perhaps. The moment he saw this man, the third Hokage's expression changed. The waist that was originally bent suddenly straightened up. Even the secret key that had been extended was quietly retracted. To be honest, if he could really stop it, he would never give up the financial power in his hands. Consultant Danzo is one of us. But Uchiha is a complete outsider. Bang! The green fireball finally fell down. A huge hole was created on the ground. Might Guy first looked back at the third generation, and then he breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that everything was fine. He turned around and looked at the Uchiha clan member across from him. Green light shines brightly all over the body. Come on, fiery Uchiha, let's fight like men. Bang bang! He shouted and waved his hands to bump them. There was a crisp collision sound between the fingers. Might Guy, the moment he saw this man, Fugaku, who had been silent all this time, took the lead in blocking Jin's way and whispered, "This guy's father kicked 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death." It is said that there is an extremely powerful physical technique. Faced with the unknown, he could no longer let his child stand in front of him. Swish! Almost at the same time, the original Uchiha clan members subconsciously took a step forward after seeing Might Guy. The scarlet eyes merged into one at this moment. Anyone who has experienced the mission knows how powerful Might Guy is. Only. Jin glanced at the people behind him, a little surprised. Why do I feel that the Sharingan in the eyes of my clan members seems to have more than the Megatama just now? Just now, most of the tribesmen had only 1 Megatama, but now most of them have 2 Megatama. Could it be that I just saw Danzo's eyes open? These thoughts flashed through my mind. Of course, Yin soon regained his composure. All attention was focused on Kai. A green tight-fitting watermelon-style head, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and shining teeth. Sure enough, this is very Might Guy. It's just that he is rarely seen in the village. Call. He took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to push Fugaku away from him, and said softly, "Don't worry, old father, leave it to me. Others might be able to do it for him, but Might Guy really can't." As a master of taijutsu in Konoha, he is also one of the few who does not have many ninjutsu skills. Besides some simple ninjutsu, he also has the 8 gates ninjutsu. How could he let this go? Ahem, you are Might Guy. Hey, Uchiha's genius boy Jin, my burning youth won't allow me to miss any passionate battle. Might Guy's voice was so loud that it made the surrounding leaves rustle. Let's have a contest where our youth is at stake, as exciting as ever. After saying that, he raised his fist and was about to rush forward. He had seen Jin before. After all, the 2 Uchiha brothers had caused quite a stir when they were chasing a dog and being chased by a dog in the village. Of course, now that we are on the opposite side, there is no point in saying more. Senior Kai, have you ever risked your life for yourself in your life? Jin raised his eyelids and spoke in a very calm voice, not even in a defensive posture. Due to his desire for the 8 gates of ninjutsu, he decided to chat for 10 minutes first. Time is not slow, it will be over soon. Might Guy was stunned for a moment, and his raised fist even everyone feels a little lost. He couldn't attack a defenseless Konoha boy. Even now, this young man is carrying out an act similar to a coup. What, Senior Kai? 3 minutes later. Conversation target, Might Guy. The copyable entry is being parsed. 8 gates of Dungia, gold, 8 gates of Dungia Morning Peacock, purple, Konoha Cyclone, green, Konoha Great Cyclone, green, Konoha Strong Cyclone, green, Gaki Konoha Vidra Cyclone, green, dot. Wow, this green outfit, even Shisui would be amazed, right? Yin clicked his tongue, feeling a little confused. I thought Kai didn't have many skills, but now it seems he has quite a lot of physical skills. But it must be said that Kai has enough patience when dealing with the villagers. Even if both sides are eyeing each other covetously and on the verge of a fight. Even though they had a fight, he was still willing to communicate with a young man. 10 minutes later. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8th excellent entry. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry. 8 gates of Dungeon opening. Blue after opening, you can initially touch the limits of the human body and perfectly exert 100% of your physical fitness. Seeing this hint, Jin's eyes suddenly widened an inch. There are surprises, but there are also doubts. System. Why is it that a perfectly good 8 gates ninjutsu entry was only copied partially? This system is an entry system, which will analyze the entry of each ninja. Some of these, repeated incomplete entries, are enclosed in ellipsis. Contained in ellipsis. Jin hesitated for a moment. So, these incomplete entries were copied from the ellipsis. You can understand it this way. Yin was silent for a moment. I've held this for 6 years, and the system is only just now telling me about it. But it's normal when you think about it. The system is like a ruthless replicating machine. In the process of trying to copy, there is no guarantee that the copy will be 100% good. Pick randomly, it's up to you whether it's good or bad. So we still have to fight. He shook his fist, then suddenly looked up at Mike Kai opposite him and said, Senior Kai, let's have a fight first. Passion and youth, huh? Good. Kai, who was talking at the moment, closed his lips instantly, his eyes showing a strong fighting spirit. Fighting is awesome. Konoha Great Cyclone. Without any hesitation, he rushed out almost as soon as he finished speaking. Swish! In an instant, it turned into a green afterimage again. Call fast, fast, fast. The speed was so fast that it even kicked up the dust on the ground. Even the air was rumbling. Immediately afterwards, a powerful whip kick swept towards Jin's waist. Boom! The air was kicked. Even a huge rock can be easily crushed by kicking. As expected of Konoha's #1 taijutsu expert, Jin's eyes lit up, but he didn't really use his body to resist. My current 10-year-old body is still too weak. Even with the blessing of various entries, but that is only relative to ninjutsu, it is still a little small for the body itself. This entry purely strengthens the body, and the improvement is limited. So, just as Kai's leg was about to touch the corner of his clothes, the 666 in Jin's eye spun rapidly. Buzz! A layer of ripples visible to the naked eye, almost transparent, spread out again with him as the center, 3 feet in front of him. 3 feet in front of you. The field expands again. Boom! At the same time, a powerful whip kick also hit in. Kai's originally relaxed brows were quietly furrowed. He felt like his leg had kicked into a piece of extremely sticky glue. Amidst layer upon layer of delays, the terrifying kinetic energy that had been rolled up disappeared strangely. This young man from the Uchiha family is no simple matter. Bang! In this dull loud noise, Kai's legs were forcibly fixed 1 foot away from Jin's body. The powerful reaction force even caused his thigh to ache slightly. There seems to be something wrong with the muscles and bones inside. As a last resort, he shook his body and flipped backwards using the force. After landing on the ground, astonishment was written all over his face. What kind of defense is this? It was able to completely block my Konoha Great Tornado. That's amazing. Is this the solid barrier you encounter on the road of youth? Good, very good, very good. After saying these words loudly, Kai did not weaken, but the fighting spirit in his eyes became even stronger. He clenched his fists suddenly. Inside the body, green chakra gushes out from the pores like steam. First door, open, open. Second gate, Shiyu Gate, open. The third gate, the Gate of Life, open. The sixth gate, Jingmen, open. Boom. In an instant, the powerful and violent green chakra completely enveloped him like flames. Click! Under my feet, the ground was cracked inch by inch due to the violence. In the blink of an eye, a small pit with a radius of 1 meter was formed with Might Guy as the center. This is the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Seeing this scene, the brilliance in the eyes of the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly rose. Given Kai's physical qualities, if he could open 6 gates, he would probably be comparable to a weaker cage-level warrior, right? Even the ape demon's physical fitness is probably a little worse. If that's the case, maybe there's still a chance. Behind him, Nara Shikaku's frown also relaxed a little. Finally, the real strong man of Konoha has arrived. Kai, who has opened the 8 gates, can kill an elite jonin with 1 kick. What an astonishing chakra flow rate. This power actually perfectly offsets the loss caused by the 8 gates. Beside him, Hinata Hayashi narrowed his pale eyes and stared closely. I can't believe this little guy can do such a thing. Dai, you gave birth to a good son. Although he was sighing, his words were not relaxed. The same 8 gates will naturally exert different power in the hands of different people. All of this is based on physical fitness. The stronger the physical fitness, the more natural it is to open the 8 gates. The more you improve, the stronger you become. So after sensing the danger from Kai, the chakra in his body had already begun to rotate faintly. Yin's abilities are strange and powerful, but they are all based on those eyes. A physical skill like this that goes beyond the limit might be extremely dangerous. And Jin is the future son-in-law he has chosen, and he must not let him fail like this. So when necessary, he is ready to take direct action. But as soon as he got one step closer, the chakra around him began to become stagnant. The crimson flames in front of him had affected him. Gulp, is it already so powerful, just the sixth gate? Rizu swallowed hard, his eyes filled with horror. He knew it was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Just being close has affected the flow of chakra. How can we fight this? Or rather, is there still room for a fight? If I really face Kai in this state, I'm afraid I can only use Kaishin, right? Thinking of this, he could only shake his head and retreat with a wry smile towards the peacock. At the same time, Kai's figure completely disappeared. Countless red flame fist shadows produced by air friction formed a blooming peacock tail feather like a rainstorm. The sky and the earth bombarded Jin's absolute territory. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the air was wiped out. The dust was also shattered. Under the peacock, no grass grows. But Kai's face became redder and redder, and his brows became deeper and deeper. The dense fists hit him, but they didn't even touch Yin's body. I didn't even touch the edge of his clothes. No, it must be because I didn't attack enough times. He roared in his heart, and the red flames condensed from his body and chakra suddenly rose. The fists also became more frequent. Click. Until one moment, a crisp sound came to his ears, like the sound of nature. This invisible turtle shell is finally broken. Kai grinned, showing his big teeth, but his hands did not stop moving and he smashed it forward. But at this moment, he suddenly noticed. The yin in front of him, or under his fist, was actually grinning. Kai was stunned for a moment. No, buddy, what are you laughing at? Jin grinned, his expression strange. I'm not the one dancing, why would I stand there and let you hit me? Bang bang bang. The violent sound of the impact even created a huge cloud of smoke around. Gradually it filled the entire Hokage building. In the smoke and dust, Jin's figure remained motionless. He frowned slightly, not because of pressure, but because he was shocked by the pure power. Pure Taijutsu can actually shake the barrier 3 feet in front of him. He whispered to himself. Every strike towards Peacock contains the power to split mountains and crack rocks. Although it was still blocked by the domain, the aftermath of the impact made the air in the domain whistle. He could even clearly feel that his left eye was slightly hot. This is the pupil technique, a sign of being used with full force. Just looking at Peacock caused his pupil technique to fluctuate 3 feet in front of him, so what about the rest? Sure enough, standing still and letting others hit you like a ball is a stupid choice. Call the wind picked up and the smoke and dust dispersed slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, Kai gasped. In just 3 minutes, he threw no less than 1,000 punches. Even after the last punch landed, he still maintained the punching posture. Tick, sweat flowed down his forehead like a stream. Phew. It dripped onto the charred ground and instantly gave off white smoke due to the high temperature. Tired, so tired. Surprisingly, even Chao Kankei. But when he looked at Yin, who was unharmed and hadn't even moved an inch, he couldn't hide the horror in his eyes. But there was no frustration, only a hotter flame, and incredible surprise. Senior Kai, do you want to continue? Yin spoke softly, looking at Kai calmly. His voice remained calm, but deep in his eyes, there was a hint of genuine respect. If the 4th generation is the pinnacle of civilian ninjas, then Kai is the pinnacle of personal effort. Isn't the 8 gates of ninjutsu powerful? Indeed strong. But why was it that only Might Guy almost killed Madara with a kick? Of course there is the factor of arrogance, but more of it is because of sweat. Kaisha's sweat laid a solid foundation. Of course, youth doesn't allow for giving up. The 7th door. After hearing what Yin said, Kai stood up suddenly, grinning and showing his signature shining white teeth. Buzz. At this moment, the sweat on his forehead seemed a little dazzling under the setting sun. The originally green steam on his body suddenly turned dark blue, like a burning deep sea. Open the door. In an instant, chakra so terrifying that it made one's soul tremble shot up into the sky. Boom! The overwhelming momentum even bent the trees around the Hokage building. The air seemed to solidify and then be pushed away violently. Puff! The faces of several roots who were nearby turned red, and some were hit so hard that they vomited blood. Just a small amount of gusts of air caused people to spit blood. This is the 7th door. Kai, who has entered this state, has already transcended the boundaries of being human. Instead, it's more like a tailed beast. The real humanoid tailed beast. Daytime tiger. Amidst the roar, Kai's figure became completely blurred. A huge white tiger composed of pure shock waves compressed to the extreme suddenly appeared. Like a proud god in the void, he rushed down with a roar that could destroy everything. Oh woo-woo. The whistling sound shook the earth. It instantly swallowed up the distance between the two of them and slammed into Yin. Click. This time, an unprecedented sound was heard 3 feet in front of Yin. It was like a sharp scream like shattering glass. Immediately afterwards, the first and second milky white cracks clearly appeared on the surface of the field. What an exaggerated personal power. Jin took a deep breath and exclaimed, but I doubt I'm not a fool who would stand still. 3 feet in front of me, repulsion. Buzz. A faint moonlight falls. The bright fluorescent light rippled slightly in front of him, and that bright little ball suddenly burst out with a strange wave. In an instant, Kai's expression changed as he was rushing down. I just felt the pain in my fists becoming more and more obvious. The violent chakra that was originally full of momentum now seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, becoming sticky and muddy. What made him even more unbelievable? The opposite side is like a piece of steel plate, not only hard but also bounces back. Bang! In an instant, he was out of control and flew out. Oh woo-woo. The day tiger, which was originally full of vigor and vitality, suddenly stopped after uttering a mournful cry. Bang thump. In the end, his body crashed directly into the Konoha building behind him. Like a huge cannonball, it hit the target. Buzz click. The entire Konoha Hokage building was destroyed as soon as the barrier was lit up. There is the residual power of the day tiger. There is also a faint, whitish glow. Boom. In the end, the Hokage building collapsed with a bang in front of everyone's complicated gazes. It became a ruin. As expected. It's still useless. The third generation sighed, and his turbid, old eyes fell silent again. The more hope I had just now, the more disappointed I am now. But just as he was about to hand over, a slight fluctuation suddenly came from the ruins. Buzz. Thump. Thump. The sound of heartbeats sounded quietly, like a huge hammer hitting a drum, dull and force. The sound penetrated the rubble and dust of the Hokage building and struck everyone's heart. Everyone couldn't help but look over again. Could it be Kai? It's Kai-senpai, he's fine. Ha ha ha, you're worthy of being Senior Kai, you're worthy of being a beast. The elite Umbu members raised their heads from the ground and looked at the ruins, and a strange light suddenly burst out in their eyes. Strong. He is a strong man in their camp, how can people not admire him? Boom. In an instant, the ruins exploded violently. Endless gravel and wood chips were blown away. In the middle, a figure slowly stood up. The green steam that originally enveloped him gradually changed. It turned into a blood-red flame. It was as if a flame burned away all the green around him. Sizzle. Because of the high temperature, or perhaps because the power in his body was too strong, his skin couldn't hold up and cracked. Beep puff. Blood oozing out. But as soon as it appeared, it was instantly evaporated by the terrifying blood-colored steam. At this moment, he was like the god of death walking out of hell. Originally, I wanted to save this move for Kakashi. His voice was as hoarse as sandpaper, and every word was filled with the pain of flesh being torn apart. But now maybe I should let you take a look first. Boom dash. As soon as the words fell, a blood-red beam of light shot up into the sky. An energy storm so violent that it was indescribable swept across the entire venue in an instant. The air was violently pushed away, forming a shock wave visible to the naked eye. The Umbu who was a little closer was blown away like a piece of paper. Click, click. The ground cracked and collapsed inch by inch. At the end of the collapse, Kakashi, who had just arrived, froze in anger. He looked at Kai at the center of the collapse, then at the surrounding air waves, and with difficulty stretched out his arm to point at himself. Ah, me, you. Kakashi clenched his fists, trying to stop it, but he couldn't get close to the center of the destructive energy storm. Not far away, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen staggered back half a step, his old face slightly pale. He didn't expect Kai to do this. For him, for the so-called dignity of Hokage, she is willing to burn out her last life. Is this what youth burning to its extreme looks like? No wonder that guy Dai was able to kill 4 members of the 7 with one kick. Hinata Hayashi's Byakugan fluctuated violently, there were no chakra meridians in it, only shock. This power goes beyond common sense. It even made his soul tremble. He believed that even his ancestral skill of turning the tide would be unable to stop this kick. There is simply no comparison. This isn't good. I don't know if Susanoo can hold it off. At the same time, Hyugaku's brows behind Jin were almost wrinkled into a big knot. My heart is in turmoil. Although he trusted his second brother very much, but Kai's momentum was too terrifying. This is truly burning everything. He was even ready to summon Susanoo to block Jin at any time. The 8th gate. Kai's voice was a little difficult and hoarse, like sandpaper being rubbed. Every word was filled with the pain of flesh being torn apart. However, he still insisted. The 8th gate. Death gate. Night dash bang. Crash. Just as he was about to radiate his final light, a golden chain suddenly appeared. Like a flexible long snake, it directly inserted into Kai's abdomen. Crash crash. Followed by the second and third ones. The golden chain appeared without any pause and directly penetrated into Might Guy's abdomen and back, and quickly wrapped him up. In the blink of an eye, he was wrapped like a big dumpling. Phew. Puff puff. With the mysterious rune spell on the diamond chain, the originally red chakra flame was extinguished directly as if it had encountered water. There is no power to resist. Kai struggled hard, trying to escape from the chains. But the diamond chain seems to have some magical power. Instead, it made him more and more trapped. This is. Seeing this scene, the third generation's pupils contracted instantly. Memories inevitably emerged in my mind. Although he is old, his memory is not bad. Throughout his entire ninja career, there was only one person who could unleash such a powerful and strange chain. Vajra-seal, how can this kid know the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique? Fugaku's spinning scarlet kaleidoscope disappeared in an instant, leaving only a shaking motion. As Yin's father, he had never seen Yin use this ability. The Uzumaki clan's sealing technique, Jin, when did he learn it? He was puzzled, very puzzled. He even felt as if he was not his child. Of course, this thought only flashed through my mind. Kakashi, who had just arrived here, also recognized this move. As a wooden man who was warmed by the little sun couple, Wukai knew very well that this kind of Vajra chain only belonged to his master's wife, the beautiful woman with long orange-red hair. Master's wife, he murmured, tears uncontrollably falling from the corners of his eyes. No wonder this kid Jin has always taken care of Naruto. No wonder he's dissatisfied with me. But on second thought, he suddenly wiped away his tears. His expression was a little strange, and an idea popped up in his mind uncontrollably. Could it be that this child Jin is the master's wife's bloodline? That Minato teacher. Click. At this moment, Kai, who was so arrogant above, was no longer able to hold on. The whole person was tied up like a dumpling and fell directly into a deep pit from above. The whole place was dead silent. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated. At the edge of the deep pit, the small figure of Yin stood quietly. On the abdomen, 3 chains firmly controlled Kai. The aura around him only fluctuated slightly. It seemed like he was just doing a small thing. Tick, tick. As time passed, Yin's eyes gradually brightened. Defeat Might Guy, copying entries. The copying of entries this time seems a bit slow, but it's nothing more than 8 gates. Now when he opens the door, he can free his mind. If you open the rest door and relieve fatigue, opening 2 doors in a row is equivalent to pushing him into a machine state with perfect control over his body and a fight to the death. This feeling, just thinking about it makes people intoxicated. Jin sighed deeply, and the strange 666 in his eyes also slowed down. Then look into the pit. Kai, who was wrapped like a dumpling, had lost all the bloody steam around him. Only a somewhat charred human outline remained, curled up in the center of the deep pit like a candle in the wind. Might Guy, completely burned out. Even if he failed to deliver the final blow, his internal organs suffered severe trauma the moment the death gate was opened. If it weren't for the King Kong blockade, I'm afraid there would be only one left. The slices are burnt black. I don't know if I can. Jin was silent for a moment, but his mind became active. He immediately raised his leg and walked over. What do you want to do? Seeing this, the third generation's face turned dark and he rushed towards Jin. Might Guy's status in his heart is now rising sharply. This is a powerful existence whose combat power is enough to crush the shadow level. It would be such a shame to die here. But just as he reached out to grab Yin, he was bounced back by an inexplicable force. Call out. Bang! It rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a stop. This scene once again shocked the heads of the nearby families. Who would have thought that the third Hokage couldn't even block a single move? Noisy. Yin waved his hands as if swatting a fly. He stopped only after he was 3 feet away from him. Directly activate the 3 feet in front of you and the would escape cells. Buzz buzz buzz. Under his manipulation, the silvery white light quickly covered Kai's body. Sizzle. Zi. What was originally a candle in the wind was actually slowly transforming under the silver light. Granulation growth. New skin spreads. As expected. Combined with the wood release cell's 3-foot area in front of me, it also has healing capabilities. Yin's eyes brightened even more. Doesn't this mean that in the future, he can even hold multiple positions? Self-sufficient in milk? Even if one person can't feed an entire village, at least he can feed 4 or 5 people, right? Thinking of this, he let out a breath of air. I am becoming more and more looking forward to the small world 3 feet in front of my eyes. Can resist, fight and heal. I just don't know when I can fly again. He immediately raised his head, his gaze swept across the entire room, and finally landed on the third Hokage, whose face looked as pale as death. His eyes were extremely calm. Third Hokage, financial authority, hand it over, or die. Someone. Give him the secret key and the document. Sarutobi Hiruzen's body trembled violently. His voice was hoarse and dry, and the short dozen words seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Crash. Soon, the Hokage's secretary worked together to find a metal cabinet from the ruins. Even though it was blown away by the shock wave, its appearance is miraculously preserved intact. Third generation, you are very sensible. Yin nodded but didn't move. Behind him, Fugaku immediately understood. He He stepped forward and instantly appeared next to the metal cabinet. He took the secret key and opened the cabinet door directly. Crash! Soon, he took out a thick stack of account books, several ancient seals, and a scroll with flashing sealing runes. After roughly scanning through these things, he took them and walked behind Yin. It's genuine. Jin didn't look at it, but nodded again. The god of war looked at the many family heads behind him and said softly, Hyuga clan leader. When he suddenly heard his own name, Hinata Hayashi's heart trembled. But he immediately took a step forward. Jin Jun. Excuse me, and also Chief Nara, Chief Akimichi, and Chief Yamanaka. Jin's eyes slowly swept across several of the most important family leaders. Let's bear witness together. From now on, the financial power of Konoha will be taken over by the Uchiha clan. Accounts, seals, and keys have been transferred. He spoke these few brief words calmly, but his tone carried an irresistible pressure. The several clan leaders who were named all felt a heavy pressure. Even Nara Shikaku, a staunch supporter of the third generation of the family, could only look at them and finally nodded silently. At this moment, any opposition will be meaningless and will only bring destruction. The third Hokage has been obedient. What else can they do? Replace the third generation? The Uchiha clan is unstoppable. Well, Hinata Hayashi took a deep breath and agreed on behalf of all the family heads. Then, Hyuga solemnly put away the thing in his hand. The dust has settled. From tonight on, the sky of Konoha has completely changed. Jin's gaze once again jumped across space and fell on the third generation. Third generation, sir. He raised a smile, his voice full of playfulness. It's late at night, the elderly should go to bed early. Old people. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he felt a surge of blood rushing up his throat and his vision went dark. When he was about to fall, he was caught by the quick-eyed and quick-handed Umbu next to him. He took a hard breath, looking at the small figure, looking at the seal scroll in Fugaku's hand that symbolized Konoha's lifeblood, looking at the complicated and odd expressions of the clan leaders around him, looking at the silent remains of Kai in the deep pit. The withered and lonely heart also became dead silent. His back became more bent. But he had to leave slowly under Jin's pressing gaze. Retreat towards your own family. Call the breeze blows, and the branches and leaves rustle. It brought a hint of coolness to the hundreds of people present. The night grew darker. But the hustle and bustle of Konoha village did not stop because of the silence of the Hokage building. Instead, I became even busier. The lights in each major family were brightly on, and emergency meetings were held one after another. Everything that happened tonight was like thunder exploding in everyone's heart. It also keeps every family busy. Uchiha clan territory. Bright lights. It's just completely different from the previous tragic atmosphere. At this time, the Uchiha clan's territory was no longer filled with grief and depression. Instead, it is a kind of excitement of surviving a disaster, feeling proud and standing up. Whenever I look at that small figure, my eyes are filled with fanatical awe. In the conference room, Hyuga sat in the main seat with a complicated expression. For the first time, he even doubted his own eyes. Who could have thought that the omen of genocide yesterday would turn out to be completely different? The clan is not destroyed. Instead, he wiped out most of Konoha's corrupt high-level officials. Next to him sat core figures such as the second clan elder and the fourth clan elder. Yin sat casually by the window, playing with the small sun in his hand. In fact, he wanted to go to sleep more. What he said to the third Hokage was true. Staying up late is really bad. Financial power has been initially mastered. After a moment, Hyuga withdrew his gaze from Jin and looked at the account book in front of him with a heavy expression. But the accounts are quite deficient and very confusing. If we were to investigate further, it would probably cause quite a stir. The commotion tonight was too loud. The people in the village are in a panic, and all the major families are waiting and watching. If I don't use this purse properly, I'm afraid I'll become a target of public criticism. Everyone's eyes were simultaneously drawn to the figure playing with a ball by the window. Seeing this, Jin paused. Simple. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. First, compensation. Tonight, we will distribute condolence money to all injured villagers. To make our stance clear, we are dealing with termites, not Konoha ninjas. Second, immediately allocate funds to rebuild the Hokage building. Do it quickly so that the villagers can see the new look. Third, assign someone to investigate the financial expenditures for orphans and their children, and make those people pay back all the money. The remaining financial allocations and task system reforms are up to you guys to handle. It would be best to create a Konoha governing council and invite the heads of all the major clans to participate. He talked for a while, a little bored. You wouldn't be standing on the ruins of the Hokage building and giving a loud speech, right? Instead of wasting words, it would be better to just use a tailed beast ball to get it over with. Of course, when Fugaku heard these words, he was surprised and hesitant at the same time. This relief and reconstruction are no problem, but orphans and mission rewards. This involves too many issues and may affect the interests of some major families. Benefits? Jin waved his hand nonchalantly. There are too many termites in Konoha. Only by chopping them off can flesh grow back into Konoha. The Uchiha clan isn't simply fighting for power. But.to reshape the rules. As he spoke, he stood up and walked to the door, his small figure casting a long shadow under the light. His eyes swept across the crowd with a power that could penetrate people's hearts. Once again emphasized, restoring order is not as simple as just a few deaths. If you're really afraid, then pull some together and beat some others. Set things right. Pull one group and beat another. Quiet. Silence. You could hear a pin drop in the meeting room. No one expected that Jin, who was just over 10 years old, could actually say these words. Fugaku looked at his son with an extremely complicated look in his eyes. This was no longer the talkative and lazy son he knew. His son seems to be more outstanding than his father, even in government affairs. I understand. Fugaku took a deep breath. Just do as Jin said, organize the people immediately and carry out the task separately. Yes. Several elders also came to their senses, and the light in their eyes rekindled. They saw the hope of the Uchiha's rise, and also saw a path different from the past. Seeing this, Jin stopped intervening and walked straight out the door. On the courtyard wall. He lay flat on the courtyard wall, his hands resting on his arms. Looking at the moon above my head, my fingers unconsciously rubbed the warm little sun behind my head. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared. Byte. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary entry 8 Gates of Dungia Deathgate, Remnant, Purple. Note, this entry is a one-time trial version, containing some of the secrets of burning life and the ultimate meaning of physical skills. It can be analyzed but cannot be opened directly. It can be parsed but not used actively? Isn't this the equivalent of giving me a buff and asking me to learn? Hearing the system's prompt, Jin's eyes moved slightly. The 8 Gates of Ninja, the Death Gate, the ultimate physical technique that burns out life and blooms. Although it is only an incomplete trial version, the mysteries contained therein about the explosion of life energy and the ultimate pure power are of immeasurable value. And the power gained by burning my life. Uchiha Jin murmured to himself, stroking the little sun with his fingertips. Start with warm water. There was a faint, imperceptible warmth flowing through the fingers into the body, quietly nourishing the body that was slightly tired from the high-intensity use of pupil techniques. If I remember correctly, wood release without Hashirama cells can also be considered a kind of secret technique of burning life, right? If we combine the two, will there be new surprises? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The night in Konoha is still long, and the current change of power is just the beginning. How to use this power in the future depends on whether Fugaku can do it well. With Hyaga Hayashi and Shikamaru's family around, even if Fugaku is incompetent, not much will happen. What's more, Fugaku is not stupid. Putting aside his indecision, Fugaku is still very capable in managing family affairs. What he needs to consider is how to improve himself, and how to deal with the undercurrent that follows. The change of power in Konoha will definitely not be hidden from those who are interested. The muscle-headed fast boy and the big-nosed old man will probably be ready to make a move. Plus, the Akatsuki organization has begun to gradually form a team. The real challenge has just begun. Jin sighed, then turned sideways and fell asleep in a half-lying position with his arms as a pillow. Compared to lying down, he still prefers to lie half-lying. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as he fell into a deep sleep, two dark shadows were rushing towards the shadow of the Uchiha clan's territory. Is that guy really on the wall? The yellow-haired Shen Zhongfeng had a stern face, and his eyes were filled with anger and sadness. As Danzo's subordinate, he suddenly learned while on a mission outside that his boss was gone. The boss whom I had followed for many years was attacked and killed by a little kid. After learning the news, he gave up the mission without any hesitation. Return to Konoha and take revenge. The other side. The oil girl's black robe fluttered, and purple mist silently flowed out from her sleeves. No doubt about it. We've observed that man for years. He spends almost every night on the courtyard wall. His expression didn't change as he spoke, but the voice was frighteningly deep. There is also a hint of sadness. He took a deep breath and reminded, there's something wrong with this child. Maybe we will. Hearing this, Shen Zhongfeng shook his head. His tawny hair trembled slightly in the night. Will he die? Danzo-sama is dead, and now I only want revenge. After he finished speaking, a pair of hateful eyes turned closely towards the wall, locked on the little figure sleeping on the courtyard wall. For Danzo-sama. Secret technique, poison dust technique. While Shino-Tajin growled, he quickly mobilized the nano-sized poisonous insects around his body and gathered them between his hands. Then he blew out gently, whoosh, buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the purple nano-sized poisonous insects merged into one, and the poisonous mist turned into living snakes swaying in the night. This is the secret technique he relies on for survival, and it is also the trump card that allows him to roam the battlefields intact. Use nanoscale poisonous insects to pollute the surrounding environment on a large scale. Anyone who inhales the poisonous mist will die. Not to mention a child, even if a cage-level warrior accidentally inhales it, his body will have problems. After seeing this scene, the mountain wind next to him was no longer sad. He closed his eyes slightly and quickly formed seals with his hands in front of him. The whole person's spirit instantly condensed into a cone and stabbed forward. Heart-turning technique. Almost at the same time, the two scored the winning goal one after the other. The same goals. The mind-turning technique controls Jin's body. Nano-level poisonous insects destroyed his body. If you cooperate properly, anyone who touches you will die. But the poisonous fog quickly covered the area. Great, he was completely defenseless. Seeing that his poisonous insect was successful, Shinotori Gain couldn't help but clench his fist, then looked at his friend next to him and exclaimed, "As expected of you, Fang, you can actually control him so that he doesn't move at all. Although poisonous insects make little noise, there is still a chance that they will be discovered." But now, Uchiha Jin had no reaction at all. The only possible result is that his teammate Shin Zhongfeng has made a contribution. Have I controlled it? Upon hearing this, Shan Zhongfeng scratched his head in confusion. Looking at the motionless boy on the courtyard wall, I always felt something was wrong. What's wrong, Feng? I don't seem to have entered his inner world. Shan Zhongfeng frowned, feeling a little uncertain. As soon as these words were spoken, the smile on Abarame Torin's face froze. Couldn't get in? So, there is no control at all? The two men immediately realized the problem and quickly turned to look at the courtyard wall. But the courtyard wall where people were lying just now is now empty. Only poisonous insects remain. Chu Zhen's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly urged, "We might be exposed, retreat quickly." Retreat, where to, you two? But just as they were about to turn around, a childish boy's voice suddenly came from behind them. The sound was not loud, but in the night it sounded like the devil's voice with a gloomy aura. The hair on my entire back exploded. It's chilling. Tick. A drop of cold sweat quietly appeared on his cheek. But because of the protective clothing, it did not drip down, but just stuck to the skin, sticky. WWN did it. Move behind you? Abarame Tone looked up, and gradually a young man appeared in her sight. It was Uchiha Jin. But what really shocked the two of them was that Yin was actually looking down at them. You have to know that their heights are not short among ninjas. And Uchiha Jin is just a young boy in his early 10 years old. Even if I develop better, I can't be taller than the two of them. After realizing this, his eyes quickly swept downwards. Only then did he realize that Yin was actually floating in midair. "Fly, you can actually do flying ninjutsu?" he exclaimed, his tone full of disbelief. "What? How is this possible?" This also woke up the frightened Shen Zhongfeng. Flight. This is an ability that very few people in the ninja world can master. Looking across the entire Konoha, there are many powerful people, but no one can fly. But now, I actually saw flying on a young man from the Uchiha family. His heart slowly sank. In a trance, a strange thought even came to my mind. Lord Danzo, his death was not unjust. Bumpkin. In response, Yin only had 3 short words to say, but where others couldn't notice, he was stepping on his right foot with his left foot. Under my feet, the 3-foot silver light in front of me condensed into a layer of light mist. Is setting off. Like stairs. Shikaku, do we really have to cooperate with the Uchiha clan to dethrone the third Hami? Yes, everyone has witnessed how much the 3 generations of people have contributed to the village over the years. Why would a young boy like him deserve this? If we were to call back the Jonin who are out on a mission, I'm sure it would be useless even for the Uchiha. Yes, perhaps we can seek help from the Wind Kingdom. At the same time, more and more people began to gather at the ruins of the Konoha Hokage building. The 3 generations of direct descendants, headed by the Zhu, Liu and Dai families, came one after another. Of course, after the initial panic, the moods of these family heads gradually calmed down. I started to have other thoughts. Hearing this, Nara Shikaka sighed and said with a bitter smile, "It's useless that you haven't seen how powerful that person is. So I hope everyone will cooperate well." Cooperate? What do you mean by cooperate? Abarame Shui's expression flickered. The Uchiha have already started comparing their bills and subsidies. I guess everyone knows what this means, right? After these words were spoken, everyone else fell silent. Those who appear here basically have had some connection with the 3rd generation. It even has a great relationship with Danzo. Konoha's finances naturally leaned heavily towards them. In other words, a considerable portion of Konoha's financial deficit fell on their family. Now, you suddenly want to check? How to check? Do we have to ask them to hand over the property they have embezzled over the years? Impossible, absolutely not allowed. Hearing this, Yamanaka Heiichi looked a little strange. Anyway, the Uchiha have already made a scene once. As long as we all deal with it perfunctorily, it should be over after a while. I believe that his Uchiha clan will not break up with all of our Konoha clans because of these financial problems. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of most of the family members turned cold. Drag. There was neither direct resistance nor the taking out of money. Once the new official has put out his first few plans, Uchiha will naturally let this matter go. Seeing this, Nara Shikaku wanted to persuade him again, but the other clan leaders had already turned and left with a smile on their faces. Contented, they could finally have a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, only a few families such as Nara and Akimichi remained. Alas Nara Shikaku sighed, I hope I'm just worrying too much. Uchiha family. When Jin saw that his left foot was stepping on his right foot and it was really suspended in the air, he couldn't help but feel happy. Just as he was pondering the area 3 feet in front of him, he suddenly had an idea. If the 3 feet in front of you form a solid step under your feet, can you hang in the air? As it turned out, he guessed right. Now he is indeed hanging in the air. It's like stepping on water waves, with the fluorescent light rippling slightly. Even Jin had a feeling that if a repulsive force burst out from under his feet, he could be catapulted into the air. Rustling. At this moment, the sound of poisonous insects crawling suddenly came from behind. The poisonous fog hit the invisible barrier, making a sizzling sound in an instant. Soon, the smell of a corpse exposed to the sun filled the air. Failed? Abarame Torigana's expression flickered. Seeing the phosphorus bugs that he regarded as treasures being burned on a large scale, his heart was as calm as a pool of stagnant water this time. There was not the slightest ripple. In other words, the whole person's attention is on the companion next to him. Heart-turning technique. Shan Zhongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly and his whole body jumped into a straight line. We're so close, I'm sure I'll be able to control it successfully this time. As long as he can control it for a moment, his friend's poisonous insects will be able to eat into the boy's skin. By then, they will have the final say on right and wrong, success or failure. Even though he was close enough, the mental shock he caused when he turned his heart around was like a drop in the ocean when it hit Jin's brain, without even a ripple. More. Shan Zhongfeng gritted his teeth and squeezed out every bit of energy from his body. As long as you explore, there is hope. But the moment he reached in, his entire brain felt like it was smashed in half by a hammer. Feeling drowsy and dizzy, with black vision before eyes. Puff. Finally, a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his entire brain was filled with splitting headaches. It's like someone is holding a syringe and constantly inserting it into my brain. Failed again? Chu Jian had to grit his teeth and push it forward with all his might. Buzz buzz buzz. At this moment, finer and denser purple dust emerged from his sleeves, trying to penetrate. Seeing the two of them persevering, Jin couldn't help shaking his head. It's the middle of the night. Disturbing my sleep. Then he slowly stretched out his hand, opened it slightly towards the two of them, and said softly, Shinra Tensei. Bang, bang. A powerful repulsive force 3 feet in front of him instantly unfolded. The two men felt as if they were slapped by a giant snake, and their bodies flew backwards like a broken sack, crashing heavily into a big tree not far away. Bang, click. Like two puddles of mud, no one knows whether they are dead or alive. Jin's mind moved, and the steps under his feet emitted a slight repulsive force, flying towards the big tree. He swayed and looked down at the two of them from above. Danzo Leadeng's loyal dog? He grinned and slowly landed on the arms of the two men. Let's get some gold coins. Defeat the oil girl and take the route, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: pot poison technique, purple, nano-level poisonous insect control, blue, poison dust technique, blue, poisonous insect affinity, green, poison resistance, green. Defeat Shin Zhongfeng, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable items: heart transformation technique, purple, heart transformation puppet technique, blue, Tachi mastery, blue, perception, green. Copying successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry nanoscale poisonous insect control. Blue, able to control highly toxic nanoscale poisonous insects. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent perception. Green, attribute, able to sense any movement within 100 meters. Sure enough, gold coins exploded. Jin smiled and immediately put up the entry for nano-level poisonous insect control. He lowered his head and bent his fingers. Buzz buzz buzz. A large number of nano-sized poisonous insects suddenly emerged from Abarame Tijin's body, densely packed together, like wind, rain, and fog. This is. Chu Jian and Shin Zhongfeng looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. This young man actually dared to provoke his poisonous insect. He didn't even know how he died. Everyone knows that as a unique secret technique to absorb wind, ordinary people will be poisoned to death if they touch these poisonous insects. Even he himself has to wear protective clothing. But now you actually dare to touch me? But as she watched, the smile on Abarame Tofu's lips froze. It even turned into an unbelievable earthquake. How is that possible? Above his head, the poisonous insects that had always obeyed the wind were actually circling around Jin's hands. Obedient, like a hakamai. Honestly, no action. Even the poisonous gas that was originally gushing out with every breath was retracted. Impossible, this is impossible. I was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. If what was just now was just shocking, then now it is subversion. 3 views in cognition are overturned. His secret technique. His poisonous insect was actually being toyed with by a teenager. It's more painful than seeing his girlfriend being toyed with by others. His eyes gradually filled with blood, becoming scarlet and terrifying like an Uchiha. No, 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 I want to kill you. Amidst the roar, a poisonous insect bit up along his ankle. Since there's no value in using you, then goodbye. Muttering, he raised his hand and flicked it. Puff, puff. 2 precise air finger strikes directly pierced through the eyebrows of Chu Jian and Shan Zhongfeng. Clean and decisive. Soon after this move, entries began to appear on the bodies of the 2 men. He also touched it directly. Contact targets: Yamanaka Wind, Abarame Tijin. The looting of the entry was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent entry Poison Resistance, green, and the epic entry Heart Transformation, purple. Hiss. Another gold rush. The art of turning one's mind around, and also Poison Resistance. He pondered for a moment and said to himself, feed the Poison Resistance to perception. The entry is being merged. Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the rare perception field, blue, item, which ignores poison and can reduce/increase the poison resistance of creatures within a 100-meter range. Ignore poison, reduce poison resistance? Jin was stunned for a moment, then turned around and looked at another newly acquired entry. If this is combined with the manipulation of nanoscale poisonous insects, wouldn't it be a walking source of poison? Wherever you go, the poison is there. If I activate the weak sense of presence again. A walking invisible poison source? Hiss, have I really become the 6th one? Yin was stunned. He took several deep breaths before suppressing his emotions. Focus on the gold entry that pops up. Although it is purple, in his opinion, the art of mind changing is no weaker than the general golden entry, even if the mountain wind had no effect. But, in the later stages, this can block the 6 paths level of magic. As for why it was only a moment, then we can only blame the person who cast the spell, because his mental energy is too poor. Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to the Mangekyo Sherinan. Jin had carefully observed that after the entry was activated, his spirit, which was originally only comparable to that of an ordinary jonin, would suddenly rise to an exaggerated level. Of course, the pressure will also increase sharply. The stress caused by physical and mental imbalance. For a 10-year-old boy, his body was still too weak. But he didn't want to be dragged down like Itaki. That's why he cherishes the wood release cells so much. But it's not the wood release of the first generation cell. The gap is too big. I don't know if there are any remaining primary cells in the root tissue now, he muttered as he groped through the 2 of them for a moment. Click. Soon, a black scroll engraved with the word root fell out. After unfolding it, there was only a short sentence written on it: Lord Danzo is dead, the murderer is Uchiha Jin. A portrait of Yin was also thoughtfully drawn at the end. Of course, there are also some strange coordinate marks and secret keys. Oh, the root space? Yin's eyes lit up slightly. It seems like we haven't gotten any spoils after killing Danzo. With this in mind, he lifted his leg and moved towards the root tissue. But at this moment, a noisy sound suddenly came from behind. Jin, are you okay? Lord Jin. After hearing the noise, many Uchiha clan members who had finished their meeting also ran out. His eyes flashed, and he saw the young man outside the courtyard wall. Especially the younger members of the tribe, they rushed forward one after another. Now Jin is not only the Uchiha's darling, but also the idol of their young people. It is no exaggeration to say that even if the clan leader Fugaku was killed, Jin would not be in any danger. Get out of the way, go slowly and don't get in the way. A young ninja casually pushed aside the middle-aged man in front of him and rushed in. Outside the crowd, Fugaku's brow twitched as he was pulled out. Resisting the urge to spit out a huge fireball, he gritted his teeth and said, "That's my son." Sadly, no one cares. I can only focus my attention on Yin's feet. When he saw the 2 bodies on the ground, his expression was still slightly surprised. The wind in the mountain, the oil girl taking the root? It seems that the remaining forces of the root have not been taken under control by the 3rd generation. At this moment, a tribesman suddenly came jogging from outside the village, panting. Chief. Fugaku turned around and looked over. When he saw that it was the elder of the 9 clans who was responsible for communicating the finances of the major families, his eyes jumped. A bad premonition suddenly arose in my heart. After seeing Fugaku, the man ran even faster. He ran and shouted, "Chief, the financial expenditures provided by the Yamanaka family, the Abarame family, and the Ryoma family. Are all trivial." Gradually, all the Uchiha people also knew the reactions of the major families. The look was endless. Cooperate, but deliberately delay time? Fugaku pondered for a moment, undecided. He wanted to cut the Gordian knot, but was worried that this would cause resentment from other families in the village. It can be said that what he has been working tirelessly on for the past few decades is to truly integrate the Uchiha into Konoha. Unfortunately, there has been little success. If it weren't for Jin's brilliant idea tonight, I'm afraid. Thinking of this, he shook his head and looked at Jin, struggling for a moment. Jin, what do you think we should do? Jin looked at his old father in surprise, pointed at the two corpses on the ground, and said puzzledly, isn't this a ready-made reason? Fugaku, tribe member, could it be? Ember swing. He waved his hand and picked up the scroll on the ground. He took out the pen inside and casually drew the Kumagakur symbol and said, the Yamanaka and Abarame clans are colluding with Kumagakur to assassinate the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Now, please ask the clan leader to send someone to control the two tribes. Click, click. Just a few words made many young Uchiha people feel excited. This is the patriarch they want. A disagreement? Then just do it. Swish. In an instant, hundreds of eyes fell directly on Fugaku, looking forward to it. Seeing this, Fugaku gritted his teeth and said directly, ahem, all right, the 9th clan elder will lead the people and me to the Yamanaka clan, and the 2nd clan elder and the 4th clan elder will lead the people to the Abarame clan. Tonight, we must control them all. After saying that, he turned and left first. As dawn approached, the hot-headed Uchiha people once again had their own carnival. Looking at their backs, Jin turned and looked to the other side. Coordinates on the scroll. The root organization? I'm really looking forward to it. What can it be? As soon as he finished speaking, his figure slowly disappeared, like smoke blown away by the wind. Outside Konoha village. In front of an extremely hidden canyon crack. Buzz. The air shook. A figure slowly emerged in the ripples. Is this the root's lair? Why is it here? Could this be the real root organization? He was a little surprised. If he remembered correctly, he had seen it in the village a few days ago. This old fellow Danzo actually knows that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Thinking of this, he looked up. On both sides are rugged and steep black rocks that seem to have been split by a huge axe. The moonlight fell, but only a thin glimmer of light could seep in. It makes the place seem even more eerie and dead. In front, the entrance is narrow, barely enough for one person to pass through. But as long as you turn sideways, you can easily get rid of it. This cave entrance. He activated his Sharingan and Byakugan and looked forward again. The scene at the originally dead cave entrance was completely different. Layers of chakra barriers that are difficult to see with the naked eye cover the entrance like a spider web. Above, complex ceiling runes are slowly flowing. The air at the entrance of the cave was filled with a faint smell of decay that had been filtered through the barrier. A rat's nest in the sewers. Yin commented. He walked straight towards the entrance of the crack, which seemed to be empty. Was the moment he stepped into the range of the barrier, the rune suddenly lit up with a dazzling red light. Invisible energy barriers squeezed and cut towards him like a high-voltage power grid. ZZZZ feeling the terrifying power on his skin, he couldn't help but say, at least, this can cut a Kakashi in an instant, right? No wonder the 3rd Hokage didn't think of destroying Danzo's lair even though he knew he was dead. Love is knowing that it is not easy to enter here. He shook his head and directly activated the golden body of light. Boo! In an instant, moonlight fell. His surroundings were once again covered in fluorescent light. It seems to be still standing in the same place, but in fact it has turned into light. Phew! The red light that was originally cutting into his body also penetrated through it instantly. No hindrance. Not even the alarm was sounded. His footsteps did not pause at all, and soon his whole body sank into the narrow crack and disappeared. Only a few rays of bright moonlight remained at the entrance, which had not yet completely dissipated. Tick, tick. Inside the cave. The stalactites above are scattered all over. From time to time, light white liquid dripped down. In front of us is a rough corridor that slopes downward and was dug out by humans. The air around was damp and cold. Jin took a deep breath, and the air was filled with a strong earthy smell and the smell of disinfectant from his previous life. You've come to the right place. When he smelled the scent, the light in Jin's eyes became brighter. The presence of disinfectant means the presence of various organs. Organs? Click. The forward steps suddenly stopped. Tangzi, does touching organs count as touching a corpse? System. After waiting for a while, the system did not respond. Jin curled his lips and continued walking forward. Just the pace was a little faster. Boom puff. Under my feet, I felt a trigger-type detonating talisman trap. But as soon as the fire lit up, it was blown away by a whirlpool. Divine power, transfer. You can explode, let's go to Obito's space. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As they continued to move forward, poisonous thousands of arrows suddenly shot out from the walls around them. Jin said nothing, but just kept unleashing his divine power. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hundreds and thousands of them were densely packed and shot into the divine power space. Soon, he reached the end of the corridor. Blocking the way ahead was a heavy metal door engraved with sealing runes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing veins at the corners of his eyes. the dents on the gate became particularly obvious in his eyes. Soon, he noticed several key rune nodes. Just a tap. The door is open. Call inside. A strong and pungent smell of disinfectant mixed with some indescribable fishy, salty, and sweet smell hit me in the face. I get addicted in 1 second. Jin frowned and silently mobilized the chakra in his body to block the attack. Like a mask. After isolating himself from the unpleasant smell, he slowly walked in. Clatter, clatter, clatter. The shoes made a crisp sound on the stone floor. In this environment, the echoes are endless. Behind the door is a huge underground space that makes people feel chilled. Under the pale light, there are rows of huge cylindrical glass culture tanks all around. Various creepy specimens are soaked in the light green nutrient solution. The scarlet sherry nuns were peeled out of their sockets and soaked in a special liquid. The patterns on the megatama are clearly visible. Pieces of wriggling pale flesh forcibly divided and cultivated. Even there is a pair of white eyes, soaked in the jar in the corner. Dead silence. Only bubbles in the culture tank occasionally rise. Makes a slight gurgling sound. It really fits the stereotype of Orochimaru. Jin raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, this guy is a mad scientist. And he is a scientific madman with no bottom line. Slowly, his gaze fell on the deepest part of the laboratory. In that inconspicuous corner, there are a small iron cage. In a cage, curled up a white-haired boy. She looked a little younger than Naruto, with empty and numb eyes, like a soulless porcelain doll. The blood stains on the abdomen had already formed scabs. I don't know whether I'm dead or alive. In the other cage was a boy with black hair and fair skin, about the same age as Naruto. At this moment, he was holding tightly onto a worn-out drawing board with frayed edges, his finger joints turning white from the force. The body trembled slightly. When he noticed Yin's gaze, he shrank back like a frightened rabbit. He then glanced at the white-haired boy next to him, subconsciously narrowed his eyes and revealed a beautiful smile. His lips moved as he asked, "Are you the new experimental subject?" His voice was dry and hoarse, even though he was trying hard to control it. But you can still hear the trembling inside. It was obvious that the smirking boy was afraid. Jin's gaze lingered for a moment on the drawing board that the black-haired boy was holding tightly. He didn't answer the boy's question, but instead asked, "Name." The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard in this space. Click. The black-haired boy shuddered again, but still tried his best to lower his voice and answer, "His. Name is Nobu. My name is Sai." Sure enough, it was these two brothers. In the original work, it is not known when Sai was completely transformed into a machine by Danzo, but obviously not now. He raised his head, pondered for a moment, and then whispered, "Do you want to live?" The voice was still flat, no emotion could be heard. Think, but this time, a different look flashed in Sai's eyes. Live. Survive. He shouted out almost as a subconscious reaction. A faint but extremely strong light of survival burst out from the empty eyes. He wants to live. Amidst this wave, the white-haired boy next to him seemed to be touched by the voice. The lifeless body began to move slightly. Although it was inconspicuous, Jin could see it very clearly. If you want to live, then from now on you will be members of the Uchiha family. Snap, snap. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 golden chains shot out from his sleeves without warning. It crushed the solid iron cage bars with the precision of a snake. The ceiling rune above is nothing compared to his diamond chain. Tap tap tap. Then he just walked over. Step by step, very clear. When he got closer, his left eye moved slightly. The huge 666 is faintly visible. The unique area 3 feet in front of him began to turbulent again. A force containing unique vitality enveloped Sai and the white-haired boy beside him. He can also be a milkman. Roar. But at this moment, something strange happened in a huge culture tank opposite. Roar. A dull and hoarse roar suddenly arose. It was like the throats of countless wild beasts being forced together to emit painful roars. It was so shocking that it made my scalp numb. At the same time, a strong sound wave and a fishy wind blew towards us. Yin turned his head slightly and glanced over. He was a little curious. If I remember correctly, there should be a pile of rotten meat over there. At the deepest part of the laboratory, a huge culture tank more than 2 meters high suddenly exploded. Countless smelly light green nutrient solutions sprayed out. It's like the corpse water splashing everywhere after being exposed to the sun. Crash. In the viscous liquid, a twisted figure suddenly broke through the wall of the tank and fell to the ground with a bang. Perhaps, this cannot be called a human at all. Instead, it looks more like a monster that was clumsily stitched together. The skin is pale and swollen. Muscles of different skin colors, even with body hair, were forcibly pieced together by thick black sutures. His left arm is as thick as an adult's waist. Covered with black hair, the 5 fingers are like animal claws. The right arm was slender and pale, and at the end was a tender hand with nail polish painted on it. A combination of beauty and the beast. But the most terrifying thing is the monster's head. 3 faces of different ages, genders, and expressions of pain or ferocity, stitched rigidly together on the same skull. 3 heads and 6 arms? No, it's 3 faces and 2 arms. On the 3 faces, there were 2 cloudy human eyeballs, 2 scarlet single magatama sharinan, and even a pale Byakuya. At this moment, it was spinning wildly on its broken face, locking onto the intruding yin. He, eat you. His mouth opened and closed, making unclear sounds. Real, experimental subject. Point 0. Sai, who had just regained some vitality, quickly retreated, curled up at the edge of the cage, hugging the drawing board tightly. He had seen this thing before, and it could easily tear apart the disobedient materials. On the other side, Xin, who had just woken up, stretched out his hand, patted his brother's head, and comforted him softly. The 2 of them snuggled up to each other, separated by half an iron cage. Seeing this scene, Jin shook his head helplessly. He had clearly torn the cage into pieces, but he didn't know how to get out. Of course, recruiting the 2 into the Uchiha was purely a casual act. He doesn't care. On the contrary, it was this monster behind him. Looking at the corpse fluid and granulation growing on the monster's body, he couldn't help but frown. Could this guy also have Hashirama cells in his body? Experimental subject 0. Most likely before Yamato. Phew. At the same time, the monster kicked hard. Ding. The sutures used to stick the organs together were instantly broken straight. Immediately afterwards, the bloated body burst out with terrifying speed, rushed to yin in an instant. The speed is so fast that it is even comparable to the teleportation technique. Boom! The huge beast claw raised high with a scream that tore through the air, and hit the head. The tip of the claw was glowing with a faint strange light, obviously it was poisonous. Just the strong wind was enough to almost suffocate Sai. He quickly lowered his head and dared not look again. All I heard was a loud collision sound. Bang crack. The giant claw slapped down hard and suddenly stopped in the air less than a foot in front of Jin. Immediately afterwards, a vortex-shaped light silver ripple suddenly spread out. Shinwei, transfer. Puff, snap. Soon, this huge, thick arm, as strong as an adult's waist, was twisted off. Thrown into the Shinwei space. Of course, at the moment of throwing it in, he did not forget to use an air cannon to smash the arm into mud. The corpse water was overflowing. This thing should be so smelly that Obito can't sleep. Maybe I can even let White Zetsu have a taste of it. Jin thought with evil amusement, then stretched out his right hand and gently fiddled with the space 3 feet in front of him. 3 feet in front of you, repulsive force. Or in other words Shinra Tensei. Although the range is small, the damage is not bad at all. Phew! Snap! The stitched monster's body made a crisp sound as it could not bear the weight. The entire body and limbs are bent backwards at strange angles. The huge body was instantly bounced away by this force. It crashed into another culture tank with a bang, and the glass shattered all over the floor. Hoo-woo! On the 3 faces of the stitched monster, 6 eyes showed pain and extreme confusion at the same time. Its limited brain could not understand why it was bounced away. We haven't even met the other side yet. Ugly thing. Across from him, Yin frowned slightly. It's not fear, it's pure disgust. Perhaps only Zetsu likes the stench of formaldehyde and rotting flesh emanating from this stitched monster? After being stunned for a moment, the stitcher roared again. It stretched out its only remaining right arm, the nail-painted woman's hand, suddenly raised it up, and pointed its 5 fingers at Jin. In the palm of my hand, I could see the skin and flesh wriggling and cracking. Sizzle soon, a rapidly spinning scarlet 3 Magatama Sharinan appeared. The power of pupils gathers. A dark red beam of chakra with an ominous aura, like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue, instantly burst out from the Sharinan, straight into the center of Jin's eyebrows. Sharinan. Genjutsu impact. Jin was stunned for a moment, looking at the Sharinan opposite him, his small face full of sarcasm. Then Sharinan against Mangekyo. Do you think you are 50-50? Laugh dash. Buzz. As soon as he thought about it, the direction of the repulsive force in the field quietly shifted. The dark red beam that was originally shooting towards the center of the eyebrows suddenly changed direction as if being manipulated by an invisible hand. Reflected back. Puff. The beam of light hit the monster's own bent claw hard. Roar, ahh. The stitched monster screamed for a while and soon fell down. No more sound. It's over, he killed Zero so easily. Behind him, Sai's curled up body had already unfolded. A pair of bright big eyes are wide open. His pale face was full of disbelief. This terrifying experimental subject who had easily torn apart countless soldiers was being toyed with like this? Who is this man who looks about the same size as him? At this moment, Sai's heart was filled with curiosity and a hint of fear. There was also a subtle hint of admiration and worship. Next to him, Xin, who had just recovered, didn't say anything, but his eyes were also trembling. This GUI.AT such a young age, he's already got the strength comparable to an elite jonin. I really don't understand why Danzo-sama would let such a monster in. As an elder, he knew much more than Sai. But the more I know, the more afraid I become. Elite Jonin. To the two brothers at this moment, he was like a god high above them. You can only watch from a distance. Of course, Yin ignored the two brothers. Just look past the monster and behind it, the huge culture tank base that was smashed. In the secret compartment under the base, there are still a few drops of emerald green sticky liquid that have not dried up. That liquid dot under the pale light actually faintly revealed a heart pounding and powerful vitality. What is this? The moment he saw the liquid, Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. This breath. He is so familiar with it. Would release cell. And it was far more refined than what he copied from Danzo's arm. Danzo, that old man, really has some real good stuff hidden. He murmured, dodged, and carefully collected the few drops of liquid. At this moment, the system prompt sounded coldly. Ding, high purity would release cell residue detected. Trying to parse. High purity would release cells. Seeing the prompt, an idea suddenly popped up in Jin's mind. Isn't this Hashirama? Thinking of this, he suddenly turned around and looked at the other petri dishes. A creepy light flashed in his eyes. So, this monster is staying alive using Hashirama's remaining cells. No wonder this monster sprays corpse water everywhere as soon as it appears, yet it's still alive and well. So it's the wood release cells underneath that are providing life. Thinking of this, Jin quietly activated the power of the nine-tailed fox. Behind him, two crimson chakra tails appeared out of thin air. Bang! Phew! Phew! Then he pulled out the surrounding petri dishes like pulling out onions. Crash! Green liquid flowed all over the floor. But the emerald green cells in the base were also revealed. Although rare, it exists. Indeed there is. After confirming that there were some, Jin quickly collected them. But at this moment, there was another movement behind him. Roar dash! The shrill and distorted roar almost tore through the air of the laboratory in an instant. Violent and chaotic chakra suddenly erupted from the stitched monster's body. Like a storm, the bloated body expanded rapidly as if it were inflated. To the naked eye, muscles and fat of different colors are wriggling wildly under the skin. Click! Every black suture thread broke. Click, click, click. Soon, a violent force exploded with it as the center. Boom! A huge roar instantly impacted the entire laboratory, bringing up a huge air wave. Shards of glass, metal debris, and foul-smelling liquid shot out in all directions like cannonballs. The entire underground space shook violently. Crash! The stalactites above my head groaned as if they could not bear the weight and fell down. Sizzle! The storm slammed into the area 3 feet in front of Yin. The pale silver light curtain vibrated slightly. The ripples spread wildly, and there were even signs that they were being torn apart by this destructive energy. It will self-destruct. Jin frowned slightly. The mixed chakra in this monster's body is already chaotic and violent, and the power of its self-explosion is even comparable to forbidden techniques. Boom! 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 Oh no! It's going to collapse. Behind him, Sai, with his eyes closed, turned pale as paper in an instant. I could only hug the drawing board tightly and huddle in the corner, my face full of despair. The white-haired boy Xin next to him was also stunned by the violent shaking, and fear appeared in his empty eyes for the first time. Crack! Above, a huge crack suddenly appeared. Like a giant black python, it instantly covered the dome and walls of the laboratory. The gravel poured down like a rainstorm. Trouble! Yin glanced at the laboratory that was about to be completely destroyed and moved his feet slightly. Swish! In an instant, more than a dozen figures rushed towards the bases of different culture tanks at the same time. Phantom instant body technique. Extreme speed and replacement in a small space. These primary cells must be obtained. Buzz! The moment it touched the primary cells, the emerald green liquid began to move as if it had come to life. Swimming in the palm of your hand. Soon, a breath of life so powerful that it made people's heart palpitate rushed into Jin's body through his palm. And the cold system prompt sound also exploded in my mind. Ding! Contact with high purity would release cells successful. Analysis completion, 30%. Note, after the analysis progress reaches 100%, you can unlock the high purity would release entry. There's still so much left, it seems that the remaining 70% depends on Orochimaru. Jin rolled his eyes. He is determined to obtain the high purity would release cells, or the first generation cells, and it's almost the critical period for growth. In the previous life, those parents knew how to drink milk and chew bones, so how could he be so far behind now? If they really were to be 1.6 meters tall like the island countries, it would be a disaster. And just as I made up my mind, I suddenly felt a warm current in my body. And after entering the body, it explodes instantly. From mild to magma, hot and spicy. A torrent of wild vitality rushed into the body violently. Jin could clearly feel that his own cells were being squeezed, torn, and devoured. It hurts. The pain is so severe. Inside the body, it seemed as if every inch of flesh and blood was being forcibly disassembled and reassembled. Hiss! He groaned, and a trace of blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Even if a 10-year-old's body has been strengthened by physical attributes, it is still far from enough to bear the power of the ninja god, even if it's just a tiny bit. But correspondingly, he could clearly feel his physical strength increasing. The spirit that was originally unable to resist was suppressed in an instant. Boom! At the same time, the laboratory dome collapsed completely. Boom! A huge rock as big as a millstone fell directly from above with a force of tremendous force. Below, there were two miserable brothers. "Ah, oh Nissan, don't be afraid, don't be afraid," Sai yelled, and Nobaya finally made his way through the door. He hugged Sai and hid in the corner with gritted teeth. But looking at the huge rock above, I couldn't help feeling despair. After all, he is just a child, even though he has seen many dead people. But when have you ever seen such a scene like the collapse of the sky and the end of the world? Not at all. It's over. It's over. It's over. Looking at the huge rock falling from above, he could only press Sai under him while trembling all over. While lowering his head. The threat of death makes one's scalp tingle. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was warmth on his shoulder. Then I felt as if the world was spinning around me. The feeling comes and goes quickly. When he recovered, he opened his eyes subconsciously, but when I opened my eyes, I was stunned. This is. Then the whole person began to tremble slightly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Extremely high frequency. In front of me, there is a cool light with a hint of warmth, falling straight on my body. Ah, are we okay? Sai finally realized something was wrong and cautiously stuck his head out to take a look. Just one look and I couldn't stop talking. Is this the sun? Is this outside? We finally got out. Cough cough cough, the small voice went from trembling to hoarse, and finally suddenly rose. He even started coughing violently because he was too excited. Obviously, the two brothers had not seen the outside world for a long, long time. Beyond the canyon crack, the sun rises, and its golden light pierces the morning mist. It also completely enveloped the two brothers who were together for environmental protection. Jin looked at the two brothers who were crying with joy and shook his head slightly. It's really simple to the extreme. In the world of Naruto, brothers usually have a deep relationship, but generally they will kill each other. Only when one dies can the other survive. This kind of drama. He didn't like it. So, why do brothers kill each other? Jin shook his head and threw down the drawing board he had brought with him. Turn around and walk outside. The roots of Konoha are broken. The next step is to gather the remaining roots in the village. The sky was getting light. After a night of arguing, Yamanaka Inoichi smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Patriarch Fugaku, this is the financial account book we recently checked with the village." Bang! As he finished speaking, a box as big as an adult's carriage was carried out by 8 people. It was packed with old books. Faintly, you can smell the rotten and damp smell. This taste, the elder of the 9 clans turned black in expression and immediately scolded. "You probably also wrote down that you used 3 sheets of toilet paper." He is very angry. As a powerful clan in Konoha, they actually treated them so perfunctorily. You treated him perfunctorily when the patriarch was not here, and now that the patriarch is here, you still dare to treat him perfunctorily? Do you really think that the Uchiha people don't have any temper? After saying this, a pair of 3 Megatama slowly turned in the eyes of the 9 clan elders. He was really angry. With this movement, more than 50 Uchiha clan members behind him also followed suit. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Yamanaka Inoichi was not worried about this. He just glanced at a few people, coughed twice and said, "Chief Fugaku, I'm sure you can see that the people in the surrounding villages are watching. I'm giving you face, how about you give me face as well? If things go wrong, I'm afraid the Uchiha reputation will be ruined." Having said this, he stopped talking. The Uchiha, who was already criticized in the village, was in conflict on the first day of taking power. If this gets out, I'm afraid the Uchiha's reputation will plummet to the bottom. This is also the reason why Fugaku has been reluctant to move. Even so, he was still holding Shan Zhongfeng in his hand. Seeing the silence on the other side, Yamanaka Hai breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really want to fall out with the Uchiha, but there were some things that couldn't be taken out. Then he spoke again, "I think you are all tired, why don't you go back and rest? Don't worry, my Yamanaka family will definitely cooperate with you." The expulsion began. The elder of the 9 clans clenched his fists and wanted to say something, but in the end, he only set his sights on Fugaku. Brush. Soon, dozens of Uchiha looked over, waiting for Fugaku's decision. As long as they get the order, they will definitely take action. But in the end, they didn't get the response they wanted. Fugaku was still silent at this time. Seeing this, Yamanaka Hai felt even more relieved. As long as Fugaku hesitates, it proves that they are qualified to negotiate. Ahem, Chief Fugaku, if there's nothing else, I'll take a rest. It's still early. I was exhausted yesterday. With that, he didn't even wait for a response, pulled the door open and turned away. But just as he was about to close the door, a wave suddenly appeared behind him. Buzz, buzz. There was still a hint of mist in the early morning air. When it fluctuates, ripples appear. This is. Shan Zonghai paused and subconsciously took half a step back. Then I saw a figure suddenly appear in front of me. He was leaning against the clan house in the mountains with his hands in his pockets. This is it. He was surprised. Somehow, I felt a sense of familiarity with this fluctuation. Compared to Yamanaka Inoichi's hesitation, Fugaku's eyes widened almost instantly. The originally clear eyes immediately turned scarlet. He looked at the tiny figure, indescribably shocked. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? Yes, it's definitely Minato's Flying Thunder God, but when did this kid Jin learn it? If it is said that Yin's strength is amazing, the Flying Thunder God that was just displayed completely stunned Fugaku. After hearing this, the Uchiha clan members also started talking. Flying Thunder God, isn't that the fourth Hokage's technique? Is it the technique that forced teams from various countries to abandon their missions during the Third World War? Yes, that's it. But I heard it requires extremely high talent, perception, and reaction abilities. Hiss, when did the young patriarch learn this? I knew the young patriarch was an immortal, he's not even pretending now. Flying Thunder God technique, this is a powerful ninjutsu that only exists in legends. Even though their Uchiha heritage has been around for thousands of years, they still have to admire it. Of course, it's more because too few people have mastered this technique. There have only been 2 people who have succeeded in practicing individually since their creation. But now, their young patriarch has also learned it. How could this not make them excited? It's indeed the Flying Thunder God. Similarly, the hearts of Yamanaka Hai and others gradually sank. He is very powerful and possesses this kind of space-time ninjutsu. It can be said without exaggeration that this is already invincible. Fortunately, Flying Thunder God consumes a lot of energy, and this guy is still young, so the amount of chakra he can refine must be limited. Thinking of this, Yamanaka Hai breathed a sigh of relief. If he really possesses the terrifying chakra of the Uzumaki clan, I'm afraid no one in Konoha will be able to check him. This is a blessing in disguise. Of course, after seeing Yin appear, his momentum weakened a little. He stood aside with his head bowed. Jin looked around and soon a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Taking things to delay time? Things that our ancestors have played with to pieces. He shook his head and walked slowly up the mountain. Opposite of Stroke. He whispered, "You guys, are you not cooperating?" The sound was not loud, but it made the listener's heart tremble. Shan Zhonghai quickly bowed and explained, No, it was really the clan member in charge of record keeping. He was just a temporary financial manager. We really don't know where the money is spent. Temporary worker? Good job of passing the buck. Jin grinned and looked up at Yamanaka Hai, who was so close to him. Are you not cooperating? Reach out your hand and give it a slight shake. Call out. In an instant, a powerful suction force suddenly burst out. It's like scrap metal meeting a strong magnet. Yamanaka Hiaichi's body was sucked over directly. 3 feet in front of you, suction. Or in other words, all things are attracted by heaven. Although the range is a bit small, the power is not weak at all. Bang! It was not until he felt pain in his throat that Yamanaka Inoichi realized what had happened. He frowned and shouted while struggling. You, Uchiha Jin, this is the place of my mountain clan. You're only going to make the other families in Konoha more afraid of you, Uchiha. Ahem. You don't want the Uchiha clan to be completely ostracized, do you? Cough cough, cough cough. Slowly, his voice became weaker. My neck and face were all red, and breathing was becoming increasingly difficult. Drum. Thick red veins bulged out. Jin looked at the man in front of him without comment. There was no change on his face, but his hands were clenched a little tighter. Getting tighter and tighter. 1 minute later, Yamanaka Hai struggled desperately before finally uttering a complete sentence. Yes. I'm sorry, I'll cooperate. Look, wouldn't it have been better if you had cooperated earlier? Jin shook his head and patted the mountain chief's face. Also, let's talk about your mountain clan's attempt to assassinate me. Yamanaka Hiki, call out. As soon as he finished speaking, a kunao suddenly shot out from the house. A girl with blonde hair and a melon-shaped face suddenly rushed out. Don't bully my dad. Yamanaka Ino threw out 2 kunao in her hand, and the whole person followed closely behind. Like a mad kitten, it rushed out. Bang! However, the girl who had just entered school did not learn anything. Bang! As soon as they met, Yin slapped him back with his backhand. He fell to the ground, covering his face, at a loss. She was confused. A slap mark quickly appeared on the fair little face. Seeing the scene, Yamanaka Hai was furious. Ino, damn it, she's just a child, you child. Jin raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Actually, I'm a child too. I am a child too. These few short words made Shinzonghai pause. Only then did he vaguely remember that the boy in front of him was only a teenager in his early teens. He hasn't even graduated from ninja school yet. But since when did he subconsciously ignore this problem? Maybe yesterday? Or maybe it was just now? He doesn't know. I could only stand in front of Ino, bowing my head and apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, Master Jin, I will definitely cooperate." That slap not only knocked Ino away, but also shattered Yamanaka Inoichi's pride. Strong, young, and fearless. He felt that his brain was really broken, which was why he was so self-righteous in stopping it. Seeing this, Jin ignored it and just looked at what was in front of him. Defeat Yamanaka Ino, trying to copy the entry. Defeat Yamanaka Inoichi, trying to copy the entry. Copy failed. A rare failure. After beating the success rate of up to 75%, failures occurred very early, and still 2 failures. This instantly made him lose the mood to stay. He waved his hand and left. The Yamanaka family failed, but there are other families. The headquarters of the Abarame clan. Deep in the ancient and huge house, the atmosphere was somewhat depressing. Abarame Shui sat in the main seat, her face as gloomy as water. Around him, the clan's elite Jonin and Shinin were surrounding him. Everyone's cuffs were shaking slightly, and a faint buzzing sound could be heard. Clan leader, the second Uchiha clan leader, has brought people to stop us outside and demanded that we hand over the detailed distribution of mission rewards and pension payment records for the past 10 years. In the silence, a tribesman ran over quickly and reported in a low voice. There was tension in his tone. "Still waiting? Then let them wait." Abarame Shui snorted coldly, a dark green parasite crawling restlessly on her fingertips. "Drag, keep dragging. I just don't believe that the Uchiha clan would dare to take action against the great clans of Konoha. We already incurred public outrage last night. If they dare to touch us again, the other families will surely suffer." Then, boom! Before he could finish his words, a deafening roar rudely interrupted him. In front of the Abarame family, there is a heavy alloy door with insect patterns carved on it. It's like being crushed by a huge mountain. The entire door twisted and deformed, then exploded inward. Boom! The air is filled with smoke and dust. In the smoke and dust, a small figure stepped in first. Tread, tread, tread. Jin's footsteps were light, and there was only a faint sound when he stepped on the broken door panels and bricks. Behind him, the members of the Uchiha family were staring with scarlet sharinans. They have been waiting for a long time. Abarame Shikai. Jin's voice was not loud, but it clearly penetrated the smoke and chaotic exclamations and reached the ears of everyone in the main hall. "The Konoha Finance Management Committee has summoned your clan to cooperate with the investigation. Will you come out on your own, or do you want me to invite you out?" "Uchiha Jin, how dare you destroy the gate of our clan?" When she saw that it was Jin, Abarame Shui first raised her eyebrows, and then anger followed. "This is the territory of the Abarame clan. It's their private territory. But I didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant." As soon as he finished speaking, the dark green parasitic insects in his sleeves suddenly rushed out. Buzz buzz buzz. Soon, a swirling cloud of insects formed in front of him. The terrifying buzzing sound instantly filled the entire courtyard. It makes people's scalps tingle. He also saw quite a few Uchiha clan members and quickly closed his Sharingan. "If I keep reading, I'll get trypophobia. Except for Yin." He tilted his head as if he had heard a joke. "Breaking in by force? When did Konoha's territory become privately owned?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand. With 5 fingers spread out, he slapped the terrifying dark green cloud of insects. Bagua empty palm, air cannon. Phew! Buzz buzz buzz. The poisonous insects swarmed densely and quickly surrounded the air cannon. Rustling. Just like chewing leaves, he ate up the palm completely. Seeing the scene, Abarame Shui breathed a sigh of relief. "After all, you are young and don't know the strangeness of the poisonous insects of my Abarame clan." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but straighten his chest. He said with great pride, "Uchiha Jin, if you retreat now, I can help you sort out the accounts. But please understand, this is the Abarame clan." Buzz! Almost at the moment he finished speaking, dozens of senior ninjas behind him simultaneously burst out with strange waves. Clouds of insects emerged and intertwined. Almost instantly the air is completely blocked. The threat is very obvious. "Insect, be careful not to be poisoned." Yin raised his eyebrows, and an invisible wave spread out around him instantly, covering an area of 100 meters. The insects of the Abarame clan were also enveloped by this wave. Almost instantly, the dark green cloud of insects, which was originally fierce and poisonous, came to an abrupt halt. It's like the pause button has been pressed. The crazy buzzing suddenly disappeared. The swarm began to panic. The originally dim poisonous light on their shells became dim and thin at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many insects were poisoned to death after coming into contact with other people's insects. Click, click, click. At this moment, a dense cloud of insects fell to the ground, struggling to die. Entry, perception field, blue, can reduce surrounding poison resistance. The toxicity of the poisonous insect remains unchanged, but its resistance to poison decreases. As a result, it is naturally killed by the poison of its own kind. How so? Aberame Shui's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel that the connection with the swarm was becoming sluggish and blurry. What's even more terrifying is that countless poisonous insects in the tribe were poisoned to death. What is going on? Could it be that someone has delved into the Poison King? He frowned and desperately urged his chakra to try to mobilize the swarm of insects to escape. This kind of death is really too weird. But before he could make a move, he saw Jin reach out his hand again. Show me your face, little darling. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, a burst of purple nano-sized bugs emerged, heading towards the huge dark green cloud of insects that was powerful enough to poison and kill dozens of senior ninjas in an instant. Nanoscale poisonous insects. He declines and I grow. The advantage is mine. Quack quack. Soon, the cloud of insects collapsed completely like a sand castle blown away by a strong wind. Countless parasites that had lost their toxicity and control were torn into ashes. The secret technique of controlling insects that the Aberame clan was so proud of seemed like child's play at this moment. Seeing this scene, the entire Aberame family was stunned, with only boundless fear and confusion in their eyes. Dead silence. Who is playing with bugs? Aberame Shui was dumbfounded. He watched as his poisonous insects were cleaned away like tiny shrimps. There was confusion and puzzlement in his eyes. I was actually crushed by other poisonous insects. This has never happened in the more than 30 years since he mastered the poisonous insects. The most important thing is, the one who cast the other poisonous insects was from the Uchiha family. When did the Uchiha family stop playing with eyes and fire escape and start playing with bugs? And he's even better at it than him. Just as I was in a daze, a voice came from the other side again. The Aberame clan assassinated the young Uchiha clan leader, intending to provoke civil unrest in the village. Give it to me, take it. Yin's voice remained calm, as if he was just brushing off the dust from his sleeves. But what he said was chilling. A large clan of Konoha was taken down so easily? Yes. After hearing the voice, cold light flashed in the eyes of the second elder of the Uchiha clan. The three scarlet Megatama kept spinning. The anger that had been suppressed all night finally found an outlet. He has been unhappy with the Aberame clan for a long time. He actually dared to make the Uchiha people wait outside for so long that he deserved to die. Immediately, his figure turned into a scarlet afterimage and instantly rushed into the main hall. Aberame Shibi reacted quickly and formed seals with her hands in an attempt to cast a final defensive insect wall. However, after he finished, he suddenly realized that his drug addict was gone. Where did you come from, this poisonous insect? He took a deep breath, and his originally hard attitude unconsciously softened a lot. Bugs are the area that he, or the entire Aberame family, is best at. Result: crushed by an Uchiha. He has no pride at all. However, he thought that his surrender would change the situation. But what followed was undisguised ferocity. Bang! A small hand suddenly grabbed his throat. Jin's expression seemed to be the same as before, he just looked at him indifferently. His right hand was slightly clenched. Crunch! There was a harsh sound when the palm rubbed against the neck. Chief, stop it, damn it. You want to destroy the Uchiha clan. Fight them. Jin's action instantly angered all the members of the Oil Girl tribe. Especially the several Aberame Jonin. Poisonous insects of various shapes emerged from his sleeves again and pounced on Jin. They no longer cared about anything else and rushed out. Some people gathered the insects again, while others held kunao and prepared to fight. But all they got in response was a pair of indifferent eyes. Are you sure you want to do it? Jin's voice, still carrying the aura of youth, sounded quietly. Not big, but to everyone's ears it sounded like thunder, rumbling. Ugh. Aberame Shiwi groaned under the heavy burden, but she still spoke to stop him. Slow down. Rebellion? He might have actually considered it before. The Aberame clan is different from other clans and relies more on bugs. With so many bugs, he was sure that even Danzo could resist them. But now, in the face of absolute power, the pride of the Aberame clan is like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No match. It was only at this time that he finally understood why the third Hokage was so proud. I didn't give in so easily last night. There wasn't even a real fight. Suddenly, he thought of the Monkey King who had appeared and mysteriously disappeared last night. Perhaps, the disappearance of that ape demon lord was not due to physical discomfort or injury. But was he scared away? Muttering to himself, he looked again at the boy in front of him who was just as tall as his neck. There was only horror in his eyes. And fear. It is hard to imagine that this is a fear that even the third Hokage has never had. That's why he organized his people regardless of the consequences. The war is about to break out. The Aberame clan members were dissatisfied with their actions, but the Uchiha clan members were even faster. Swish, swish, swish. Almost in an instant, dozens of pairs of Sherinon appeared. Fire style, great fireball technique. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. He started with fire release and headed towards the Aberame clan that was rushing towards him. Boom boom boom. The roar of ninjutsu, the collapse of buildings, and shrill screams were intertwined together. The defensive barrier of the Aberame clan's territory seemed as thin as paper. Less than 5 minutes. The entire tribe was engulfed in fire. The core area of the original Oil Girl clan's territory also began to ignite in flames under the watchful eyes of countless families. Click, crackling. The sounds of collapse and crying filled the air for a moment. The entire tribe was in ruins, and the resistance was completely crushed. Jin threw the Aberame Shui to the ground, looking down at him. The sunlight shone through the smoke and dust, outlining a cold outline on his small figure. "It seems the pride of the Aberame family," he said in a voice as flat as if he were commenting on the weather, "is as vulnerable as your bugs. Second elder, inventory all warehouses, account books, secret keys. Arrest the root members. If there are any who are hiding and not reporting." Having said this, he paused, looked around, and his voice clearly spread throughout the silent courtyard. "Treat him as a traitor to the village and kill him on the spot." The last 4 words were filled with a chill that penetrated the bones. After saying that, the mind moved slightly. Nano-level poisonous insect manipulation, blue, buzz. An invisible command was issued. The purple nano-sized poisonous insects quickly scattered. Phew. Soon, in the corner of the Aberame clan, the cuffs of a ninja wearing a mask and sunglasses suddenly exploded. Inside, the mask of the roots is clearly hidden. The young ninja's arm instantly turned black and swollen. Before he could say anything, he foamed at the mouth and fainted. Brush. Seeing this, the discerning Uchiha clan members quickly suppressed it. This scene made all the Aberame people feel angry, but no one dared to speak again. "I can only watch my tribe members being taken away." As expected, political power comes from the barrel of a gun. Yin withdrew his gaze and did not linger. He turned and walked towards the Nara clan. In order to completely consolidate the Uchiha clan's position in Konoha, other clans can be conquered by force, but only the Nara clan. To some extent, the father and son are a pair of SSRs. Nara clan. The core of the clan is very quiet. It was so quiet that you could even hear the sound of pine needles falling to the ground. Crash. But at this moment, a hurried figure flashed by. High in the mountains. There was still a hint of impatience on his face. The Nara people are no longer surprised by this. As one of the 3 tribes of pig, deer and butterfly, they have a close relationship with the spirit race. What's more, the patriarchs of the 2 tribes have a very good personal relationship. I'm no longer surprised by this kind of behavior of people barging into my door. Tap tap tap. Soon, Yamanaka Hai walked into the courtyard. It is extremely simple and rustic, with a lingering aroma of tea. His best friend, Nara Shikaku, was kneeling in the main seat with a calm expression, just fingertips, unconsciously stroking the edge of the warm teacup. Across from him, Akimichi Choza was unpacking a new package of several strips. "Hi, why are you like this?" Noticing the appearance of Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku's movements paused slightly. Then he was speechless. Hearing this, Yamanaka Inoichi was silent for a moment before he smiled bitterly and said, "The Aberame family is finished. Uchiha Jin is too terrifying." His voice was dry. His face still showed the fatigue of surviving the disaster, as well as a hint of fear that was hard to conceal. At this moment, when he came out, the family land in the mountains was still smoking. The young boy's indifference and decisiveness were like an icy blade hanging over the heads of the mountain clan. There is really no other choice but to come here to seek Lu Ju's help. Sizzle crack. Hearing this, Ding Zhou groaned and stuffed a handful of potato chips into his mouth. Chew extra hard. It seemed that what he was talking about was not potato chips, but a kind of uneasiness that Uchiha Jin brat is not a human. There was still a slight tremor in his voice. Obviously, last night's battle left an indelible impression on him. "It's a human." Luju took over the conversation, poured another cup of tea, and said clearly, "It's just that the power he wields is not on the same level as us." After saying this, he suddenly raised his eyes. His eyes passed through the courtyard and fell outside the wall. "It seems that I can see the small figure walking towards here. Power isn't scary. What's scary is power held in the hands of a calm yet insane person. This young man from the Uchiha family might become a figure similar to that one." Having said that, he was silent for a moment. He glanced at the other 2. After noticing that the 3 of them remained silent and didn't refute him, he continued, "And Siwi, you just don't understand this degree." Not far away, he could already see the thick black smoke rising from the Aberame clan. As for why? The answer is obvious. And just as he finished speaking, despair, despair, despair. Suddenly, clear footsteps were heard outside the door. From far to near, neither fast nor slow. Wooden shoes made a slight sound as they stepped on the stone path covered with pine needles. Every step seemed to be stepping on the tense heartstrings of the 3 patriarchs. They looked at each other and immediately realized one thing: someone was coming. And he is the person described in their lipstick. Squeak! The gate of the courtyard slid open quietly. A small figure appeared at the door. The morning light shone down, making the black of the Uchiha clan uniform appear even darker. The person who came was Uchiha Jin. There was no expression on his face at this moment. There was just a hint of tiredness. At a young age, he started staying up late to work overtime. However, when Jin's calm eyes swept over them, Lu Ju and the other two suddenly felt an invisible pressure suddenly descending upon them. This. Akimichi Choza and Nara Shikaku looked at each other and their expressions froze. They had only felt this kind of pressure from the third Hokage. Next to him, Yamanaka Heiichi shuddered all over and quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at him. The scene not long ago is still vivid in my mind. In his mind, Yin has been labeled as invincible. Chief Nara. Jin didn't look at the other two, but instead focused his gaze directly on Lu Ju and got straight to the point. The Konoha Financial Management Committee needs a brain that can truly sort out the accounts, put things right, and catch the termites in Konoha. His voice was not loud, even a little light, but every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting Heii's heart, especially the word termite, which made his face turn even paler. Isn't this a hint at their mountain tribe? Beside, when he heard this flower, Lu Ju was obviously stunned. He originally thought that Uchiha Jin's purpose of coming here was similar to before. Use force, flex muscles, win over and coerce. But now after hearing what Yin said, it seemed like he was thinking a little too much. So, after taking a deep breath, Shikaku put down his teacup and slowly stood up. He was humble, but not servile. Lord Jin, the Nara clan is willing to cooperate, but, as he spoke, he raised his head and looked directly into Yin's eyes. To clean out termites, you need a sharp knife, but governing Konoha, especially its long-standing financial problems, requires more than just a sharp sword. We also need a clear map. Otherwise, wherever the blade points, it might not be a cancer, but the very foundation of Konoha. Having said this, Lu Ju stopped talking. He just stared into Yin's eyes, watching his expression change. Lu Ju was testing. Or in other words, it is demonstrating his value. The brain of the Nara clan is this Venus map. Others don't know it, but he is the right-hand man of the third Hokage and also a close friend of the fourth Hokage. Nara Shikaku has long been dissatisfied with Konoha's accumulated problems. It's just a pity that he can't touch the people who control the finances of Konoha village. But now, listening, Yin's eyes turned slightly, but he didn't answer immediately. He just glanced at the account book roaring in front of Shikaku and walked over. Sit down. Isn't it just a test on yourself? He casually flipped open the thick copy of the account book. Crash. The pages turned like ripples on the water, clear and melodious. Buzz. Looking at the densely packed numbers and entries, his eyes moved rapidly. Maybe others will regard it as the number of days, but, with the ability to keep accounts in his previous life, he found it very easy. These account books are too simple. Buzz buzz buzz. Especially after activating the Sharingan and Byakugan, not only does his eyesight become excellent, but his thinking also becomes unusually clear. Soon, some useful content was sorted out from the countless information. The route withheld 40% of the A-rank mission reward. The person handling it was Shinura Danzo, and the purpose of the transaction is unknown. For 3 consecutive years, the Wind Country's border patrol subsidies were inflated by 30% of their numbers, passed through Koharu NEI, and ultimately flowed into his family's assets. Since 3 years ago, the amount of pensions for the orphans of the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion has only been 30% of the approved amount, with the difference laundered by the Abarame clan. Uchiha Jin's voice was very calm, but with every sentence he read, Hai and Dingzuo's expressions became uglier. This information is the core content that has been deliberately concealed under countless trivial accounts. Nara Shikaku was able to sort it out because he had been tracking it for a long time, but he just didn't point it out. But how did Jin, who just got the account book, figure it out? Could it be that the Uchiha clan has also been paying attention to these things early on? Jin ignored their shock and closed the account book after looking at it for a while. He stretched deeply. A faint smile flashed in his eyes as he asked, Chief Nara, are the veins you're talking about holes gnawed by termites, or what are the true meridians of this great tree in Konoha? There was no trace of the naivete that a teenager should have in his words. Instead, it looked more like a veteran in his 30s who pierced that thin membrane. Lu Ju's heart was shocked. Yin's reaction was beyond his expectations. What the other party asked was actually a disguised question to himself: the network map controlled by the Nara family. Is it a loophole in the old order or the foundation of a new order? Shikaku was silent. For a moment, I didn't even know how to answer. I just feel my heart pounding. He had witnessed Jin's power with his own eyes, and had also heard about the absurdity of Uchiha Jin in the courtyard. I even saw with my own eyes the 2 Uchiha brothers chasing a dog, one in front and the other behind. But I never thought that this young man, whose heart is hidden under his powerful strength and absurd behavior, is so sharp. At this moment, even the third Hokage, who had persisted for decades, was unknowingly forgotten in the corner. He wants to try it. Any changes in breathing? In Jin's perception field, he clearly sensed the fluctuations in Lu Ju's breath. He immediately stood up and continued, the root of Konoha has never been Danzo or those two advisors, let alone the third Hokage. It's something that can help the tree survive and live better. Money, tasks, and ultimately people and money, these are the real roots. After several great ninja wars, what were they fighting for? What we're fighting for is people and money. Jin spoke these words with such force and power that they were truly thought-provoking to the listeners. In the morning light, this small figure exudes unquestionable majesty. After a long time, he slowly turned around and looked at Lu Ju. I'll give you two choices. First, hand over a clear vein map and help me find and crush all the blood-sucking bugs. You, Nara Shikaku, will be the financial advisor to the Konoha Finance Committee. After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment, his eyes swept over Hai-Yi and Dingzo beside him, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Second, take this map and the secrets of these termites and rot together in the graves of the pig, deer, and butterfly tribes. The air froze instantly. Click, click, click. As soon as these words were spoken, before Nara could say anything, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza could no longer hold back. A big question mark appeared above the two people's heads. Not a buddy? What does Lu Ju's problem have to do with our two families? Under this invisible pressure, the two of them quickly turned to look at Shikaku. His eyes were filled with tension and urgency. Promise it now. Although this is a token of a complete break with the old forces, the power is still considerable. Konoha Financial Advisor. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the second best person in Konoha. Crunch. Facing the gazes of the three people, Lu Ju's hands behind his back were clenched until they turned white. Fine beads of cold sweat began to seep out of his forehead. These two choices are clearly distinct. There is no middle ground. Or become the core think tank of Uchiha Jin's new regime, or become an insider who gets run over. How to choose? Call outside the window, a gentle breeze blew, blowing a few pine needles. It swirled and floated in against the wind. Finally, Lu Ju let out a long breath and nodded. In an instant, the three tense shoulders in the room relaxed. It's like a huge burden has been lifted. Call. It's okay, it's okay. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza patted their chests and silently raised their thumbs. Survived the disaster. As for Lu Ju, he simply bowed deeply to the figure who was a head shorter than him. An unprecedentedly respectful attitude, Master Uchiha Jin. Nara Shikaku, I am willing to serve as Konoha's financial advisor. Not a single termite here can escape. As the words fell, there was no more hesitation in his eyes, only the calmness and sharpness belonging to the Nara clan. Then he turned around and took out a scroll from the inner room that was much thicker than the one on the table. This is Konoha's record of all unusual capital flows, handlers, and final destinations over the past 20 years. All located here. As he spoke, he presented the scroll with both hands and said in a deep voice, This is the real vein map. Real? The real vein map? Yamanaka Inoichi and the other man widened their eyes, as if they were meeting a good friend for the first time. How come they don't know this? And Yin took it and weighed it. Slightly heavy to start with. A faint chakra fluorescence flowed on the surface of the scroll. Obviously there was a complex seal. Very good. He grinned, with a hint of appreciation in his voice. From this moment on, Konoha's purse will belong to you. I want to see rivers of blood flowing in Konoha, but of course, I also want to see the return of money and grain to the warehouse. After saying that, he turned and left. Only 3 people were left behind him, and they remained silent for a long time. The sun is shining. The sun is shining. Lu Ju held the cold tea in his hand and looked at Jin's back with complicated eyes. He knew that if he handed over the scroll, the Nara family would be completely tied to the Uchiha clan, a giant ship in the turbulent sea. Will it ride the wind and waves, or hit the rocks and sink to the bottom? He doesn't know. Ding seat, high 1. After a long time, Lu Ju said in a hoarse voice, Notify all the families that are dependent on us. From today on, fully cooperate with the Uchiha. Konoha. It's time for a change. Okay. Okay. Yamanaka Hai nodded slightly, his expression complicated, but he didn't say much. Akimichi Choza fiercely chewed the last of his potato chips and muttered, Got it. Anyway. Following your brain is better than following a bug and dying. The sky gradually brightened. The situation in Konoha village also changed drastically overnight. Uchiha clan territory. A small figure Shokurehi hurriedly changed his clothes and ran while saying anxiously, It's over, I'm late. Why did you sleep so soundly yesterday? Little Suzuki obviously didn't remember what happened yesterday. He only focused on rushing towards the ninja school. Click. But as soon as he reached the gate of the clan territory, he saw Uchiha Jin leisurely with his hands in his pockets. This instantly eliminated the anxiety on his little face. The jogging figure also stopped immediately. He put one hand in his pocket and walked forward unsteadily. When they passed each other, Jin chuckled softly and said, "Suzuki, if you don't hurry up, you'll be late." Hearing this, Suzuki glanced at him with disdain. She raised her head proudly and said nonchalantly, "I'm late, so be it that if it weren't for my father's request, I wouldn't go to that crappy school." As he spoke, he raised his head high and pointed his nostrils towards the sky. Even the pace was deliberately slowed down by 3 points. Clan territory, 100 meters away. When it realized that no one was watching behind it, its little face immediately turned into a bitter one. He ran out in a flash. The speed was so fast that even Parker couldn't keep up. What at Sundara second pillar Itaki is the eldest, I'm the second, so Suzuki becomes the third pillar. Jin lay on the wall, took a look from afar, and shook his head. Sanzuzi is too ugly, not as good as Sandazi. Mumbling something, he rolled over and lay flat on the top of the wall. With arms stretched out, the whole person forms the shape of a Chinese character tie and basks in the sun. The fatigue of the past few days slowly surged into my limbs at this moment. Sleep, just sleep. Slowly, in the drowsy state, a strange reminder suddenly sounded in my mind. It was detected that the host spent 6 years to change the fate of the genocide, and the 6-year reincarnation, 7-year itch, entry was successfully transformed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level entry 66S, color, Konoha border. At the foot of a dark and dry rocky mountain, the atmosphere also seemed a bit depressing. You're finally healed, Itaki. Obito, wearing an orange spiral mask, slowly emerged and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go, I'll take you to meet your teammates." In the shadow of the rock, Itaki tore off the bandages on his body and slowly raised his head. He didn't expect that the ugly guy with white body had such powerful medical ninjutsu. Of course, he didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. "Let's go. I hope you can stay here. For a while longer." Obito smiled playfully. As he finished speaking, his eyebrows moved slightly, and the space vortex in front of him twisted again, and was about to suck the two of them into the Shinwei space for transfer. But just when the vortex was about to close, something strange happened. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless flying needles as thin as cow hair and emitting a cold purple light were shot out. Without any warning, it burst out from the depths of the vortex in the divine power space. The speed was so fast and the angle was so tricky that it seemed as if it had been waiting for a long time, making it impossible to avoid. "Huh, what the hell is this?" Obito's pupils, which were exposed alone, suddenly shrank. My heart is full of doubts. The divine might dimension was his absolute domain, so how could such a seemingly inappropriate thing be emitted? Puff puff puff. The flying needle was extremely fast, leaving him no time to react. Obito could only subconsciously make his body hollow. But even so, a few poisonous needles still brushed against the edge of the materialized arm and passed by. Phew! The special material of Hong Yun's black robe was instantly corroded with charred holes. The skin that was touched felt a burning pain and numbness. This needle is poisonous. Call not only that, after the flying needle, a thick and insoluble purple poisonous fog followed. Buzz buzz buzz. The mist seemed to have life, and there was a faint buzzing sound that made your scalp explode. Only after looking carefully did I realize that this was not fog at all. It was clearly countless nano-poisonous insects that were difficult to see with the naked eye, wreaking havoc. Like a piranha smelling blood, it pounced directly on Obito and Itaki. Fire style, great fireball technique. Itaki's expression changed slightly, and after casting a fire escape, he quickly withdrew. At the same time, there was some doubt in his eyes. What on earth is this guy doing? I opened the space before and released half a river of water. Now, there are countless poisonous needles and poisonous insects? Could that great figure at the ancestor level really be like this? He now felt more and more that the Uchiha Madara in front of him was not himself. Don't use fire. Seeing Itaki using fire style, Obito yelled in frustration, "This damn thing explodes when it comes into contact with fire. The poison is all over my space, this is not good." As he spoke, he cursed in his heart, "Kakashi, what the hell do you think of my Kamui space, you bastard? He is going crazy. Shinwei space is his biggest trump card. At the same time, it also serves as a warehouse, filled with supplies collected over the years. But now, there are such strange and terrifying poisonous insects and poisonous needles collected inside? Such a large quantity. You really treat this place as a trash can, don't you? Phew." As his mood fluctuated, several poisonous insects penetrated the gaps in his hollow form and bit Obito's ankle hard. Sizzle. With a bang, the terrifying poison mixed with the nerve-paralyzing toxin burst out directly. Even though Obito's body was strengthened by Hashirama's cells, he still felt dizzy and excruciating pain. He swayed on the spot, and his movements slowed down by 3 points. The other side. Gaga flutter. The moment these poisonous insects and flying needles appeared, Itaki used his crow clone to get away directly. Then he looked at the miserable Obito, and the Sharingan in his eyes slowly turned. When released, will there be a moment of materialization? It seems that this so-called invincibility of Uchiha Madara still has weaknesses. It's these poisonous insects. He looked at the swirling purple poisonous fog and the swarm of nano-insects inside, and for the first time, solemnity and surprise appeared in his scarlet eyes. This method of controlling poisonous insects instantly reminded him of the Abarame clan. But how could the poisonous insects of the Abarame clan be so powerful? And he couldn't suddenly appear in the masked man's mysterious space. He was a little confused. What was even more surprising was that the figure of Yin suddenly appeared in his mind. Just as he was stunned, Obito on the opposite side made a quick decision and rushed out. He grabbed Itaki and ran away. Of course, the Shinwei space was not opened again. After these few times, he never dared to open the Shinwei space casually again. God knows what other surprises Kakashi has hidden. Buzz buzz buzz. As the two left, the fluctuations in this space gradually subsided. Only a purple patch remains covering the rocks, waiting for the next lucky person. Konoha, sunset. The orange-red afterglow fell for the first time after the chaos. The village was coated in a tired golden hue. 66S, lottery. Those who change their destiny can gain a different degree of reinforcement point every 6 days, 6 weeks, 6 months, and 6 years. Reinforcement points can be used to directly enhance entries. Everything goes smoothly? Strengthening points? See this message. Jin's eyes narrowed instantly. 4 big words popped up in my mind. Dark blue, add some. With this, the intercolumnar transformation of his wooden stump cells will probably be just around the corner, right? There will be no more lottery for the power of the nine-tailed fox. Would release to trap the nine-tailed fox? Plus the Uchiha family's ancestral Susanoo. He didn't dare to imagine how strong he must be. After a moment, Jin took a deep breath, turned sideways and closed his eyes. I just felt that the sunlight in front of me was particularly soft. This sleep was particularly sweet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was not until it was completely dark that he was awakened by a sound not far away from the clan territory. At this time, is there still someone outside the village? He looked at it in confusion, then walked over. Back mountain. Soon, Jin saw the yellow-haired boy who was constantly practicing the clone technique. Uzumaki Naruto. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is also the prophesied child of Konoha's future. But who could have imagined that the savior at this moment was just a last-place person who couldn't even learn the art of clone? At this moment, a playful and lazy voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, peeping is not a good habit, kid. Jin's pupils shrank slightly. Someone was approaching? Turn around suddenly. I saw a tall white-haired man sitting on the tree behind me. A wandering dragon should return to the sea. Even if the sea does not welcome me, I will come of my own accord. The moment he saw the man hanging on the tree, these 2 sentences popped up in Jin's mind. On the tree. The man's face was painted with 2 eye-catching red lines of paint, and the word oil was clearly engraved on his forehead. The long white hair was like a lion's mane, draped behind her. He was carrying an exaggeratedly large scroll on his back, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his bright red coat. There is only one person in the entire Naruto universe who wears this outfit. The legendary 3 ninjas, Gamma Sage Jiraiya. A true hexagonal warrior, and the only elder who has made countless people cry. Noticing Jin's gaze, Jiraiya touched his chin. He looked at the faint fluorescent energy field around Jin with great interest, then focused on the 3 megatama in Jin's eyes. He raised his mouth and bared his teeth in curiosity and said, Uchiha Jin, right? Tisk, 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 this field is interesting, and your eyes. Well, they're interesting too. His eyes seemed casual and his words were erratic, but his eyes had already scanned Jin's body over and over again. Almost at the first encounter, he found out a lot of information about Yin. Jin could feel a huge and gentle perceptual chakra faintly emanating from Jiraiya's body. He didn't say anything, but just stared at one of the most tragic characters in Naruto. He was also the only one who made the optimistic prince lose his mind for several days. Found a target to talk to. Jiraiya. Copyable entries are being parsed. Prophet, black, emotional creator, black, teacher, black, toad sage mode, gold, Mayaboku's and toad contract, purple, chaotic lion hair technique, blue, Raisnon, blue, toad oil flame bullet, blue, 3 black and 1 gold? When Yin saw these entries, his heart skipped a beat. In the past 6 years, except for a few versions of the game, there are rarely more than 2 black entries, and it's obvious that one of these 3 special entries is useless, and one is not very useful. Only the other Master of Prophecy is worth discussing. Jiraiya's disciples, Minato, Yahiko, Nagato, and Naruto, are all stronger than the other. As for why this person came back early, it is obvious that the 3rd Hokage is behind the scenes. The only one who could call Jiraiya back at this time was the old man who used the village as an excuse. Thinking of this, Jin remained calm and asked, Jiraiya-sama, I was just observing the village's property. To a certain extent, Naruto in the early days was Konoha's property. Property? Ha, funny kid. Jiraiya laughed and jumped down from the branch. But when did that kid become property? But you. He changed the subject and stopped laughing. His eyes also began to become playful. You're able to shake up the stagnant Konoha and make even Sarutobi-sensei feel intimidated. Boy, you're much more interesting than your stubborn brother. The brother that Jiraiya was referring to was naturally attacky. However, why not state your purpose right away? Yin was a little surprised. Judging from Jiraiya's expression, he doesn't seem to have any intention of taking action, and he also directly revealed the reason why he came back. This is even more interesting. Maybe the reason why Jiraiya left Konoha was not just because of Orochimaru? Or perhaps, the reason why this Sannin was disappointed with Konoha was not only because of the teacher, but also because of the various parasites in Konoha. Given Jiraiya's ability to gather information, there's no reason why he couldn't see the termites in Konoha. But because of the teacher, I can only turn a blind eye. There is hope. From this point of view, it is entirely possible to win over Jiraiya. Thinking of this, Jin didn't respond to Attaka's words, but changed the subject and said, I heard that you, one of the 3 ninjas, are good at fairy arts? Be a good teacher and work hard. Hey, your Uchiha family is actually starting to take an interest in senjutsu. Seeing Jin's eagerness to learn, Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he became interested. He habitually introduced it in an unfathomable manner. Immortal art. This is the supreme method of communicating with the heavens and the earth, and absorbing natural energy. In the ninja world, the toad magic of Mayaboku Mountain is particularly respected. Next, for 10 minutes, Jiraiya began to brag non-stop. From the origin of Mayaboku Mountain to the greatness of the 2 great toad sages, Fukazaku and Shima, finally, it discusses how difficult and powerful it is to practice immortal arts. He spoke a series of words with spit flying and hands gesticulating. It was not until a long time later that I saw the boy opposite me listening attentively. There was an inevitable flicker of something strange in Jiraiya's eyes. This brat from the Uchiha family is so patient? He seems to be really different from other Uchiha. Jiraiya didn't know that the reason why Jin was silent at this time was because he was waiting. 10 minutes of conversation time. Even if the chance is small, I want to try it. What if, by chance, the copy is used to withdraw the funds? Talking with Jiraiya for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic item, Mayaboku's in Toad Contract, purple. Effect, can summon the Mayaboku Mountain Toads. The more chakra you use, the greater the chance of summoning a powerful toad. Note: after activating this entry, you can choose to reverse the spiritual communication with Mayaboku Mountain. It turned out to be the art of spiritualism. After hearing the system prompt, a barely perceptible gleam flashed in the depths of Jin's eyes. By activating the entry, you can even sense the spatial coordinates and spiritual runes of the Mayaboku Mountain Holy Land in your mind. Even the mental fluctuations that establish contact with the Toad Clan are extremely clear. Quack, quack. In my ears, I could faintly hear the croaking sounds of toads, one after another. Jiraiya was still introducing himself eloquently. He had no idea that one of his biggest trump cards had been taken away by the quiet and studious Uchiha boy in front of him. Ha ha ha, so not everyone can learn immortal arts, only by being recognized by the great toad sage, using a strong will and datha? As he was talking, Jiraiya finally realized that something was wrong. He lowered his head and touched his chin, looking at Jin suspiciously and said, You kid, are you up to something evil? Jin smiled brightly. Wrong idea. No, I just think Mayaboku Mountain should have nice scenery. Jiraiya's feeling of something being wrong became stronger and stronger. It's a feeling that I can't describe. As if he had done something wrong. Then he saw the young boy next to him, who seemed to be making seals with his hands. This ancient mark and its mysteriously familiar aura made Jiraiya feel a little dazed. Could it be? Suddenly, an absurd thought came to his mind. Could this be the magic of the psychic toad? Subconsciously, he took out the scroll and started searching. After confirming that the last name was still Namikaze Minato, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It seems I'm just worrying too much. Bang. Spiritual calling technique, reverse summoning, boom. In an instant, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out in the night. In the center of the light column, a huge toad shadow could be vaguely seen flashing by. Then he swallowed up the ashes in one gulp. Stay where you are and return to peace. Only Jiraiya was left dumbfounded, and the scroll in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. After a full 30 seconds, he finally caught his breath and cried out in surprise, Mayaboku Mountain's reverse summoning. How could this kid do that? Could it be that boss Fukazaku and sister Shima are having an affair behind my back? Mt. Miyamu, between the strange peaks and rocks and the huge mushroom forest, there is a layer of light colorful mist. If someone is discerning, they will find that these mists are actually natural energy that is so dense that it is almost liquefied. In the distance, there was the faint roar of a waterfall and the croaking of frogs. Several green frogs as big as wash basins were basking in the sun comfortably by the waterfall. Buzz. At this moment, a golden beam of light suddenly tore through the space. Immediately afterwards, a small figure staggered out. Deng din din. After stumbling a bit, Yin finally stepped onto a slippery rock platform. This scene instantly attracted the attention of many little frogs. Wow, this toad is so ugly, there are no bumps on its back. What toad? This is a human, a real human. Human, could this be Master Jiraiya's new disciple? What disciples? They are human beings, upright people. They gathered together and watched Jin chatting with each other. But soon, because of their identities as humans and disciples, the two little guys started fighting. Ember. The toads of Mayaboku Mountain are really lively. He curled his lips and looked around. In the ethereal air, you can hear the sound of frogs. This is the sacred place of Mount Mayaboku. It is also the birthplace of the oldest immortal arts. Looking around, it was hard to describe the expression on Yin's face, a bit of novelty, a bit of complexity, and a bit of surprise. It seemed different from the Mayaboku Mountain he had imagined, but it also seemed to be consistent. This is Mount Mayaboku. After pondering for a moment, he took a deep breath. Boom! With just one breath, he inhaled unimaginable, surging natural energy. It penetrates into the body through the pores of the mouth. This power is far more violent and heavier than the chakra normally refined by the mind and body. So after sensing this natural energy, he subconsciously mobilized his chakra to match it. But even so, the skin and limbs are still becoming stiff. It's like petrification. Petrification will only occur after absorbing the energy of immortal arts. He only took 2 breaths and was petrified. Jin frowned and looked down again and again. After I breathed in that breath of natural energy, something seemed to be different. The breath enters through the lungs and finally flows downward along with the chi and blood. Coo. This feeling is, he looked down and his face darkened instantly. My feet are stiff, and even my finger joints are somewhat unable to move. Sure enough, he was petrified. He could feel the powerful energy outside still flowing into his body. If it weren't for some advanced wood-release cells and the powerful spirit of the Mangekyo, he would have been assimilated into stone by natural energy by now. Jin was a little confused. Logically speaking, one shouldn't need to spit toad oil on the skin to understand nature. Can we absorb natural energy? What's going on with him? While hesitating, he first casually performed a flying thunder god technique. Then he released the restraints and directly activated the Mangekyo and would-release cells. Since I can't stop it anyway, I might as well let it go. Click. Soon, he heard crackling sounds coming from inside his body. This body seemed to be undergoing some kind of profound transformation under the impact of violent natural energy. The cells in the body are rejoicing, but are also suffering from tearing pain and happiness. Oh, thoughtful little guy. At this moment, an old but powerful voice suddenly came from the side. I saw a short old toad wearing a blue jacket and holding a pipe squatting on a huge lotus leaf at the edge of the platform. His weathered frog eyes were now looking at Yin in surprise and suspicion. Especially after Yin saw that Yin absorbed natural energy with every breath, his pair of frog eyes instantly widened several times. The vicissitudes and wisdom in his eyes turned into clear stupidity. This. Can you sense natural energy without toad oil? Could this little guy be the son of nature? Even Minato, the son of prophecy, more than 10 years ago, applied the oil for a month when he was sensing the power of nature, right? How difficult is force of nature? As a second-generation immortal clam, he naturally knew it. Even with the personal instruction of the toad immortal, it still took him a lot of time and energy to sense the natural energy. But what about now? This human boy, who came for the first time, just stayed a little longer. Just absorb the natural energy. And because there is too much natural energy, signs of petrification appear. This is simply ridiculous. Thinking of this, Fukazaku Sento dropped his pipe. Under the clothes, a dense layer of bumps appeared on the back. And without the mark of the toad contract, he can use complete reverse telepathy. There seems to be wood release in the body and the same fluctuations as that Minato kid. However, when they saw the spell cast by Jin, the 2 toad eyes widened again. He finally guessed the identity of the boy in front of him. Little guy, are you the descendant of that Minato kid? Yin, me? He looked at the immortal Fukazaku with a dazed look in his eyes. How does this tie together? Isn't he a blackhead? He immediately looked up and showed a pure smile. His face also had the sincerity of a young man. Fukazaku sage, my name is Uchiha Jin. Quack. Several little frogs were frightened by the name and jumped far away. Obviously, even in the sacred place of Mount Mayaboku, they knew the name of the Uchiha. Uchiha, he's not the descendant of Minato's kid. Senin Fukazaku picked up the pipe from the ground and rubbed it. The pair of frog eyes that had seen through countless years were staring at Yin. The solemnity that had been put aside resurfaced. He said in a deep voice, the Uchiha family's brats are not allowed to appear in Mayaboku Mountain. But now that the immortal Fukazaku is here, Jin scratched his head and grinned softly. Why don't you teach me the magic? Although I don't know if I can get the entry by chatting with Toad. But what if? As the father of the underworld boss of Mayaboku Mountain, the entries on Fukazaku Sage are definitely not ordinary. You are not the man of destiny, so please leave. This time, Fukazaku Sennin neither replied nor refused. He just stretched out his little toad claws and lifted them up suddenly. Fall. Call. In an instant, a sticky, dark brown toad oil with a pungent smell appeared out of thin air. It's like a giant brown python that has come to life. It looked like a monster made of rocks, smashing down on Yin. It is an attack, but it is not an attack. If Jin cannot stop it, it will naturally be because he cannot withstand the natural energy, turned into a stone frog or thrown out. And if you can resist, this is the first step in practicing magic in Mayaboku Mountain, applying toad oil. It can absorb a lot of natural energy without the help of oil. If a cultivator's perception of natural energy were magnified, how exaggerated would Uchiha Jin be? Thinking of this, Shenron Fukazaku even felt a little bit of anticipation. He also wanted to see if there was any limit to the magic of Toad Mountain. Want to explore the bottom? This toad is really decisive if he pushes people into a desperate situation just because they disagree with him. The moment the toad oil rushed down, Yin felt his scalp explode. If you can't react in time and can't keep up with the natural energy, you will really turn into stone. So, without any hesitation, he glared with his left eye. Shinwei, transfer. Boo. In an instant, most of the large amount of toad oil was transferred away. Only a little bit fell on him. It was like a sudden downpour, falling down. Buzz. Even though it was only a quarter of toad oil, it felt like a suppository when it fell on his body. The pores are more transparent. The natural energy that originally surged into the body like a tide, under the catalysis of toad oil, instantly turned into a violent tsunami. The natural energy of the entire Mayaboku Mountain seemed to be drawn here and began to move towards here. Hiss. Sensing something was wrong, Jin gritted his teeth and tried his best to squeeze out the vitality from every cell in his body. Pair it with mental strength and readily available chakra. Ding, the host's would release cells are detected to be overloaded, high purity would release cell transformation rate plus 10%, boom. Under the pressure of this natural energy, Yin's small body was almost torn apart. Coo. Soon, visible bumps began to appear on the surface of his skin. This is frogification. It is both a sign of the initial stage of practicing the magic arts at Mayaboku Mountain and a sign of inadequate practice of the magic arts. Sizzle. During this process, thick white steam began to rise from the surface of his body. On my face, the pimples caused by toad oil appear and disappear from time to time. It seemed as if the whole person was constantly struggling between petrification and flesh and blood. Opposite. Ha, you found the balance so quickly. Sage Fukazaku took a breath of natural energy. There was a gleam of light in Frog's eyes. This little brat actually managed to withstand the first wave of the toad oil and high concentration natural energy? This is the most difficult step in practicing immortal arts. It is also the step that is most likely to petrify. For hundreds of years, he had never seen anyone succeed in cultivation without any instruction, but it was obvious that the yin in front of him had achieved initial success. As long as we continue to develop steadily, we may be able to fully master the art of corpse touching in just 1 month. This discovery. It even made Shen Zhuoxianren feel as if all his years of hard training had ended up as useless as a dog. In that case, then, let's make it a little more difficult for you. After pondering for a moment, the toad mouth of the immortal Fukazaku opened into a strange arc, and waved its little claws again. Boom! Not far away, a huge waterfall with a diameter of more than 10 meters roared and changed its direction. Like the Milky Way rolling back, it brought with it even more intense natural energy and smashed down on Jin. Toad oil is just an appetizer. This waterfall is a true collection of natural energy. Meditate, feel nature, find balance in destruction. Of course, Master Fukazaku did not just give up and still gave a reminder. His voice pierced through the deafening sound of water, like a huge bell. Jin's expression was shaken by the shock. But a powerful waterfall is coming. The violent water pressure and the natural energy contained in it are enough to crush ordinary elite ninjas into meat patties in an instant. Even if the Raikage, who is known for his physical body, came, he would be crushed. It seems I still need to continue improving my chakra comparison. Either lower your natural energy or raise it physically and mentally. But just as he was about to activate Shinwei, the system prompt sounded again. Talking with Jiraiya for 10 minutes, trying to copy the entry. Copyable entries are being parsed. Many children, many blessings, black, second generation sage, black, toad sage mode, gold, illusion, unbreakable, gold, sage technique, 2 lives, purple, sage technique, goman, purple, magic, toad singing, purple, hiss, Fukazaku Sennin's entry. Is a bit strong. Seeing the black light, golden light, and purple light on Fukazaku Sennin, Yin's eyes felt like they were about to be blinded by the light. What kind of toad is this? He is clearly a walking golden legend. These 2 black entries. He grinned and glanced at Shen Zhuoxianren with a playful look. It is worthy of being the existence that sowed the seeds of the entire mountain from one animal. There is really nothing wrong with the phrase, many children, more blessings. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic entry Toad Sage mode, gold. Effect, energy 1 level higher than chakra, comprehensively increasing the damage of the ninja body illusion. At the same time, the damage caused is often difficult to recover. Ember. I actually found the immortal entry from the immortal Fukazaku. After the night of genocide, his luck seemed to be getting better. I felt it just by chatting. He immediately stopped hesitating and directly activated the Toad immortal entry. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the entry was opened, the torrent of natural energy that was tearing at the body like an angry dragon suddenly became much clearer. Although still violent, it no longer causes petrification. Instead, it gathers in the body like energy. The first stage of Sage mode, completely stable. Boom! Under the waterfall. The signs of petrification on Jin's body eventually receded like the tide. Under the skin, lines of emerald green blood vessels glowed brightly. Interwoven with the golden energy, it forms a tough energy membrane. He was still bearing the impact of tremendous water pressure and natural energy. The body was also shaking violently. But his back straightened up little by little. Those scarlet eyes penetrated the water curtain and fell on the immortal Fukazaku, looking for balance. Amidst the roar of the waterfall, Jin's mouth corners gradually turned up, forming an arc as he said, "But I want to control it by force." After he finished speaking, he reached out and wiped the corners of his eyes. As the gesture and words were spoken, orange eye shadow quietly appeared. The pupils also turned into yellow horizontal bars. Seeing this scene, Fukazaku was stunned. This is. His white beard completely exploded, and he turned back to the mountain and said in a lost voice, "Honey, damn it, chakra has become different." After activating the Toad Sage entry, Jin clearly felt that the chakra in his body had changed. If the original power was just human strength, then what is flowing in the body now is immortal power. Every gesture and movement is filled with the power of heaven and earth. The power level soared dozens of times. This is truly transcendent power. Subconsciously, he activated the Uchiha's fire style and spit towards the waterfall not far away. Senjutsu, Great Fireball Technique. Boom! The original 10-meter fireball instantly grew several times larger. The power suddenly increased. The temperature of the flames also soared sharply, even scorching the distant waterfall, causing it to emit white smoke. The river that was originally roaring down suddenly became 3 times thinner without anyone noticing. This scene made the immortal Fukazaku dumbfounded. This is a waterfall that has accumulated for thousands of years. And it actually. Ugh, where did this little human come from? Stop it now. At the same time, Shima Senin, wearing a purple wig, arrived late. I was heartbroken after seeing a large amount of water evaporate from my own waterfall. He pointed his little finger at Jin and shouted, "Stop it now, Ember." Looking at the white mist rising in front of him, he smiled awkwardly. But I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Who would have thought that even a fireball that couldn't kill people could be so powerful? This is the magic of immortality. If I activate Sage mode and then activate the Mangekyo, and then use the wood release of the first generation Hashirama. Isn't this Hashirama and Madara? His eyes moved slightly, and the Sharingan that had been suppressed began to move. Susanoo Buddha? Susanoo is riding on the 9-tailed Buddha. Thinking of this, Yin immediately activated his kaleidoscope. The scarlet 666 and the horizontal pupils intertwined, vaguely like a blooming violet. Extraordinarily magical. Sizzle. At the same time, the eyeshadow that was originally concentrated around the eyelids changed. The orange-red fairy mask seemed like flowing liquid, gradually covering his little face. The longer it gets, the hotter it gets. The color also changed from orange-red to purple gold. There is also a faint hint of scarlet. Call whoosh. At a certain moment, the white clouds rising from the high temperature above began to rotate counterclockwise. In mid-air, an energy vortex with a diameter of 100 meters formed. Boom! Then, without any warning, it came downwards. The eyeshadow has become larger. And the absorption of natural energy has also become faster. Feeling the purple gold facial mask that continued to his chin, Jin couldn't help but feel a little surprised. As far as I remember, the smaller the mask, the more successful the Sage mode is? But why is he doing the opposite now? So much energy. At the same time, after noticing this scene, Senin Fukazaku once again showed horror on his small, old face. But soon a trace of worry emerged. "Stop it, Uchiha brat, you can't stand it. With so much natural energy pouring into my body, I'll definitely be petrified." He didn't want such an outstanding young man to turn into stone. As he spoke, he stretched out his little claws, ready to dispel the natural energy above. Fukazaku. Stop. But at this moment, an old, distant voice, as if coming from the end of time, suddenly sounded. There was no pre-swing, and no signs. Very abrupt. It feels like it's in my heart, and also like it's next to my ears. But the moment they heard that voice, Fukazaku and Shima froze in an instant, their voices completely choking. It's the Great Toad Immortal. After realizing this, the couple immediately bowed their heads respectfully and listened carefully, as serious as a primary school student. This voice can only come from that Great Toad Immortal who possesses the power of foresight, right? Jin's expression paused slightly, and he subconsciously looked up to search. The only person in Mayaboku Mountain who can be respected so much by these two old monks is the legendary giant toad sage. Also, an existence that witnessed the rise and fall of the entire ninja world. But unfortunately, he couldn't find it after searching around. Only the old voice continued to be heard from above. There was also a hint of barely perceptible fatigue and a strong sense of surprise. The eyes of change. The contract of Mount Mayaboku. Cannot bind you. Even I can't see clearly where you are going. Hearing this voice, the suspicion in Shima Senen's eyes, who had just arrived, turned into shock. Even the giant toad immortal couldn't see it clearly. What kind of existence is this? Could it be another legendary child of prophecy? She looked deeply at the boy with the mask on his face and suppressed her restless heart. Fukazaku, who was about to take action, rubbed his hands and silently put down his little paws. Finally, the little toad showed a very complicated expression on his face and sighed, "Boy, the predictions of the Great Toad Immortal have never been wrong. There has never been an existence that even the Great Immortal cannot see clearly. Perhaps these eyes will be different." As he said this, he looked into Yin's eyes. The yellow horizontal pupils that had changed due to the energy of the sage were faintly integrated with the Sharingan. Is this the eye of change? I have never seen such eyes before. He took 2 deep breaths, patted Jin's shoulder and exclaimed, "Use it well, Mayaboku-san. I acknowledge your so-called control." After he finished speaking, he paused. His tone also began to become serious. "However, the road of immortal arts is still long, and you are still very young. I think you will reach the top." It's true that Sen and Fukazaku didn't like Jin at first, although they in Mayaboku Mountain don't like the Uchiha family very much. But who can blame the fact that the child in front of him is so dazzling? He doesn't like Uchiha children, but genius teenagers are always easy to like, especially in Mayaboku Mountain. Especially this young man with a unique personality in front of me. The eye of change. To some extent, it did bring changes to Konoha. Yin bent down slightly. I couldn't help but think of Konoha. With the Uchiha clan's powerful military force and the leadership of big families like the Senju clan and the Inoshikacho clan, the stubborn bugs in Konoha should have been cleared out, right? The Shimura clan, the Abarame clan, the Yutaten clan, the Mito clan, and other clans have swallowed up money over the years, and it's time to return it to its original owners. Thinking of this, Jin raised his hand and asked softly, "Great Toad Immortal, I want to talk to you for 10 minutes, the longest lived being found in the ninja world today. The entries on the Great Toad Immortal must be more attractive than those on the Fukazaku couple. If you can chat for 10 minutes, you might be able to copy some terms that ordinary people don't have. For example, longevity." Unfortunately, he had just finished speaking. A reply came immediately from above my head. "Ahem. Time for a nap. Good night, kids. Whoever says so will sleep without any scruples." Ember. This big toad really runs away when he says he will. There is absolutely no way out. In this regard, he even thought of the big toad twisting his waist, stretching his arms and saying with disdain, "How about it? What else can I do? Mayaboku's in sacred place." The atmosphere was a little quiet for a while. Quack. An unknown little toad came hopping over and called out, sharp and piercing. After Jin casually kicked the toad into the lake, he wondered, what's the Great Toad Immortal doing? "I'm tired. The immortal is old." Without thinking, Fukazaku's Senin replied directly, and then quickly greeted him. "It's quite late, how about a midnight snack?" Night snack. Upon hearing these 2 words, the eyes of the immortal Shima next to him suddenly curved. Even the cold voice seemed to become much more cheerful, inviting, "Great, I caught a lot of good treasures today, so I can make a delicious meal." A sumptuous meal? Jin couldn't help but imagine a table full of flies, bugs, and wriggling high protein. In an instant, without thinking, he directly contacted the contract for reverse communication. Bang! His figure turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared. Alas, this child is so happy that he can't even maintain his spiritual connection. Sento Shima shook her head, turned around and happily called her children to eat. However, the immortal Fukazaku breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at Jin's departing back. Horror, so terrifying. When did such a brat appear in the Uchiha? I'm afraid even that little guy Jiraiya would have a headache, right? With hesitation, he turned and headed towards the residence of the Great Toad Immortal. Quack, quack, quack. After a while, looking at the eyes of the big Toad Immortal, which were closed but still moving, Shenzuo Immortal thought to himself that he was indeed pretending. Then he said softly, "Immortal, the little guy is gone." Gone. Hearing the voice, the Great Toad Immortal slowly opened his eyes. The old eyes were turbid and deep, but vaguely, there is also the wisdom that sees through everything, quietly emerging. This is the immortal who has survived for thousands of years. He stared into the endless void for what seemed like an eternity, muttering, "That little fellow is extraordinary. I see change and light in him. It seems that the ninja world is going to be in turmoil again." Change and light? The ninja world is not peaceful. After hearing these two short sentences, Toad Fukazaku's eyes perked up. Just when he was about to speak, he found that the big toad immortal was still asleep. This time, I really fell asleep. He was silent for a while. After a long while, an order was passed down. Uchiha Jin's contract has the highest priority. As long as we sense his call, all members of the tribe must put aside what they are doing and give their full support. Outside the Uchiha clan territory, in the dense forest, Jiraiya's brows gradually furrowed. The attention also shifted from Jin at the beginning to Naruto. Or rather, this was the reason why he agreed to let Sarutobi Hiruzen return to the village. After watching for a long time, he finally couldn't help but sigh. Is that Minato guy's child? Let go. At the end of the sight, after training for a while, the hungry Naruto drank a few sips of river water. Then he caught two small fish and skillfully grilled them and ate them. Not scaled or gutted. But even so, he still ate with gusto. Why don't you remove the scales and internal organs? It won't taste good. Jiraiya hesitated for a moment, but still walked over to remind him. The sound was not loud, but just loud enough for Naruto to hear clearly. He scratched his head, looked at the white-haired middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, and subconsciously asked, why do we need to remove the scales and internal organs? Because it will taste bitter, astringent and fishy. Jiraiya clenched his fists. But Naruto looked at the small fish, his eyes full of reluctance. If I remove it, the fish won't be full. Not full. These three words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Jiraiya's heart. It's hard to imagine that as an orphan of the Hokage, he wouldn't have enough to eat. He really wanted to ask what on earth Sarutobi-sensei was doing. Naruto didn't suspect anything and just shared his food optimistically. Uncle, do you want to eat it? I'll remove the scales and intestines of this one and grill it for you. With that, without even waiting for Jiraiya to respond, he began to clumsily and carefully pull off the scales. One piece at a time, carefully. Afraid of using too much force, he tore off half of the fish meat. This scene made Jiraiya's nose sore. What kind of suffering could create a child like this? Sarutobi-sensei. Oh no. It must be because of that old bastard Danzo who's persecuting me. He rubbed little Naruto's head lovingly. The palms are gentle and strong. Then, in Naruto's puzzled eyes, he whispered, do you want to learn the clone technique? Well, I want to. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened considerably, his blue pupils looking like crystal. The art of clones was simply his nightmare. The first lesson in the class was the three-body technique, but he couldn't even learn the simplest clone technique. However, many people in the class have already mastered the three-body technique. He didn't want to be the last one, so he had to come here to practice secretly. But the effect is minimal. But soon, the light in his eyes dimmed. But I can't learn it. Every time I split myself, my chakra becomes disordered. It's okay, I can help you master this power. Jiraiya smiled and looked at Naruto's abdomen. The idea of courage slowly grew. It is better to loosen than to block. The seal made Naruto too unfamiliar with the Nine Tails chakra. This is the root cause of his inability to control chakra well. So after just a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya made up his mind. His right hand shot out and pressed against Naruto's abdomen. Mysterious chakra burst out from between his fingers. Click! The seal is loose. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and the next second, red chakra suddenly burst out from his whole body. Insidious, evil, and violent. It's like a demon from the underworld, wanting to destroy everything. Roar! He raised his head and roared, and the rich chakra around his body slowly condensed into a tail. Then he began to frantically destroy everything in front of him. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand to block the attack and frowned. Just one tail and you're out of control. It seems that there is still a long way to go in teaching this child. After he finished speaking, he exerted a little force with his right hand and threw Naruto out. Thump! The huge inertia plus the chakra created a gully half a meter deep and more than 10 meters long on the ground. Now let me see how many tails you can withstand. Jiraiya grinned, then flashed and chased after him. Even if there are two more, I can easily suppress them. Click! Chakra gathered slightly under his feet, and he stepped hard on Naruto's head and said, little ghost, is this all the power you have? Phew! Puff puff! Then, the nine-tailed fox, whose head was stepped on for the first time, was unhappy. The next second, the crimson evil chakra erupted again. It was so powerful that it cleared out the trees within a radius of dozens of meters like a cannonball. Gulp! 1, 2, 3, 4.4 tails. Seeing the nine tails chakra tail emerging from behind Naruto again, the confidence on Jiraiya's face froze. It seems a bit out of control. This power is. Late at night, Fugaku returned home tired after a day of work, without even having time to drink a sip of water. His whole body suddenly looked towards the outside of the village. There, the evil chakra lit up half the sky red. Nine-Tails Chakra. Is the Nine-Tailed Fox Rebellion going to happen again? He murmured, and immediately summoned the tribe members to protect the tribe's land. He turned around and rushed forward first. Being so close, if something really went wrong, the Uchiha clan would probably be the first to suffer. Outside the village. No, this is the Kyuubi. This power must be the power of the Nine Tails. But is there something wrong with that kid Naruto? In the Sarutobi clan, the third Hokage, who had been depressed for 2 days, suddenly looked unhappy. He subconsciously wanted to rush out. But when his hand just placed on the wooden door, he suddenly stopped. His mind couldn't help but recall the night of the nine-tailed fox 6 years ago. So after hesitating for a moment, he silently retracted his outstretched hand, put it next to the bed, just lying there quietly, waiting. If you really encounter a nine-tailed fox rebellion and you can't handle it, won't you have no choice but to come to me for help? As he thought about this, his originally drooping back suddenly straightened up. You've just taken power, and something like this has happened. Uchiha Jin, how are you going to deal with this? Now in Konoha village, Uchiha Jin is at the center of the storm. Many of Konoha's wavering families chose to rely on it. He can't force it. But if the village suffers losses due to the Nine Tails getting out of control, those wavering small families will naturally think of Sarutobi Hiruzen. By that time, Konoha will still be under the control of the third Hokage. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen lay more comfortably. He even shook his head and hummed a little tune, which was rare. This power. Isn't right. At the same time, Nara Shikaku rubbed his temples, put the account book in front of him aside for the time being, and turned to look outside the house. It seems a bit like the power of the nine-tailed fox. It's not a resemblance, it's the power of the nine tails. Yamanaka Inoichi's mouth was filled with bitterness. Logically speaking, the nine tails Jinchuriki shouldn't go berserk. The nine-tailed man helps the rampage? Shikaku and Dingzo looked at each other, then quickly stood up and rushed over. Hey, you're going now. This is the Kyuubi, it'll be useless if we go. Yamanaka high-waved repeatedly, but his two friends not only ignored him, but walked further and further away. Seeing that the figure was about to disappear from view, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. I've been killed by you too. Tap tap tap. Soon, figures began to appear one after another on the streets of Konoha. Their goal is the same, the evil force outside the village. This is about the comfort of the village, so even if some families are dissatisfied, they will still take action. Of course, there are also some families that keep their doors closed. The life and death of Konoha has nothing to do with them. Bang! A burst of white mist was particularly dazzling in the night. Uchiha Jin's small figure appeared quietly. It's still in the same place. This kind of reverse telepathy seems quite practical. He looked at his familiar surroundings and sighed. But just as he finished speaking, his attention was suddenly attracted by a roar not far away. Boom boom boom. Ouch, if you keep doing this, I'm going to give you some pants to eat. Hiss, a slap in the face. How dare you slap me in the face, boy? Do you really think I, the Toad Immortal, am jealous? Ouch. Yin looked over. For a moment, some people were stunned. He knew both of them. Beast transformed Naruto, Jiraiya. He got up very fast, and when he came back he saw Naruto beating Jiraiya. And he beat me so hard, every punch was aimed at my face. He couldn't help but wonder, what did Jiraiya do? He actually made Naruto turn into a four-tailed beast directly. And even had a tendency to grow a five-tailed beast. If Jiraiya heard this, he would definitely cry. He didn't expect that Kyuubi was so easily teased. Just by stepping on the face, the nine-tailed fox suddenly sprouted four tails. But Naruto was still too weak at this time. The four tails chakra was already burning Naruto's skin, and Jiraiya didn't even dare to use bigger ninjutsu. This leads to the final result that they can only run away and panic when being chased. Of course, this is also a method. As long as Naruto can no longer hold on and falls into a coma, this power will naturally fade away. After looking for a while, Yin shook his head and leaned over. It's a method, but little Naruto is suffering too much. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After fighting for a while, he seemed a little tired. The skin on his body had been burned away, revealing the inner muscle fibers. Naruto, who had transformed into the four tails, took a deep breath. Inside the body, the violent nine tails chakra gathered frantically towards the mouth. The initial stage tailed beast ball, which was red to black, slowly took shape. Hiss, this is really out of control. Seeing the power of the tailed beast ball and looking at the village behind him, Jiraiya's face turned black. Psychic, Tojian. He could dodge this attack, but he couldn't dodge. Otherwise, the Konoha residents 100 meters behind him would definitely be hit by this attack. He didn't dare to gamble on how much power this attack would have left after 100 meters. So after hesitating for a moment, he quickly formed seals with his hands and summoned a toad to block his way. Bang! Tojian appeared with a giant pot lid on his back and an iron fork in his hand. Jiraiya, it's been a while. No, this is. He slowly opened his mouth and was about to say hello when he was suddenly attracted by the majestic presence behind him. Turning around, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his purple face. What a powerful aura, Jiraiya. You don't want me to fight him, do you? I'm rather stupid, I might not be able to defeat you. Toad Jian's voice was neither loud nor fast, but his meaning was very clear. Hearing this, Jiraiya patted his webbed feet and encouraged, "Don't worry, Gameken, you can definitely help me block this attack." "Yeah." Toad Jian wiped the sweat from his head and said slowly, "I try." He immediately took out the shield behind him and raised it in front of him with both hands. This shield is his greatest defense. Whoosh boom. Almost at the same time, the tailed beast ball the size of a wheel on the opposite side was condensed, coming straight towards Jiraiya and the other two. When the chakra ball, which was condensed to the extreme, passed by, even the air rippled. And it's extremely fast. In an instant, it hit Gameken's shield. Snap! The shield only lasted for a second before it shattered into pieces. "Oh no, we can't stop it," Toad Jian exclaimed and quickly used his body to block the village. But the powerful tailed beast ball melted his black vest before it even touched it. "Are you going to die?" Toad Jian's forehead was sweating, and he apologized. "I'm sorry, Jiraiya, I was too stupid." At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Toad Jian. He patted his big head and shook his head, saying, "Young man, don't underestimate yourself. This is the little brat from the Uchiha family?" After seeing Jin's figure, Jiraiya's expression turned cold and he hurriedly reminded, "This is the tailed beast ball. Its destructive power is far beyond that of ordinary ninjutsu. Get out of the way." At this time, the weakness of human power in front of the tailed beasts is particularly prominent. But it was Zilla who had caused the trouble, and he couldn't let it harm others. Still a genius. That's why he gave the reminder. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands and quickly shook the white hair behind him. The art of messing up the lion's hair. Rustling. In an instant, the white hair on the back of the head expanded and grew rapidly, like the hair on a lion's head. Her hair flicked and wrapped around the tailed beast ball like a vine. Soon, the wheel-sized one was completely wrapped up and turned into white autumn clothes. But Jiraiya did not look relaxed at all. On the contrary, his expression was still very solemn. After 3 breaths, the white ball began to expand rapidly. The white hair wrapped around the foreigner was straightened. A strand of hair was quietly broken. Click, click. Then the second one, the third one. The white hair that is strong enough to bind a mountain pales in comparison to the 4-tailed beast ball. Of course, the power of the tailed beast ball was also consumed a lot. During this process, Jiraiya didn't care about anything else and quickly shouted at the man in the clam, "Run, I can't hold on for too long." It can stop the enemy temporarily, but it cannot completely consume the tailed beast ball. Unless, get out of the way. So he could only urge the two of them to get out of the way. Puff! But just as he finished speaking, all the chaotic lion hair was broken, like a torn piece of cloth. The tailed beast ball inside is also clearly visible. Above, the fluctuating evil chakra even made Jiraiya's inside slightly hot. "Oh my god, it's so spicy. I finally got back home, but I'm afraid I'll have to stay in the hospital for 2 months." He screamed in frustration. He then gritted his teeth and prepared to take the tailed beast ball. "It's so powerful that even if you don't die, you'll have to lie down for 2 months. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly flashed. Even the void began to fluctuate. This is. Jiraiya's frown tightened even more. This kind of void fluctuation seemed familiar to him. It's the spatial fluctuation left behind when Minato used Flying Thunder God. But where does the spatial fluctuation come from at this time? The next second, he was stunned. The spatial fluctuations expanded rapidly, forming a vortex. The wheel-sized tailed beast ball disappeared the moment it came into contact with the whirlpool. That's right, just disappear. It's like disappearing into another space out of thin air. Crisis, disappear. This is space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya came to his senses and quickly turned around to look at Uchiha Jin. To be precise, he looked into Yin's eyes. Among the 2 people and 1 toad present, only one of them can use this kind of space-time ninjutsu, the Uchiha family's eye technique. As expected, your 3 Megatama are different from those of other Uchiha clan members. So, this is your Mangekyo Sharingan, right? After staring for a while, Jiraiya was shocked and became even more silent. The mood is a bit complicated, even a bit bitter. Mangekyo was just over 10 years old, and it didn't seem like a loss for Sarutobi-sensei to be defeated by him. For a moment, this hero actually felt a little frustrated, which was rare. Crash. At the same time, the ninjas in the village also arrived one after another. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze instantly focused on Jin, and worry flashed between his brows. The kaleidoscope in his eyes also began to spin. But when he saw the white-haired man next to Jin, he paused. Jiraiya-sama, why is he back? Perhaps, it's because the village has changed drastically. Behind him, a faint voice took over the conversation. Nara Shikaku and others followed. Behind them, more family ninjas were still pouring in. It stood between the village and the tailed beast Naruto. Seeing this, Fugaku decisively took a half step back and handed the position to Shikaku. In comparison, his judgment of the battlefield situation was indeed a bit poor. Luju didn't care about these things. After taking a look at the surrounding situation, he immediately said, "Is the sealing squad here? Prepare to perform the sealing technique. And the medical team is on standby." All Earth-style ninjas worked together to perform Earth Flow Wall. Soon, orders were issued one after another. On the outskirts of the dense forest, huge earth walls stretch across. When all this was almost done, Luju looked towards the center of the battlefield and reminded Master Jiraiya, "Master Jin, this place has been blocked. Please use your full power." He could see that both of them were tied up because of the village behind them. The little one from the Nara family, not bad. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the voice from behind. He then patted Jin's shoulder and said proudly, "Boy, I'll show you my strength." "Huh? What the hell is this?" Crash. But before he could finish his words, he found that several chains suddenly appeared in front of him. Golden chains. Above them, the rich aura of a seal was even stronger than any Jiraiya had ever seen. After taking a closer look, he paused. The toad's eyes narrowed into a line, and he cried out in shock, "Vajra-seal! Boy, do you have the blood of the Uzumaki clan?" This powerful sealing technique based on bloodline can basically only be performed by those of the Uzumaki clan, but the Uchiha clan obviously can't do that. After saying this, he quickly turned around and looked at Fugaku behind him, his eyes filled with hesitation and scrutiny. "Fugaku. I don't know why, but I always feel offended." But soon he had no time to think. In other words, the nearly 100 ninjas present all stared with wide eyes, especially Jiraiya. The eyes are sometimes big and sometimes small. He saw the four-tailed Naruto who was so arrogant just now and chased him away in fear. After seeing the King Kong blockade, his body trembled uncontrollably. That's right, I just trembled. Even the blood-red muscle fibers felt faintly trembling. It seems that these chains, in his eyes, are the devil. Sure enough, Julama has been taught a lesson by the Vajra-seal. Yin smiled slightly and waved his hand down. Boom! The three chains were like slender pythons, quickly wrapping around four-tailed Naruto. The golden sealing aura spread rapidly the moment of contact. Soon it covered Naruto's entire body. Ouch! The howling stopped abruptly. The four scarlet monster tails that were originally exposed slowly weakened, and Jin also slowly walked towards Naruto. Sand! 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 Finally, when Naruto lost consciousness and was about to fall completely, she gently reached out and picked him up. Looking at the little guy's festering skin, he sighed, reached out and tapped his brow, saying, "Kyuubi, come out and have a chat." Quiet. Silence. At this moment, the surroundings seemed to be still, without any sound. It looked like Yin was talking to himself. Seeing this, he raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly. "If you don't come out, then I'll go in and look for you." Nine-tailed fox. Roar. The next second, a violent roar tore through the night sky of Konoha. The voice was filled with raging rage of being offended. Even though he has lost his mind, the berserk-tailed beast Jinchuriki can still feel that he is being provoked. Naruto, who was already unconscious, was once again surrounded by red chakra. For scarlet chakra tails appeared instantly. The air crackled. The fifth tail, which had been stagnant, also quietly grew out, and broke through the chains of the Vajra-seal at the first moment. At this moment, the pair of blue eyes of Naruto who transformed into the four tails, which originally belonged to a human, now only had a beast-like desire for destruction, staring at Uchiha Jin. "Damn! Little brat! How dare you threaten me?" He uttered the word death with difficulty, and then suddenly raised his head. Whoosh! Boom! Another tailed beast ball quickly condensed and took shape in its mouth. More condensed than before. If the tailed beast ball before was just a wheel, then now it is comparable to the entire Volkswagen. The huge size brings even more terrifying power. The center is so dark that it seems to swallow up the light. Bo. The violent energy was compressed to the extreme, and even the air within a radius of 100 meters was violently pushed away, forming distorted ripples visible to the naked eye. This time, it will achieve its goal in one fell swoop. We must completely annihilate this Uchiha brat in front of us, and that annoying village behind him, wipe it off the map. Get out of the way, little devil. Realizing the power of the tailed beast ball, Jiraiya's scalp tingled and he roared loudly. He formed seals with his hands instantly, and his white hair grew again like a lion's mane, forming a drawing board standing in front of the tailed beast ball. The energy contained in this tailed beast ball far exceeds that of the previous one. Want to block hard? Toad Jian's shield is a lesson for us. Can only try to change the trajectory. Ember. Fugaku's Mangekyo Sharinan spun wildly, even leaving traces of blood. The purple rib shadow that is unique to Susanoo appears and disappears in the night. Be ready to charge at any time. Jin.do you have a backup plan? However, after seeing Yin's reaction, he quietly gathered himself together and stood where he was. Thinking of Jin's strength, Fugaku suddenly felt that he seemed to be worrying too much. Jiraiya didn't understand. How could he not understand? That person could easily control the third Hokage. In front of me. Narashikaka spat out the toothpick in his mouth with a serious expression. It's over. If I can't block this attack, the entire outskirts of the village might have to be plowed flat. The thick earth wall that the Earth Escape Squad had just erected seemed so thin and ridiculous in the face of this pressure. It was like a layer of mud standing in front of a cannonball. Bluff. He could only look back and urge, has the sealing team not arrived yet? Go quickly. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly interrupted his voice. Narashikaka subconsciously looked back and his pupils suddenly contracted. Right in front of him, Yin moved. After seeing the earth-shattering red-black energy ball, he did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward towards the violent shock wave. Take a step forward, and the wind stops and becomes silent. His outstretched right hand did not retract because of the nine-tailed fox's violence, but instead suddenly opened its 5 fingers. He gently pointed at the black-tailed beast ball that was within reach. It was like tapping on little Naruto's head just now. 3 feet in front of you, repulsion plus decomposition. Shinra Tensei plus original realm stripping. Buzz. Buzz. In an instant, an invisible and absolutely exclusive field suddenly expanded with Jin as the center. It's not defense, but the purest, rule-level rejection. Everything within 3 feet in front of you is repelled. Boo! A dull noise slowly sounded. The tailed beast ball that condenses most of the power of the runaway 5 tails and is enough to destroy a hill. After hitting the invisible repulsive field in front of Jin, it actually began to slowly dissolve. It's like a soap bubble, strangely stagnating, collapsing, and shrinking inward. There was neither an earth-shattering explosion nor an all-encompassing shock wave. The violent energy of this attack was forcibly squeezed and compressed by Yin's small hands in full view of everyone. Instead of being launched, they collided with each other. Boo! At the original spot, a circle of ripples formed by the air being instantly sucked out spread silently. Quiet. Dead silence. Absolute silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone watching this scene felt their throats dry and speechless. Jiraiya's mouth was open, and the white hair in front of him looked a little funny. The scroll that had just been taken down also fell to the ground at his feet with a plop, rolled twice, and was covered with dust. Bare hands annihilated the tailed beast ball, and most importantly, there was no explosion. It didn't hurt Naruto either. What kind of damn power could do this silently? At dusk, he was startled, and a little old man suddenly appeared in his mind. A short old man who even sprains his waist easily. Could it be that this guy can also dust escape? Jiraiya had this thought in his mind, but he quickly shook it off. No, dust release isn't that exaggerated. Instead, it's more like a high-level power. Thinking about it, he looked at the little Uchiha Jin again. I just feel that this child seems to be full of mystery. I knew it. Fugaku breathed a sigh of relief. The shadow of Susanna's ribs that had just condensed behind him dissipated instantly. The muscles on his face were twitching slightly uncontrollably. It was an extreme shock and a frenzy that he himself was not even aware of. Is this the power of Yin? Is this the true peak of Uchiha? Does that mean that all the Uchiha clan can become so powerful? By that time, not only Konoha, but the entire ninja world will have to be quiet. At this moment, this hesitant man finally had unprecedented ambitions in his heart. Good, so strong. Narashikaka was stunned, and the order he had originally passed on came to an abrupt halt. At this moment, he felt that all his calculations and strategies became a joke in the face of absolute power. The Konoha ninjas behind him who were on high alert seemed to be collectively immobilized by a spell. Their eyes widened and their chins dropped. They couldn't believe their eyes. Roar! Even Naruto, who had transformed into the 5 tails, seemed stunned for a moment. This was the first time I encountered something I couldn't understand. How can he have such a big-tailed beast ball? How come it suddenly disappeared? Pa-pa. On the opposite side, Yin retracted his hand, his movement as casual as brushing off a speck of dust. His gaze never changed from beginning to end. Still looking at the violent Naruto's eyebrows with a playful look, he murmured, "You really won't come out? Then I'll have no choice but to go in and find you, Julama." As soon as he finished speaking, the Scarlet 666 spun wildly. Boo! Jin's fingertips touched Naruto's hot forehead again. At the center of the fingers, the chain unique to the Vedra seal also spread out again, but this time, it brings the mental control of the kaleidoscope pupil power. Wow! Puff! Just like a stone thrown into a deep pool, Naruto's face, which was distorted and hideous due to his beast transformation, froze instantly. The 5 crimson tails wrapped around the back were also snuffed out immediately. The flames instantly dissipated into nothingness, and Jin's eyes slowly closed the moment his fingertips touched Naruto's skin. Tick, tick. All around, it was pitch black. There was only the sound of water ripples rising slightly. Finally, you're in. Jin's little mouth slightly grinned, looking at the dark front, and smiled. Long time no see, Kurama. Crash. As soon as these words were spoken, the darkness around them finally receded. Reveal your true face. This wasn't the sewer prison Naruto was used to seeing. Instead, it was a boundless ocean of swirling scarlet chakra. All around, there was sticky energy everywhere, like boiling plasma, bubbling and gurgling. Boo! Every time a bubble bursts, it releases a pungent smell that makes people dizzy. Of course, none of this is of any use to Yin. He glanced around, his gaze gradually fixed on the center of the Scarlet Sea. There, sat a cage made of huge iron bars. Deep in the cage, a pair of huge scarlet vertical pupils, burning with pure malice, were staring straight at him. Uchiha brat, I didn't expect you to actually get in. Juwei's voice was low and hoarse, like that of an old man living alone in the mountains, difficult and unintelligible. In that case, then die here. The next second, without waiting for greetings, he attacked directly. The huge body was fully exerted with strength, and the 9 scarlet tails began to dance wildly. Boom! The violent malice turned into substance and slammed into Yin. If it were an ordinary person, even an elite jonin, he would be scared to death when facing this kind of mental shock. However, Yin is not an ordinary person. Isn't this map of Yan State too short? He muttered and glanced at Kyuubi, shaking his head repeatedly. Without even giving us time to reminisce, he just started using his ultimate move. This Jew Lama doesn't understand the ways of the world. No wonder it is either sealed or on the way to being sealed. Immediately, he silently activated the entry heart to light. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the 9-tailed fox's malicious attack, which was enough to crush the soul, passed through his body. Without stopping for a moment, he rushed into the distance. Instead, it caused quite a stir in the sea of chakra. Weird little devil. The 9-tailed fox's hoarse voice did not stop, and its 9 tails swung more and more excitedly. Then he raised his head and roared suddenly. Boom! Noisy. Jin frowned and took a look, already beginning to get impatient. Why does this 9-tailed fox keep barking? Do you really think he is here to communicate? Then he slowly raised his right hand. Crash! The harsh sound of metal friction suddenly rang out, instantly drowning out the 9-tailed fox's roar. No longer are the gentle golden chains that bind my hands and feet, but it is like solidified, boiling magma. 3 extremely thick chains, shining with dazzling scarlet light, whizzed out from his hands. Each one is wrapped with ancient and complex sealing runes. The mere sound of the chains clashing was enough to silence the surrounding sea of chakra. Diamond Seal. The diamond chain contains the most original sealing power of the Uzumaki clan. Its power is far beyond what can be achieved when Naruto's body is restrained by the outside world. Who, you little brat, can actually perform here? Seeing the chains, Julama instantly straightened his body. Stand on all fours with your back arched. I felt a little angry. His entire face changed from fury to one of uncertainty and horror. Click. Immediately afterwards, his limbs subconsciously took half a step back. He wants to hide. But, it's too late. The scarlet chain is like a poisonous dragon diamond with life and will. He rushed in, spinning and swaying. Bang bang bang. In an instant, the 9-tailed fox's shoulders, waist, abdomen, and limbs were locked. Even its 2 tails were chained inside. The sealing rune spread rapidly along the 9-tailed fox's chakra veins like a maggot on the tarsal bone. The crimson chakra tried to burn, but was completely extinguished every time. Ouch! Another huge roar sounded. But this time it was no longer anger, but a hint of fear. Why do you have so much chakra? This was not the first time he had encountered the chains of the diamond seal, but it is rare that he can be suppressed as easily as he is now. At least even the red-haired woman from before took a lot of effort to suppress. After so many exchanges, he also understood that the power of the diamond seal, in addition to being related to physical condition and age, the most important thing is chakra. The more chakra there is, the more sealing runes will flow out. How come the red-eyed kid opposite has more chakra than the red-haired woman? He can't understand. Hearing this, Jin stretched out his little finger and shook it. Chakra? Please call me Shitanla. After countless sunbathing in advanced would release cells, 8 gates, sage mode, etc.to increase physical fitness. The amount of chakra in Jin's body is close to 3 million. Hiss ha. Kyuubi was confused, but that didn't stop him from struggling frantically. The body's vibrations also caused the chains to rumble. You're tied up, but you still won't behave? Yin was speechless. He raised his hand and fired an air cannon. Bang! The invisible Bagwakong John landed directly on the 9-tailed fox's mouth. There was a crisp sound of slapping. This slap in the face stunned 9-tailed fox. But then, there were slaps in the face one after another. Bang bang bang. These slaps stomped the 9-tailed fox's proud head into the mud. His vertical pupils instantly burst out with endless anger. Roar, 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 damn human brat, I'm going to tear you apart. Boom! He struggled frantically. Sharp claws tear at the chains. The bloody mouth spewed out a destructive chakra attack, trying to destroy these restraints. but the scarlet chains didn't move at all. Instead, a familiar force suddenly appeared before his eyes. Puff, puff. 2 lines of strange red chakra condensed behind Jin. As it sways, it looks like a fox's tail. This is. At this moment, the emotion of horror emerged for the first time in those strange, violent pupils that had been burning for 1,000 years. How do you have the power of this old man? Don't worry, there's more. Yin grinned widely. As soon as he finished speaking, a crimson chakra tail appeared behind him again. Ding, defeated Uzumaki Naruto, trying to copy the entry. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 tails Jinchuriki, gold. I found that the attributes can be stacked. Do you want to stack them? Fusion successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary item 9-tailed fox power 3, gold. You can borrow the power of the 3 9-tailed foxes to greatly increase your physical strength, reaction speed, and perception. The system prompts are still vivid in my mind. This was the hint that appeared when Naruto was suppressed outside. The power of the 3-tailed fox is not even a little bit less than that of the 9-tailed fox. But the 9-tailed fox was now tied up and unable to move at all. He could only watch obediently as the familiar yet strange tail slapped him in the face. Pa pa pa. How dare you, Uchiha, evil brat, what on earth do you want to do? I will kill you when I get out. Pa pa. Stop, stop, if you have anything to say, just tell me, at worst, I'll spare your life in the future. Snap. Stop, 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 I won't kill you anymore. Can you please stop hitting me? Pa pa. Little devil, don't go too far. Snap. Just tell me what you have to say. I don't believe you came in just to beat me up. Snap. The sound of applause stopped abruptly. Jin retracted his 3 tails, rubbed his neck and said casually, "You're so tall that my neck is sore." 9-tailed fox. He covered his long mouth with his front paws and lay down carefully. "What on earth do you want to do?" he whispered. The voice was soft and thin, even a little clipped. If others heard this, they would probably be shocked. Is this still the evil 9-tailed fox in the legend? Even Jin was a little surprised, looking at the 9-tailed fox in front of him who was covering his mouth with a very aggrieved look on his face. Somehow, 3 words suddenly appeared in his mind: Hakamai. Great Hakamai. He shook his head and said directly, ahem. Actually it's nothing, I just told you to be honest. 9-tailed fox, is it necessary to beat me up for such a simple matter? His vertical pupils shrank again and again, and even his snot bubbles came out of his nose. Of course, after being beaten up, he became much more obedient. He didn't refute, just nodded. Looking at this, Jin added in his mind, also, I want to see what entries you have. He was very curious about what entry the 9 tails, which occupied the most chakra among the 10 tails, had. Soon, golden balls of light appeared on the 9-tailed fox in front of him. Defeat Ju Lama, trying to copy the entry. Currently available copyable entries: Hatred Breeding, black, Immortality, black, Sundara Hakamai, black, Infinite Chakra, gold, Tailed Beast Ball, purple, Tailed Beast Coat, purple, Malice Perception, purple, Chakra Erosion, purple. Hatred breeds? When Jin saw this entry, he suddenly remembered that 9-tailed fox had just drawn strength from the intense negative emotions of the creatures around him. It is no exaggeration to say that the more hatred he has, the stronger Kyuubi becomes. No wonder the 9-tailed fox was so weak in the fanfiction later on. It turns out that after staying in the prince's body for too long, I no longer have any negative emotions. Or in other words, whitewash 3 points of weakness? He shook his head, unable to complain. The crown prince was so exhausted from handling official duties that he couldn't even use a few of his most skilled multiple shadow clones. Pure joke. Copy successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic item Tailed Beast Coat, purple. Effect: you can cover others with your own chakra, forming a chakra coat, which has extremely strong defensive and healing functions. Tailed Beast Coat? The moment he saw this entry, Jin's eyes widened instantly. Even a little happy. Putting aside the uniqueness of the 3 feet in front of him, the healing function of the Tailed Beast Coat is an ability he currently lacks. In terms of defense, he has a golden body of light. In terms of hiding, he has a weak presence. In terms of speed, he has the Flying Thunder God technique, Phantom Body Instant technique, and Cloud Flow technique. In terms of damage, there is divine power that can break everything. It can be said that we have extremely powerful means in all aspects. However, there is no healing ability. Even Jin himself can only rely on advanced would release cells to recover. But this kind of recovery has great drawbacks, and it can't save others. But the Chakra-tailed Beast Coat is different. He can also be a long-distance nanny. So after getting what he wanted, Yin turned around and left without much hesitation. Only Kyuubi was left lying there with his hands covering his nose, staring at his back in a daze. Disbelief and confusion flashed across his big eyes. Really, just leaving like that? Did you come here just to beat yourself up? He was confused. I even blinked hard to realize that the scary little human outside had really disappeared. Ahahaha, finally gone. At this moment, Kyuubi was so happy that he almost took off. Thump. but soon I was no longer happy. Because he was too excited, when he tried to stand up, he found that his legs were still trapped by the chains of the diamond seal. Hey, no, untie the chains for me. 1. Outside Konoha village. After a brief moment of shock, Jiraiya reacted quickly. He dodged and rushed towards Naruto and Jin. Call out. Bang! But just as he rushed over, a person suddenly appeared in front of him. Uchiha Fugaku. He stood in the middle and looked at Jiraiya warily. Master Jiraiya, please wait a moment. This concerns the life and death of his second son, so he can't just let the other party go. As long as Jin is still in Naruto's spiritual space, no one else can get close. Uchiha Fugaku, you want to stop me? Jiraiya frowned. He didn't want to attack Jin, he was just worried about Naruto. It changes to 4 tails once, and then changes to 5 tails once. This explosive force caused serious damage to the current little Naruto. Therefore, he must first find a way to send Naruto back to the village for treatment. But unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, several figures appeared behind Fugaku again. Nara Shikaku had almost no hesitation and rushed over to block the way. He bent down and said, please stop, Master Jiraiya. He saw a different future in Uchiha Jin. That is the smooth road of Konoha. Seeing this, Shudeo Dingzo and others followed directly. Yamanaka Hai, who had been whipped personally, hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and followed, blocking the way. This scene made Jiraiya feel dazed for a moment. He couldn't even tell whether the little boy 10 meters in front of him was an Uchiha or the Hokage. Of course, he had no intention of harming anyone, so he just shook his head helplessly and explained, but Naruto, this little guy's body can't bear it. Don't worry, the medical team has been ready for a long time. Nara Shikaku waved his hand from behind, and the 3-person team that had just been prepared rushed over quickly. Soft green chakra was released, covering the injured Naruto. A moment later, the medical team leader's expression darkened slightly. Advisor Luju, this child's muscles are corroded. He needs to return to the village for treatment as soon as possible. Back to the village? Shikaku's frown deepened. He glanced at Jin, who was still pointing at Naruto's brow, and for a moment, his expression was hesitant. Returning to the village meant moving the embers away. But no one knows what harm this will bring. But just as the atmosphere became tense, everyone suddenly heard a young boy's voice. It's okay, no need to reply. No need to save. Who's talking nonsense? Believe it or not, I'll just Lord Jin? When the medical team leader heard this, his face immediately darkened. But as he was speaking, he looked up and saw Jin, and he stopped talking in his tracks with the second half of his sentence. At the same time, everyone else looked at Yin, each with a different expression. Jin, you're awake. Lord Jin. Great, now that he's awake, we can quickly send him back to the medical department. Reactions varied, but most were delighted. Especially Shikaku. After seeing it, he waved his hand to signal the medical team to act quickly. The captain of the medical team breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had just misheard. He immediately turned around and prepared to put Naruto on the stretcher and carry him back. But at this moment, a soft voice came from behind again. It's okay, no need to go back. This time, the captain of the medical team really frowned. He turned to look at Jin, suppressed his anger and explained, Master Jin, you saw the injuries this Jinchuriki suffered. He's still young, and his recovery isn't strong. If we don't go back and treat him, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover. The voice was loud and anyone could hear the anger in it. But after thinking about it, everyone felt relieved. The ninjas in the medical class won't tolerate you no matter who you are. As long as there is any obstruction, even the Hokage will sometimes be pointed at and scolded. After all, every ninja village treats this kind of special talent as a treasure. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not get hurt in their lifetime. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Luju quickly stepped out to smooth things over. Lord Jin may not understand, but given Naruto's current condition, only the village's medical department has a chance of saving him. That's right, that if you want to save him, let us take him away now, otherwise. The medical squad leader nodded. And after saying this, he once again stretched out his hand to put Naruto on the stretcher. Pop. But this time, the hand that was just extended was blocked. Jin waved his hands and whispered, it's okay, there's really no need to go back to Konoha. It was obstructed again and again. The already hot-tempered captain of the medical team immediately started to speak. No need to reply, Lord Jin, are you the medical ninja or am I? You go ahead, if you can do it. After saying that, he walked aside with his arms folded. Watch silently. It's not that he doesn't want to save her, it's just that someone is stopping him. If you can do it, go ahead. After these words were spoken, the expressions of Luju and the others became even uglier. How dare this medical team be so disrespectful to Lord Jin? Of course, there are also some against Yin. Who? Shikamaru took 2 deep breaths and explained again, Master Jin, Naruto is the Jinchuriki. Don't worry. This time, Jin didn't keep the secret, but just patted Luju's shoulder and said, I'll go up if I want to. You go up? This reaction immediately shocked all the Konoha ninjas. Luju twitched his lips and tried to say, Master Jin, although your strength is indeed extraordinary, but things like treating the wounded. Having said that, he didn't say anything more about going again. But the meaning is clear. Killing people and saving people are completely different. Having high combat power does not mean that you can save people. The medical team leader next to him also looked over suspiciously. There was a hint of sarcasm in his voice, and he thought to himself, every profession has its own specializations, don't you understand? Do you really think that we medical ninjas are so precious and are just for show? He was very unhappy that Yin didn't trust his own judgment. Of course, what is even more unsatisfactory is treating a teenager's life as a joke. This is simply nonsense. So he directly signaled to his two assistants not to move. He snorted lightly, haha, then you go ahead, but first make sure that if he dies, it won't be our business. He made up his mind that even if he was beaten to death or jumped down, he would never save the boy again. This is the arrogance of him as a medical Junin. Little brat, you. Jiraiya finally squeezed in, clutching his chest and trying to dissuade him, but after seeing Yin's eyes, he shut up. That is, a cold look. Oh, forget it, if we fail later, I'll just let Toad Guang deliver it. Wow. But just as he was pondering, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the front. This instantly attracted his attention. He quickly looked up. Just now, a red chakra suddenly rose from Uchiha Jin's hand. Is this the tailed beast chakra? What on earth do you want to do, little brat from the Uchiha family? This doubt suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. Are you just trying to be mysterious? The medical team leader slowly turned around. Although he still had his arms crossed, his attention was already on Yin. A little curious. Apart from their medical team and medical department, who else can treat this kind of patient with infinite burns? Could it be? It was Jiraiya whose eyes suddenly flashed. He suddenly thought of some information he had heard before. At the time, he just thought it was a joke. What's wrong, Jiraiya-sama, have you thought of anything? Beside him, Shikaku asked quietly. Jiraiya nodded, a little unsure. When I was traveling in the ninja world, I heard a piece of news that the tailed beast chakra not only has the power to destroy, it has a powerful healing power. But this is just a rumor that hasn't been confirmed in all these years. Having said that, he fell silent. Luju next to him also fell silent. A big popped up in the minds of both of them. No way? Phew. The next second, a crimson chakra coat flowed along Jin's palm and covered the injured Naruto's body. It was like a red and golden cloak, covering the outside. It is completely different from the previous tailed beast chakra that was full of evil and destructive. Instead, it is filled with a faint warmth. Even just looking at it makes people feel comfortable. This chakra, no way. No, impossible, he's a combat ninja, how could he have healing powers? The medical team leader's face darkened, and he clasped his arms tightly with his hands. Pinch it tightly. Puff puff. Soon, wrapped in this warm chakra, Naruto's burned and damaged skin began to grow. Just like mushrooms after rain, they continue to grow. The remaining dead skin was also directly peeled off under the action of this force. It took no more than 3 minutes. Naruto, who had just suffered a lot of injuries, now looks brand new. The whole person looks like he is glowing and brand new. Is that all right? Beside them, two assistants couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. A pair of pupils dilated rapidly. Not only them, Lu Ju and others were also completely dumbfounded. There was only one thought in my mind, it turns out he is really good at it. Bang! Thump! At this moment, the Sarutobi family was far away in the center of the village. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen watched as the runaway Naruto was easily suppressed, not even able to damage half of the house. He was so angry that his whole face turned dark. He then waved his hand and swept the pipe and other items on the table to the ground. Damn it, where on earth did this Uchiha brat come from? Not only is he proficient in various ninjutsu, dojutsu, space-time ninjutsu, and sealing techniques, but now he even has powers similar to the Nine Tails. Who the hell are you? What are you facing in Konoha? He stared at the only remaining crystal ball on the table, his eyes frighteningly gloomy. But soon, when he saw Yin say the words, I do my own thing, he couldn't help laughing again. Ha 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 ha, what a cocky brat. Do you really think the medical team is just there to do nothing? He slowly picked up the pipe from the ground, lit it and put it in his mouth. His expression was full of disdain. These medical teams are all trained by me with great effort. Why don't you let them do it and insist on doing it yourself? I want to see, if the Jinchuriki dies because of your stupidity, how can you still have the nerve to set foot in Konoha again? Thinking of this, the white-haired old man showed a smirk on his face that was clearly inconsistent with his age. It's like a smirk, not that the old man has become bad, but that the bad man has become old. 3 minutes later. Bang! Snap! The pipe, which had been dropped several times in a row, could no longer withstand the pressure and broke directly. Broken into 2 pieces. The third Hokage's old eyes widened as wide as possible. Even the thick wrinkles on the top were reduced by 3 points. Cure it. He can't really cure diseases. Uchiha Jin not only has outstanding combat power, but also possesses powerful healing abilities. This discovery slowly relaxed Shikamaru's frown. There is nothing more gratifying than discovering that the boss you work for is an all-rounder. What if there is? Maybe this boss is still willing to delegate power. Next to him, Yamanaka Inoichi was hesitant and dawdling, his face full of expressions that were completely unreadable. The huge waves of shock in my heart rose one after another. Unbelievable. I can't believe it. Unbelievable. Of course, what follows is fear. Almost. He almost made the same choice as Abarame Shui. Just a little bit more, and their mountain family might become history in Winewie. At this moment, the middle-aged man's eyes were full of gratitude and admiration when he looked at Nara Shikaku. Fortunately, he listened to the advice of the 3 masters. Click. In the corner, the equipment in the medical team leader's hand fell to the ground. But he seemed to feel nothing and just stared blankly ahead, looking at Naruto, whose skin was intact. His big face was full of disbelief. How is it possible? He gritted his teeth and clenched them, squeezing out these few words from between his teeth. I can't believe it, and I can't believe it. How can a combat-oriented ninja like him possess such powerful healing abilities? Why, at this moment, his 3 views were collapsing. Pride was also completely trampled into the mud. Even fear followed. He was afraid of what Yin would do to him later. Tap tap tap. Soon, the sound of Yin's footsteps came over. It stood out amid the clamor of the crowd, but he heard it clearly. Click. The team leader's heart was pounding, and beads of sweat the size of beans began to drip from his forehead, slide along the forehead, across the brow, and finally fall into the eyelashes, seeping into the eyes. The sour, spicy and painful feeling suddenly erupted in his eyes. But he didn't dare to make any move. I couldn't even rub my eyes. Just like a lamb waiting to be judged, waiting silently. At this moment, he had never felt that time was so long. Hey, he. In the back, the head of the Akimichi Dingza family was ready to beg for mercy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was stopped by Nara Shikaku. Luja shook his head, signaling him not to speak. Let's take a look first. But the medical team is an indispensable and precious resource for us in Konoha. Akimichi Dingzuo hesitated, but couldn't help but whispered. Medical ninjas are precious resources that must be protected in any ninja village. In other words, strategic level resources. Even though their Konoha family is rich and powerful, the same is true. Especially their Akimichi family, because of the problem of multiplication, they are often injured. It can be said that he is still alive thanks to these medical ninjas. He was really worried that Yin would kill him if he got angry. But in the face of Lu Ju's obstruction, even though he was unwilling, he could only stand there honestly. Soon, Yin's voice came over. Look, can I do it too? He stepped higher and higher, his left foot stepping on his right foot, and stood in front of the team leader in the air. Patting his shoulder earnestly, he said, little Naruto's injuries have healed, I'll trouble you with nutrition and other matters. Then turn around and leave. Didn't intend to kill anyone. This kind of standing top talents in various fields will more or less have their own pride. He can't kill everyone who contradicts him, right? Irfan could still tolerate an old troll like Wei Zheng. What about him? Of course, what Yin wanted to do was just to crush the pride of these top talents. Let them recognize themselves. Unexpectedly. Not dead. The medical team leader's face gradually turned from pale to a hint of red. The entire back of my clothes was soaked with cold sweat. Just now, he really thought he was going to the gates of hell. He immediately looked up and saw Jin's back with his head lowered, with an inexplicable expression on his face. After a long while, he suddenly smiled and waved behind him, saying, let's take this child to the medical department. My steps became much lighter. After the matter was over, everyone else left one after another. Soon, only a few people were left in the entire dense forest. Shikamaru and the other 3, as well as Fugaku, gradually turned their attention to Jiraiya. The atmosphere became tense again. He took a deep breath and asked in a cold voice, Master Jiraiya, may I ask what is your purpose in returning to the village? Jiraiya pointed at himself, the corner of his mouth twitching. I said I just came back to collect materials, do you believe me? Collect materials? Fugaku, Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi surrounded Jiraiya in the middle. The expression was inexplicable. They take the legendary 3 ninjas very seriously, especially those who graduated listening to the stories of the 3 ninjas. Even Fugaku's Sharinan turned scarlet again, and after confirming Jin's leadership position, Lu Ju has spared no effort to support him. Full support. Now that he has chosen a side, he also wants to see what changes will take place in Konoha after the reform. Across from him, Jiraiya's face, which had been laughing all the time, gradually turned ugly. It can be said that the reactions of the crowd repeatedly exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect that when he returned to Konoha, instead of being warmly welcomed, he was blocked at the village entrance. Who can I go to for justice in this matter? Could it be possible to find your own teacher, 3 generations ago? The 3rd generation Saratobi teacher is probably in trouble now. He shook his head and sighed, get out of the way. The 4 of you are no match for me. I'm no match for him, but I have to try. Hyugaku's expression turned cold, and just as he was about to attack, he heard a sudden movement from behind. Tap tap tap. He glanced subconsciously, and his expression froze. Second clan elder, clan leader, the time of inheritance embezzlement that the young clan leader asked me to pay attention to has been found. The tremors left by the 4th Hokage were all laundered into funds by the Shimura and Utane families in the name of guarding and distributed to their respective families. With just 2 short sentences, the atmosphere here changed again. For generations of legacy. Money laundering. The 2 key words instantly made everyone's eyes widen. After a long while, they slowly came back to their senses and murmured in disbelief. There is actually someone who dares to usurp the 4th Hokage's power. No wonder Naruto can't even eat enough. The Uchiha and Shimura families, looks like it's time to pay them a visit. The 4 of them murmured as they lowered Jiraiya's raised hand. What's the meaning? If nothing unexpected happens, the 4th generation should be his apprentice, right? Is he also the son of prophecy from the previous generation? So, after Minato died, he couldn't even keep his inheritance. He was silent. He stood there, looking at Naruto's back as he was carried away by the medical team. Suddenly, an indescribable emotion surged in my heart. There is some bitterness and some pity. Are you curious about why a dignified Hokage couldn't even keep his inheritance? At this moment, Yin's voice suddenly came from the left. He followed Jiraiya's gaze. At the same time, Yuya said, in fact, before the 4th Hokage died, he always believed that with the 3rd Hokage, Jiraiya, and Kakashi around, his children wouldn't suffer. So, he would rather die than split the 9 tails in 2, just to make it easier for Naruto to become a Jinchuriki. It will also allow the village to better accept this child. But who could have imagined that a heroic orphan would be mistaken for a fox demon? Click. These words were like a huge hammer, hitting Jiraiya's chest hard. It made his brain a little fuzzy. I even forgot the purpose of coming back this time. Call dash. He took several deep breaths. This restored my mood. Turning around, he looked at the Uchiha boy next to him and asked calmly, so, how are you going to deal with this? What he was asking about was the embezzled inheritance. Whoever owns it, owns it. Some families eat things they shouldn't eat and they have to spit it out. This time, Jin's gaze seemed to have spanned over 10 miles, landing on the Shimura, Uchiha, and other families. Later, I will set up a legacy foundation with a dedicated department to manage and supervise the funds and ensure they are distributed on time. Perhaps because the village is big and there is a lot of inheritance, there will be various kinds of corruption. But, as long as the foundation's name is there, the orphans will always be able to get their own inheritance. Call this time, there was no chill when the wind blew, only thorough. Jiraiya's overturned heart gradually calmed down. He suddenly turned around, looked at Jin and asked, would you please allow me to observe? The voice was not loud, and even contained a hint of request. Hearing this, Jin raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Of course. I'm not afraid that you will watch it, I'm just afraid that you won't watch it. The rift between the 3rd generation and the 3 disciples had already existed. If used properly, you may gain 3 powerful talents of varying degrees: medical, intelligence, science and technology. Besides, he owed Naruto a favor after all. If you want to repay, you can't teach it yourself, right? Of course, Yin would never admit that he just wanted to continue brushing the entries 7 days later. The cooldown period for death is 1 year, which is too long. The cooldown period for living people is only 7 days, for the same person. If he could get a few more sage modes, Jin felt that endurance would no longer be a problem. And the most important thing is, he also wants to try out what the effect will be when the 3 great magic arts are integrated into one. Just as he was pondering, Jiraiya next to him suddenly spoke again. Do you know the Hidden Rain Village? The sound came suddenly, without any warning. Hearing this, Jin was stunned for a moment. The Hidden Rain Village. Yes, a place that is covered by rain all year round. The country covered by water was also one of the triggers of World War II. Shin listened to Jiraiya's words without saying anything, but just waited silently. Jiraiya continued, and I discovered some time ago that the leader of the Hidden Rain Village seems to have changed. Change people? Yes, it seems to be the leader of a mysterious organization. Jiraiya nodded. At this point, he looked at Jin hesitantly and said, also, I found a strange person covered in white near that village. He didn't look normal. There was another half sentence he didn't say. I want to invite Yin to go with me. According to his original plan, he would only pay side attention to this matter. Only when things become extremely serious will they go and investigate. Because of the constant rain in the Hidden Rain Village, information is extremely scarce. If he went there rashly, there was no guarantee that he would escape unscathed. But now, after seeing Yin's strength, the idea that was originally buried deep inside suddenly emerged. And it's out of control. Uchiha Jin's strength, especially the mysterious space-time ninjutsu. This ability is simply a magical skill for gathering intelligence. Coupled with the art of reverse life and spiritual communication, the two of them will have no worries. This way, we can take this little guy away from Konoha and prevent him from causing trouble again, and we can also be sure to escape from the hidden rain village safely. Opposite. Yin's expression was very calm from the beginning, but ripples have begun to appear in my heart. I didn't expect Jiraiya to have found out about the Akatsuki organization so quickly. And the one covered in pale white, that should be the white Zetsu of Ifei, Sarutobi family. Inside the third Hokage's house, the light of the crystal ball in front of him had dimmed for a long time. The third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen just sat there in the dark, without a single ray of light around him. The pipe in his mouth had long since burned out naturally without him even taking a puff. The tobacco is even colder gray. The crystal ball reflected a picture at the end that left him with a long-lasting lingering feeling. He tried to take a deep breath, but it felt like all he was breathing in was ice. It's freezing cold. The turbid air that was originally pent up in the chest, instead of being expelled, became heavier and pressed deeper into his body. The wrinkles that were already piled up together became a little deeper. At first glance, it looks like a mouth and nose growing on the wrinkles. My eyes can no longer see. Uchiha Jin, the power you displayed all. Or just part of it. He could no longer see clearly behind those crimson eyes. Destroy the tailed beast ball with one hand. Space-time ninjutsu. The power of the nine-tailed fox. King Kong blockade. Healing power. How many of these abilities does Yin have mastered? He let out a long breath, closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair dejectedly. Outside the window, the sparse remaining lights of Konoha village fell sporadically. My eyelids are stinging and hurting. This time, he really seemed to have nowhere to retreat. I hope Jiraiya can give me a little surprise, right? I'm not going. Yin's voice was crisp and clean, without any hesitation. Want to invite people without any benefits? Do you really think he is a saint like Naruto? So even though he refused, he looked at Jiraiya with a smile in his eyes. There was no sign of turning around and leaving. When Jiraiya, the intelligence officer, saw this scene, how could he not understand? He immediately leaned over and whispered, "Don't worry, the benefits will be huge." As he spoke, he patted his chest and smiled with extreme confidence. For example, with just one sentence, Yin returned him to his original form. For example? The smile on Jiraiya's lips froze. The invitation I just made with great confidence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake. Just a ripple. That's all. Seeing this, Uchiha Jin smiled and suggested, "How about I accompany you for a walk, and you accompany me for a walk?" Jiraiya's eyes lit up and he quickly agreed, "No problem." Yin nodded but didn't say where to go. After all, the only person he wants to find at this stage is Orochimaru. At this point, it is unclear whether Orochimaru defected from Akatsuki or not. He doesn't know either. All of this can only be known after arriving at the hidden rain village. This ninja village is called the Land of Crying, but it's not just about knowing the base camp, and it's not just Nagato and Konan's territory. The most important thing is Obito. Or it could be said that it is Obito who is still deceiving others under the name of Uchiha Madara. That's a good place for him to copy skills. If I could find the body of the dead man again, I'd touch it twice. I dare not think about it. Jin didn't even dare to think about it. He has never left the courtyard since he came here, so it's good that Jiraiya took the initiative to lead the way. So he tilted his head to look at Jiraiya, and asked curiously, "Oh, a country where it rains all year round. It sounds quite moist. Are there any kinds of fungi?" Jiraiya. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. The Uchiha brat's focus seems a bit too strange. Moreover, this turn of topic is very abrupt. He took a deep breath, suppressed the urge to complain, and said seriously, "It's not just the dampness, the atmosphere there is. It's wrong. I've lingered on the outskirts before, and just the raindrops falling on me made me feel like I was being watched. It's like, what's falling isn't raindrops, but countless pairs of eyes hidden in the raindrops." Having said that, he paused. His expression was rarely solemn. "And that pale fellow who doesn't look normal, he seems to be monitoring the hidden rain village, or rather guarding something." After hearing this, Jin understood. Who is this guy? Who else could it be other than White Zetsu, the guy who loves to eat shit? As Kagaya Atsutsuki's living weapon, intelligence expert, and guy who spreads spores everywhere, White Zetsu is very suitable to be used as a scout. It seems that Obito's control over the hidden rain village is now even tighter than he imagined. Perhaps, even Nagato and Konan didn't expect it. Under the eyes of the two of them, Obito was able to control things to this extent. After they finished speaking, the two of them were silent, and the people on the Konoha Finance Committee behind them had different reactions. Fugaku frowned and said in a deep voice, "Jin, the hidden rain village is Hanzo's territory. That's a being called a demigod, the situation is unclear right now. If you go. It's too dangerous. This is what he really thinks. As a father, he didn't want Yin to go on an adventure blindly. What's more, at this time, the Uchiha family already regarded Jin as their pillar. If he leaves, the morale of the Uchiha clan will be affected. After he finished speaking, Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment and then followed suit. Master Jin, the affairs have just begun, whether it is to check the finances, deal with the pests and the allocation of inheritance. All of these require your presence. If I leave now, I'm afraid. Yes, I think so too. Beside them, Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza also nodded repeatedly in agreement. At this time, the reform had just begun to pick up. But the leader left. If this causes chaos, who will suppress it? So they instinctively didn't want Yin to leave. Jiraiya saw these reactions from the crowd, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart again. He hadn't expected the prestige Yin held in the eyes of these people. It has actually reached such a point. So, Sarutobi-sensei, what have you been doing all these years? A doubt arose in his mind. Although his loyalty to the third Hokage remained unchanged, there had been a slight shift. Beside, Jin looked at them, shook his head slightly and smiled. Konoha will not be in chaos as long as you guys are here. His voice was not loud, even a little low. Shikaku, the finance committee has entrusted it to you for safekeeping, and the account flowchart is also in your hands. While I'm away, investigate who needs to be investigated, arrest who needs to be arrested, and kill who needs to be killed. If you encounter any difficulties, just ask my father or the Hayaga family for help. Don't be soft-hearted. When he said this, there was a rare hint of murderous intent in his tone. How can reform be without bloodshed? Hearing this, Luju's body trembled and he bowed deeply. Yes, Luju understands, father. Jin turned to look at Fugaku again. The clan and the security department will cooperate in the operation to eliminate the termites. Anyone who refuses to comply will be killed. Just kill him. Fugaku was slightly startled. This was the first time I realized that my second son had such a strong murderous aura. Even now, looking at his son's bottomless eyes, he subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look him in the eye. Don't worry, leave it to me. As for Patriarch Hai and Patriarch Dingzuo, Yin glanced at the two of them. The two men's backs straightened instantly. Just like soldiers waiting for a parade, they try their best to show themselves. The Yamanaka clan's intelligence capabilities, combined with the Akimichi clan's logistical support, will fully cooperate with Shikaku and Chief Fugaku. It's been 6 years since the end of the Third Shinobi World War. It's time for this Konoha machine to start running at high speed. Yes, the two of them responded immediately without any hesitation. After making the arrangements, Jin turned to Jiraiya. Still with a childish little face, a rare hint of playfulness appeared. The Hidden Rain Village. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. Jiraiya rubbed his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, I finally agreed. In this way, he would be more confident in finding out information about the Hidden Rain Village. He paused and added, then get ready and set off early tomorrow morning. Then he turned and left. He hasn't been back for many years, so there must be some things and some people he needs to see. Later, Jin silently watched Jiraiya's departing back, with an unusual excitement flashing in his eyes. Hidden Rain Village, Pain's 6 paths, Samsara I, and the one hiding behind the scenes. Obito, a boss in the early stage, a toolman in the later stage. He also wanted to see which was more powerful, Shinra Tensei or the repulsive force 3 feet in front of him. Thinking of this, he turned around, explained some more things, and walked towards the clan territory. There won't be too much trouble in Konoha now, but just in case, he decided to add another layer of insurance. Not long. Uchiha clan territory, the edge of the area. Inside a dark little wooden house. Crash. The door was opened. At the door, a bandaged boy sitting in a wheelchair was waiting quietly. It seemed as if he had known that someone would come today. Hearing the noise, he raised his head and looked towards the door. The corners of his cheerful and sunny brows relaxed just a little. You're here. Yeah. Jin nodded. He was not surprised at all that Shisui could guess that he would come. After all, he is one of the 2 genius boys in the Uchiha family in the original work. Not to mention running to Urjuza, Shisui's talent and IQ are extremely high. His emotional intelligence is worrying. But what Shisui said next surprised him. Are you leaving? You can guess that. With such a big commotion outside, it's impossible for me not to hear it. Listen, can't you just go and see for yourself? Hearing this, Shisui gave a wry smile. He also wanted to go and see it, but his legs were disabled now. There seems to be something wrong with my eyes, so I can only stay here quietly. But just as he smiled bitterly, a touch of warmth suddenly covered his hand. He paused and was about to say something when he suddenly stopped. The warmth spread along the palm of my hand, and in an instant it covered the whole body. If he opened his eyes, he would find that he looked green all over. That is the healing power that comes from 3 feet in front of you. With the help of the tailed beast coat, it directly covers the whole body. Tailed beast coat plus 3 feet in front of the body. Double guarantee. My ability can't be used to turn flesh and blood into bones, but it can be used to heal the brain, so it shouldn't be a problem. Jin grinned and looked at Shisui's head. A smaller version of the character emerged in my memory, Mirai Sarutobi. So subconsciously, during the treatment, he murmured, "Shisui, will you really protect the future?" "Yes." Shisui nodded, looked up at the boy who was a little blurry, and added in his mind, "If you exist in the future." 10 minutes later. Am I done? Shisui was dumbfounded. He lowered his head in astonishment and looked at his legs. A big mouth can eat 2 at the same time. He really didn't expect that the injury he had suffered before would actually heal. And the most important thing was that he blinked his right eye and looked at the figure that was gradually becoming clearer. Deep in my heart, huge waves surged again. Not only did his legs heal, but his right eye, which had disappeared, also grew back. Since his other eye was with Itaki, he had been missing one these days. But soon, Shisui realized that something was wrong. Although I can see it clearly, it seems a bit repulsive. What are these eyes? He realized something was wrong and asked while pressing his eyes. I took this from Danzo. Jin shrugged indifferently. It's very likely that it belonged to your ancestor, Uchiha Kagami. Click. Ancestor, Uchiha Kagami? Shisui's movement of picking his eyes suddenly froze. The whole person was held in control for more than 10 seconds, and then his movements relaxed. After a moment, Jin patted his shoulder and said, "Alright, once you're used to it, come with me. I'll introduce you to 2 new companions." New partner? Shisui narrowed his eyes and followed him out. Not long after, in another guest room in the Uchiha clan's territory, the figures of the 2 little ones gradually became clear. When Shisui saw Sai, who had fair skin and an extremely handsome appearance, he subconsciously narrowed his eyes. Especially after noticing something wrong in Sai's eyes when he looked at Jin, he frowned slightly. There's something wrong with this kid. Jin, who are they? Big brother, who is he? Shisui and Sai's voices rang out almost simultaneously. Moreover, there was a hint of unkindness in the tone. The reactions of the 2 made Jin a little confused. What's going on? Why do you start fighting as soon as you meet? The original novel doesn't mention that Sai and Shisui have a conflict, right? However, he is a disciple of a sunny and cheerful big boy after all. Even though under the influence of someone, he has a tendency to transform into a dark, damp and Yandere boy. But Shisui quickly suppressed his emotions. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, stretched out your hand. He put on a very standard fake smile and said, "Hello, I am Uchiha Shisui. From now on, I will lead you." Fake smile. Seeing this, Sai took 2 deep breaths. When it comes to fake smiles, he thinks he's as good as anyone. Immediately, his eyes narrowed slightly, his mouth curved, revealing an even brighter and more standard fake smile, and he shook hands. "Hello Uncle Shisui, my name is Uchiha Sai." Yin, when did Sai change his last name to Uchiha? Shisui? No, how did I become an uncle? In this way, a combination of 1 big and 2 small ones was formed. With the water stop, Jin can rest assured that Sai will not grow crooked. He immediately waved his hand, leaving the 3 of them to develop their relationship. He himself slowly climbed up the wall outside the patriarch's courtyard. Feeling the faint moonlight, my heart is filled with silence. Tomorrow. Set off, Hidden Rain Village. It's also time to take a look at the real combat power ceiling in the early Naruto world. The next day, the sky was getting light. Following a series of system prompts, Jin slowly woke up from the top of the wall. Look back. I looked at the place where I had lived for several years. Maybe it was because it was early in the morning. Or maybe it was because of Konoha's victory in the struggle. At this time, the Uchiha clan's territory was peaceful. There was less solemnity and impatience. Occasionally, a few kids who woke up in the morning would go to the toilet quickly and then run back quickly. Lie on the floor, close your eyes and continue dreaming. Somehow, seeing this scene, 3 words suddenly popped up in Jin's mind: that's great. This kind of peaceful scene is what normal people live. Click. At the same time, not far away, a tall, white-haired man wearing clogs jumped down from a tree. Looking at the other person's 2 black eye sockets, Jin couldn't help but look sideways. Is this looking for someone to fight? But if you think about it carefully, there don't seem to be many people in Konoha village who are qualified to fight Jiraiya, right? He was beaten black and blue. Unless Jiraiya didn't fight back. No fight back. Thinking of this, Jin's eyes suddenly brightened. Looking at Konoha as a whole, there seems to be only one thing that can make Jiraiya fight back. He raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "Jiraiya, did you really go back to the village to look for someone last night?" Ahem. Hearing this, Jiraiya coughed twice, obviously feeling guilty. "Devote yourself to art." Then he quickly changed the subject and said, "Let's go while the weather is cool." Jin nodded, without exposing the plight of this single, lonely old man. just follow behind silently. Rustling. Soon, the two figures disappeared outside Konoha. A few days later, the border of the rain country. In a dense forest, two figures were moving quickly. Jiraiya, who was in front, would occasionally glance at the boy behind him out of the corner of his eyes. Breathing gradually became rapid. But what was even more turbulent was his heart. I didn't expect him to have such great physical strength at such a young age, for several days in a row, galloping at high speed. Even he, a veteran ninja and one of the three most famous ninjas in the ninja world, began to breathe disorderly at this moment. If I keep running, it will be difficult to maintain this speed. But Jin behind him didn't even have any change in his breathing. The most important thing is that this kid would stop and disappear from time to time, and then appear behind him again after a while. This made Jiraiya even suspect that Uchiha Jin thought he was too slow and went to play on the spot. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud thunder from above. As we got closer to the hidden rain village, the sky above became darker and darker. Above, the endless rain fell like a gray curtain. It also enveloped the entire rain kingdom. Not only was the air damp and sticky, but it also had a strange, faint smell of rust. Do you feel it? Jiraiya lowered his voice, wiped the rain from his face, and said solemnly, this rain is not right. It seems to contain extremely subtle chakra fluctuations. Yin didn't say anything, just hummed softly. The reason why he disappeared from time to time along the way was just to depict the flying thunder god's technique. If they could share vision, they would notice that on the map above his pupils, a dense green area was extending a green line, hundreds of miles. It's green because that's Konoha. And this green line is naturally the route all the way to the land of rain. Especially, Jin slowly activated his Byakugan and was able to see the flow of chakra in the raindrops within a radius of 2 kilometers. Mixed in this ubiquitous, pattering rain were countless faint, almost imperceptible chakra threads. In the sky, it weaves into a spider web and slowly falls down. All the information covered by the rain is continuously transmitted to the depths of the hidden rain village. It's indeed Pain's rain tiger freedom technique. His mind moved slightly, and he immediately scattered purple nano-sized poisonous insects along the way. There are not many of them, but they blend into the rain curtain very stealthily. These are his extended eyes and ears. Click! Just as he stretched out, Yin's footsteps stopped without warning. Jiraiya was instantly alert. What's wrong? Take a break. Jin said something perfunctorily and leaned against the tree. His eyes were only focused on the system prompts. Just now, a new system prompt appeared. Ding, 6 days have passed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an epic enhancement point +1. After use, it can enhance epic and lower level entries. Strengthen the entry points. To be precise, it is his other special entry, the strengthening point generated by 66S of good luck. It was this hint that made Jin stop and investigate. So now we can only enhance purple and lower attributes. After hesitating for a while, he looked at his personal attributes. Chakra 3591015. Entries: 1000 years of killing, black, golden body of light, color, weak presence, color, 66S of good luck, color, 3 feet in front of me, gold, tail beast coat, purple, Mayabokusen toad contract, purple, phantom body instant technique, purple, Mangekyo Sharinan, purple, Byakugan, purple, gold just blocked remnant, purple, cloud flow technique, purple, heart turn technique, purple, phantom no trace, purple, dot. Unconsciously, the golden entry that others can hardly reach. Even the cage-level masters only had 1 or 2 golden entries, and he couldn't keep up. Of course, his main goal is only the purple item IQ. Finally, it slowly stopped at the phantom without a trace. This is an entry that represents Yin's agility, which has been improved since 6 years ago. That ghostly speed was of great help to him. In unfamiliar places, the importance of speed is unquestionable. System points added, strengthen the phantom vanishing, purple. Ding, strengthening. Congratulations to the host for successfully enhancing Phantom Vanish and obtaining the legendary item Phase Rush. Flexibility 100% rightward arrow 200%, speed 100% rightward arrow 200%, reaction plus 50% additional effect, teleports 3 times over a short distance, creating 3 afterimages at the same location. Upon reactivation, the player can return to any of the 3 afterimages and detonate the other 2. Seeing this prompt, Yin's brain froze a little. Isn't this the Dragon Slash plus Phantom Body Twitch? The difference is that this one is much faster, and the range seems to be smaller. He grinned and started to perform his moves right in front of Jiraiya's dumbfounded gaze. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, 3 purple-blue light shadows were thrown out. So fast. Jiraiya rubbed his eyes hard, his pupils dilated so much that they almost popped out. This is faster than usual. Even the muscle man known as the fastest in the ninja world probably can't keep up, right? And these 3 remaining ones are clone techniques. But something seems a little strange about that. Perhaps, only by close contact can we discover the difference. He muttered, and the habit of collecting intelligence made him subconsciously walk over and reach out to touch it. Then, Bang, bang, bang. Brilliant fireworks often explode in the simplest form. Grass. Jiraiya's face changed drastically, and with the reflexes of a top ninja, he quickly pulled away. But he still got a black afro. You. He frowned and was about to speak when his eyes suddenly stopped. On the opposite side, a large tree was slowly blown down. A strange man, pale and naked, appeared behind the tree. He was originally squatting on the ground, grunting as he ate the delicious strange human body. Slowly turned his head. The corners of the mouth are full of orange.